3 minutes from now the people around you will turn into zombies. Duoduo's first reaction upon receiving this message was a dismissive snort. It was a popular internet meme circulating recently. Many apocalypse-themed bloggers had already played through similar scripts. She immediately typed back, "Are you Jia?" Or "Yao Ao. Are you messing with me? Today isn't April Fool's Day." Just as she sent the message, the light above her head flickered twice, making her heart jolt violently. Her colleague at the next workstation, Sister Lu, could not help but look up as well. That's strange. How long has it been since we had a power outage in K-City? What's going on? Duoduo was an intern at an internet company 22 years old for whom overtime had become routine. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. An early winter night fell quickly and outside was already swallowed by darkness. The sky seemed ready to release rain. Branches swayed beyond the windows, vague and indistinct. They looked like shadow monsters from a dark fairy tale, bearing their claws as though intent on dragging people down into an... Duoduo was considered fairly brave, yet when Sister Lu turned from the neighboring desk to look at her, that bluish-pale complexion and rigid pupils still startled her. As Duoduo's gaze dropped, she noticed that the skin around Sister Lu's fingernails was beginning to turn blue as well. Sister Lu seemed to find Duoduo's stunned expression odd and leaned closer with concern. "Duoduo, why are you spacing out? Be careful or the director will scold you again." The overwhelming stench of decay suddenly assaulted Duoduo's senses, nearly making her retch. She sprang to her feet. Other colleagues in the office raised their heads to look over, all unsure what had happened to her. Swallowing hard, Duoduo nervously began packing her things, preparing to leave. "I'm not feeling well. I'll head home first. Sister Lu, please help me ask the director for leave." With that, she grabbed her bag and strode out, her face visibly drained of color. Behind her, Sister Lu still looked completely baffled. "How can you suddenly feel unwell for no reason? Young people these days are so pampered. I was bitten by a dog yesterday and still came to work after getting the rabies shot. Hey, you'd better be careful or the director might get angry and fire you." By the time Duoduo heard that last sentence, she was already at the office door. "If I get fired, so be it. I quit." Her heart was pounding wildly. Once outside the company, she glanced at her phone. 2 minutes had already passed since she received the text. Fortunately, the company was not in a high-rise. It was located on the 3rd floor. After a brief moment of thought, she rushed toward the stairwell. When the electrical system is unstable, one must never take the elevator. If you get trapped inside, you're done for. It turned into canned meat, alive and helpless. Duoduo almost flew down the stairs. Just as she stepped out onto the ground level beneath the company, a shrill scream erupted from somewhere above. Passers-by nearby exclaimed in shock, instinctively looking up toward the building. "Damn, that scared me. What's going on up there? Is it another case of someone jumping because of work stress? Ugh, that's terrifying. Let's go, let's go." Duoduo's hands were trembling as the scream echoed. She glanced at her phone. Exactly 3 minutes had passed. She did not dare look up even once and instead swiped her access card, hurrying out of the software park. Leaving the office complex behind, she scanned a shared bicycle and rode home, unwilling to linger for even a moment. She no longer dared take any form of public transportation. No new messages came to her phone. The signal flickered in and out. Duoduo wanted to send messages to her close friends to warn them, but not a single text would go through. At that moment, she knew the world was truly starting to break. The wind and rain were about to descend. She pedaled furiously, and fortunately the people along the road still seemed normal. Only after reaching her residential compound 20 minutes later did Duoduo finally feel a trace of relief. Even so, she did not idle. Before heading upstairs, she entered the largest supermarket at the community gate, grabbed a shopping cart, and began a frenzied round of shopping. Milk bread, instant noodles, chocolate, and all kinds of high-calorie drinks. Her mind was still in a daze, nerves stretched taut. Every move she made was pure instinct, survival impulses guiding her actions. When her cart was piled high, the supermarket stock clerk beside her, Auntie Wang, suddenly spoke up in concern. "Little girl, what's wrong? You don't look so well. In a bad mood? Why aren't you working overtime today?" Duoduo often stopped by after work to buy things, so the supermarket staff were quite familiar with her. Ma'am, yes, I'm in a bad mood, so I'm planning to binge eat." Duoduo seemed to snap out of her trance, forcing a smile at the clerk. "By the way, don't you offer delivery service here? Could you help me deliver 10 cases of bottled water? Just drop them on the elevator of building A, 8th floor." The clerk readily agreed, though she sounded puzzled. "Why would a young girl like you buy so much water? How long will it even take you to use that up?" As Duoduo stuffed various tins of meat into her cart, she replied, "I'm too lazy to keep buying it. I was fired today, and starting tomorrow I'll be busy job hunting, so I won't have time to come shopping." The clerk sighed at once. Young people these days are under crushing pressure. All right, I'll print the bill for you in a bit. You just come over to pay." But how can a young girl live on all this junk food? Even if you're upset, you shouldn't binge and drink yourself silly. Think how badly that will hurt your stomach. Hearing this heartfelt concern, Duoduo felt a sudden ache in her chest. She had been adopted, and the elderly couple who took her in had already passed away. After their home was demolished, she had moved to this area less than a year ago. To be cared for so sincerely by a stranger made her heart sting. Her lips parted again and again, yet she still could not bring herself to tell the woman about the zombies. After all, she had no concrete evidence that the apocalypse and the undead were truly coming. So she followed the clerk in silence to pay for her purchases. Auntie not only helped pack everything neatly, but also kindly escorted her all the way to the elevator. Carrying her emergency supplies, Duoduo and the 10 cases of bottled water went upstairs. Just before the elevator doors closed, she could still hear the security guard chatting idly with Auntie Wang. Oh, Sister Wang is doing deliveries again. Why did this young girl buy so many things? She got fired and is in a bad mood. She said she'll be job hunting starting tomorrow and doesn't want to keep buying water. Young people under pressure just love to shop and shop. We older folks who lived through hard times weren't like this. Haha, that's true. After that, their voices faded from hearing. Once she reached the 8th floor, Duoduo quickly moved the goods out of the elevator, closed the doors, then carried everything into her apartment. Only upon returning to this familiar space did she finally feel somewhat safe. She collapsed onto the sofa, the ceiling light glaring into her eyes. She had to close them, calming herself slowly and catching her breath. She planned to sort the pile of supplies at the door later, but the moment she shut her eyes, something felt wrong. It was as if a hallucination had suddenly appeared. Whenever she closed her eyes, she could see a Rubik's Cube, one with countless tiny faces, densely packed on all sides. It spun at a dizzying speed. Duoduo gagged, almost vomiting, as though the cube were whirling her own senses until she was completely disoriented. She was no stranger to the internet. As someone who dealt with it constantly, she was well acquainted with online novels. The word apocalypse was almost always bound together with the concept of a personal space, so after a few experiments she discovered that this cube was indeed a storage space. This left her both delighted and desolate. She was pleased to have gained an enormous storage space, yet distressed that the world truly was no longer normal. Once she had collected herself, the cube stopped rotating as though its initial movement had been nothing more than a ceremonial boot-up. Now the cube's space stood quietly within her sea of consciousness. Duoduo finally recovered her composure, and the dizziness faded. Some hurried home from work, others took post-dinner walks with their families. From time to time, food delivery riders wove through the crowd. The streetlights draped everything in a halo of light, making it all seem extraordinarily blissful. It was an ordinary night, one that had always been utterly commonplace, and she did not know whether she would ever behold such a scene again. Duoduo's nerves remained taut. She pulled the curtains shut, then loaded all the supplies stacked by the door into the space, finding she could retrieve and store them with effortless ease. She turned and opened the door to the room on the right of the entrance. It was a storage room containing 3 enormous shelving units and a large freezer. Thanks to the previous epidemic, food and water had been scarce when the residential compound was sealed off. Duoduo was a survival-obsessed enthusiast, and she had stockpiled plenty of rations. After the epidemic ended, her urge to hoard supplies only grew stronger. That was why she had such a reassuring grain depot of a room inside, where canned foods with shelf lives of up to 10 years, a full 20 boxes of various kinds of canned goods. There were both meat and vegetable cans, 10 boxes of compressed biscuits in different flavors, 10 boxes of high-calorie energy bars, plus 5 50-gene bags of rice, along with all kinds of instant noodles, instant rice, and noodle packs, self-heating meals, and even 10 boxes of bottled mineral water in reserve. As for milk and vegetables with shorter shelf lives, she only restocked them occasionally. There was still quite a lot stored in the large refrigerator in the kitchen. The storage room also held various condiments. She had 3 entire boxes of salt, and for the others, she kept several of each type: light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, aged vinegar, and the like. There were also survival supplies, a backpack that was a complete survivalist kit stuffed with many handy tools and enough food for one person. Outside the backpack lay a chainsaw, a battle axe, and a dagger. She had 3 boxes of gasoline, mainly for generating electricity. If the power went out, she still had a household generator. There were also several large boxes of medical supplies, medicines to stop bleeding, fight infection, and relieve pain, bandaging materials, both internal and external treatments, including vitamins. All of this was what Duoduo usually stocked up for fun, yet now standing in this storage room, she could not help feeling complicated. She had never imagined any of it would truly be put to use. She swiftly transferred everything into the cube space and focused on the connection between herself and that space. The reason Duoduo dared to store her entire worldly fortune inside was precisely because of this feeling. There was a sensation like a bond of shared blood. At least as long as she was alive, the items would remain, and only she alone could take them out or put them in. It gave her an immense sense of safety. After emptying the entire storage room, she went to the bathroom. There, a large barrel of stored water stood as always. When she tried, she discovered she could transfer water directly into one section of the space without any container at all. She turned on the tap, intending to empty the barrel into the space at intervals. She planned to reserve one compartment exclusively for water. Sensing it carefully, she judged that a single face of the space held roughly 200 cubic meters, and this Rubik's Cube-like construct possessed countless such faces. She could not even begin to count them all. Duoduo suddenly felt much more at ease. After that, she chose not to go downstairs to stock up further. A night was always more dangerous than day. She decided to first watch and wait. So she decided to have dinner. Turning to the kitchen, she made use of the fact that although she worked at an internet company, she at least had alternating weekends off. On weekends, she would prepare some ready-made dishes for herself and stuff them into the freezer. At moments like this, she only needed 3 minutes in the microwave to have a meal. Soon a steaming bowl of rice topped with shredded pork and eggplant appeared. Duoduo also washed a small bowl of fruit, extra-large blueberries that were good for her eyes. At last, she carried everything to the coffee table in the living room and began to eat, switching on the television at the same time. Although many young people now preferred projectors, she still liked a television better. It always reminded her of watching TV with her grandparents, and that memory soothed her. She tuned into the local news channel she used to watch with her grandparents. A reporter's voice came from the television announcing the latest daily headlines. According to footage submitted by citizens, an incident resembling a rabies outbreak had occurred at Fake Y Internet Company on the 3rd floor of Building B in the 2nd phase of the city's software park. The person involved was a young woman who had been bitten by her colleague Lou, who had received a rabies vaccination just the previous night. Unfortunately, the onset of symptoms had been even faster. Duoduo had just taken a bite when she heard this and froze, snapping her head up to stare at the screen. The female reporter on the video wore a look of regret as she delivered the news, then shifted to raising the issue of keeping dogs leashed when walking them. Daily Latest Hot News was the final segment of the program where one could learn about the newest incidents occurring in the city each day. Because of that, events that happened just after 6 in the evening could immediately make it onto the news. As the reporter spoke, a video clip from the office appeared in the upper left corner. From the perspective of the person filming, when Lou first went berserk and bit colleague A, colleague B, who was recording, was still joking, saying something like, "Haha, we're doomed, Liujie's rabies is acting up because of overtime." But when colleague A screamed and Liujie bit her until blood flowed, then savagely tore away a chunk of flesh, the coworker filming also shrieked in terror. After that, the video turned into a shaking blur of flight, the camera bobbing wildly as everyone around shifted instantly from amused onlookers to a panic-stricken crowd. Many netizens claimed this was a zombie attack, but the program dismissed it as a rumor, saying that Lou's teeth merely happened to be unusually sharp, which was why her bites left such mangled wounds. To avoid causing public panic, viewers were urged not to believe rumors so readily. After the reporter finished, the host took over with a smile and began delivering the closing lines. Duoduo lost her appetite entirely. She cast her phone screen to the television and tried to open the trending topics on Weibo. Sure enough, the incident at her company had already become a tag topic. Tags like K-City Zombie and End of the World dominated the list. She connected to her home Wi-Fi and had to refresh several times before the signal stabilized. At the same time as though delayed, a flood of notifications began chiming in. Some were from colleague C. Damn Sue, are you some kind of walking Lucky Charm? You had just left when Liujie snapped. Then, oh no, correction, it was her rabies acting up. Good thing you left so fast. Colleague C had joined the company almost the same time she did. Their start dates were only 1 day apart, and they got along reasonably well. Duoduo had no mind to reply. She could no longer eat. A cold sweat broke out over her entire body. It had been so close, just a hair's breadth. If she had not left, she would have been the one bitten, because she had been the closest person to Liujie. Fortunately, she believed this text message. Ding dong. The phone vibrated again, indicating a new message. Was it from the person who had reminded her? Duoduo was nearly trembling as she sent messages asking who they were. The other party directly ignored her inquiries and sent a download link instead. If it weren't for the fact that Liujie's situation matched perfectly, Duoduo wouldn't have dared to click on it. Moreover, she had 3 backup phones, so she wasn't afraid of viruses, and her savings bank card wasn't linked to online banking, so she didn't fear theft. Thus, she quickly clicked on the website and downloaded it to her phone. Soon a survival guide for the apocalypse popped up, and Duoduo read it carefully word by word. This short guide, less than 3,000 words, mentioned climate changes, various disasters, and even the chaos that would ensue in the world. Additionally, the words mutation were displayed in bold red font, indicating a universal evolution. It made sense. Without evolution, no one could survive in such a chaotic world. Duoduo was worried that electronic products might become unusable, so she hurried to her desk, printed out multiple copies of the survival guide, and stored them away. By the time she finished these tasks, the food had long gone cold. She ate without savoring the taste, wasting not a single grain, and then remembered that there would be a period without electricity, so she quickly started cooking. The magic space, or multidimensional space, had built-in preservation functions for every compartment. Duoduo planned to prepare food that could be eaten directly. According to the survival guide, the initial reports of people being bitten were also known as the early signs of the zombie virus, and from that night on there would be no peace. Later there would be a massive electromagnetic storm causing signals to disappear completely, and the wires outside would explode, making electrical supply increasingly unstable. Water would begin to be gradually contaminated after 3 days, which was terrifying. What Duoduo needed to do was to stockpile food and water while there was still electricity and water. She had various pots at home. Thus, all 3 rice cookers were cooking rice, while 2 pressure cookers were preparing different kinds of meat and meatballs. She had to cook all the meat stored in the fridge and freezer thoroughly. Instant food would go in the microwave or directly into the air fryer. There were 4 gas stove positions. 1 for porridge, 1 for ginger soup, 1 for herbal tea, and 1 for broth, because it was said that there would be extreme heat and cold later on. Soup was the most comforting. Once it was in a large thermos, it could be consumed easily. Duoduo was too scared to sleep. Since finishing dinner, she had been busily moving about, setting her online information to automatic reading mode, reading from top to bottom while listening through her Bluetooth headphones. As for the food, she prepared as much as she could. An extra portion meant extra security. Although eventually humans would mutate, mutation came with risks, and not everyone could successfully evolve, and failing to evolve would lead to death. Duoduo still hoped she wouldn't get infected too quickly, lasting as long as she could, because the later it got, the more effective medications the base would develop, greatly enhancing human mutation and reducing the risk of death. She didn't dare sleep all night, busy preparing food and stockpiling water. For many people, tonight was indeed an extraordinary night. At midnight, the power went out. There were many screams in the community, along with hoarse roars mixed with cries for help and barking. Duoduo completely dared not pull back the curtains. She tightly closed the doors and windows, making preparations for a retreat, and when the opportunity arose later, she would continue to stockpile food. What she needed to do now was to prioritize her safety. Sometimes being too greedy was also a sin. During the power outage, she remained calm and stored the semi-finished products in her space, planning to take them out when the power returned, which was very convenient. She herself was utterly exhausted, closing her eyes and falling asleep on the sofa until the next day when her phone rang. It was a call from the property management. "Is this Ms. Sue? It is like this. Last night, a new type of rabies virus suddenly appeared in K-City. Its transmission is rapid and symptoms onset quickly. We have received notification from higher authorities that starting today, no one is allowed to go out without permission. The entire city was shut down. Students were on break." It matched closely with what the survival guide had said. Initially, it was a lockdown. Duoduo was already exhausted, and after a night's ordeal, whether she accepted it or not, she had to accept it. Her mindset improved significantly, and she feigned surprise, then informed herself that she would comply with the property management's arrangements. The other party also expressed gratitude for her cooperation and quickly moved on to call others. There were messages in the community group, but due to some stubborn personalities, they had to explain the situation door to door, making the workload quite large. However, they had experienced lockdowns before, so everyone had some experience. Food would be distributed on time, and all they had to do was stay indoors. Many people in the group were panicking due to the horrific screams from last night. Because of this, the group was silenced and everyone's voices were blocked. The signal remained unstable. The television occasionally froze and the news broadcast was stuttering. The keywords captured were few typhoon, geomagnetic storm, earthquake, tsunami, volcanic eruption. As winter approached, several typhoon embryos had formed and they were uncontrollable. Coastal regions around the world had sounded alarms, preparing to face the super typhoon. From today onward, geomagnetic storms would occur frequently. Many researchers were busy preparing countermeasures and continuously broadcasting responses for residents, urging everyone to ensure their safety. Meanwhile, volcanoes detected undersea and on land worldwide were stirring, entering an active phase, and could erupt at any moment. In the end, all broadcasts announced that humanity on Earth would face the largest disaster in history, which could very well be a mass extinction akin to that of the dinosaurs. Thus, the United Nations called upon all humanity to unite and weather this catastrophe together. When Duoduo heard this, her eyes began to redden. Looking at the sun outside, it seemed that the days like before were about to become a thing of the past. Suddenly a wave of collapsing cries and weeping echoed throughout the community. More and more people were breaking down. Duoduo could only gather her emotions and continue busying herself with food preparation. She needed to be fully prepared. In the following days, bad news arrived in succession, and the signal remained unstable, thus many disaster updates could not be transmitted in time. Imagining was more terrifying than reality. The people holed up in K-City were highly tense, with a significant increase in those who couldn't bear the pressure and chose to end their lives. The climate had begun to behave abnormally, experiencing several changes within just 3 days, with temperature differences reaching 30 degrees, plunging directly. Many more were falling ill. Duoduo remained very cautious. She did not participate when others exchanged needed supplies in the community group. Later, when people started visiting each other in the hallways, she stayed indoors, trying to avoid contact with others. The internet signal was always intermittent, causing delays in any messages. The messages she sent to her friends seemed to vanish into a bottomless sea, sinking her heart along with them. In the meantime, she began to keep a diary. The first day marked the outbreak of zombies, but the authorities were doing their best to manage the situation, keeping it under control for now. However, there were many more vehicles entering and leaving the neighborhood, and numerous people in protective suits were bustling around downstairs. The second day brought a drastic drop in temperature. The morning was so hot that clothes felt unbearable, while the evening turned cold enough to make everyone uncomfortable. Fortunately, the living facilities were still intact and timely heating saved them. By the third day, some water sources began to have issues. The infected zombie virus had become somewhat uncontrollable, and the worst part was that the power outages were becoming increasingly prolonged. For these 3 days, Duoduo hardly slept at all. She managed to cook most of the food, but later on she was too afraid to eat anything with a strong smell. After the third day, food supplies began to run out, with no one delivering food anymore. The neighborhood became chaotic and deserted, with no more cars passing by. On the fourth day, the water began to have a strange taste, and everyone dared not drink tap water. By the afternoon, some could no longer hold back and wanted to go outside the neighborhood to check the situation, even though many were shouting from upstairs, warning them not to go out. They argued, asking if not going out would mean they would die of thirst. "You cowards. We'll go." "Exactly. What if they abandon us and run away? Today, the medical staff aren't coming. Are we all supposed to confine ourselves here?" A few bold individuals ignored the warnings, and perhaps due to the surreal events of the past few days, their mental state was on the brink of collapse. Just as they were about to go outside, they saw a figure in a protective suit appear, which reassured them. They immediately waved, shouting, "Damn it. We thought you were going to let us starve or die of thirst. Do you know the tap water tastes strange?" "Yes. Hurry up and deal with the drinking water." Duoduo thought these people were indeed quite rude to the volunteers, but the next moment she noticed that the actions of the person in the protective suit were not quite normal. Her heart sank further, and she could not muster even a glimmer of hope. With a dim gaze, she pulled the curtains shut, turned, and sat against the wall. She took out her diary and wrote down, November 6, 2029, all medical volunteers have collapsed and the neighborhood is about to lose order. The absence of officials meant only one thing: they could not come. The situation was indeed dire. Sure enough, terrified screams came from downstairs, with those who were preparing to go outside shouting that this volunteer had also been infected by rabies. The people upstairs were all frightened into silence, and almost everyone rushed to lock their doors. Duoduo's eyes overflowed with tears, but there was nothing she could do. The survival manual for the apocalypse had predicted the date of order collapsing, and indeed it was right on the mark, beginning on the fourth day. She wiped her tears away. The path ahead had to be traversed alone. She had to endure until later. The difference in having officials maintain order was significant. On the night of the fourth day, after the apocalypse descended, the screams from the neighborhood grew louder, accompanied by the sounds of heavy objects falling and some animal-like roars from downstairs. Some residents in other buildings began to fight over supplies, and panic spread among everyone. Duoduo saw the messages posted in the community group. When there was a signal, a despair occupied most of them, and she tried hard to filter out the bad news. She needed to keep calm. The most frightening thing about such situations was mental collapse. As an ordinary person, Duoduo felt she was already quite strong, and she still had her space to rely on. Without it, she might have felt despair. Compared to others' anxiety over food and water, she felt relatively fine. Therefore, when someone knocked on her door, Duoduo made no sound at all. She had enough food and water, and being cooped up was the best protection for her. 2 more days passed, and all water and power were completely cut off. The neighborhood became desolate. Downstairs were wandering zombies that scratched at the door every day, but the initial zombies lacked the ability to break in, and they only scratched. As long as she didn't go downstairs, she would be quite safe. However, the struggle among survivors for resources intensified. Duoduo's door had been knocked on several times with neighbors from the same building whispering that her door was sturdy, and they were trying their utmost to break it down. Yet they did not know that if they truly broke in, Duoduo would pull out a chainsaw standing guard by the door. Although she was afraid, it did not mean she would not resist. Fortunately, her door was indeed very solid. It was worth the more than 10,000 she spent on the security door. It was indeed very, very sturdy. But even so, she had not interacted with anyone. What Duoduo did not understand was that she seemed to be turning into a zombie. Her mental reactions began to slow down, her body became sluggish, and her tongue felt the same. Thus, on the 10th day after the apocalypse, she had to admit that she had turned into a zombie, which made her furious as she lay in bed for a full 10 days. Why did the story start with her becoming a zombie? What was the point of giving her a space typical for protagonists? It was infuriating. She couldn't even speak, only muttering incoherently, which frustrated her to no end. Then she discovered that her kicking movements had become more agile, and she finally rolled over from the bed. Next, she found that her body had changed from stiff to soft again, regaining some flexibility, but her tongue was still not cooperating. Perhaps it was because she hadn't spoken to anyone for too long, or maybe it was psychological. Duoduo could only babble, and it infuriated her so much that her cheeks puffed up. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, she thought for a long time before remembering to write in her diary. Then she realized her mind had not completely recovered. It was slower than before, and she had to think for a long time about some things. Discovering this fact made her even more frustrated for 3 days. In the end, she found out that she could survive without eating, which made her want to cry even more. At the beginning of the apocalypse, she had stored a lot of food and water. Now she couldn't eat anything as a zombie. Duoduo really felt like crying out loud, but zombies could not shed tears, so she silently closed her mouth and took out the food to chew on. She could only taste 1% of the flavor, leaving her feeling cold and desolate inside. As she had multiple breakdowns in her room, more than half a month had passed since the start of the apocalypse. Duoduo was oblivious to the outside world. Her neighborhood had become completely deserted. More and more zombies were downstairs, including some that could climb walls. There were still survivors. She could hear them rummaging for supplies during the day, and several times they tried to pry her door open, but it was still locked tight, so they had to give up. Duoduo couldn't be bothered to pay them any attention. After all, she was no longer human. Originally planning to continue her passive existence until the morning of the 26th day of the apocalypse, the previously quiet K-City began to echo with the sound of artillery fire, and rescue operations finally commenced. Duoduo silently touched her heart, finding no heartbeat, and tears streamed down her face, sobbing uncontrollably. No one could save her. For the other survivors, the arrival of rescue personnel represented hope. But for Duoduo, it meant she was nearing her end. She suddenly accepted this calmly and curled up on the bed, hiding her face in her knees, thinking of herself as a mushroom growing in a dark corner. Suddenly, cannon fire echoed from downstairs, and many survivors upstairs cheered. After an unknown amount of time, the cleanup operation on her floor began, and the sounds of battle drifted up from below. In a daze, she heard a familiar voice. The cleanup of building a 7th floor of Qingyuan community has been completed. Upon hearing the words cleanup completed, Duoduo shivered, still gripped by fear. They were coming to her floor. Was she going to die? Her entire being, oh no, her entire corpse, felt unwell. She wanted to cry, but zombies have no tears. The sound of steady footsteps penetrated the wall and reached her ears with a loud bang. It was a gunshot. Next door, she heard the roar of a zombie. Tisk, this zombie is too ugly, its screeching is annoying. I shot it in the head. Shout by, how's it going over there? Hurry up and finish it, I'm hungry and want hot pot, the kind with brain matter. This voice was casual with a clear tone, and there was a familiarity to it. Duoduo, who had been burying her head in her knees like an ostrich, lifted her head in confusion. I'll be done soon, it won't take more than half an hour. Lao Wang notified the vehicles to come and pick up the survivors. Tisk, why is this door so hard to open? Hearing this, Duoduo felt a jolt of fear. No matter how familiar the voice was, she was going to die sobbing. Just as she was about to cry out, she remembered this man had complained about her noisy neighbor. She quickly covered her mouth and sat on the bed, trembling as she awaited her fate. Indeed, she lacked the courage to end her own life and preferred to wait for someone to finish her off to avoid a more embarrassing death, because she was no longer human. Thinking of this, Duoduo felt her heart fade away. However, when the door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang, her entire corpse trembled. In the next moment, she was shocked by the strength of the intruder. How could someone kick open her front door? Damn, this door is really hard to kick. Huh. Is this unit unoccupied? It's quite tidy, like a model room. However, the intruder did not stop searching. Duoduo had begun to act like an ostrich again, burying her head and trembling, awaiting her final judgment. She could hear that the person did not go to the storage room or the kitchen, but headed straight for her room, the footsteps nearly stepping on her nerves. She was so nervous she felt she might explode. Bang! The door to the room was opened. In the next second, she heard the sound of a gun being loaded, followed by the familiar voice saying, "Do you have any wounds? Were you bitten by a zombie? What is the level of mutation? Please answer the above questions truthfully." Duoduo continued to pretend to be dead, even considering burrowing into the blanket beside her. Then she heard the intruder impatiently click his tongue, and then his tone turned fierce. "Did you not hear me ask you to answer? 3A Special Operations Team, a legitimate official rescue team. Ma'am, if you do not answer, it may affect the time it takes to rescue you. Do you understand?" Huh. Duoduo was just wondering what the huh was about when the intruder stepped forward and roughly pulled her up, startling her corpse into trembling. She closed her eyes and pretended to be dead, then heard him say with great interest, "Little monitor." The familiar rising tone, the casual tone, carried a hint of surprise from a long-lost reunion. Duoduo finally opened her eyes to look at the person in front of her, the one who was about to judge her. The moment she opened her eyes, she met a handsome face that seemed enlarged, and they stared at each other in disbelief. Before he could say anything, a voice crackled from his earpiece. "Who? Little monitor. Chinga, have you finally gone crazy? Are you obsessed with the little monitor?" Qin Luo impatiently pressed off the earpiece and began to scrutinize the little zombie in front of him, hesitatingly asking Duoduo, "Damn, no way, how come you haven't changed at all after all these years? Still the same face." Duoduo felt numb. Her sluggish brain finally recalled who he was. Meeting an old classmate was truly complicated. He still looked so silly. Looking at Qin Luo's combat uniform, he was still tall and his features had lost their childishness, becoming more refined, the kind of handsome that could daze a group of little girls. Back in the day, he was both the school hunk and the school bully. Duoduo, as the class monitor, had invested a lot of effort into this issue with her desk mate. She wanted to say hello with a straight face, but when she opened her mouth, all that came out was a stammer. So she chose to remain silent. Qin Luo curiously observed her like a big dog. After so many years, the little class monitor from middle school was still somewhat different. Upon reflection, he discovered subtle differences in Duoduo, such as her body being cold. He couldn't help but frown. In the next second, Qin Luo reached for Duoduo's neck and pressed, finding no pulse. Duoduo thought he was going to strangle her. Only later did she realize he was checking her pulse. She felt a bit sad yet somewhat comforted. Her former academic underachiever desk mate had now joined the military and even become part of a special forces team. Impressive. It seemed that even their middle school teacher Oldly would feel gratified. "Hiss, isn't your brain quite clever? How come you didn't survive the early stage?" Qin Luo felt great regret, but why did his expression and tone seem so irritating? Duoduo frowned and began to get angry, glaring at him with puffed cheeks, just like when she used to chase him. Qin Luo found it amusing. "By the way, I almost forgot the main point." As he spoke, he looked around, seemingly searching for something. Duoduo couldn't help but start trembling again, fearing he was about to find a good place to finish her off, so she began to close her eyes and pretend to be dead. Qin Luo looked around but found nothing useful. He simply picked up a small blanket and turned to see Duoduo trembling with her eyes closed. He sighed and tied her up. Duoduo, even with her eyes closed, realized she had been tied up. She felt that he probably was afraid her struggles would look too ugly and wanted to save her some dignity, so she opened her eyes and looked at him gratefully, thinking he was quite nice. Qin Luo felt conflicted of finding Duoduo, who had turned into a zombie, somewhat bizarre. How could she still show gratitude while being tied up? It was puzzling. He then picked her up horizontally, blanket and all, and stuffed her into the cabinet to hide her. "Stay here quietly, I'll come back to get you later." He mumbled to himself and glanced at Duoduo one last time. Her little face was pale, and she was blinking her big eyes at him. Suddenly, Qin Luo's ears turned red as he clicked his tongue, saying, "What are you trying to be cute for as a zombie?" Duoduo. Soon a series of kicks and gunshots echoed from upstairs, along with the excited voices of the survivors. Duoduo, dazed inside the wardrobe, pondered in her sluggish mind she didn't die. Her old classmate didn't just shoot himself. Little corpse didn't quite understand. She glanced down at the thin quilt tightly binding her and struggled to find it securely tied, ultimately giving up. Duoduo lazily slumped in the wardrobe, blinking as she waited for time to pass. After an indeterminate amount of time, movement finally came from outside. "Everyone head downstairs and line up. A bus will come to take you to the survivor base soon." The voice was harsh when it scolded, and the casual demeanor vanished completely. One might think he was conducting military training. While Duoduo was lost in thought, she heard someone asking where they were going. Qin Luo had single-handedly taken down the entire building of zombies without breaking a sweat, clearly becoming the group's backbone and source of security. Then she heard him coldly instruct, "Don't mind me, you all go on ahead." I need to get something. The abandoned something made Duoduo pause, her expression turning slightly gloomy. As Qin Luo marched in muttering to himself, he opened the wardrobe only to be met by a pair of resentful gray eyes, zombie eyes devoid of human luster, but still possessing a certain spirit. Hey, our little class monitor is still clever even as a zombie. This praise was unnecessary, hardly a thank you. Really? Duoduo looked at him with disdain. If she could speak, she would have wanted to retort. Qin Luo, resembling someone who had found a new toy, untied the knots on her and wrapped her in the quilt. Can you understand me? If you can understand, nod your head. I'll take you with me. Have you read the survival manual sent out by headquarters? Initially, zombies usually lack any rationality, but you are quite strange, seeming to retain some consciousness. He returned to his nonchalant demeanor in front of her, occasionally curling his lips into a mischievous smile, revealing his sharp right fang. That familiar smile was dazzling, causing Duoduo to momentarily feel dazed, as if she had returned to her carefree middle school years. Noticing her daze, Qin Luo frowned slightly. Don't tell me you've really gone completely dumb. Hey. Look at me, do you want to come with me? Perhaps if you come back to the base with me, you might still have a chance. Professor G from our research institute is quite impressive. Or, do you want to stay here? What a joke. Who would willingly choose death? Duoduo was startled awake by him quickly nodding obediently. It felt as if her previously stiff neck had become much more agile. Qin Luo smiled broadly again, revealing his little fang, which looked quite sunny and handsome. After he was satisfied, he hoisted the wrap-it-up Duoduo onto his shoulder and strode out. All right then. Let's go. Who would have thought that one day you'd end up in my hands? Right. Little class monitor. Duoduo indicated she did not want to answer, burying her head on his shoulder, pretending to be dead. If she hadn't turned into a zombie, she would have really wanted to retch at being carried like this. Who treats a zombie like a sack to carry? Duoduo looked utterly disheartened. Qin Luo, however, was quite exhilarated, bouncing down the... Duoduo also just realized something was off. Although Qin Luo was now a member of the combat team, his physical abilities were truly terrifying. Not only did he single-handedly sweep through the entire building without even panting, but his speed down the stairs was also beyond that of ordinary people. He could easily leap down an entire flight of steps, which was quite frightening. Duoduo's sluggish mind thought of two words: evolution, along with a delayed reaction. Did Qin Luo just mention that the survival manual was sent out by headquarters? That would imply that not only she received the text that night, but also Lu Jia from her company was infected. This was a disaster that had been foreseen long ago. When this thought entered her mind, her entire body shuddered, and she understood once more that the future might be irreversibly altered, and the situation would only worsen. Just at that moment, Qin Luo, unwilling to run down the stairs anymore, hoisted her out the window, with a leap landing steadily on the first floor. Duoduo tilted her face upward and glanced at the sky, which was hazy. It seemed she hadn't seen the sun in a long time, and there were occasional beautiful lights flickering above. The community downstairs was no longer as clean and tidy as before, with zombies scattered everywhere, and the walls stained with various filth. Even the greenery was covered in a layer of dust, looking lifeless. Survivors huddled together in a slightly cleaner area, trembling with both joy and fear. Other buildings also saw waves of survivors running down, all gathering in one place. Regardless of whether there had been previous conflicts over resources at this moment, no one cared about that. Suddenly, several reports came from a distance. 3A Special Operations Team Wang, who reports Qingyuan Community Building B, has been cleared. 3A Special Operations Team White Mouse reports Qingyuan Community Building C has been cleared. 3A Special Operations Team Flying Eagle reports Qingyuan Community Building D has been cleared. Duoduo, still dazed, looked in the direction of the sound, and then she heard a booming laugh beside her. Qin Luo spoke. 3A Special Operations Team Luo Shin reports Qingyuan Community Building A has been cleared. Huh. What a cringe-worthy title. Duoduo couldn't help but squirm, feeling embarrassed for Qin Luo, wishing she could materialize a 5-room 2-story villa on the spot. Yet those cringe-worthy words calmed the hearts of those present. Each report proved that no one had given up on them, and no one would be abandoned. Many survivors, realizing the situation, began to sob, followed by wailing. Some held each other tightly, while others cried out the names of their loved ones. Duoduo felt a mixture of heartache and confusion, completely unaware of what the future held, only finding comfort in the reliable shoulder beside her and the warmth from her old classmate. It was indeed somewhat warm. Duoduo's consciousness quickly grew heavy. In her daze, she heard several people gather around, exclaiming in astonishment. Later they spoke of the little class monitor rescue and survivor supplies. But she eventually fell asleep, dreaming back to her middle school days when a rebellious transfer student rose to the position of school heartthrob in less than a day. Within a month, he ascended to the throne of school bully, becoming the #1 headache for teachers. Later on, he became her desk mate. When Duoduo regained consciousness, she found herself inside a carriage. She blinked her eyes, staring at the ceiling of the carriage. Brother Chin, are you really going to take the little class monitor with you? But she has already turned into a zombie, right? The white moonlight is indeed extraordinary. Even after turning into a zombie, you still can't let go. However, the little class monitor's transformation is particularly unique. Wait, can zombies sleep? I never heard from headquarters that zombies can sleep. No, I need to revisit the survival manual thoroughly. The voices in front had faded somewhat, coming from the front seats of the carriage. The light inside the carriage. Suddenly someone leaned in saying, "No way, I haven't seen the little class monitor in ages. I need to have a good look." From the hasty glance earlier, she seems unchanged. What do you think, Brother Chin? With the way you're holding her tightly, doesn't the little class monitor look as good as before? This person was promptly pushed away by Qin Luo, who impatiently said, "Get lost." Others immediately burst into muffled laughter, their shoulders shaking with mirth. I told you not to joke around. Our Lord Luo here can't handle your teasing. By the way, Brother Chin, she didn't say anything untrue. Didn't you forget? Who was it that always said during Truth or Dare that the little class monitor was your first love? Tisk, are you guys ever not annoying? Can you please just drive properly? Duoduo then realized that she must be cradled in Qin Luo's arms, wrapped in a blanket. He probably got irritated by his companion's teasing and snapped at them, then took her to the very back seat. He preferred to squeeze in with other supplies rather than stay too close to this group of jokers. Suddenly laughter erupted from the front seats, and someone teased Qin Luo about his age, saying, "Aren't you just too cute, Lord Luo?" Duoduo found it amusing, even feeling a bit dazed, as if she had returned to her middle school days. These voices were quite familiar as she matched them up and realized they were a group of people she used to get along well with back then. They were Wang Weihua, Bai Shu, and Chen Xiaofei. She never expected them to still be with Qin Luo and have such a good relationship. Awake. Don't listen to their nonsense, I only said that to handle them during Truth or Dare. Qin Luo suddenly lowered his voice to say this to her, murmuring in a somewhat adorable manner. Duoduo was even more surprised that he knew she was awake. Perhaps her expression was too vivid. Qin Luo pointed to his own eyes, saying, "Understand evolution. Have you read the survival manual? I can see in the dark now." It seemed he had finally found someone to show off to. He snapped his fingers and a faint electricity flickered at his fingertips, crackling with a blue hue. Look, this is one of my skill points, though it's still not very stable. Duoduo was genuinely amazed. Seeing it in the survival manual was one thing, witnessing it in front of her was another. Just as she was curious, the carriage was suddenly jolted violently, accompanied by the sound of an elephant trumpeting outside. If she weren't a zombie now, she would have had goosebumps. Wang Weihua, who was driving, cursed, "Damn it, did an elephant escape from the zoo?" Bai Shu immediately asked, "Any mutations? What's the degree of mutation?" He suddenly picked up a tablet and started searching. Chen Xiaofei glanced at the rearview mirror and calmly reported, "Degree of mutation level 1, limbs, enhanced hair growth showing some atavism." Qin Luo reached for a sniper rifle and tossed it to Bai Shu, who opened the sunroof while Chen Xiaofei held onto his leg for stability. Then several gunshots rang out, and the hit elephant let out a mournful cry, yet it still chased after the carriage, even colliding with the bus behind. This caused the survivors on the bus to scream in panic. Thankfully, the driver was from the combat team. The bus was deflected by the mutated elephant, brushing against the wall for a moment, yet they managed to drive steadily onward. Bai Shu's shooting was impressive, and after a few shots, he took down the elephant. Damn good thing it's just level 1, otherwise our vehicles wouldn't even be enough to fill its tooth gaps. Wang Weihua drove steadily and replied with a deadpan expression, "In this day and age, even elephants are going carnivorous now." Chen Xiaofei took the tablet and entered some information, saying, "This is just the beginning. After a while, even rabbits will be able to snatch up little kids in one bite." Duoduo felt a chill run down her spine. Next to her, Qin Luo remained calm, and even the three in front were unfazed upon discovering it was only a level 1 mutated animal. This world was truly going mad. There will be thunderstorms ahead in 10 minutes. Let's find a... Qin Luo glanced at the data watch on his wrist and suddenly spoke. The other three nodded in agreement. 8 minutes later, they arrived at a factory area where Wang Weihua and the others went to clear out the zombies. Duoduo was also placed in the back seat by Qin Luo. Before he left, he warned her not to run around, saying, "The nights in the apocalypse are very dangerous. Don't wander off, got it? Or else if you get caught by a mutated beast, you'll truly become a little zombie with one bite." This tone for scaring little kids is just absurd. Inside, the little person was screaming wildly, wishing she could dig a hole and bury herself. However, the reality was, Duoduo silently watched him turn away. Finally, with the sound of the car door closing, loud noises erupted outside, along with the gasps and screams of other survivors, clearly frightened. There was no way. She couldn't make too many expressions, but at least her eyes were somewhat lively. 10 minutes. Qin Luo suddenly yanked the car door open, leaned in to embrace her just as their eyes met. Her dim eyes were darting around, causing him to pause for a moment. Then he reached out and pulled her into his arms, saying, "Hey, these little eyes are really clever. When we get back, let Professor G take a look. Who knows, you might just become a new species." He had never seen such a clever beginner zombie, not biting or yelling randomly. Qin Luo lifted Su Duoduo, cradling her. She could only wrap her arms around his neck. This was much more comfortable than being carried, so she held on tightly without letting go. The factory area had been cleared out. Besides a pile of zombies lying on the ground and some blood stains, the rest of the place was tidied up enough to be habitable. Wang Weihua was over there settling the survivors, letting them find places to rest, and picking a few who could cook to prepare some food. "Brother Qin, there's still a lot of canned food in the warehouse that hasn't been contaminated. Should we notify headquarters to send someone to retrieve it?" Qin Xiaofei had finished his investigation and, seeing Qin Luo holding the little class monitor, approached quietly, saying that in these times supplies are worth more than anything. They could prioritize getting supplies on their missions, but they didn't have many storage carts. The four of them together didn't even have 500 cubic meters, and what they could store was very limited. Let the people from headquarters take over. At most they can only get a few points. In the future, as supplies dwindle, prices are bound to soar, and the points may not suffice, leading to losses. How about contacting Jiang Anan from Team B? To be honest, I really don't want to see that woman, but her direction of mutation is also spatial, reportedly very significant. Although we would have to give her 50% at least, we would still have 50% left. If we report to headquarters, we would only gain points. It's not that they're disloyal, it's just that headquarters is chaotic now with various factions scrambling for supplies. If they don't hold some for themselves, life will be tough in the future. No one wants to work on an empty stomach. Qin Xiaofei was genuinely troubled, but after he finished speaking, his gaze landed on Su Duoduo and his eyes brightened immediately. He cheerfully greeted her. "Hello, little team leader, we meet again." As expected of the little team leader, even as a zombie, she is extraordinary, truly the most beautiful little zombie. He even winked at Su Duoduo and gave her a thumbs up. Su Duoduo. Qin Luo couldn't help but laugh at her awkward expression. "She's rejecting you, haha. The little one is quite amusing." Qin Xiaofei scratched his head. It's really quite embarrassing. They have a lot of fun together." He instinctively tried to push up his glasses, but ended up pushing empty air, finally remembering he didn't need them now. He chuckled. He instinctively tried to push up his glasses, but ended up pushing empty air, finally remembering he didn't need them now. He chuckled. Bai Shu used to wear glasses, a refined and studious student. Now he didn't need them. His mutation was related to his eyes, somewhat useless, but strangely suitable for his identity as a sniper. Let's go take a look at how much there is and think about how to handle it. Qin Luo carried Su Duoduo as if she weighed nothing, sometimes cradling her, sometimes holding her, and sometimes slinging her over his shoulder like carrying an everyday item. Qin Xiaofei immediately jumped up and followed. "Brother Qin, can't the little team leader walk by herself? You keep carrying her, why not let her down to walk a couple of steps? I want to see if she walks any differently from other zombies." Other zombies walked in a swaying manner, dragging their bodies, and would even lunge at people when they caught sight of them. Where would you find a little team leader like her? Cuddling against Brother Qin's neck obediently. Her little face was pale, but she was clean all over, wearing pink rabbit pajamas. As Qin Luo walked briskly, he glanced down at Su Duoduo, who was looking around. Not sure if it was an illusion, her neck seemed to be more flexible, who knows. Let's put her down later to see if she can walk a few steps. For now, let's just hurry along. Bai Shu looked at Qin Luo carrying the little team leader as if he were holding a doll and suddenly teased, "Of course, I can see someone cherishing her and unwilling to let go. The little team leader really doesn't need to walk, just keep carrying her." Qin Luo's ears visibly turned red, urging Bai Shu to be quiet. Qin Xiaofei couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother Qin, don't be too thin-skinned." The three of them joked around until they reached the large warehouse. Joking aside, when it came to serious matters, they all became serious. Qin Xiaofei was on guard. Bai Shu opened the door and Qin Luo directly went inside, with the other two following closely behind. The warehouse was at least several hundred square meters, with piles of canned goods stacked up all in whole boxes. There really are quite a few. Qin Luo took a glance. With so much, it could only be stored by a spatial ability user. According to predictions, the total number of spatial ability users worldwide would not exceed 1,000 people in the future. This illustrates how precious this ability is. The country's top spatial ability user, codenamed Tautia, is currently known as the strongest spatial ability user, and his space can even be separated. Each of the four of them has a storage space card embedded in their wristbands. As the captain, Qin Luo's is 180 cubic meters. Wang Weihua, Bai Shu, and Qin Xiaofei each have 100 cubic meters of storage space. However, they need to store weapons and some food, making it difficult to hoard too many items. The storage space card is an independent space separated by tautia, but such things are not secretive. He can know what they store. This is also a measure from headquarters to prevent betrayal, as the amount of storage is transparent. However, these storage space cards are currently quite rare. If it weren't for their special operations team being too strong and Captain Qin Luo also evolving lightning abilities, their small team might not have been able to obtain these 4 storage space cards. Qin Xiaofei genuinely disliked Jiang Anan and sighed, so many cans. God, if only they were all ours. Why don't we have a spatial ability teammate? In the future, resources will dwindle more and more. Thinking about the survival manual saying we will have to eat nutrient solutions makes me feel awful. Boohoo. He was almost downhearted to the point of growing mushrooms, crying while staring at the mountain of cans. Bai Shu also pondered for a long time. This factory area is among the least polluted. As time goes on, supplies will become scarcer. I suggest we keep as much as we can. Qin Luo was also considering this. Reporting it now might lead to it being snatched away by other opportunists in the chaotic headquarters. It would be better to keep it in their own hands. Duoduo's cognitive ability was currently slower. Her brain processed some information a beat behind. However, she understood from their conversation that to survive she had to possess some value. For instance, the fact that she was different from ordinary zombies was the reason she managed to survive. If she were like other zombies biting people, she would have likely been shot dead by Qin Luo in the community already. How could she have been treated this way, being held in someone's arms? Thus Duoduo patted Qin Luo and pointed towards the pile of cans. As soon as she spoke, she heard her own babbling and quickly closed her mouth. Qin Xiaofei was the first to notice her, exclaiming in surprise, "Wow, brother Qin!" The little team leader spoke. "Oh my god, her voice is so cute." Ouch! Bai Shu directly slapped Qin Xiaofei on the head. "You can't compliment the little team leader like that." Qin Luo expressed his desire not to communicate with the 2 airheads. He looked down at the little one in his arms. "What are you doing?" "Going to the cans." "You can eat cans too." He was also quite shocked. Duoduo had a face full of helplessness. How could these people's thought processes still be so peculiar? Regardless, she persisted in patting and signaling Qin Luo to walk over there. Qin Luo, with no other choice, could only comply and walk over. "What exactly do you want to do?" Having never heard of a zombie being interested in canned food, the next second, as soon as Duoduo's fingers touched the cans, the entire row of cans vanished in an instant. Silence. Suddenly it fell into quiet. The next second, the 3 of them exclaimed in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Qin gut. Am I seeing things? A batch of canned goods just disappeared. Qin Xiao. How can zombies have supernatural abilities? This is just the early stage of the apocalypse. Qin Luo was also taken aback, glancing down at Duoduo and then looking up at the empty space. Bai Xiaofei, can you 2 check if it's really gone? Or is it some kind of illusionary ability? His voice was tense, knowing that spatial abilities were exceeding. Duoduo sighed helplessly, patiently waiting for Bai Shu and Qin Xiaofei to investigate. They even walked to the spot where the cans were placed, and indeed they came and went freely. The cans had truly been packed away. To showcase her skills after they left, she demonstrated several times the action of taking out and putting away, leaving the 3 of them stunned. Ultimately, Qin Luo covered his face in disbelief, mixed with a hint of surprise. "All right, we understand your ability, now no need for a demonstration." Duoduo then stopped reaching out and instead securely wrapped her arms around Qin Luo's neck. Her current thought was simple, of being clumsy. She wanted to hold on to Qin Luo, her moving tool. Qin Xiaofei was still questioning life. Oh heavens, this isn't a dream, right? Help! So many supplies. Xiao Banjiang's space isn't small at all. He suddenly realized something and quickly covered his mouth to lower his voice. Should we keep this a secret for? Qin Luo gave him a look that said, obviously, are you foolish enough to spill this? Qin Xiaofei quickly. Bai Shu was calmer now. What's most important right now is to figure out how large Xiao Banjiang's space is and how much it can hold. Qin Xiaofei's eyes lit up, staring intently at Duoduo. Duoduo leaned closer to Qin Luo, a bit dazzled by Qin Xiaofei's eager gaze, but she also wanted to gather supplies, otherwise wouldn't her space just be a decoration? She needed to be of some value, so they would be willing to take her along, especially since she knew them well and had a solid. After all, they had been classmates for 3 years. Duoduo pointed to a pile of cans on the other side and tapped Qin Luo's shoulder to signal him to go over. With his long legs, Qin Luo quickly reached the spot. Then came the moment of witnessing a miracle. He saw the little zombie in his arms point to a spot, and he obediently moved over, collecting one pile after another. Qin Xiaofei's expression shifted from surprise to shock and finally to numbness. Bai Shu nearly burned out from excitement trying to push his glasses, but missed, ultimately pulling his hand back and putting it in his pocket, saying, "We're stable now. Xiao Banjiang is like a giant mobile warehouse. So many supplies can be gathered. Isn't that fantastic?" Qin Xiaofei shed tears of excitement. "We'll never have to beg for a little bit of supplies again. It's like achieving a zero-cost purchase." Baishu was focused on the gasoline they encountered along the way. This was key material along with the medicines from hospitals and pharmacies. These items were still very much needed in the early apocalypse and would be of great use. Qin Luo and Su Duoduo wandered around collecting as they went, occasionally mumbling, "Are you alright? Don't force yourself if you can't collect anymore. The zombie virus can cause brain degradation. Don't overexert yourself, or you might really become a little fool." Su Duoduo shot him a glance, finally patting his shoulder to signal him to keep walking. Qin Luo noticed her small gestures and couldn't help but smile, feeling pleased to see she still had human consciousness. "I didn't expect to run into you. We didn't keep in touch after graduation. How have you been?" Su Duoduo paused at this, pursing her lips without responding. After graduating from junior high, they had all gone their separate ways like dandelions scattered in the wind. Actually, she had been doing quite well, busy studying every day. If it weren't for her inability to speak, she would have liked to ask him how he was doing. How did he suddenly join the army along with Baishu and the others? Unfortunately, she couldn't express it. Opening her mouth only resulted in incoherent sounds, which was too embarrassing. Su Duoduo absolutely did not want that. So she kept her mouth shut, quickly collecting various cans and filling up the little spaces inside her multidimensional cube. Qin Luo didn't seem to need her response. He muttered to himself, and for the rest of the time he kept carrying her while she collected the supplies, effectively emptying the warehouse. The entire large warehouse became completely empty, even the sound of speaking echoed. Qin Xiaofei was extremely satisfied. Just thinking that all these supplies belonged to their team was exhilarating. He then helped to scout another warehouse. It was quite convenient for Qin Luo and Su Duoduo to gather supplies. I must say this canned goods factory was very clean, making it easy to collect the cans. Just as they arrived at the second warehouse, a booming thunder sounded ahead, shaking the ground. Su Duoduo looked up and saw dark clouds gathering in the distance, thick and menacing, with lightning flickering within the clouds ready to strike. Then the thunder exploded right beside her. A large hand suddenly rested on the back of her head, pushing her head into his embrace while covering one of her ears. "Don't listen, and be careful, or you might go deaf." "Qin Luo, what a mouth you have." Su Duoduo sighed regretfully. What a beautiful exterior, a handsome face, yet he had a mouth that ruined the atmosphere. Seeing the thunderstorm ahead, Baishu quickly glanced at his watch, took out a tablet from his storage space, and began snapping photos in front of him before uploading them to the headquarters database. This thunderstorm is getting stronger and stronger. Heaven, I hope this factory's lightning protection measures. Qin Xiaofei took a look, and then went to help Qin Luo and Su Duoduo keep watch. Although the factory area had been cleared of zombies, there was always the fear of an occasional straggler or some other mutated animals. The four of them in their team, despite joking around and being irreverent most of the time, never slacked off. When serious matters arose, they were more serious than anyone else when it mattered. Fortunately, everything went smoothly afterward. Su Duoduo's space was so vast that finishing collecting from the 3 large warehouses was quite effortless. For the vastness of her consciousness, these supplies were insignificant, barely making a ripple. Seeing the range of the thunderstorm coming closer, Baishu called out, "Hurry over. Qin, go you too quickly. Let's take shelter in the factory." As they spoke, the 3 of them immediately dashed toward the factory, the excitement palpable as they ran ahead with thunder crashing behind them, the rumbling sound never ceasing. Qin Luo directly hoisted Su Duo onto his shoulder, supporting her waist as he ran. Qin Xiaofei and Baishu sprinted swiftly, and soon the 3 of them dove into the factory, pulling the heavy door shut behind them. Boom! The loudest thunder outside struck down. Lightning flashed, illuminating the entire factory in an instant. Another thunderclap followed, shaking the ground and causing several survivors to scream in fright. Wang Weihu shouted, "What are you shouting about? Everyone be quiet. Don't touch anything that could conduct electricity, or you might get electrocuted. Stay quiet, do you all understand?" His angry reprimand made the survivors obedient, quickly covering their mouths and nodding. His fierce demeanor was indeed intimidating. But it was all for their own good. After all, they had been through several days of the apocalypse. The survival manual headquarters had sent out a message, yet these people still screamed from time to time. Did they not know that screaming in an apocalypse leads to quick death? The factory's lightning protection held up, enduring the most intense thunderstorm for a few minutes before a heavy downpour suddenly began outside, causing irritation. It seemed they would have to stay here for the night. Everyone silently shared food. This factory happened to process canned fruits, and there were still some leftover fruits and cans that hadn't been transported to the warehouse. Wang Weihu had warned them not to eat exposed fruits as they had been contaminated, but the canned goods were safe. Meanwhile, the few people who were designated to cook had boiled a large pot of instant noodles. Surprisingly, there were only a little over 100 survivors in the entire complex, considering there had been nearly 2,000 before. Qin Luo took Su Duo to patrol the factory, avoiding any potential dangers, such as ensuring all doors were closed and locked. They were staying in the finished product packaging workshop alongside the canned goods. Everyone found a corner to sit and eat. Some even mustered the courage to ask Wang Weihu about the situation, finally managing to calm down. Wang Weihu felt somewhat gratified and took the initiative to briefly educate this group. In summary, someone up top had predicted the apocalypse. The officials had been secretly preparing all along, but this information was not meant to be publicized. It was kept hidden until 3 minutes before the apocalypse to prevent early warnings from causing chaos. Upon hearing this, the survivors couldn't help but curse. What good is it to announce it so late? Exactly who would have thought it was real? Most people assumed it was a prank, while a small portion did not receive the information due to signal issues, leaving them completely unaware of the situation. People began to weep again, remembering their deceased loved ones and the uncertain future ahead. Anyone would feel lost, but those who had survived this far certainly did not wish to die. The pain was inevitable. Wang Weihu sighed. If you did not receive the survival manual, raise your hand. I'll give you a physical copy. After that, most ordinary electronic devices will be rendered useless, and you won't be able to use your phones. You'd better adapt to this early on. Restoring communication capabilities will likely take some time. Everyone needs to endure. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Xiaofei was also opening his rations, tearing open the packaging while turning to look at the survivors. Old Wang really is suited for this job. Wang Weihu plays the role of a father figure in their squad, handling everything from comforting the survivors to sewing clothes for the 3 of them in the past. Bai Shu nodded in agreement. It wasn't that he and Qin Xiaofei were inactive. Primarily, he was a tall and slender gentleman, while Qin Xiaofei had a baby face. Whenever they communicated, others often disregarded their words. It was Wang Weihu who held the fort. His imposing stature of nearly 2 meters instilled a sense of authority, making it easier for ordinary people to listen to him. As a manager, his approach was a perfect blend of firmness and leniency. As for Qin Luo, their brother Qin the Luo god, he was the main force in combat, fiercely taking down enemies. However, he was not suited for tasks like comforting the masses, and his striking appearance attracted unwanted attention. This led Wang Weihu to reluctantly accept his role as the squad's diplomat. Duoduo found it quite interesting to watch the 4 of them cooperate. She had known they shared a good bond, but she hadn't expected them to join forces in such a manner. Qin Xiaofei took out the rations of the 4 of them, had bread, mineral water, and a chocolate energy bar, with each person receiving one. Sigh, I really want to eat something hot. Qin Xiaofei's baby face was filled with sorrow. Having something to eat is already good enough, while we might not even have rations left. Bai Shu, while gnawing on his energy bar, glanced at the tablet filling out the data report on the thunderstorm they had filmed earlier, which needed to be uploaded later. Qin Luo suddenly thought of a question: what do zombies eat? Just then he looked down and saw Duoduo conjuring a 800 milliliters thermos out of thin air, then handing it to Qin Xiaofei. Qin Xiaofei was momentarily stunned, chewing on his bread, and said, What? Qin Ge, why is the squad leader giving me a thermos? Should I open it for her? Qin Luo was just as puzzled. How would I know? But he still casually accepted it and opened it for her, thinking it was silly to look for answers elsewhere when she was right there. Duoduo suddenly became anxious, but after a moment she calmed down. It wasn't until Qin Luo, looking bewildered, opened the thermos, revealing a fragrant century egg and lean meat congee, that the aroma wafted out, causing Qin Xiaofei and Bai Shu to turn their heads abruptly, both wearing dumbfounded expressions as they exclaimed, "Wow!" Inside the thermos was the congee Duoduo had made particularly thick, with an abundance of century eggs and lean meat, appearing hearty and with a smooth, rich texture. Duoduo patted Qin Luo, urging him to quickly hand it to Qin Xiaofei. He was momentarily taken aback. Wow, thank you, squad leader. But wait, how is their congee? Wow, it really smells good. He babbled while drooling, quickly accepting it. Bai Shu also caught a whiff of the fragrant congee, swallowing hard. Suddenly, he found the energy bar in his hand unappetizing and said languidly, the squad leader is a bit biased. He even pushed his glasses up, but ended up pushing air. Duoduo then retrieved another deep blue thermos from her space. While she had many thermoses and flasks, the one she gave to Qin Xiaofei was light green, while the one for Bai Shu was deep blue. Thank you, squad leader. I was wrong, squad leader, you are the fairest person in the world. Bai Shu quickly thanked her as he opened it, discovering it also contained century egg and lean meat congee. Then Duoduo fell silent. Qin Luo, who was secretly looking forward to his turn, grew anxious. After waiting a few seconds, what about mine? You can't possibly be so unfair, right? After all, I brought you all the way. Don't I get one? He was about to stir up trouble. Duoduo teased him casually, pulling out an orange-red thermos and handing it to him just like Qin Xiaofei, and it was all century egg and lean meat porridge. Qin Luo was finally satisfied as he accepted it. To be honest, it had been nearly a month since the apocalypse began, and he hadn't had a proper meal since. It was either gnawing on dry rations or casually nibbling on energy bars, barely enough to stave off hunger. It couldn't be called delicious. At this moment, the 3 of them felt like they had come back to life while drinking the warm porridge. Qin Xiaofei was the first to eat, pouring it straight onto the lid, blowing on it as he ate. After taking a sip, he felt something in his stomach, easing the discomfort. That feels good. Oh my, this moment is simply too blissful. Little class leader, are you some kind of deity? You actually have warm porridge. To emphasize the divine title, Su Duo quickly pulled out a can of hot porridge for Wang Weihua along with 4 wooden spoons, 4 tea eggs, 4 large meat buns, and a box of cherry tomatoes. Goodness. This had meat, eggs, and fruits, truly nutritious and delicious. After swallowing a mouthful of porridge, Baishu looked at Su Duo with admiration in his eyes. With so much food, how long did you prepare this, little class leader? I bet our headquarters' early warning information was only taken this seriously by you, little class leader. Otherwise, how could you have prepared so much food in advance, which ended up benefiting us? Qin Xiaofei had just peeled a tea egg and taken a bite, happily chewing away, and mumbled, So the main question is, what does the little class leader eat? She can't photosynthesize like a plant, right? Who knows if there will even be sunlight in the future, especially seeing those thick dark clouds above. Qin Luo also looked down at Su Duo and found her squatting there, hugging her knees alone. Oh no, wait, there was a zombie beside her, dazed, pitiful creature. Qin Luo summarized, and Qin Xiaofei and Baishu nodded in agreement. It was too sad that she had prepared so much food, yet she had turned into a zombie. Su Duo saw their 3 gazes filled with helplessness, utterly speechless. She had already suffered enough, and now they had to add to her woes a sob, sob, sob. Little zombie was in tears. Oh, just kidding, she had no tears, only a look of deep indignation. Finally, Qin Luo finished his dinner in a few bites, removed his gloves, and patted her head, saying, look at how distressed you are. Tell me, what do you want to eat? As for eating meat, let's forget that it's too bloody and ugly. We girls shouldn't do something so unrefined. If you want to drink blood, should we risk our lives to give you some? Baishu had just bitten into a bun, laughed at the word, saying, it's a closed loop, my friend. The little class leader feeds us, and later we feed the little class leader. Hey, doesn't that mean the little class leader is also eating her own prepared food? After hearing this, Qin Xiaofei chuckled, his shoulders shaking. Su Duo was completely speechless, raising her hand to push away Qin Luo's as a polite refusal. She wasn't hungry at the moment and had no desire for blood or flesh. Qin Luo was truly looking through the information, discovering that ordinary zombies were indeed bloodthirsty and craved raw meat, but it didn't mention anything about unique cases like Su Duo. It was very strange that a zombie could still possess abilities. Even if later on different factions of evolved beings had various deformities, they still had heartbeats. Cases like Su Duo's truly did not. Baishu then joined the effort of researching the information, and so did Qin Xiaofei. Unfortunately, they couldn't find reliable data. Su Duo was very curious about their tablets and their watches. Wang Weihua, after calming down the survivors, also walked over, saying, what are you eating? I smelled it as soon as I came over. It smells so good. He turned to take a quick look back. Fortunately, the survivors were somewhat afraid of them, keeping their distance, or else they might have been easily discovered. Qin Xiaofei immediately offered up the food that Su Duo had saved for Wang Weihua. Hurry and eat it, shut your mouth. It's from the little class leader, and it's incredibly delicious, I tell you. Wang Weihua was shocked to hear this, glancing nervously at the survivors nearby. A group of people were eating instant noodles over there, and their smell was stronger. Moreover, with the distance, they really wouldn't be found out, but the 3 of them were quite bold. Aren't you afraid they'll cause a ruckus? What if they say we're treating you differently? Although he said this, Wang Weihua couldn't refuse a warm bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge. He accepted it and began to eat eagerly. After finishing, his stomach felt much better. It tasted better than those dry rations and the sickly sweet energy bars. Qin Luo and Baishu had researched for a long time, but they couldn't find any guidelines on how to raise a zombie, so they could only take it one step at a time and see how it goes. Wang Weihua looked at Su Duo, thinking more than the other 3. Are we really going to just take the little class leader with us? What will others think? Qin Luo hadn't spoken yet. Qin Xiaofei exploded first. What? Old Wang, let me tell you, the porridge in your hands is the little class leader's. You can't be cursing while holding that bowl. Baishu also shot a glance at them. Qin Luo seemed very fond, not at all repulsed by Su Duo being a zombie, and protectively said, what's wrong with her? Isn't Su Duo perfectly fine? She's not rotting or smelling, how can you dislike her? As he spoke, he scooped up Su Duo and hugged her like a big doll. Wang Weihua felt a bit unable to eat. He helplessly said, I'm not disliking the little class leader, what do you take me for? Aside from her eyes, you wouldn't notice anything if you didn't look closely. Let's just say if she had contact lenses, it wouldn't hurt to wear them to avoid unnecessary trouble. No wonder he's got the persona of a father figure. Baishu and Qin Xiaofei looked at him with respect. That's very sensible. Indeed a solution. Qin Luo started pondering where to get contact lenses, and he looked down to ask Su Duo if she had any. Su Duo actually did. After hesitating, she pulled out a box of contact lenses, but she couldn't manage the delicate task, so she looked at the 3 of them. Bai Shu immediately said, whoever's first love helps put them on, we want intervene. Chen Xiaofei nodded in agreement. No way around it. Qin Luo didn't bother explaining anything further, and truly took the contact lenses to study. Wait, how do you put these on? Bai Shu and Chen Xiaofei eventually gathered around, and the three straight men figured out how to put contact lenses on the little zombie. Wang Weiwa watched the three of them acting rather silly. They dared to take Duoduo with them for two reasons. One, they had enough strength to control her if she lost her reason and prevent her from hurting other survivors. Two, zombies with residual consciousness were indeed rare. Cases like this were usually brought back to the headquarters for research to see if they could be saved, so taking her along was part of their mission. In the end, Duoduo was clumsily given contact lenses by Qin Luo. They were amber-colored, looking much better than her gray eyes. The three of them exclaimed wow, praising how beautiful it looked, showing tremendous support. All right then. Just another day. Night is always filled with danger. Although Duoduo has become a zombie for some reason, she still feels sleepy. Clearly, she had been able to hold on for the past 10 days, but now fatigue begins to take over. After finishing dinner with the others, she puts away her thermos and finds a place to nestle and doze off. The survivors in the factory are the same. After dinner, they find a spot to rest, but no one is alone. They mostly huddle together. Wang Weiwa and Bai Shu are resting while Qin Luo and Chen Xiaofei are on duty first, with the two of them guarding the first half of the night and Wang Weiwa and Bai Shu taking over for the latter half. The thunderstorm outside has passed and heavy rain begins to fall, mixed with hail pounding on the factory roof with a crackling sound sometimes quite loud. Yet the survivors feel reassured, at least there are people protecting them. They can sleep peacefully. One can only say they are overly naive. After night falls, Qin Luo and Chen Xiaofei obviously become more vigilant and they stop bickering or chatting aimlessly. Duoduo can also sense their tense mental states, so she suspects that the night will be quite unsafe and she dares not fall into a deep sleep. The little zombie keeps her eyes closed as she rests. Not far away, Wang Weiwa is sound asleep while Bai Shu is sleeping soundly against the wall. Chen Xiaofei patrols around while Qin Luo finds a central point sitting on a container loading magazines. From this position, he can respond to any situation that arises. Due to the thunderstorm, the power in the factory had previously gone out, leaving only dim emergency lights. Duoduo initially thought the greatest threat came from other things, whether zombies or other mutated creatures, but unexpectedly it started with the survivors. When an abnormal roar was heard from their side, a gunshot broke the silence of the night, followed by screams. It wants to bite me. Why are there still zombies? What? Zombies. Previously, the survivors seemed no different from ordinary people, and they had checked thoroughly before getting on the vehicle, allowing only those without wounds to board the survivors' base. However, some minor wounds were inevitably overlooked, and some individuals concealed their physical discomfort, naively believing they would be fine. The result was that they turned into zombies and bit others, and zombies are much more agile at night than during the day. The survivors fell into panic. Stop yelling. Anyone with fever or discomfort should step forward now. Qin Luo put away his gun, jumped down from the container, and scanned the survivors. They realized someone among them was infected with the zombie virus, causing them to fearfully disperse and no longer huddle together. Chen Xiaofei's youthful face also turned serious as he approached to explain. In the early stages of infection with the zombie virus, one becomes sluggish with stiff limbs or experiences low fever and throat bleeding. At night, thoughts of blood and raw flesh may arise. Anyone feeling unwell, please step forward or it could harm your companions. The survivors exchanged glances as some were terrified, some hesitated, and some bit their lips and clenched their fists. Eventually, 3 individuals stepped forward, one after another. A woman was pulling her husband, gesturing for him not to go out, shaking her head and pleading softly, "Don't go out, you just have a fever, you haven't been infected by the zombie virus. I'm begging you, please don't go out, you're all I have." Others saw some people immediately distancing themselves from the couple while others couldn't bear to look. Chen Xiaofei was already walking towards them. The woman was nearly breaking down, holding onto her husband tightly, while the man worried about harming his wife. This situation required careful handling. Qin Luo instructed the infected individuals to stay in a corner. He could see their eyes starting to glaze over, their states somewhat restless, and their skin turning pale. Duoduo couldn't help but peek out. She also noticed that bodies move more agilely at night than during the day. However, Qin Luo's senses were too sharp. As soon as she peeked out, she met his calm and scrutinizing gaze. It scared her stiff. She froze for a second. Just by that gaze, she understood that any slight movement that could harm them might result in her being shot dead. Even if she had space abilities, it would be useless then. Zombies capable of harming others and possessing abilities are a far scarier matter. Fortunately, her gaze was pure and clean enough. After Qin Luo glanced at her, he softened, no longer cold, but tilted his head, signaling her to hide and not to look around carelessly. "All right. I disturbed them. Duoduo silently shrank back, hugging herself tightly, wishing she could vanish into thin air, feeling a bit scared as she nearly lost her life. After some chaos among the survivors, they finally managed to separate into two groups. However, not anticipating the virus' latent nature, people no longer dared to huddle together recklessly. Soon the surroundings quieted down again, but in the latter half of the night several gunshots rang out, occasionally mixed with the panicked sounds of people. The few infected survivors were lost, and the others couldn't help but cry out in despair once more. Thinking they were safe, they realized it wasn't as secure as they had imagined. Duoduo shivered several times upon hearing the gunfire. It felt like her heart was about to jump out, only to discover she was just overly tense. The thing pounding wasn't her heartbeat, but her nerves. The subsequent incident involved that woman her husband had been trying so hard to endure, but unfortunately, he couldn't escape the virus, and he began to mutate. As Chen Xiaofei raised his gun, the woman let out a piercing scream and lunged forward. That sharp scream sent chills down one's spine. Suddenly a series of high-pitched screams erupted from outside the factory, echoing back and forth. Someone fearfully shouted, "Ah, why are there monkeys?" The factory was thrown into chaos. Wang Weiwa and Bai Shu woke up, and without hesitation they flipped over and looked toward the source of the noise. The main door was continuously being pounded, and there were sounds of claws scratching against the metal roof. The screeching noises were enough to make one's scalp tingle. Duoduo looked up again and found that the window had been smashed by a monkey throwing stones. She happened to make eye contact with a monkey's face, or rather it could no longer be called a monkey. Its face was incredibly sinister, with enlarged teeth, blood-red eyes, and claws that were long and sharp. The other survivors naturally noticed this, and once they saw it, another round of ear-piercing screams erupted. There was nothing they could do. They were all ordinary people and couldn't help but feel fear, basic instinctive reactions. As a result, the mutated monkey group became excited upon hearing the screams, also screeching wildly. Wang Weiwa shouted for the survivors to be quiet. "Everyone find a place to hide together. If you spread out too much, we can't protect you all." As he spoke, he had already shot down several, while Bai Shu directly charged in, dragging them aside to consolidate the survivors in one spot. Chen Xiaofei also rushed over to help Bai Shu protect the survivors, while Wang Weiwa assisted in clearing the mutated monkeys. Damn it, how could we encounter such a troublesome thing? As for Qin Luo, he was single-handedly slashing through the chaos. He had switched to dual blades, moving much faster than the monkeys' reactions. A single swing could take down several, leaving the ground soaked with blood. The calamity struck with terrifying swiftness. A mutated elder monkey king, likely driven mad by the slaughter of his kin, erupted into frenzied rage. He seized a metal railing and shook it violently, shrieking incoherently. His fury unspent, he lunged straight toward Qin Luo, jaws stretching grotesquely wide into a blood-soaked maw, rows of jagged fangs gleaming with primal menace. The other monkeys grew increasingly agitated, their collective screeches rising to a deafening, ear-splitting cacophony, so piercing it induced acute vertigo and searing pain. Chen Xiaofei couldn't help but curse, so now they resort to sonic assault when they can't win. Duoduo remained the calmest among them all. Her body emitted no scent of flesh, and her silence rendered her invisible to the swarm's attention. Wang Weihu quickly grasped the pattern. He roared for survivors to cease shouting, for every cry only inflamed the primate's bloodlust. After all, theirs was an inherently vicious species, cowardly before strength, cruel toward weakness. Grab whatever you can and fight back. He could not shield everyone alone. His thunderous command pierced through the chaos, and at last a handful of survivors remembered how to resist. Nor did the monkey horde fare well. Duoduo's safety proved fleeting. Soon several monkeys fixed their gaze upon her. Fortunately, she moved with far greater agility under the cover of night. She rolled sideways just in time, evading a leaping rabid monkey that had lunged for her throat. Chen Xiaofei and Bai Shu glanced her way as seeing her dodge. Instinctively they exhaled in quiet relief, then plunged back into their own brutal fray. These beasts had to be eradicated, endlessly multiplying. How could there possibly be so many? Others too screamed the same bewildered question, until someone recalled that the K-City Zoo housed more primates than any other facility. No wonder so many had broken loose. The entire industrial complex descended into pandemonium. Duoduo darted between rusted machinery, her clothes slick with warm viscous blood that clung uncomfortably to her skin. She also sensed a startling surge in her physical dexterity. As she sprinted, she snatched up scattered tins from the floor and hurled them with uncanny precision. Each strike found its mark. When one tin detonated the skull of a mutated monkey, Chen Xiaofei burst out, "Brilliant! Squad leader Xiao is absolutely phenomenal. She rivals brother Qin himself." Duoduo paid no mind to the praise. Her defiance had drawn the horde's full attention. The number of mutants pursuing her swelled from 1 to 4 or 5. Each mutant loomed, large jaws stretched, or drool mingling with gore as it dripped steadily, a nauseating visceral spectacle. Duoduo grimaced, retreating down a fire escape, only to find herself cornered at a dead end. Pressed against the cold concrete wall, she locked eyes with the pack across from her, their crimson irises glowing ominously beneath the emergency lights. She steadied her breath. The mutants wasted no time. They charged. In the next instant, she drew a chainsaw and yanked the cord. A deafening metallic roar shattered the air. Her legs trembled, but her grip on the chainsaw remained iron-steady, her expression unreadable, devoid of fear. Indeed, she could no longer muster even the semblance of terror. When Chen Xiaofei and Bai Shu finally cleared the rest of the factory grounds and rushed to Duoduo's location, they stood frozen before the carnage, speechless for a long, heavy moment. She stood drenched in gore, chainsaw still gripped in her blood-slicked hands. Walls, ceiling, and floor were splattered with viscera and arterial spray. The scene resembled a butcher's fever dream. What unspeakable horror was this? Chen Xiaofei and Bai Shu wore grim, tight-lipped expressions. Bai Shu tightened his grip on his rifle. Squad leader Xiao. Chen Xiaofei dreaded confronting the truth, that his old classmate had fully lost her humanity. The apocalypse had already claimed too many friends and family. To retain even one familiar face felt like a miracle, especially hers whose kindness had always been genuine. Moreover, her spatial ability granted access to abundant canned provisions, a rare and vital asset. For both personal and strategic reasons, her survival mattered deeply. Bai Shu too bore a heavy heart, terrified she might no longer recognize them. Instead, the young zombie before them gave a reserved, almost demure nod and uttered a soft, oddly charming mm. Relief washed over them instantly. Phew, we almost thought you'd slipped entirely beyond cognition. Duoduo herself was baffled. She was undeniably undead, yet lucid, self-aware. She gazed down at her blood-caked hands adrift in quiet bewilderment. The sudden monkey assault had slashed the survivor count from just over 100 down to 92. The remaining faces wore hollow, numb exhaustion, their psyches scarred beyond measure. Wang Weihu tended to the wounded nearby. When asked whether the bites risked mutation, he offered no definitive answer. Prophecy could not foresee every twist of fate, nor could any survival manual guarantee immunity. Despair settled thick and cold over the group. Wang Weihu could only urge resilience. Words failed him beyond that. Bai Shu and Chen Xiaofei documented the aftermath with tablets, capturing images and compiling field notes. These frontline records would be uploaded uniformly, forming critical data for humanity's continued survival. Duoduo stood apart, silent and still staring blankly at the blood-soaked floor. Meanwhile, Qin Luo had slain the Monkey King, his hand dripping crimson, clearly injured, yet clutching a softly pulsing emerald-hued crystal. Bai Shu and Chen Xiaofei rose to their feet. Brother Qin, is your hand all right? Is that the aberrant core? Duoduo caught the term, familiar from the Apocalypse Survival Manual, the aberrant core, a crystalline essence formed within mutated entities. Its significance was undoubtedly profound. As Bai Shu and Chen Xiaofei snapped photo after photo, Qin Luo turned, and Duoduo flinched. She remembered his first glare, sharp and lethal enough to freeze her mid-peep. He would kill her without hesitation. And not only her, anyone in his squad who faltered. Yet she understood too that if she ever truly lost herself, if she became a ravenous, flesh-eating monster, she would die. And in that moment she would welcome death. Better to fall by their hands than endure the cowardice of self-annihilation. An awkward, wordless tension hung in the air. Chen Xiaofei tried to explain that Duoduo retained full consciousness, gesturing wildly, when suddenly a low, unmistakable rumble broke the silence. Duoduo was hungry. Strangely, the scent of the aberrant core in Qin Luo's palm made her mouth water, an elusive honeyed fragrance, like sun-ripened fruit, intoxicating and urgent. Bai Shu and Chen Xiaofei stared in disbelief. Had they just heard it? Her stomach growling, a zombie's stomach, audibly hungrily. Wait, what do we do if squad leader Xiao is starving? Chen Xiaofei turned to Bai Shu, who merely shrugged, equally at a loss. Qin Luo noticed her fixation. The desperate, devouring stare locked onto the core, yet she stubbornly twisted her face away, fighting the pull with visible strain. Whoa, Brother Qin, you're giving that to squad leader Xiao. Why? Chen Xiaofei blurted, stunned. Bai Shu interjected sharply, Brother Qin. Per Central Command Protocol, aberrant cores were strictly designated for retrieval. Yet as Duoduo lifted her gaze, Qin Luo stood before her, offering the glowing crystal, voice low and direct, you want it. She studied his expression, utterly serious, no trace of mockery. Hesitating, torn between nodding and refusing, she balked at the sheer strangeness of consuming such a thing. The act itself felt profoundly inhuman, and a flicker of shame stirred within her. Yet the hunger was unbearable. Before Duo could respond, an exotic core was thrown into her arms. She held it in her hands, feeling a bit dazed. The core was icy to the touch. Qin Luo on the other side faced the inquiries of Chen Xiaofei and Bai Shu. He replied, "It's just a low-grade exotic core. Let her eat it, isn't her value worth more than a first-grade exotic core?" The headquarters was questioning me. Since the captain had to bear the responsibility, they listened to him believing he could handle it well. But Wang Weiwa was unaware. He did not participate in the scene of collecting cans, nor did he see Su Duo taking the porridge. Wang Weiwa was about to ask something, his loud voice drawing attention. Qin Xiaofei, sharp-eyed, quickly came over and pulled him aside. After a round of explanations, his eyes widened in disbelief. This old classmate, a little zombie, actually had abilities. And a rare spatial ability. She could even eat exotic cores. Wang Weiwa was instantly shocked. After all this commotion, dawn was approaching. Traveling during the day would be safer. Thus they packed up and set off directly. If lucky, they could reach the survivor base before dark, as it wasn't too far. Right next door was City H. Unfortunately, the entire City K had completely become a devastated area, uninhabitable. Although there was no sun today, it was quite bright. As the vehicle moved forward, the ground was littered with ruins, mostly remnants of the zombie purges, and some areas clearly bore the scars of fierce battles. That was definitely where they encountered mutated beasts. Su Duo remained in the car this time without being tied up. She nestled in the back seat while Qin Luo sat beside her, fiddling with his knife. This guy was quite adept with both knives and guns. However, after last night's fierce battle, the four of them and one zombie were all filthy. But there was no time to clean up. This was the apocalypse, not the past. Qin Luo secretly glanced at Su Duo. Since last night, she had seemed a bit afraid of him, which wasn't surprising as he had almost exterminated her. The reason he took her along was partly out of duty and partly because of feelings from their youth. Once she lost her sanity, he would have to obey orders to eliminate her, just like he would need to personally end the lives of infected teammates or survivors. The apocalypse is always cruel. Fortunately, she had not lost her sanity. Qin Luo was actually relieved that she was alive, as this disaster had taken far too many people. Bai Shu and Qin Xiaofei also quieted down. After experiencing last night's attack by mutated beasts, everyone felt somewhat exhausted. Fortunately, the remaining journey was quite smooth. Before reaching their destination, they could see a massive wall rising in the distance, truly towering high. At least 30 meters high. Su Duo was somewhat stunned. It had been about a month since the apocalypse began, and they had managed to build such a tall wall. The very top seemed to carry electric currents, and not a single bird dared to enter. Not far from the survivor base, they finally spotted other rescue vehicles, which honked to greet each other. Su Duo pressed her face against the window to look. The vehicles from other teams were not in much better condition, battered and marked by unknown creatures, or stained with colorful grime. Some even had bizarre mutated animal corpses tied to them resembling sheep, yet not. When the vehicle stopped at the survivor base's entrance, everyone had to get out for inspection. Qin Luo got out, grabbed an old blanket, and gestured for her to come over. He quietly waited for her. Su Duo suddenly understood what this meant. A being untied would likely frighten others, as she still didn't know what she was. But her consciousness leaned more towards being human. She did not wish to harm humans. The warmth of her grandparents had once brought her home. She really liked warm-hearted people. Although humanity had its flaws, there were always good individuals. Therefore, to stay with humans, she needed to cooperate a bit. Su Duo took the initiative to move closer, allowing Qin Luo to tie her up. Then he cradled her, letting her sit on his arm as he carried her. This position was much more comfortable. It looked better than carrying her. The other survivors were dazed, staring blankly at the enormous city gate. The announcement at the gate was a familiar horn: "Welcome to the H-City Survivor Base. Outsiders must enter the passage for a 24-hour quarantine. After quarantine, personnel information must be registered. Those with wounds should use the left passage." Everyone felt as if they had returned from another world, but they felt they had survived. One by one, they voluntarily lined up for quarantine without Wang Weiwa needing to call them. After getting out of the car, Qin Xiaofei stretched, saying, "Finally back, I'm exhausted." Bai Shu attempted to adjust his glasses, but found nothing, saying, "I need to quickly take a shower and get some sleep. I need to find a new pair of glasses. It's really uncomfortable without them." Their vehicle was also being inspected by the staff at the city gate. Qin Luo took Su Duo to a small room near the gate, knocked on the window, and after registering, made a special call inside. Su Duo was left staring wide-eyed at the staff member, a young woman. After signing her name, she stamped it and gently reassured, "Everything will be all right. Once you arrive at the base, you'll be able to rest comfortably. The base will provide suitable work for you." Unfortunately, she still couldn't speak, possibly due to psychological reasons. The staff member felt a bit awkward, and just as Qin Luo returned from his call, the staff member, seeming quite familiar with him, said, "Qingu, whose little sister did you bring back?" Qin Luo clicked his tongue, indicating for her to mind her own business, and turned to fetch Su Duo, waiting for someone to come and take them. The staff member murmured something in the back, then raised her voice, saying, "Qin, go remember to go to the hospital for ability data monitoring after you go in." Qin Luo merely waved his hand dismissively as a farewell. Duoduo noticed the name tag on the staff member, which read Du Chunjian. What a lovely name. She turned back to glance at her a few more times, feeling that it was wonderful to still be a Qin Luo happened to catch her small actions, not missing the envy in her eyes, and for a moment, he felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, unable to describe the feeling. Duoduo didn't have to wait long. Just as Qin Luo brought her to the city gate, a refined man in a white coat. Is this the Su classmate you mentioned? Hello, I'm Jian. You can call me Teacher Ji. Perhaps due to his gentle demeanor, Duoduo's previously tense heart felt a bit more at ease. She nodded obediently, looking less like a zombie. Professor Ji had never encountered such a case. He gently asked if she could walk on her own. Duoduo nodded. Professor Ji glanced at Qin Luo, who awkwardly scratched his face. The headquarters has specific regulations for such individuals. As long as they do not lose their sanity, they can live in the survivor base like normal people. Duoduo glanced back at Qin Luo several times. Seeing him nod, she put on the collar, which had an electronic screen. It seemed to deliver an electric shock if she exhibited any aggressive behavior. A green display indicated emotional stability, orange indicated slight emotional fluctuations, and red represented a loss of control. Currently, her electronic screen displayed green, indicating that everything was stable. Professor Ji was very gentle, indicating for Duoduo to follow him for some physical examinations. To prevent her from feeling uncomfortable, he also had 2 female researchers accompany her. Duoduo frequently looked back at Qin Luo, instinctively wanting to find him in the unfamiliar environment. Fortunately, Professor Ji noticed and said, Xiaoqin, you should come along as well, you need to check your abilities too. Qin Luo complied obediently and followed them. Duoduo felt inexplicably reassured. As she stepped into the survivor base's passage, she heard the broadcast in the city, which was currently looping through the disaster situation in nearby cities and the number of rescued survivors. What moved her the most was the young woman's broadcast voice stating, "We will never compromise with the apocalypse, we will not give up on any human being." Upon hearing this, Duoduo looked up at the broadcast and heard the subsequent list of names of the rescue team's fallen members, each name representing a life that could have been saved, but they charged to the front lines to save others and perished there. By the city walls, there were more than 10 individuals whose bodies were covered in rock-like material, extremely muscular, with their upper bodies cloaked in a layer of rocky substance. They're all rock mutants with their mutation leaning towards stone. One of their skills is solidification. This entire wall was built by them day and night. Doesn't it feel very secure? Researcher A said this while winking at Duoduo. There's no need to worry, you are not an outlier. As long as you have human consciousness, you are still you. Our protective measures for mutants are quite comprehensive and most people will accept you. Researcher B added, timely, the base will arrange a suitable position for you. The base now uses chip cards and the currency is points, which are not much different from the previous currency. They can still be used to purchase various items. The H-City survivor base is quite large and many shops have been retained, allowing for a stable life. The way to earn points is by exchanging labor. Combat teams can earn points by taking on various missions. The more difficult the task, the higher the points. Other logistical personnel can also earn points through their work. For instance, the rock mutants constructing the walls earn 80 points daily. You should know that getting a breakfast now costs only 3 points to be full. Thus their wages are considered high. Duoduo was left dumbfounded. Even Qin Luo was shocked. He gasped, wait, how has everything changed again? I've been on missions for less than 10 days, right? Professor G sighed and said, in the apocalypse, rapid changes are normal. Everyone must accept this fast-paced evolution and keep up with the rhythm. Otherwise, one will be eliminated. Young people today adapt well, while some of the older generation initially struggled to even understand electronic products. Now the world has changed drastically and many elders cannot cope and have collapsed. They seem quite deranged. Duoduo was left speechless after hearing this. As she observed the scenery within the city, sometimes you could overlook the massive walls. The street scenes did seem similar to before, but upon closer inspection differences became apparent. For instance, occasionally oddly shaped individuals walked by, all wearing collars around their necks, just like the one around hers. The buses were still packed with people, but everyone was discussing while holding weapons. There are new rules within the city. All returning personnel must be quarantined and are allowed to go out only after changing their clothes. Last time a team returned covered in blood, nearly frightening a bus full of kindergarten children. Researcher A kindly reminded them, glancing at Qin Luo and Duoduo, both of whom were covered in blood. Professor G smiled to comfort the two, saying it's okay, people near the city are used to it. There are always those who don't have time to clean themselves. However, if you go to the city center, be careful. Being covered in blood can easily get someone captured. Duoduo followed them through a special passage. It turned out to be a subway entrance, but you had to swipe a card to enter. There were hardly any people on the subway. Their destination was also the H-City Special Research Center. Once on board, it was no different from a regular subway, but it was frighteningly fast. Duoduo felt like she had barely been on for a minute when the gentle researcher informed her they had arrived. It took less than a minute for 20 kilometers. Duoduo felt like she had barely been on for a minute when the gentle researcher informed her they had arrived. It took less. I heard it's zombies. But you're much cuter than an ordinary zombie. The one speaking was Xiao Qiao. Duoduo finally saw her name tag, which read Xiao Qiao. Probably a code name. Sister De Qiao, being more composed, kindly warned stay away from Xiao Qiao. She loves to dissect strange things. Duoduo shrank back in fear. Qin Luo clicked his tongue saying, don't scare her, remember she's a reserve member of our team. Sisters De Qiao and Xiao Qiao were very curious, really. Isn't your team known for refusing to accept new members? What's going on this time? Professor Ji then reminded them that the elevator had arrived and the group stepped onto it again. De Qiao and Xiao Qiao kept chatting. How can she join your team? Such a unique mutant should definitely stay at our research center to help out. What if she's hurt on the front lines? Exactly, Professor Ji, you should talk to her quickly. Keep this child here. Perhaps it was an illusion, but the expressions of the two were surprisingly similar. Although their faces were different, their mannerisms and tones while speaking were strikingly alike. Professor Ji smiled and said, that's beyond my authority. Duoduo turned back to glance at Qin Luo. Actually, going out with him was quite good. At least she could stock up on supplies during the early days of the apocalypse. She already had a habit of hoarding, and encountering this strange apocalypse made her want to stockpile even more. Regardless of whether she would use it, she just liked to hoard, as this action brought her a sense of security. However, her greatest fear was that her spatial abilities would be discovered. But Qin Luo seemed unconcerned, as he also observed the new environment, clearly indicating that the changes of the apocalypse were indeed drastic. He too needed to digest the new environment, new rules, and various knowledge points. Qin Luo had to go to the second basement floor to see a doctor, while Duoduo was to follow Professor Ji and the Qiao siblings to the 8th basement floor. The research center was actually underground. Duoduo felt a sense of novelty again, as if she had stumbled into a strange new world. She obediently cooperated with the three of them for a simple examination, which was similar to before: routine checks, blood draws, CT scans, and so on. Ultimately, they arrived at a curious conclusion. Good baby, you might be the only zombie-like baby in our H-City survivor base. The examination showed that although Duoduo had no heartbeat, her other organs were surprisingly functioning like those of a normal person, and even her brain had not atrophied. Before the apocalypse, this would have been very strange, but in the apocalypse it seemed quite normal. Xiao Qiao smiled and told Duoduo, I've even seen a person who was left with only a brain and he could still talk. Duoduo's silence was deafening. How terrifying. A talking brain. This is completely unscientific. But when Duoduo thought about it, she, a zombie without a heartbeat, could still walk and jump, and her consciousness was quite clear, which was also very unscientific. Alright then. The apocalypse is indeed bizarre, as if this world has crumbled. Later, Professor Ji helped her check the reason for her inability to speak and ultimately found no abnormalities, concluding it was likely a psychological issue. That could be a bit troublesome. However, Professor Ji was very gentle, saying not to worry. When you feel ready to speak, it might just come naturally. In the end, they recorded a series of her physical data and used a strange device to check her abilities, ultimately marking her as having none. The current device can't detect spatial abilities. Duoduo breathed a sigh. She liked to hoard things, but she didn't like others knowing what she had hidden, as that would be too insecure. Hoarding things became unhappy. Fortunately, it couldn't be detected. Later, they tested her agility and found it to be 5 times that of an average person. They concluded that she was just a small zombie that might achieve immortality, but the fact that she could be immortal was also quite unusual. Professor Ji and the Qiao siblings only asked Duoduo to come to the Research Institute once a month to donate blood, which left them all somewhat disappointed. But they were still gentle with Duoduo, asking, what kind of work did you do before the apocalypse? We can arrange a similar job for you, or you could help out at our Research Institute. It might be a bit tiring. Duoduo was a bit confused and later typed on the tablet, I want to be with Qin Luo and the others. Then she showed it to the 3 of them. The Qiao siblings sighed regretfully. Oh, isn't it good to stay with us at the Research Institute? Yes, although you have no abilities, you are the only human whose transformation is into a zombie. Going to the front lines is like being cannon fodder. Why follow Qin Luo, this battle maniac? Stay with us. Duoduo still shook her head, stubbornly wanting to follow Qin Luo. She felt quite uneasy in the Research Institute, still afraid of the people in white coats moving about. Professor Ji did not force her, but asked Qiao to bring over a wristwatch or wristband. This is the latest communication tool. Most old electronic products can no longer be used, but this one works. This device is a combination of mobile Wi-Fi and various other functions, and the tablet needs to be connected to the wristband to work, otherwise there will be no signal. Ordinary people's wristbands in the base cannot connect to the internet, only ability users can have them, as the base heavily relies on the capabilities of ability users. Rescuing survivors and recovering supplies must rely on ability users, as ordinary people cannot face various mutated creatures. Even the most ordinary zombie virus can be fatal to an ordinary person. Therefore, the best resources in the base are prioritized for ability users. Ability users and mutated individuals are two different things. Ability users are normal people enhanced by ability buffs, improving their overall physical quality. Mutants, on the other hand, are no longer normal humans. For example, the rock mutant who repaired the walls had muscles that manifested as rock material. Many things cannot be explained by science now, but researchers still need to work hard to understand. Those who could stand here and converse with Duoduo, this little zombie during the early apocalypse, must have excellent mental fortitude, otherwise they wouldn't be able to maintain their jobs. Xiao Qiao gave Duoduo an access key for a new room, and since she was a reserve member requested by Qin Luo, she naturally had to stay in the same building as him. The room card is also embedded in your wristband. You can swipe the wristband to enter and exit the complex and room. Qin Luo should be done soon. Just sit here and wait for him to show you around. De Qiao and Xiao Qiao each left a remark and then departed to continue their busy work. Professor Ji also had new personnel to attend to, so Duoduo sat alone on a bench on the second basement floor waiting for Qin Luo to take her away. There were still people around her. Due to gene mutations, both ability users and mutants had undergone some physical changes. For instance, ability users would also become taller and stronger. Even the benches at the research institute were designed to be wider. Next to her, a big guy was sitting and sleeping, snoring loudly, perfectly fitting in the chair. Duoduo sat a bit inside and could actually swing her legs. She looked around. People came and went, but not many noticed her. Everyone was busy with their own matters, only occasionally glancing at her collar. She felt a bit uneasy and touched her cold collar, lacking a sense of security. Until Qin Luo's figure appeared in the corridor. He emerged from a consultation room, his upper body bare with bandages wrapped from his waist to one arm, having been injured while fighting the mutated monkeys. However, afterward he seemed unaffected, and Duoduo forgot about it. Although her brain had not atrophied, sometimes her thoughts indeed became slow. Such as now. Qin Luo held his clothes and brushed her head, signaling her to follow. Only then did Duoduo come back to her senses, jump off the bench, and follow behind him. She followed closely. Qin Luo glanced at Duoduo's feet. He had directly pulled her from her room when she turned into a zombie and hadn't given her shoes. Now her feet were covered in bloodstains from when she used a chainsaw to kill the monkeys, and even her pink bunny pajamas were soiled. Because Duoduo was a zombie, tough-skinned and fleshy to Qiao, and Xiao Qiao hadn't thought to get her a pair of shoes, so she had been barefoot all along. Seeing this, Qin Luo felt uncomfortable and slipped into a consultation room as they passed by, greeting someone and snagging a pair of disposable slippers, thin but better than nothing. He bent down and let her put them on. Duoduo felt her feet warm up a bit, looked down at the slippers and smiled faintly. Qin Luo glanced at her but said nothing and turned to continue walking. Duoduo followed him. The two felt a bit awkward passing by the mutated monkeys, as Qin Luo had nearly shown murderous intent toward her, though it was entirely reasonable. But it was still awkward. Qin Luo was unilaterally uncomfortable. Having grasped the truth, Duoduo felt utterly indifferent. Though she feared he might kill her, she also understood that he would not harm her so long as she remained conscious. Should she ever truly lose her mind, she would no longer be herself, merely a hollow, shambling shell. If he did kill her, so be it. Whether it was a fledgling's attachment or merely the bond of old classmates, the fact remained he was the first person she saw after turning into a zombie. Had he been the type to shoot first and ask questions, never a single sharp crack, bang, would have ended her then and there. No complications, no aftermath. Duoduo trusted he would not mistake her for a threat, and thus shed all hesitation, resolved simply to follow him. She genuinely disliked the research center, the sterile, cold-toned lighting of the white-coat scientists rushing past with grim urgency, evoking the chilling certainty that at any moment she might be strapped to an operating table and dissected. She would far rather venture outside, fight, scavenge supplies, rescue other survivors. To her, that held infinitely. Emerging from the institute, they boarded a specialized subway line, once more arriving finally before a vast new residential complex. Qin Luo led her through the gates, scanning his wristband to enter, then up to Building A, a curious coincidence as Duoduo had previously lived in Building A elsewhere, and now found herself assigned to the same designation here. Straight ahead lies the Community Activity Center. The ground floor houses the cafeteria, the second floor the supermarket, the third floor various shops, and the fourth floor both a cinema and a fitness center. The complex comprised 7 residential towers, labeled A through G, arranged in a circular formation with the activity center standing precisely at the heart. Upon entering the compound, Qin Luo seamlessly assumed the role of guide, offering a thorough orientation. Their apartments were both located on the 19th floor of Building A. My unit is 1,900, yours is 1901. Lao Wang lives in 1905, Lao Bai in 1906, and Xiaofei in 1907, they're all clustered nearby. Had Duoduo not been pre-selected for Qin Luo's team, she would never have secured such prime housing, and for that she felt deeply grateful. She followed him upstairs, and just as at the main gate, entry to her apartment required scanning her wristband. Inside lay a compact studio, 1 bedroom, 1 living area, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom. It resembled a model unit. Pristine white bed linens, hotel-grade minimalism. Leaning against the doorway, Qin Luo watched the young zombie curiously explore her new home, finding her quiet wonder strangely endearing. I'm right next door. If you need anything, just come find me. He tapped twice on the frame to draw her attention. Seeing her nod, he turned and departed, gently closing the door behind him. Duoduo cheerfully wandered room to room, thoroughly charmed by the cozy space, and especially delighted by the balcony where she could bask in sunlight. Yet whether such ordinary sunshine would remain visible in the days ahead remained uncertain. And Qin Luo hadn't asked for the tins, surely he'd left them with her. She mentally accessed her multifaceted Rubik's Cube space, several small compartments already filled with tins evoking an immediate grounding sense of security. Next she began exploring the wristband. Dual microslots accommodated various chips, while its modest screen responded intuitively to touch. Its interface featured a messaging app and a personal profile page, her digital identification card. Name Duoduo, a gender female, a age 22, a height 163 m. Mutation tendency zombie virus. Ability none. Strength speed enhancement 1.5. A recent headshot accompanied the data, her expression blank, solemn, unsmiling. Beyond messaging and identity, the device hosted a barcode, utility, transit code, base access code, and residential unit code. That function proved straightforward. Another app handled payments, her balance displayed 100, a notification read reward issued, 100 credits, for exemplary performance during the rescue operation in Qingyuan Residential Complex K-City. Duoduo smiled, pleased. For now the wristband served only these functions. Also provided was a standard tablet preloaded with just 3 apps, a camera, a gallery, and a forum. Upon logging into the forum, she found several sections. Formal ones included task posting, experience sharing, and database. The sole informal section was casual chat, a hub for gossip. The top-end post bore the title on the nature and formation of aberrant cores. She clicked in immediately. The original poster speculated that aberrant cores were not exclusive to biological entities, or even confined to the brain, but rather emergent derivatives of mutated matter, organic or otherwise. OP wrote yesterday during a rescue mission in City C, a computer underwent mutation and harbored an aberrant core within. An AI program embedded in its system nearly wiped out our entire squad. She linked to a database post she'd authored the previous day, complete with footage showing the tactical team extracting the core from the machine's chassis, a fully mechanized aberrant core. The revelation stunned everyone, hence the post's dominance. This world has truly gone mad. AI domination of Earth. Once mere jest, such notions now carried terrifying plausibility. Haha, don't stop me. Let's all just die together. It's over. Everything's over. How much more deranged will this world become? Such replies cascaded endlessly, raw collective despair laced with primal fear. Just the night before, Duoduo had consumed an aberrant core, the one harvested from the mutated Monkey King. Qin Luo had called it the lowest tier, grotesque and bloodied upon extraction, yet intrinsically pure. It tasted like candy, crisp, refreshing, subtly sweet, with a lingering satiety. One core still kept her nearly 80% full. Undeniably delicious. She suspected it enhanced physical capabilities since ingesting it her reflexes had sharpened noticeably. She now moved freely, unburdened by the earlier lumbering clumsiness. Indeed, the OP echoed this hypothesis. Her teammate had accidentally ingested a fragment, triggering a high fever, followed by sudden physical augmentation and the emergence of a novel ability. Yet the OP cautioned strongly against experimentation, citing grave risks, and had filed an official report inviting rational discussion and further review. Enthusiasm surged across the forum. Duoduo navigated to the database section and discovered numerous entries, finally understanding why Bai Shu and Qin Xiaofei had filmed the lightning storms. Their footage served precisely this archival purpose. Among the 20 most recent and popular posts were 2 by Bai Shu and Qin Xiaofei, latest thunderstorm observations and mutated monkey troop. Their summaries were concise and lucid, enriched with on-site photographs and video clips. Duoduo was exhilarated to be online. Ever since the apocalypse began, the internet had been cut off, and it had been a long time since she had played with electronic devices. She browsed through various posts. It was only when she noticed that it was getting dark outside that she realized she had been squatting on the ground engrossed in her tablet for a long time. Fortunately, being a zombie meant her legs didn't get tired, otherwise a normal person would have long since felt numb. Glancing down at her blood-soaked clothes, which had already dried and made her pajamas stiff, she quickly turned and ran towards the bathroom. Carefully adjusting the water heater's temperature to avoid scalding herself, she felt grateful for the old Monkey King's unusual core, which allowed her to regain control over her body. Otherwise, she would only be able to move flexibly at night, which would be too miserable. Duoduo meticulously cleaned herself, retrieving her toiletries from the multifaceted space, transforming herself into a fragrant little zombie. Then she took out a change of clothes and slipped into a comfortable set of pajamas. As for the pajamas she had just changed out of, she soaked them in the basin attempting to clean them, but sometimes her mind would get stuck. If Duoduo had been thinking normally, she would have probably disdainfully tossed them into the trash bin by now. However, the little zombie's instinct to save money outweighed her reason, so her mind didn't register, and she subconsciously soaked them in water. When Qin Luo and Qin Xiaofei knocked on Duoduo's door, she was still scrubbing her clothes, so she rushed to answer the door with soapy hands. "Little class monitor, look at what good stuff we brought you." "Well, actually, we just swapped out some." What are you doing?" Qin Xiaofei was also taken aback to see Duoduo with one hand full of bubbles. Qin Luo frowned and peeked into the bathroom, raising his hand to pull Duoduo by the arm to the sink. "What are you washing those clothes for?" "A bunch of contaminated liquids. These need to be placed in sealed garbage bags and thrown into the hazardous waste bin downstairs." Duoduo didn't expect such meticulousness, but it made sense. After all, the survivor base was not only home to ability users, there were also many ordinary people living there. If they came into contact with the polluted blood of the mutated monkeys, it could be deadly. Startled, she hurried to retrieve her clothes, but Qin Luo stopped her, pulling out a sealed garbage bag from a box next to the sink. "I'll handle this so you wash your hands, and once you're done, come out for dinner." Duoduo was still pondering what dinner meant when she heard Qin Xiaofei calling from the other side. "Little class monitor, hurry up. Why are these two so familiar? This is her house. Can they show some respect for the corpse?" Pouting, Duoduo ran outside and saw a transparent box on the table containing 3 cores, 1 green and 2 orange. "Look. To welcome you to join our 3A Special Operations Team, Brother Qin spent a lot of money to buy you 3 cores. You are truly a lucky little zombie, just in time for the base's rule reform. Cores no longer need to be turned in. In the future, you can even buy cores with points, though they're a bit expensive." Qin Xiaofei was visibly excited, urging her to taste one. "And little class monitor, you're amazing. Other ordinary people and ability users would die instantly just by eating cores, but you can chew on them like candy. Can you eat another one for me to see?" Qin Luo, having finished packing the contaminated clothes and washed his hands, came out and remarked, "Do you think?" At that moment, Duoduo was already eagerly leaning over the coffee table, staring at the 3 cores. This transparent box was likely made of special material, as she had to get very close to catch a whiff of the core's enticing aroma. The green core still had that refreshing fragrance reminiscent of grass, while the oranged ones smelled a bit like cumin grilled meat skewers. It smelled so good. However, her stomach wasn't hungry at the moment. She could feel she was about 6 or 7/10 full. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang again. Duoduo turned to look, and Qin Luo had already gone to open the door. Baishu and Wang Weiwa had also arrived. Baishu had changed into a white shirt and black trousers, wearing frameless glasses, restoring himself to a look Duoduo was more familiar with, as he had worn glasses since middle school. Wang Weiwa was also dressed in casual attire, holding a few unopened combat suits in his left hand. Just applied for these at the size 165 clothes should fit the little class monitor. Her code has also been issued, which is rather ominous, 13,444. Baishu wanted to scoff at this too, saying, "The people at headquarters said, since the apocalypse is upon us, there's no time to deal with our trivial matters, just put up with it." Qin Xiaofei exploded upon hearing this, slamming the table. "What? That's outrageous." Qin Luo even questioned, "Did you ask headquarters? A young girl using such an ominous number?" Baishu replied, "They claimed it's the apocalypse, not peacetime, and there's no time to care about our broken issues, we just have to make do. They just say it, and meanwhile a connected person next door is waiting to choose their number. It's clearly a double standard. If it weren't for the enormous wall outside, she still wouldn't have a heartbeat." Watching the 4 of them chat, Duoduo in a daze felt as if the apocalypse was just a dream. But regrettably, the apocalypse was real, and she was just a corpse with consciousness, so she pulled out her tablet, typed, and then showed it to them. "It's fine, I don't mind. It's just a code." After reading it, the 4 of them fell silent for a moment. Qin Luo turned to make a phone call, saying, "No way, I'm going to ask. At least get a more auspicious one." I want to know how others with connections can switch theirs. Why can't we who have fought so hard in the front lines? This isn't fair. Qin Xiaofei added, exactly. Even in the apocalypse they're still playing favoritism. After saying that, he urged Duoduo, don't worry about those trivial matters, a little class monitor, hurry up and eat. These cores were hard to come by thanks to Brother Qin. Baishu also staring at the 3 cores sighed, how did old Qin manage to get these? Wang Weihua leaned in to take a look, recalling how troublesome mutated animals were. These are much tougher than zombies, even the lower tier ones are bothersome. If there are higher tier mutated creatures in the future, life will really be. This topic felt rather heavy. Consequently, they all fell silent. Baishu then placed a bag of nutritional liquid and a bag of steamed buns on the table, saying, let's eat first. It's only been 10 days, but the food in the cafeteria has decreased by 80%. Guess how many points this bag of buns costs? Qin Xiaofei skillfully unscrewed the cap of the nutritional liquid, curiously asking, how much? Wang Weihua sighed and replied, 8 buns, 200 points. Qin Xiaofei immediately gasped, what? 25 points for a single steamed bun. His expression was one of sheer agony. Duoduo recalled that at the beginning Professor Ji had mentioned that 3 points could fill one's stomach, but under the current circumstances being full did not equate to eating well. She fell into silence. Wang Weihua, on the other hand, was munching on a bun, saying, there are too many rescued survivors now and the base's food supply is tight. We have to prioritize ordinary people. We can survive on nutritional liquid, so we just have to endure for now. Baishu replied, having steamed buns to eat is already quite good, let's make do with it. As he spoke, he reluctantly took out a jar of chili sauce from his storage card. Qin Xiaofei immediately lunged forward, saying, I knew my brother Bai was the best. Sweet-talking but ruthless, he scooped a large spoonful, nearly driving Baishu insane, bastard. It's the last jar, could you at least take a little less? Wang Weihua, despite his calm exterior, seized the opportunity to scoop a large spoonful while Baishu was guarding the food. These 3 were as reliable during rescue operations as they were unreliable in private. They nearly came to blows over a bottle of chili sauce until Duoduo quietly took out 4 large boxes of meals, rations she had previously stocked up. Then the 3 of them were dazed, staring fixedly at the 4 large boxes of meals. Duoduo had packed them in transparent disposable boxes containing rice and 3 dishes. All 4 boxes contained the same dishes: shredded pork and garlic sauce, garlic sautéed greens, and braised chicken. Next, she took out 4 cans of tomato and egg soup. Seeing they were still not moving, she opened the lids of the food boxes, and the fragrant aroma wafted out, making the 3 of them swallow in unison. Oh heavens, I must be dreaming. Class monitor, are you a little Doraemon? Help, how long has it been since I've seen normal meals? This isn't really a dream. Thank you, class monitor, you are truly the best person in the world. Oh no, the best corpse. What brought tears to their eyes was a proper meal of 3 dishes and a soup. Not an exaggeration. Qin Xiaofei was crying as he ate, mumbling, I thought just having a bowl of hot porridge would be extremely happy, but I didn't expect to have meals. Wang Weihua and Baishu had already stuffed their mouths with food and were still fighting over it. The shredded pork and garlic sauce and braised chicken were truly excellent with rice. The garlic sautéed greens were refreshing, and a sip of the tomato and egg soup made them realize that this simple home-cooked meal, once common before the apocalypse, was now a priceless treasure. Duoduo was also quite pleased, holding 3 mutant cores. She secretly added a roasted duck leg for Qin Luo, and for nothing else, his effort in finding her the mutant cores was enough for her gratitude. She felt very happy to have food. When Qin Luo returned, he found the 3 teammates gone, turned into 3 greedy pigs, ravenously devouring the fragrant meals, their cheeks bulging. Qin Xiaofei pushed his box over while eating, mumbling, so good, Qin, go hurry up. Qin Luo. Well, it's true. Duoduo's cooking was indeed impressive. The shredded pork and garlic sauce was fragrant and delicious, and the chicken in the braised chicken was incredibly tender. Just the sauce mixed with rice felt like it could fill a whole pot. For a moment the living room fell silent. Duoduo sat off to the side while the other 4 sat around the coffee table, immersed in their meals, all sitting directly on the carpet. Fearing they wouldn't have enough to eat, she also took out 4 more boxes of white rice. In the end, they still finished everything. Finally, Qin Xiaofei leaned back on the sofa with a full belly. Help, I'm so stuffed. Baishu also felt satisfied and was lost in thought. Wang Weihua was still cleaning up the battlefield, sweeping up all the leftover food. Qin Luo was replying to messages and finally shook his tablet. Done. Duoduo's ID is 13,613, much better than 13,444. Qin Xiaofei and the others were already too stuffed to speak, so they all gave him a thumbs up in unison. Qin Luo accepted it and turned to Duoduo. The little zombie hesitated for a second, then also gave him a thumbs up. Then Qin Luo burst into laughter. Qin Xiaofei and the others suddenly joined in, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness from being well-fed. Class monitor, don't take it to heart. The world has changed drastically since the apocalypse, and various regulations are also changing. At first, we really didn't know the base's current attitude towards mutants. When we left the base, wasn't like this at all. Who would have thought that mutants would be uniformly incorporated? They also didn't expect so many people's bodies to mutate while still maintaining consciousness. The bracelet's signal wasn't necessarily stable, and sometimes the forum's database wouldn't update in time. For various reasons, they initially held some suspicion and caution towards Duoduo. Duoduo touched the collar around her neck, then shook her head, finally typing on her tablet. "It's fine, it's normal for you to..." After all, they represented the headquarters for the future of all humanity. They were not children. Everyone was an adult. It was better to speak openly about things, and this matter could be put behind them. The following time was very pleasant. They all cleaned up the coffee table together, and several bottles of various flavored nutrient solutions and the remaining steamed buns that no one ate were all stored away by Duoduo in her space. After dinner, they chatted for a while, discussing the current situation, reviewing the new rules of the base, and talking about accepting new tasks. Luo explained to Duoduo, currently there are two types of tasks. One is designated by the headquarters, which usually cannot be refused, and the other is to take orders from the forum sections. For tasks designated by the headquarters, the rewards are relatively stable, and there are occasional special bonuses. However, the tasks taken on one's own carry more risks. The employers are generally wealthy individuals or other ability users. Chen Xiaofei was browsing the forum and jokingly teased, "Class monitor, you know delivery guys, right? We're quite similar to that." Bai Shu found that to be quite an apt comparison. Since Duoduo the little zombie was a newcomer, the four of them explained a lot to her. Although the changes after the apocalypse were numerous, they at least knew more than she did. Later, they added each other as friends. Wang Weiwa gave Duoduo a headset for communication, saying, "The range is limited, we can only communicate within 10 kilometers. If you want to make phone calls like before, it seems impossible in the short term." As he spoke, he sighed. Luo was looking at the task section, and Bai Shu was also communicating. "With class monitor's space, we can go to some resource-rich places multiple times, but now unsearched areas are bound to be more dangerous. There are two main options for resource-rich areas. One, go to City C, where the largest grain depot in the country is located, but a non-biological mutant core recently appeared there, making the danger level extremely high. Two, go to City I, but it's coastal and the danger level is also unknown, though there is a weapons depot there. Aside from these two locations with the most abundant resources, other places have many teams searching, making encounters with others quite easy, and resources are scattered. The key is that the tasks they are going to accept can only be rescue operations. Stockpiling resources must be done in private, because Duoduo's spatial ability cannot be exposed. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous for her. If others knew their whole team had problems, it would also be troublesome. It's not that they can't protect her or that the headquarters would harm Duoduo, but being monitored is certain, and she would completely lose her freedom. It would just be very troublesome. Luo glanced around and ultimately chose Sea City as the destination, as it was the closest, and I City was just across from Sea City, which could be taken together if possible. Grains are too easily contaminated. We should prioritize seizing them. Because firearms might not be effective against the monsters later on, and more importantly, there were other troops stationed in I City. It's hard to obtain. Bai Shu had no objections. After all, danger was everywhere in the apocalypse. Alright, let's confirm it. Off to Sea City. Early the next morning, their team was all geared up, ready to embark on a mission to rescue survivors and detour to Sea City to raid various granaries as much as possible. Their off-road vehicle had undergone repairs, and all the original dirt and dents had been completely renewed and even reinforced. Luo whistled loudly upon seeing it for the first time, knocking on the car body, while the maintenance personnel explained the new features of the vehicle. "Captain Qin, your vehicle has been approved by headquarters and has received the maximum upgrade. This button is in a fully sealed state and can temporarily switch to submarine or tank mode, and this is the built-in telescope feature." Chen Xiaofei was already slack-jawed, excitedly touching the newly refurbished vehicle and exclaiming, "So cool. Isn't this car too cool? It's black and gold." Bai Shu kicked the large tires, marveling, "Not bad, these wheels are sturdy." Wang Weiwei was very satisfied with this huge vehicle, no more curling up inside the car. Only Duo, the little zombie today, was also dressed in combat gear, looking up at this behemoth. She estimated she would have to climb to get into the car. In the whole team, Wang Weiwei was nearly 2 meters tall, a hefty 1.96 meters, followed by Luo at 1.89 meters, then Bai Shu at 1.85 meters, and even the baby-faced Chen Xiaofei was 1.80 meters tall. But Duo was only 1.63 meters tall. She stood out significantly among them. When Luo completed the handover, he noticed Duo, the little zombie, was clumsily trying to climb up, while others weren't paying attention. He nearly laughed out loud and directly went over to support her waist and effortlessly lift her up. "If you can't get up, just call out. Are you tired from struggling by yourself? Are all these teammates just for show?" Many Duo ignored him after climbing up. Even little zombies could feel embarrassed. She curled up in the backseat, hugging her knees and staring wide-eyed at this new view. Being a modified off-road combat vehicle, the car was exceptionally high and had a far view. Comfortable. Inside it was super spacious with 7 seats, and the trunk was stocked with a pile of supplies. From gasoline to bullets. Plus a bunch of nutritional liquids that no one liked and various compressed. Later they all got into the car. Today Qin Luo was driving, Wang Weiwei was in the passenger seat, and Chen Xiaofei and Bai Shu sat in the second row. Many Duo stayed in the last row, and a blanket was thrown over to her, fuzzy and very comfortable, which she caught. Bai Shu chuckled and said, "Just the stuff, we got little class leader, you can cover yourself with it." Qin Luo was in the driver's seat, making sure they fastened their seatbelts. Many Duo hurriedly nodded at Bai Shu and bent over to buckle herself up. Then she reached out to pull out something, handing each person a thermos filled with soothing tea to relieve dryness and heat, poking Bai Shu to pass it forward. Chen Xiaofei opened it and sniffed. "Wow, little class leader, you're too good. You even have herbal tea. How do you have everything? By the way, do you have snacks?" Bai Shu had just handed the other 2 thermoses to the front when he heard this and came back to tap Chen Xiaofei on the head. "Do you think this is a spring outing, Chen San Sui?" Snacks. Wang Weiwei also reminded them to be cautious. Although the car windows have anti-peeping film, there are all kinds of bizarre abilities in the apocalypse, so still be careful. Many Duo nodded thought for a moment and took out a wooden whistle from the multifaceted cube space. When she agreed, she blew a short sound. All 4 of them indeed noticed and turned to look at her in unison. Many Duo held the wooden whistle nervously, her big colored contacts eyes rolling at them. Was she complaining that it didn't sound nice? She hesitated about whether to put it away. The 4 of them all gave her a thumbs up, clearly approving of her idea. Qin Luo even smiled. "All right. The little class leader is indeed the little class leader. There are always more solutions than difficulties." Chen Xiaofei turned to her and chattered, "In the future, just blow once to agree, and if you need us to help, blow longer." Accompanied by his murmuring, the vehicle quickly started moving, passing through each checkpoint. The electronic prompts sounded one after another. "Welcome to the first checkpoint of the H-City Survivor Base. Beep, all is normal. All members of the H-City Survivor Base wish you a safe journey." They passed through 3 checkpoints, and the last one at the base was a real person operating the gate. Wang Weiwei handed over a card that displayed the task their team had taken and their departure location. "Captain Qin, you're going out again. You're really pushing it, coming back only to stay for 1 night each time." The staff smiled as they took the card, registering them. Qin Luo smiled lazily and joked, "Can't not work hard, or the world changes every day. If you don't work hard, you'll be left behind." The staff sighed at how tough it was for their combat team, saying, "Indeed, there are countless partners living in dire straits. You are great, and on behalf of all members of H-City, I salute you, hoping you have a safe journey and a smooth return home." After he finished, he solemnly saluted them, his expression somewhat grave. Qin Luo leaned on the steering wheel and chuckled. "You do this every time. All right, let's go now." He gestured for Wang Weiwei to take the clearance card, then nodded at the staff. The vehicle zoomed out, moving significantly faster than before. Many Duo sitting in the back row stretched her neck and was slightly shaken by the force, tumbling back into the rear seat, then climbing back up. Just as she was about to mutter something, she looked at the route they had taken and suddenly fell silent. In just 1 night, the trees along the roadside had withered away by more than half. Chen Xiaofei exclaimed, "This is too toxic. If it continues like this, all the plants will die." Bai Shu was fiddling with the tablet. "It's just a specific area. You should see our city, which is a paradise of plants. A huge banyan tree has wrapped around the entire our city. Now vehicles can't get in at all." Hearing this, Chen Xiaofei exclaimed again, moving closer to Bai Shu to take a look. Many Duo heard the commotion and also looked down to pull out her tablet, checking the latest forum posts, which reported new developments, that a huge banyan tree had rapidly grown overnight, encircling the entire our city. Currently, the our city survivor base has sent out a distress signal, and headquarters is gathering personnel to consider rescue strategies. The journey was far from smooth. Once they left the safe perimeter of the base, they could see scattered zombies wandering by the roadside. Qin Luo drove straight ahead, choosing to crash into the zombies. They were not engaging in clearing these scattered zombies, as they had more pressing matters at hand. Bai Shu reported the task they had received. It involves a shopping district where it is estimated that around 500 survivors are hiding on the 4th floor of the mall. He sent the location to everyone. Chen Xiaofei added, "The survivors on the outskirts are the real headache too." Many Duo, who was huddled in the back, also glanced at the location on the tablet, her small paws tapping away, occasionally zooming in to look at the map. The entire shopping district was surrounded by various pedestrian streets lined with countless shops. Just before the apocalypse, it was evening, and many people were out for a stroll, making the area infested with zombies, essentially a zombie nest. Wang Weiwa also felt a headache coming on. This type of place is the most troublesome, with a high and dense number of zombies. Rescuing personnel is also challenging and heavy firepower cannot be used. They can only rely on guns and small explosives, which will prolong the clearance time. The last mission in City K took them 10 days, and they barely managed to clear the zombies near the Qingyuan community, rescuing over 90 survivors. After the last mission, each member of their team earned 3,000 points, along with some weapon rewards, and the revamped vehicles were also a benefit of the mission. This time it was still uncertain how long they would have to spend in the shopping district, and the scattered distribution of the rescued survivors made their task even more difficult. The only advantage was that it was located in a commercial street, so there would be no shortage of shops. With some luck, they might be able to scavenge some leftover supplies, though it would take time. Baishu said, in these times everything is in short supply. Even a single intact piece of clothing is valuable. As various equipment deteriorates, the clothing of ordinary people becomes scarce. At least during the early apocalypse, it was the most awkward and difficult time. The survival manual for the apocalypse states this. Many Duo heard this and glanced at her multifaceted space, noticing that her compartments were still not filled. But at least she still had plenty of clothes, so she wouldn't end up without anything to wear. Qin Luo focused on driving, speeding, and fiercely crashing into many zombies and mutated dogs. Those creatures had bloodshot eyes and drooled, clearly devoid of any awareness. They were left with only the instinct to bite, and crashing into them caused no psychological burden. It was easy to differentiate between them and silly little zombies like many Duo. Qin Luo was not afraid of misjudgment. Baishu and the others were discussing how to minimize firepower while rescuing personnel, as one must be frugal in the apocalypse, otherwise survival would be impossible. As they drove, they directly entered the expressway, as traveling on the national road was too slow. They had checked the route in advance, and it was relatively smooth. Occasionally encountering zombies and mutated small animals, they crashed into them without hesitation. The car's body was made of an unknown material that didn't get wet, or whatever dirty liquid splashed on it would slide right off, keeping the vehicle clean. The modified wheels were enormous, capable of crushing anything in their path, making the ride much more enjoyable than. The route on the expressway was also new, with not many people traveling it before, so there was no awkward situation of cars getting stuck in the middle. They didn't need to get out to clear the road, but the weather was quite bad, and it was getting darker as they drove. Many Duo glanced at her wristband. They had been traveling for several hours, and it was now noon, yet the sky looked as if it were already evening. The sky ahead was overcast with thick clouds. Qin Luo looked at his wristband and said, "No thunderstorms, it will probably just be heavy rain." The teammates all understood. They pulled over to the side, each getting out of the car to address their physiological needs and use the restroom, preparing for the inconvenience of the upcoming heavy rain. Being a little zombie had its advantages. Aside from a bit of blood, she didn't cry, had no physiological needs, and didn't need to drink water or use the restroom. She chewed on a green anomaly core, tasting fragrant grass and fruit. It was delicious. Once Baishu and the others returned to the car, this time Wang Weihua took the driver's seat. Chen Xiaofei took the front passenger seat. Qin Luo squeezed into the middle row, which immediately intensified the pressure. Many Duos silently moved back. Although the abilities of an ability user were much better than those of normal people, driving required concentration, especially in the current apocalypse, where unexpected dangers could arise, making it difficult to maintain high attention for long periods. Taking turns driving was the best option. Chen Xiaofei began to say he was hungry and asked Baishu for the leftover steamed bun from the previous night. Many Duo pulled out 8 large rice balls filled with tuna sauce and cucumber wrapped in seaweed. They were genuinely large, each the size of her fist. Her appetite was such that she could get stuffed with just one, while they would barely be full with 2. Thus she took out some canned food. She had collected 4 cans of meat and 4 cans of fruit. Chen Xiaofei was munching on a rice ball, handing another one to Wang Weihua with one hand, while his other hand was piled with cans, expressing his happiness. Having a little class monitor is great. In the past we could only gnaw on dry rations, but now we have good food at every meal. Life is so good, woohoo. Wang Weihua could finish a rice ball in just a few bites and was extremely satisfied. Baishu was busy chewing while scrolling through the forums. Currently, the only channel through which they could obtain the latest world information was the forum. After all, any teammate with free time had to check it out more, as the latest knowledge might come in handy. Qin Luo was eating a rice ball and had to turn around to look at many Duos, seeing her small paws holding the tablet and scrolling through the morning's updates. She had only eaten an anomaly core. You can't eat even a little bit of human food now. Can't swallow it or digest it. He was quite curious. Many Duos silently pulled out her tablet and typed, "It has no flavor, it's a waste of food." She had tried it before. A delicious food only left a bland taste in her mouth, akin to drinking plain water or chewing on. It was meaningless. Not being able to enjoy good food was her pain, and yet someone kept asking. Many Duo turned her body away from him, ignoring him and continuing to scroll on her tablet. She had just seen a mutated being that had actually turned into a snake person, but not with a snake lower body, rather with a snake upper body. It made her feel both disgusted and uncomfortable. Most importantly, he had betrayed humanity and not only devoured his kind, but also ate zombies, consuming all kinds of filthy things. He had now transformed into a massive fat snake dragging 2 human legs behind him. It was utterly repulsive. This was even a wanted notice claiming that killing him would yield a reward of 100,000 points. Moreover, the direction he fled was exactly towards City C. Many Duo. Should it be so coincidental? She really didn't want to encounter something like that. Baishu naturally saw this urgent top post and handed it to Qin Luo, saying, a mutated being wants to establish himself as the boss. It is said that he attacks anyone he sees and tortures them. The headquarters is putting in a lot of effort to eliminate him. Qin Luo initially found the pouting little zombie rather adorable, wanting to poke at her, but upon seeing the post showcased by Baishu, she instantly frowned. So disgusting. Suddenly Duoduo raised her hand to pat Qin Luo's head. Thinking she was angry and trying to tease her, Qin Luo grabbed her hand from her head, saying, don't mess around and looking at a post. Hiss, this thing can actually level up by devouring. However, looking at the distant woods outside the right car window, a massive snake body reared up, and Duoduo realized that this creature didn't lack a face, rather a human face, was grotesquely fused with a snake's head, as disgusting as it could get. Her sanity dropped dramatically. She reached for the whistle, blew a short blast, and then patted Qin Luo, finally drawing their attention as they all turned to look. Duoduo pointed at the window outside, her body almost stiff with fright. This world was too fantastical. Qin Luo and Baishu turned to take a look, successfully spotting a mutated snake person writhing in the woods not far from their lane, occasionally lifting its snake head to gaze ahead before continuing to squirm. The important part was that as it squirmed, its tail was sharply raised like 2 legs. Both remained silent. Finally, Baishu exclaimed, how can it be so big? Qin Luo frowned and replied, it's really disgusting. He truly detested it. Duoduo, however, struggled to film a video with her tablet before forwarding it to Baishu, asking him to post it, as she really didn't want to look at this thing any longer. Wang Weiwa and Qin Xiaofei surprisingly didn't notice the creature, indicating its movements were quite stealthy. It was only after Qin Xiaofei heard a noise from the back seat that he inquired, discovering a mutated snake person had appeared at 3 o'clock on the right. Both were getting goosebumps. These soft, squishy reptiles were the most repulsive. But disgust aside, the mutated snake person seemed to be on its way, not coming over to entangle them. They merely brushed past each other at a distance. Its direction is City C, and we are also heading to City C, which increases the chances of encountering it. According to the official post, the creature's weakness is at the 7-inch mark. This thing has the same weakness. Other than the 7 inches, it's the head. After Baishu finished speaking, everyone acknowledged, but no one was in a good mood. Just a little further, and they would enter the rain curtain. It looked gloomy over there, as if it were a different world. Here, although there was no sun, at least it was a clear day, but the other side resembled hell with a feeling of perpetual darkness. But they still had to go. Almost instantly as they stepped into the area, rain poured down in torrents. Wang Weiwa frowned, saying visibility is less than half a meter. He turned on the hazard lights, and Qin Luo could only ask him to drive slowly, saying the cloud mass here is persistent. There's no choice but to drive slowly and see the situation. If it doesn't work, find a place to stop for a while. Wang Weiwa replied, understood. Qin Xiaofei also became fully alert, helping to monitor the road conditions around the vehicle. The sound of the rain was so loud that they could hear it inside the car. If it weren't for the sturdy off-road vehicle, it might have been shaken by the downpour. Duoduo looked up at the car roof, then pressed her face against the window to observe outside, her eyes wide, but unable to see clearly. Suddenly something went thud against the window, startling her. She quickly recoiled. She then realized it was a mutated frog about the size of a human head, pressed tightly against the window, its tongue covered in spikes, scratching the glass with a screeching sound. The little zombie was angry. She wanted to kill this thing that had startled her. After becoming a zombie, Duoduo had retained some childishness, and she wanted to retaliate. Unfortunately, the rain outside was so heavy that the window couldn't be opened. She could only glare at it angrily. Qin Xiaofei also remarked that it obstructed their view, saying, why is this frog so big? It hasn't been washed away by the rain despite how heavy it is. Baishu checked the information and said this creature is afraid of fire, a low-level mutated frog lacking intelligence and core non-toxic, but it eats meat and will use its tongue to grab people. Those spikes can scrape off a lot of flesh. Qin Xiaofei grimaced, full of disgust. Just hearing about it makes my flesh ache. Duoduo stared at it for a moment, her mind racing with thoughts of its fear of fire and its ability to grab people. If it continued to stick, it might ambush them when they got out of the car. So before everyone could react, she swiftly opened the window with insecticide and a lighter, and in the moment the mutated frog attempted to leap, and she quickly ignited the flame, directly scorching it black, causing it to fall from the vehicle and ultimately be crushed by the rear tire, shattering into pieces. The entire process from opening the window to spraying fire and closing it took her less than 3 seconds. The mutated frog was blown away by the fire, but the back seat was soaked by the rain. Duoduo was drenched, her hair and clothes soaked, resembling a drowned little zombie. She stood there stunned for a moment. The three in the front were also dumbfounded. Wang Weiwa glanced at the rearview mirror and was shocked to see this situation, his mouth agape. Seeing everyone silent, and then glancing at the wet back seat, Duoduo suddenly felt like a child who had done something wrong, her lips pouting as she felt like crying. But zombies have no tears. However, they didn't let her cry. As soon as she pouted, Qin Luo exclaimed, "Hey, don't cry. What are you crying for? You did great, really." He immediately flipped over to the back seat, pulling Duoduo over to the cleaner side, while he picked up the half-dry blanket to wipe the seat. Bai Shu and Qin Xiaofei also quickly reacted, immediately praising her. Yes. Little class monitor, you did well. If this thing wasn't dealt with, I wouldn't be able to see the road conditions from the back. You took it down well. Fantastic. Exactly, your skills are impressive. No wonder you're a little zombie with a speed boost of 1.5. Who is a teammate that reacts so quickly? Just like that, it's dealt with. It's all this heavy rain's fault. They harmonized with each other and Wang Weiwa couldn't help but say actually it could have been. Qin Xiaofei immediately interrupted, saying, "Ahahaha, the child needs encouragement." Old Wang, what are you doing? Really, the little class monitor is amazing. He winked at Wang Weiwa. Last night, Duo's report had come out. Her intelligence was unstable, sometimes at 18 or 19, sometimes regressing to 7 or 8. Why bully a child? And it wasn't a big deal. This mutated frog was indeed better dealt with sooner rather than later. Who knew if it would suddenly mutate the next moment? Duo watched them bustling about to comfort her and suddenly became stunned, not crying after all. Qin Luo busied himself finally wiping the seat clean, but it was still damp. He turned and pulled out a towel from the back, draping it over her head, saying, "Quick, wipe yourself off. After you're done, change into dry clothes. Is there a curtain in the space? Take one out, it will help you block a bit." Bai Shu then took out a piece of green cloth from his storage space, saying, "This can block, we can each hold one side." Qin Luo and Bai Shu each grabbed a side of a fabric curtain blocking off the back row. Duoduo changed into her spare combat outfit behind the curtain they had raised, and once she was ready, she blew the wooden whistle hanging around her neck. As Qin Luo and Bai Shu pulled the curtain down, Qin Luo asked, "Are you ready? Come here, I'll carry you over. It's damp in the back row, so don't stay there." He said this as he directly picked Duoduo up and brought her over. The middle row was spacious with 2 separate seats, enough for 4 people. Duoduo moved from the spacious back row to sit beside Qin Luo. Bai Shu had little reaction. He folded the curtain and began editing the mutated Snake Man video that Duoduo had just sent him, preparing to post it on the forum. The little zombie changed into a fresh outfit, looking much cleaner, except her hair was still damp. Qin Luo couldn't stand it, so he took a clean towel to wipe her hair while rubbing her head with one hand and swiping on the tablet with the other. "There's a service area 20 kilometers ahead. Let's go check it out and stop there for a bit." After saying this, Qin Luo tossed the tablet into the storage space card and focused on rubbing the little zombie. Both hands covered with a towel, he pressed down on Duoduo's head, appearing rough, but actually controlling the strength very well. Duoduo was so relaxed that she felt like dozing off, her body swaying slightly. Qin Luo instructed her to stay still. Wang Weihu and Qin Xiaofei received the order and immediately agreed. Their 4-member team was always in sync. When Qin Luo suggested stopping, there was certainly a reason. His ability was Thunderstorm, making him particularly sensitive to the weather. Before they reached the service area, hail began to fall, pounding down with a clatter. If it weren't for the modified off-road vehicle with shatterproof glass, they probably wouldn't withstand the basketball-sized hail. Duoduo's eyes were almost glued to the car window, watching the hail fall, which felt lethal, clattering inside. The vehicle wasn't easy to drive either. It swayed slightly. However, all 4 inside were from the military, so this level of road conditions was a piece of cake for them. Wang Wei, who even accelerated through the hail-covered stretch, crushing the shards of ice beneath the wheels. They passed a few cars parked by the roadside, slowing down to check. They honked the horn and found that all the vehicles were filled with zombies. Qin Xiaofei casually tossed a few small bombs, flipping the cars behind them as they drove away. They reached the service area smoothly despite some bumps along the way. Here the hail had stopped and there was no rain, but it was eerily dark. There were zombies inside the service area who swayed over upon hearing the car sounds. Wang Wei, who ran over and crushed a few zombies, heading straight for the gas station. "I'll check if there's any gas left." Qin Luo opened the gas tank. Qin Luo replied directly, "Sure." He leaned over to the driver's seat and operated it, opening the side gas tank cover. Duoduo, stay in the car. Once we finish refueling, press this switch, understood?" Duoduo nodded, blowing her wooden whistle again. Qin Luo ruffled her hair before turning to get. With a bang, the car door closed and all 4 of them got out. Qin Xiaofei followed Qin Luo towards the main building of the service area to clear out the zombies moving exceptionally fast. Gunshots rang out shortly after. Wang Weihu and Bai Shu were outside refueling the vehicle while checking how much gas was left at the station. Everyone was doing their part. Duoduo waited for Wang Weihu to gesture to her, then closed the gas tank cover. She pushed the middle door open and jumped out of the car, thankfully not tripping. This startled the two of them. "Little monitor, why did you come down? Stay in the car and wait until it's safe to get out." "It's not safe here. Listen, wait in the car. You're more valuable than us right now." What a joke. She possessed a massive spatial ability, which was incredibly valuable. Although they had witnessed Duoduo wielding a chainsaw to kill mutated monkeys, they still couldn't let her be at risk and wanted to coax her back into the car. However, Duoduo wouldn't listen. Bai Shu was at his wits' end, wishing Qin Luo were here to manage. Duoduo ignored their pleas, seeing Wang Weihu coming out of the gas station with a gas can. She reached out. Bai Shu exploded. "Ancestor, you can't touch that with your hands." Duoduo had already touched it, directly storing the gasoline in her spatial area, using one remaining hand to awkwardly gesture at him. She took a can out of her space and put it back, then pointed at the gas can. Wang Weihu understood. "Little monitor, are you directly storing this gasoline?" Duoduo nodded with a reserved expression, seemingly cool and aloof, but with her messy medium-length hair, she looked a bit silly. After explaining, she focused on storing gasoline. Bai Shu exclaimed in admiration. "This direct storage is indeed satisfying. Come on, little monitor, keep it up." "Well, stay on guard." Duoduo nodded earnestly, diligently storing gasoline. She only needed to lightly touch the gasoline with her fingertips, just like when she collected water in her kitchen. Since they couldn't ignite any flames near the gas station, whenever zombies approached, Wang Weihu and Bai Shu dealt with them, physically kicking one away. Bai Shu even took the time to find a few more cans to store. Duoduo just needed to rotate and store, though it was a bit troublesome to run back and forth. After finishing collecting the bottom tanks of the gas station, both she and the zombie displayed satisfied smiles. Duoduo obediently washed her hands while Bai Shu and Wang Weihu kept watch over her. "Little monitor, are you tired? There are still plenty of supplies in the supermarket inside the gas station. Shall we collect them together?" Duoduo nodded, almost immediately heading over there. She loved hoarding supplies more than anyone. Hoard, hoard, hoard. Collect everything that can be stored. Thinking about the supplies surely left in the service area made her mood very good. Bai Shu and Wang Wei, who also felt that having a supersized mobile warehouse was incredibly satisfying. The three of them began to coordinate. Wang Wei, who swept everything along the walls of the supermarket onto the ground, waiting for Duoduo to collect it all. Bai Shu followed closely behind Duoduo to protect her, and Duoduo directly stored the shelves she could collect into her space, clearing out the small supermarket of the gas station in less than a minute. Most of the goods were packaged instant noodles and drinks. The various flavors of instant noodles were tempting, along with some cookies and snacks. Wang Wei, who remarked whether instant noodles will still be produced in the future, is uncertain. Hoarding them means that when we get hungry, we can still enjoy instant noodles, which is quite satisfying. Bai Shu wholeheartedly agreed. When they first joined the military, a big bowl of instant noodles after each training session was the most satisfying. After Duoduo finished collecting these items, seeing several small compartments in her spatial cube filled up, she felt a sense of security, especially with vital supplies like gasoline, which were very valuable in the early stages of the apocalypse. The three of them were so immersed in collecting gasoline and supplies that they didn't realize the entire afternoon had passed, or perhaps it was simply that the sky had darkened, making it hard to distinguish the time. Bai Shu looked down at his wristband in astonishment. Have we really spent until 6 o'clock? Time seemed to pass far too quickly. Wang Weiho also stretched his shoulders and neck. Occasionally zombies would approach in the afternoon, and he had to take the time to eliminate them, leaving him with aching muscles all over. Just then a sudden explosion sounded not far away, accompanied by a flash as electrical currents danced viciously. Duo looked up instinctively, feeling a bit frightened. Bai Shu adjusted his glasses and chuckled. I guess Brother Qin is also annoyed and has started using his abilities. He hasn't adapted to using them yet and typically prefers not to. Wang Weiho mumbled, I don't like using them either. It's hard to control once I exert myself. Among the four of them, Qin Luo had the rare thunderstorm ability. Bai Shu enhanced his eyesight. Wang Weiho had strength and Qin Xiaofei had speed. Since the apocalypse had just begun about a month ago, everything was chaotic and the headquarters had yet to devise a good manual for using abilities. Everyone had to explore on their own. They hoped to better understand these abilities through their work with the Research Institute, but the road ahead was long. It wasn't easy for anyone. After a whole afternoon of clearing, they finally exterminated all the zombies in the area. The more cunning ones probably fled. At least there were no zombies visible in the parking lot, though the ground was a bit unsightly. It was all a mess. Duo followed by Shu and Wang Weiho to find Qin Luo and the others. The dark night sky was turbulent, instilling a sense of unease. Wang Weiho and Bai Shu had already contacted Qin Luo through their wristbands. Brother Qin Xiaofei. Where are you? Please respond, please respond. Accompanied by some noise from the earpiece, Su Duo vaguely heard them say they were in the dining hall. Wang Weiho said, received a well, head over in 20 minutes. Let's gather some supplies first. Su Duo looked at the specialty store on the first floor, eagerly wanting to reach out and gather supplies. Qin Luo's voice came through the earpiece. All right, there are still about 10 survivors here. This meant they needed to be cautious of outsiders. Bai Shu also replied, received. Su Duo opened the door and slipped inside, starting to gather supplies. The specialty store here was still stocked with dry goods, valuable things like mushrooms, ginseng, and some snacks like flour cakes. Everything she could touch vanished into thin air, which felt particularly satisfying. Su Duo was also pleased of before she had to buy dried mushrooms and red mushrooms by weight, but now she could take them for free. What bliss. These were all highly nutritious dried goods that could be used for soup next time. Wang Weiho had his eyes on a whole shelf of cigarettes and alcohol, shouting, little monitor. Su Duo turned around and dashed over, directly collecting the entire cabinet. Wang Weiho, this big guy, couldn't help but clench his fists in excitement. Little monitor, just give me any orders you have from now on. As long as there are cigarettes and alcohol, anything is negotiable. You can command me at will. Bai Shu over at the pharmacy teased, weren't you quite upright just now? You wouldn't condone favoritism or corruption, but now you're willing to do anything. I thought I told you to be a bit more polite to the little monitor. Didn't you notice Qin Xiaofei was fawning over Su Duo from the very beginning? So that every time he said he was hungry, Su Duo would immediately pull out food for him. Wang Weiho scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, just chuckling awkwardly. Su Duo's mind was filled with stockpile, completely oblivious to what the two were saying. She collected everything she wanted, occasionally stepping over the mess on the ground, as if she hadn't seen it, and ultimately cleaned out the entire specialty store. What a valuable store. When Bai Shu called her from across the way, she dove into the pharmacy on the opposite side. It was stocked with nutritional supplements and common medications, such as motion sickness pills and cold medicine. Su Duo also collected everything, emptying the small pharmacy. Then, accompanied by her 2 bodyguards, she looted the delicatessen where pre-apocalypse food was still displayed at the front counter, but exposed food had already been contaminated. That was inedible. Su Duo headed straight to the kitchen to gather the stock from the refrigerator and storage room. Bai Shu saw some pre-made dishes and shook his head repeatedly. Tut tut tut, even bridge rice noodles are pre-made dishes. What about food safety? Tut tut tut. Wang Weiho, however, took it all in stride. When the apocalypse hits, who cares about pre-made dishes? It's just good to have something to eat. Let's take it all. Bai Shu watched Su Duo, the zombie girl, weaving through the small stores and began to marvel at how vast her space. How could it be like an endless pit? He lowered his voice and said to Wang Weiho, she previously collected 3 large warehouses of canned goods and then gathered so much gasoline. Now she's still collecting and not even blinking. The little monitor is truly remarkable. Wang Weiho nodded in respect and then urged Bai Shu not to mention it again. The more powerful she is, the more we must keep it a secret. Be careful, there might be ears on the other side of the wall. Strange abilities always appeared during the apocalypse and they often forgot. Bai Shu immediately fell silent, nodding to indicate his understanding. He then accompanied Su Duo in looting the stores. She even took the stock from the deep-fried snack store and managed to score several large barrels of cooking oil. That was also a good item. When the 3 of them arrived at the dining hall mentioned by Qin Luo, they saw more than 10 survivors standing and sitting inside the glass door. Among them, a girl was tightly hugging Qin Xiaofei, crying out, I'm so scared, wah. Qin Xiaofei looked pained and helpless. Comrade, I understand you're scared. It's safe now, please. Several girls were trembling, wrapped in thick clothing, and one was crying pitifully, trying to pull Qin Luo. Qin Luo stepped back to avoid her and said without raising his eyes, those who can't stand should sit down. Don't cry, be strong. After speaking, he asked a male and female survivor who could still respond, so you both felt something was off as soon as the apocalypse began and closed the door, relying on the food in the dining hall to survive until now. This couple appeared to be in their 40s or 50s, and among the survivors, they seemed to be in the best condition. They answered in rapid Mandarin with a bit of an accent. Yes. I remember that night, it was still before dinner time around 6 o'clock, when more than 10 customers suddenly came in, and there was a fight outside. I was so scared that I quickly told my husband to close the door. Just as he shut the door, people outside began biting each other. That's right. We pulled the door shut and closed the gate next to it, and we blocked this glass door with tables and chairs. If you guys hadn't come, we wouldn't have dared to open the door. Beside him there was a young man dressed in flashy clothing, wearing a green water ghost watch, surrounded by several others. He seemed to have regained his senses and with a shameless grin offered a cigarette, saying, hey, you guys will definitely protect us and ensure we get home safe, right? I see you're in combat gear. You must be sent by the government to protect us. When will you take us back? My name is Yang Tsong. My dad runs a big company. He's very wealthy. If you take me home first, I will definitely reward you handsomely. He even lowered his voice in a disgusting manner and said, hey, let me tell you, those girls are all my friends. If you safely bring me home, they are all yours to play with however you want. After saying that, he showed a lewd grin, his tone exceedingly lascivious. Qin Luo glanced at him coldly and asked, where do you live? I live in K-City. You know Sanyang Trade, right? That's my father's company, very famous. Everyone in K-City knows it. Qin Luo just smiled and said, oh. I know, but Buddy, K-City has already become a fallen district. The last batch of survivors was completely evacuated just yesterday. It's now a ghost town. And Buddy, have you heard about the crime of prostitution? Inducing, harboring, or introducing others to prostitution, or using other benefits to entice others to engage in prostitution could result in organizing prostitution charges, which can carry a prison sentence of 5 to 10 years. Do you understand? His explanation was quite cool. Yang Tsong's face turned a mix of green and white, looking as if he were by Shu and Wang Weihua both laughed while Chen Xiaofei finally shook off the girl and hurried back, clearly startled by the situation. After schooling them, Qin Luo had a fierce expression, pointing at the group of unruly young people, both men and women, 6 or 7 in total, and scolded them to sit properly. His own demeanor was so upright that it made this group appear even more like a bunch of slackers. Listen up, the world outside is no longer the world you remember. This isn't a movie nor a joke. Each of you needs to be serious. It concerns your own safety. Do you understand? We are not the rescue personnel responsible for this area. We have tasks to fulfill. Now I can give you 1 stay at the service area. We will contact headquarters to see if a team has taken this mission. Even if not, we can request headquarters to send someone to take you to the nearest survivor base. Upon hearing this, the survivors were immediately tempted and expressed their willingness. Qin Luo ignored them and continued, the downside is that even though the zombies here have been cleared, there will still be other mutated creatures threatening your safety. The survivors' expressions turned grim again. To find someone among you who can drive someone brave enough to join us on the road. If we encounter other combat teams returning from their missions, you can follow them to the nearest survivor base. The advantage here is that we will protect you, but the situation on the road is unpredictable. However, I can guarantee to do my utmost to ensure your safety, and our team can even spare 2 people to ride in the same vehicle as you. I require that if you choose to follow us, you behave yourself on the journey. Otherwise, you won't have to wait for zombies or monsters to finish you off. I will take care of you myself. His fierce demeanor was terrifying, causing the survivors to hesitate. There was no way around it. The first principle of headquarters and all bases is never compromise in the apocalypse, never abandon any humans. They didn't come specifically for rescue. They initially intended to find a place to rest, but since they encountered this situation, they couldn't just ignore it. They had to take action. If they chose to court death themselves, Qin Luo had no intention of intervening. There was no need for bad seeds to exist in this world. Duoduo looked at these people who were in a dilemma, the atmosphere slightly tense. It was Wang Weihua who stepped forward to distribute the survival manuals for the apocalypse in paper format, as regular electronic devices were completely unusable. Qin Luo simply handed the situation over to Wang Weihua, as he was most annoyed by dealing with these. With the survival manual, at least they could gain a clearer understanding of the apocalypse. After all, they had been locked up here since the beginning of the apocalypse, and with the service area brightly lit and all the doors closed without any internet, these people truly had no idea what the situation was outside. It's said that they were quite lucky thanks to the quick response of this middle-aged couple. Qin Luo was quite polite to the couple and asked for some details. The couple originally came from L City and had come to contract a cafeteria to make money, but unexpectedly found themselves in the apocalypse, which was truly lamentable. The man was named Zhao Gang and his wife was named Lu Chunwei. They were both honest and warm-hearted people, and they expressed their willingness to follow. I can drive. My wife can too. We used to drive large trucks for freight. If the vehicle breaks down, I can fix it. As long as you are willing to take our family of 3, this is my daughter named Xiaoya. She just turned 8. We don't have any other relatives left. Zhao Gang said that it was good enough for their family of 3 to be together, as staying here was too dangerous, plus they had no idea when the team would come to pick them up. Lu Chunwei nodded. As well, I can cook and do any chores. I can even fight those crazies. A few days ago, we had no medicine here. During good weather, I saw through the crack of the main door that these biting crazies were a bit clumsy during the day, so I went out to get some medicine. She said she was brave enough to fight them, and even mentioned that she had killed a pig before. This couple was very sincere. Qin Luo and the others all laughed, and Duoduo sneakily observed from the side. Lu Chunwei also noticed Duoduo and worried that they wouldn't be willing to take their family of 3 alone. Quickly said, "Is that little girl not feeling well?" I see her complexion isn't good. It would be great for my daughter to keep her company. Don't be fooled by my daughter's young age, she is very caring. With these words spoken, how could they possibly refuse to take the family of 3? Baishu laughed and said, don't worry, as long as you are willing to follow, we will take you along. Qin Luo, hearing this, also smiled and glanced at Su Duo, who felt a bit embarrassed. She didn't need anyone to take care of her and shook her head in protest, indicating she could manage on her own. She doesn't need anyone to look after her. Your family of 3 just needs to take care of yourselves. Qin Luo said this to them, then he asked Zhao Gang a couple more questions. With his experienced driving skills, the safety of their family of 3 would greatly improve, and the couple's energy was quite good. Full of vigor, this gave a glimmer of hope for survival. In the apocalypse, the most feared are those with fragile mentalities. In the evening, everyone temporarily stayed at the service area to rest. After that, a heavy downpour occurred, and by the time dawn broke, the rain had stopped. Last night was quite peaceful. The service area had its advantages of being in the remote wilderness. This route was newly opened, and not many people knew about it, which meant there weren't many zombies scratching at the door in the middle of the night. Su Duo crawled out from under the blanket, her hair a messy tangle. Qin Luo was beside her, and just a bit further away was Qin Xiaofei. Baishu and Wang Weihua were on guard for the latter half of the night, currently attending to the survivors as they packed their things. After witnessing the survival manual for the apocalypse last night, no one was willing to stay, as mutated creatures were even more terrifying than zombies. Su Duo blinked her eyes at the soft blanket, felt too comfortable. As she reached out to touch it, she accidentally slid her hand onto Qin Luo's thigh, waking him up. The two stared at each other wide-eyed. Was it appropriate to say she didn't do it on purpose now? Su Duo immediately wanted to withdraw her hand, but Qin Luo caught her and pinched her palm before letting go. Wow, is it already early morning and you're eating my tofu? His voice was hoarse from just waking up, tickling his ears, and even the little zombie felt a bit embarrassed. Then the little zombie covered her ears and directly draped her blanket over Qin Luo's head, wanting to destroy evidence. As long as he couldn't see her, it wouldn't be awkward. Su Duo got up and performed a disappearing act, planning to go outside and see what Baishu and Wang Weihua. Behind her, Qin Luo chuckled softly, prompting the little zombie to turn back in annoyance. This person didn't even bother to pull down the blanket, just wrapped it around himself and turned back to sleep. Bad guy. Su Duo knew they loved to tease her and find amusement in her zombie self, treating her like a little child. Although her brain was sometimes a bit slow in processing things, she wasn't a fool. She simply reacted slowly. She turned and walked toward the parking lot. Baishu and Wang Weihua were busy fixing Zhao Gang's car. They had chosen the newest bus and were having the survivors clean it inside with rags and buckets, while the 3 of them were modifying the bus. Lu Chunwei was in the kitchen with her daughter, cooking the remaining food to take away, kneading flour into buns. She hadn't slept all night because she was busy with this. Su Duo watched them modify the vehicle for a while. This service area also had a repair shop with all the tools, and they were bustling early in the morning. Standing on the damp ground, the little zombie contemplated and looked around the parking lot. She began to search for cleaner vehicles to store, not caring about the model as long as there were no zombie corpses inside. She felt they might come in handy. Since she was selectively collecting, the others at the repair shop didn't notice that a few vehicles were disappearing. Only Baishu noticed the little zombie wandering around aimlessly and nearly screamed in fright. Looking around, he realized Qin Luo wasn't keeping an eye on her and was worried about what might happen if this little creature was swallowed by some mutated beast. Little class monitor, don't run around. Even though the zombies have been cleared out, being in the remote wilderness means you have to be cautious of mutated animals too. Baishu walked over and then realized Su Duo was collecting vehicles, so he was shocked once again. How big is your space exactly? Su Duo had already moved from the small car to the truck area, and in the blink of an eye she had collected a large truck. Hearing a noise, she turned to look. Seeing Baishu, she lowered her head and took out her tablet to type, raising it again to show, I'm fine, I can do it myself. You're busy, I'll be back later. Su Duo was preoccupied with hoarding supplies, unable to focus on speaking. She could only type as briefly as possible, inexplicably exuding a cool vibe. Baishu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. No way. If something happens to you, our team's food supply will be at risk. You collect yours, I'll find Qin Luo. Su Duo wanted to protest, but Baishu had already activated the contact and called Qin Luo over. Does your first love take care of things? If you get taken away by a mutated creature, I won't be responsible. I'm busy modifying the car over here. Sigh. The little zombie sighed. Su Duo couldn't be bothered with it anymore and turned to store all the large vehicles in the parking lot that caught her eye, feeling they would be worth something if taken to the base as scrap metal. The survival manual for the apocalypse clearly stated that all resources were important in the apocalypse. However, in the early stages, the priority was still on rescuing people and hoarding food and medicine. Other supplies were temporarily secondary, only collected as a side task. Some items were too large to take away, and she would also dismantle some important pieces to bring along. Just as Duoduo finished collecting in this area, Luo came over. This guy was tall with long legs, and he quickly approached her, lifting her up right away. "Are you done collecting? Save some space for other things." Luo picked her up and tucked her under his side as easily as if grabbing a small toy. "If there's an opportunity, other small teams will come to collect these vehicles. Our priority is food, firearms, and medicine, all right, darling?" He said something as he turned to go back. "Don't stray too far from your teammates. Your courage is growing wandering around by yourself. I thought you were looking for Bai Shu and the others." Duo glanced at the parking lot. If she hadn't finished collecting everything she was interested in, she would have struggled a bit. However, her current strength couldn't compete with Luo, so she simply gave in and let him carry her back inside. Once inside, Luo set her down. Qin Xiaofei had also woken up, squinting with messy hair sticking up like a bird's nest. Seeing Duo, he eagerly called out, "Little class monitor, where did you go early this morning?" "I'm hungry." Lu Chunwei happened to come out with several large bowls of handmade noodles, and upon hearing this asked, "Who's hungry?" "I have noodles here, freshly made this morning, delicious and chewy." The other survivors reacted as if it were a common occurrence, indicating that they had grown accustomed to waiting for food. Upon hearing about the handmade noodles, Qin Xiaofei didn't even ask Duo for any. He turned to Lu Chunwei and asked for a bowl, saying, "Auntie, I want a bowl." For now, the water here hasn't been contaminated and they're using well water to draw. But there are restrictions on the amount of water we can use. Luo instructed Lu Chunwei, "Before we leave, try to bring as much water as possible. We can't guarantee there will be a clean water source on the road ahead. Water is essential." Lu Chunwei nodded at this gratefully, saying, "Thank you for the reminder. I still have plenty of noodles. I made a huge pot. If we run out, there's more." Meanwhile, Yang Song was complaining, "Aunt Lu, today's noodles are too soft and mushy." Before Luo could respond, Qin Xiaofei scolded him first. "You're complaining when there's food. Next time I'll let you gnaw on some roots and see if you still complain." "Have they always been like this? You two should not be too lenient if it spoils them like this." Luo frowned as he glanced at the group. Most were young, especially Yang Song, who had 2 male followers and 3 girls, a total of 6 people doing nothing at all. Very good. Luo appreciates such earnest people. However, what needs to be said must still be said now. Currency is not used like this anymore. It's uncertain if it can be exchanged in the future, so don't indulge them. The journey ahead cannot rely solely on you. Lu Chunwei nodded in agreement, repeatedly thanking him, and mentioned that finding the main group was reassuring. She then asked a few questions about the survivor base, learning that everything was orderly there, only the lifestyle and currency had changed. Lu Chunwei expressed great trust in the headquarters, saying it was fine, and they could start anew. Luo was somewhat gentle towards the couple for good reason. They were both clear about the situation, and their little daughter was quietly well-behaved. Unlike Yang Song and his group, they truly failed to recognize the times. Fortunately, Qin Xiaofei was in charge, ensuring they finished their meals before getting back to work. They dared not voice their anger. Duo was immersed in her own space, the multifaceted space in her consciousness. Was filling up with several compartments containing various vehicles. There were luxury cars from various big brands, business vehicles, even a recreational vehicle, and 4 large trucks. Was there something on the trucks? Duo hadn't looked closely at the front, but later discovered that one truck was completely filled with flour, another with hardware components, and yet another with fruit. Unfortunately, after so long in the apocalypse, the fruit inside had mostly rotted. The last truck was for deliveries. It was a huge cargo truck, a 9-emitter 6-box truck, said to be able to hold around 9,000 to 10,000 parcels. Don't be too happy. Although the little zombie was a zombie, she still remembered the joy of unboxing parcels. Duo pulled one out and began to unwrap it, only to find that the first item was a cute bunny headband, which she immediately put on. When Luo had time to look at her, he found she was actually unboxing parcels. "Where did you get that from?" Luo couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, watching her with the pink and white bunny headband perched on her head, which looked quite adorable. He couldn't resist reaching out to pinch the bunny's ear. The texture felt quite nice. Duo secretly glanced at him, feeling a bit guilty, as if she had been caught doing something wrong, but then remembered that with major cities falling, these parcels couldn't be delivered anyway. The little zombie was much more composed. She even stuffed 2 small parcels into Luo's arms, planning to sink to his level. Luo thought for a moment and guessed correctly. He had a good memory. Yesterday, when they were clearing zombies, he had caught a glimpse of the delivery truck, but he hadn't thought too much about it. Primarily, he didn't know how large Duo's space could be. Who would have thought she hoarded items like a hamster, wanting to stuff everything she saw into her space? But it must be said that thanks to her hobby, her space had accumulated quite a bit of supplies. Seeing that they hadn't set off yet, he casually unwrapped 2 parcels, revealing a mechanical keyboard and a string of prayer beads. He found it rather uninteresting, but then turned to see Duoduo unboxing a phone and a gold bracelet, and he was stunned. What incredible luck was this? Duoduo's eyes lit up at the sight of the gold bracelet, and she raised her hand to put it on her wrist. Luo hurriedly stopped her. Hey, don't wear it. It will attract attention. A wealth should not be flaunted, you know. If someone takes you away, it'll be trouble. As the saying goes, in times of prosperity, antiques are valued, while in times of chaos, gold is very alluring. The little zombie was sometimes clever and sometimes dazed, and Luo was genuinely worried she might get abducted. She was so small that he could easily carry her away without any effort. Although Bai Shu and Qin Xiaofei said she could take down several mutated monkeys with a chainsaw, looking at her petite frame, he couldn't help but find it odd. Luo was overly concerned. Duoduo really just wanted to try wearing it. She had no intention of running around with the gold bracelet on. Thus, she simply put it back into her space with reluctance. However, she specifically kept a compartment for jewelry, which still made her feel quite happy. Sparkly things. Beautiful. The zombie liked it. Qin Xiaofei gobbled down 2 bowls of noodles, then turned to see Duoduo and Luo each with a zombie fiddling with something over there. He thought these 2 might be up to something. What are you sneaking around eating? Qin Xiaofei tiptoed over and said, only to find them unboxing parcels. Damn. Wait, where did these deliveries come from at this time? Duoduo, seeing this, finished unboxing the last one and stopped stuffing them all into her space. Luo was already doubting life and said painfully, 5 parcels, 5. Duoduo opened 2 phones and a jade ornament. Oh, what about me? I got a Russian nesting doll and a ceramic stew pot. Don't be too unlucky. Without comparison, there's no harm. Luo was feeling low. Qin Xiaofei laughed heartily. The little class leader has such good luck. Duoduo had just finished typing and raised her tablet, which read the parcels were collected from the delivery truck outside. Qin Xiaofei understood that she was replying to his question. The delay was too slow, making him laugh. Okay, I got it, little class leader. Duoduo looked around to ensure no one was watching, then stuffed 2 small parcels into Qin Xiaofei's hands for him to unwrap. No one could resist the joy of unboxing. Qin Xiaofei really took them and ended up unboxing a belt and a men's wallet, both from big brands. He exclaimed, God, if this isn't the apocalypse, these would cost several $1,000s. Later, he looked down and realized, oh, it's a delivery from a certain company. The goods that can be shipped by this company are generally more expensive. No wonder they are all good items. After reading it, Luo expressed that he didn't want to play anymore. Duoduo, are you deliberately playing with me? All I get are the bad ones. The little zombie stared at him with her round, bright eyes, indicating what kind of joke is that? It was all just what she casually grabbed. Luo couldn't help but laugh, his sharp little teeth glinting as he was intentionally teasing her. The little zombie's expression was wooden, but her eyes were very lively. When she was angry, she would glare at people, and when she was sulky, her gaze would be full of sorrow as she was amusing to tease. Happy times are always short-lived. The 3 of them played for a few minutes, and when the survivors finished breakfast and the bus was ready, they began to load things onto the vehicle in preparation for departure. However, just before they left, something unexpected happened. Yang Song's group actually proposed to sit in Luo's off-road vehicle. Such a big car, surely we can squeeze in, right? The bus doesn't look safe at all. Luo responded coldly, stop talking nonsense and get lost. Captain Qin can be cool and domineering to outsiders, but is a bit gentler with his own people. Yang Song fell silent. A few of his companions at least showed some understanding and knew to say sorry. They eventually pulled Yang Song back. Duoduo quickly climbed into the off-road vehicle, while this time Qin Xiaofei and Wang Weiwa had to go to the survivor's vehicle as someone needed to keep an eye on that side. Yang Song's gaze fell on Duoduo, and he spat out, what are you pretending to be? Acting all high and mighty, isn't it just to take a girl out on a mission? He probably thought she was his mistress. What else could a girl like that do? She looked so delicate and weak. Wu Zijie advised Yang Ge, don't get angry. We can't afford to offend these few people right now. Yang Song spat again, isn't it just relying on his special abilities to act arrogant? Bah. If I had special abilities, would he still be able to show off? Wu Zijie felt a bit awkward upon hearing this, but having been Yang Song's follower for so long, he didn't dare to refute. But didn't Brother Wang give us the survival manual for the apocalypse? I don't think activating these special abilities is that easy either. After all, it's something unfamiliar. Who knows if there will be side effects after gaining special abilities. The other girls have been scared out of their wits these past few days. Hearing that the 2 of them still have the mood to chat about this, they urged, hurry up and get in the car. Yes, Uncle Zhao will be driving soon. Yang Song scolded again, are you looking for death? What do you mean by telling me what to do? Though he kept cursing, they still had to get in the car. The girls had red eyes from the scolding. Qin Xiaofei called out names in the car, and there were 6 people in Yang Song's group: himself, Wu Zijie, another boy named He, and 3 girls. Zhao Gang and Lu Chunue along with their daughter and another pair of workers who were good brothers from the same village aged around 40. There was also a young couple and a trio of girlfriends making a total of 16 survivors. After confirming everything was correct, Chen Xiaofei signaled Zhao Gang to close the car door and drive. Please concentrate when driving, no matter what you see, don't panic. Can you do that? Zhao Gang nervously swallowed, glanced at his wife and daughter, and nodded heavily. Don't worry, I will drive well. Chen Xiaofei also found a seat in the front. All right, then you can go ahead and drive, just follow our captain. The car immediately set off. Meanwhile, Duoduo was idly sitting in the middle row secretly unpacking express deliveries. The rustling sound never stopped. Qin Luo was driving while Baishu checked the road. Packing electronic products. Ordinary electronic items weren't worth much in the apocalypse. A phone that used to cost nearly 10,000 before the apocalypse had now become. Duoduo didn't feel particularly happy when unpacking electronic products. Ordinary electronic items weren't worth much in the apocalypse. A phone that used to cost nearly 10,000 before the apocalypse had now become scrap metal, and she could only wait and see if she could sell it for a good price later. However, if she unpacked food, she would be very excited, especially a big box of snacks. After unpacking for a while, she lost interest. Duoduo began to look out the window. Although it wasn't raining, the weather was terrible with thick dark clouds overhead that showed no sign of dispersing. The road behind them even encountered thick fog. The route can't be changed. If we exit the highway and take another road, it will be completely blocked with cars. Let's continue on the highway and see how it goes. Baishu analyzed the situation while looking at the tablet. The forum had real-time maps. Blocked roads would be reported by other teams, allowing the base's other teams to know the local road conditions. Qin Luo drove fast and aggressively, but he had to be cautious in the thick fog. Duoduo had just thought that despite the poor road conditions today, at least the journey had been relatively smooth. She glanced at the tablet. They were less than 200 kilometers from City C. Just as she felt relieved, a group of wild boars suddenly charged out of the fog ahead and Qin Luo crashed into them, sending them flying. The bus behind was startled as well, but fortunately Zhao Gang had good psychological quality, regaining control of the steering wheel within seconds to continue driving. Qin Luo glanced back and praised, Zhao Gang and his wife are quite capable. They were suitable for going out to fight. Their strong mental quality was commendable, but unfortunately they hadn't awakened any special abilities, otherwise they would be a great asset. In this world turned upside down, it was really hard for ordinary people to survive. However, there were too few supernatural beings. They were desperately needed, and gaining another ally was a good thing. Baishu pushed his glasses and said their aptitude is indeed good. If the base researches evolution potions later, they might really have a chance to become a member of the combat team. Let's hope so, Qin Luo replied with a smile. Duoduo was watching the road conditions. Aside from the occasional mutated animal rushing out from the mountains, the highway was very quiet most of the time. This kind of silence wasn't the reassuring kind, instead it brought a sense of ominous foreboding. Perhaps it was triggered by her nature. Although Duoduo as a zombie wouldn't harbor hostility towards humans, she would feel scared when encountering mutated beasts. However, at the same time, she would tense up completely and enter a battle state. Because she had firmly convinced herself that she was human even if she was now a zombie. In an instant, her brain sent out a strong warning of danger. She suddenly turned her head and saw a huge figure approaching from the lower left at the 8 o'clock direction. It was that snakeman. Duoduo immediately took the wooden whistle from her chest and blew it once, successfully alerting the two in front. Qin Luo instinctively looked at the road conditions while Baishu turned back to ask, what's wrong? Is there a situation? Duoduo nodded vigorously. Qin Luo also saw the scene in the rearview mirror. A distance away, the snakeman had appeared again and was heading straight toward them. Damn, this creature is coming for us. Baishu also saw it, the thick snake body. Who knows how many things it had swallowed again, since they hadn't seen it for a night. It had grown even larger. Qin Luo focused on the front and said, notify Old Wang to take over driving. Let's speed up and see if we can shake it off. If not, we can only fight it hidden. Such a troublesome mutated creature isn't easily dealt with. At least several squads would be needed. Unfortunately, there wasn't another combat squad on their route. Although Baishu's expression wasn't good, he quickly notified Wang Weihua. After the call was connected, Wang Weihua immediately agreed. Meanwhile, the survivors screamed again in fear, unable to control themselves. Even Yang Zong's voice was the loudest, collapsing over there, saying, I told you not to follow them, you insisted on going. Enough. We've been targeted by a monster. We're all going to be eaten by it. We're going to die. The rest of his words were cut off by Chen Xiaofei, and they could only hear Yang Zong muffled as he was silenced. Brother Qin, don't worry, just drive away, catch up with you soon. Indeed, it was still reassuring to have teammates. Qin Luo smiled, all right you guys, hurry up. Chen Xiaofei quickly agreed, okay. Wang Weihua had Zhao Gang stop the bus. He quickly switched places with him, and within 10 seconds the bus roared back to life and surged forward. The two vehicles started speeding forward. Qin Luo faced greater pressure as he led the way. The road conditions were poor, yet he had to maintain speed. Su Duo found it very difficult. Despite driving aggressively, he remained steady. However, upon reaching the winding mountain roads, he began to take sharp turns. Su Duo was tossed around and could only cling tightly to her seat. She ran to the back row holding onto the seats and kept an eye on where that snake monster was. Not looking was one thing, but seeing it was shocking. It was getting closer and closer. The tension was enough to make her scalp tingle. Chen Xiaofei leaned out of the window and opened fire towards the rear. The noise of the gunshots, causing the survivors in the vehicle to crouch down, clutching their heads and screaming. Yang Song had already been tightly bound to prevent him from causing trouble. Zhao Gang was anxiously fidgeting while Lu Chunwei held her little daughter close. The three of them were anxious yet quiet, without screams or chaos. Wang Weiwa drove aggressively, closely tailing Qin Luo's off-road vehicle. As soon as Qin Luo signaled to stop, Wang immediately understood it was time to prepare for a fight. There's no other way, we can't escape. Zhao Gang, take the wheel and lead the others forward. You should meet other rescue teams when you reach City C. Wang Weiwa shouted to Zhao Gang. The bus was full of fuel and they had several boxes of gasoline stored from scavenging other vehicles. It was more than enough for them to reach City C. You must continue on your own from here. Listen carefully. No matter what mutated creatures or zombies you encounter, don't hesitate. Keep your heart steady and ram through if you can. Zhao Gang nodded repeatedly despite his trembling hands. I understand, but what about you? Can you handle this big guy? Lu Chunwei, her face pale, interjected. There are only a few of you. How can you possibly fight this monster? Why don't we all go together? Hurry up. Wang Weiwa insisted. They didn't have time. If this drags on, none of you will escape. We'll buy you some time. If worst comes to worst, we can still flee. We can't fight effectively with you all slowing us down and distracting us. With that, he parked the vehicle abruptly. Zhao Gang didn't dare to waste any more time and quickly switched places with him. Wang Weiwa had already managed to shake off the snake creature for a bit, gaining them some precious time. Gritting his teeth, he said, "All right, we won't hold you back. Please be careful. If we encounter any people, we will have them come to support you." Wang Weiwa smiled and patted his shoulder, encouraging him to run faster. Their little daughter nestled in Lu Chunwei's arms, wide-eyed, said, "Uncle, you are heroes. Please be safe." Wang Weiwa reached out and ruffled the little girl's hair. "Listen to your parents, okay?" The little girl, Chen Xiaofei, immediately withdrew from the window. He had fired several shots, but could only leave a few minor wounds on the large snake. Damn it, this thing is really agile. I can't hit it at all. Wang Weiwa jumped out of the car shouting, "Xiaofei, hurry up." Chen Xiaofei replied as he jumped down, "If you want to survive, don't let go of that damn thing. It'll only cause more trouble." The others trembled in fear, glancing at Yang Song. If he weren't tightly bound and gagged, he would have been cursing loudly. His face was filled with terror as he struggled, but unfortunately he couldn't move at all. The others nodded repeatedly, understanding that this guy was the most likely to cause trouble. Wu Zijie even flatteringly suggested, "Do you need us to take your little girl with us?" Wang Weiwa switched weapons, and so did Qin Xiaofei. Suddenly he recalled the scene where Su Duo wielded a chainsaw to kill mutated monkeys, and he shuddered. He spoke up, "Our teammate doesn't need to come along." Not to mention anything else, the uncertainties of the apocalypse were too many. It was far too dangerous for Su Duo to go alone. Regardless, it was just a mutated snake man. It couldn't be that they couldn't take it down. At worst, they could trade injuries for its life. Even if Su Duo couldn't help, protecting her would be less worrisome than protecting these ordinary people. Wang Weiwa waved them to leave quickly, and Zhao Gang immediately stepped on the gas. In less than 2 minutes, the bus sped past the off-road vehicle, heading straight forward, honking its horn in salute. Qin Luo also returned the gesture and quickly got out of the vehicle with Bai Shu. Su Duo didn't need anyone to tell her. She understood she couldn't stay in the car. No matter how sturdy the vehicle was, it was hard to say against mutated creatures. Staying behind could easily turn into canned food. Zhao Gang glanced back in the rearview mirror, noting several young people, buying them time to survive. Even though he understood it was their duty, it was hard not to be moved. The big man's eyes turned red. Lu Chunwei kept praying in her heart, hoping these young people would be safe and that her family would escape. Wu Zijie saw that the young girl jumped out of the off-road vehicle and surprisingly did not run away. She neither cried nor panicked. Just based on this, she was definitely not the weak and delicate beauty that Yang Song described. Looking back at their side, the survivors were so scared they couldn't even speak. They sat weakly in their seats, clutching the railings tightly, and one could even smell the scent of urine. It was unclear who was so scared they wet their pants. Ordinary people seeing such an unusual giant snake would be considered psychologically strong if they didn't go insane. Su Duo started the fight knowing her combat power was limited. Therefore, when Captain Qin Luo instructed her and Bai Shu to stay put, she promptly followed Bai Shu and ran towards the hillside beside the highway. Bai Shu was in the sniper position. He needed to quickly find a suitable location to prepare. Qin Luo took out a small bomb from his storage space, each one the size of a marble, and everyone's earpieces quickly came to life. Old Wang Xiaofei, hold this thing off. I'll be right there to support you. Su Duo followed Bai Shu through the woods towards the direction of the snake man. Instructions for their coordination came through the earpiece. Despite Bai Shu's refined appearance, his movements were surprisingly agile. As Qin Luo called out the coordinates, he had already set up his rifle. Su Duo stayed alert beside Bai Shu, knowing that the apocalyptic changes were immense. Even the insects in the woods had mutated, and the brightly colored spiders were as big as fists. She held back her disgust and accurately stabbed each one with her dagger. Bai Shu spoke little in battle mode, but he noticed that Su Duo was actually helping him clear obstacles. Everything that could potentially disturb him was quietly cleared by her. The little team leader was indeed worthy of her title. They stopped by a rock surrounded by many trees, providing good cover. After Bai Shu got into position, he informed the three of them that he was ready. Then the battle officially began. The commotion was immense. Su Duo squatted beside him, battling mutated insects. These bugs starving in the woods were killing each other. Finally, they waited for a fresh meal and all crawled towards Bai Shu, only to be sprayed by Su Duo with insecticide. Finding it effective, she poured 2 bags of pest powder over Bai Shu. The results were excellent. Bai Shu trusted her immensely and didn't even mind what she was doing. He entered a state of flow. One shot, one wound, yet he couldn't hit the snake man's vital spot. He had to keep changing positions to avoid being detected by the mutated snake man. The earpiece conveyed how intense the battle was. Su Duo couldn't keep up with Bai Shu anymore and turned her gaze to the few fighting not far away. Wang Weihua was already covered in blood and appeared injured, while Qin Xiaofei was starting to struggle with his movements, but Qin Luo was still holding strong. Qin Luo was truly the main attacker of the team. His output alone could rival that of several others. His reckless energy made onlookers feel a shiver of fear. Su Duo watched him attack the mutated snakeman. After a barrage of firepower failed to yield results, Qin Luo switched to his dual blades. The mutated snakeman with a human face was truly a sight that drained one's sanity, making even the little corpse feel disgusted. Wang Weihua acted as the damage absorber in the team. His power was an enhancement of strength, and his tough skin made him a formidable opponent. With a single punch, he made the mutated snakeman spit out a shower of pixels. This pile of filth contained numerous remnants of mutated animals and humans. Qin Xiaofei's ability was speed enhancement. His role was to attract the enemy's attention, constantly disturbing the mutated snakeman and occasionally inflicting wounds. The mutated snakeman became disoriented, its massive head swaying wildly. Bai Shu's shooting was accurate. Every shot created a bloody wound, yet this snake was too adept at dodging, always evading the vital points. He kept shifting positions from afar, leaving the snakeman completely unaware of where his next shot would come from. Qin Luo's abilities seemed to be unaccustomed to the situation. He rarely used it, but eventually resorted to it. Su Duo witnessed him summon lightning. The overcast weather perfectly suited Qin Luo, causing the mutated snakeman to erupt in a shower of electrified blood. However, this mutated snakeman was too large, and she had no idea what level it was. Despite their continuous assaults, they couldn't kill it, provoking it into a berserk mode that sent Wang Weihua and Qin Xiaofei flying. As time dragged on, Qin Luo and the others began to fall into a disadvantage. Su Duo felt anxious watching Qin Xiaofei and Wang Weihua being knocked away, blood pouring from their mouths and noses. Qin Luo was also badly injured. The mutated snakeman's attacks were accompanied by sound waves that caused a piercing headache. When she saw Qin Luo being wrapped up by the mutated snakeman, Su Duo couldn't hold back any longer. Her mind buzzed, and she instinctively ran towards them, momentarily hearing her own heartbeat. The multifaceted cube in her mind was spinning furiously, making her dizzy. Su Duo. Run, little captain. When Su Duo regained her senses, she found herself standing before the giant snake. Such a small figure, she was nowhere near big enough to even fill a gap in the snake's teeth. The snake let out a sharp, mocking laugh. Oh, a zombie has come to join the fun. Good, come here. Let me take a bite, it's crunchy like chicken. The giant snake coiled tighter around Qin Luo, who was looking increasingly unwell. He cursed, "You dog. I am your father. Try saying that again. Who do you want to eat, you dog?" He roared, releasing a tremendous burst of lightning that coursed through the mutated snakeman from head to tail, making the 2 human legs at the tip of its tail tremble. The mutated snakeman was directly electrocuted, its body riddled with numerous small wounds gushing blood, and it was enraged, hissing, "It hurts. It hurts. I'll kill you. I'll kill you." Qin Luo was hurled away, crashing against the mountainside beside the highway. "Brother Qin. Little captain." Su Duo's ears buzzed and the cube in her mind kept spinning, making her feel dizzy. At that moment, a gust of foul wind swept past her, and the world seemed to slow down. The mutated snakeman opened its massive jaws, revealing enormous fangs, its blood-red mouth and dark throat. Duoduo instinctively raised her hands to shield herself, and then a few words echoed in her mind which she silently repeated. The space instantly froze and compressed. Then she witnessed the mutated snakeman freeze for a second, its eyes wide in disbelief, its throat uttering the words, "No, it's impossible." The next second it exploded, its enormous body shattering. Blood splattered all over Duoduo, drenching her face with chunks of flesh flying everywhere. The scattered pieces rolled on the ground, still twitching the bright red snake meat. The scene fell into a dead silence. Wang Weihua and Qin Xiaofei stared in shock, taking quite a while before they quietly chuckled, collapsing onto the ground astonished. Incredible. Little Captain is amazing. Ha ha, oh my. The feeling of being alive was nothing short of wonderful. Wang Weihua and Qin Xiaofei couldn't help but laugh while expressing their amazement. Duoduo didn't know how long she had been in a daze, her head buzzing as she sat slumped in the blood, feeling as if the whole world was painted red. When she regained some clarity, she noticed a pair of large hands wiping her face, cleaning the blood off, and then lifting her up to stand. Wake up. Are you stunned? Qin Luo was in excruciating pain, yet he was the first to stand up, barely managing to walk over and lift Duoduo. There was no choice. The poor little thing sat bewildered in the blood, looking pitiful. Qin Luo picked up the red mutated core that had fallen at his feet and handed it to the little zombie. Duoduo instinctively extended her little paw to grasp the core, still dazed. Wang Weihua and Qin Xiaofei were still slumped on the ground, their faces contorted in pain. Even though they were enhanced humans, pain was still very real, and recovery, while swift, still took time. Ordinary people would have been devoured by such a monster. Baishu had the least severe injuries, having only been hurt in the ears by the snake sound wave attack. When he arrived, he was at a loss for words at the horrific scene. Wang Weihua and Qin Xiaofei couldn't even get up while the little zombie remained in a daze. Captain Qin Luo was also heavily injured. Baishu sighed, wanting to help Qin Luo, but Qin Luo waved him off, holding Duoduo and saying, "No need, I can walk on my own. You go help Lao Wang and Xiaofei." Baishu had no choice but to turn and assist Qin Xiaofei while Wang Weihua lay on the ground gasping for breath. Qin Luo supported his body, carrying Duoduo on his shoulder, and staggered back to the vehicle, squeezing into the back seat with her. Soon Qin Xiaofei was also helped back to the middle row, lying on the seat and gasping, "Hiss hiss, it hurts so much." Baishu was equally exhausted, slowly assisting Wang Weihua back. The vehicle was filled with the stench of blood. Damn, that was brutal. What level was that mutated snakeman? It was hard to fight. I almost thought we were done for today. Phew, but we have Little Captain, right? Oh my, speaking of which, what happened with Little Captain? For a moment I felt like time slowed down. I heard that if someone with spatial abilities is strong enough, they can develop a killing move. Qin Xiaofei and Wang Weihua talked casually to distract themselves as their bodies were in too much pain, sometimes shaking from the intensity of it. Baishu went back to take a few pictures and videos, quickly driving away from the area. If they stayed any longer, who knew what else might come after them? The mutated snake man named Liang Yong is 40 years old and was the general manager of a publicly listed company, arrested for embezzlement just before his death. In his youth, he had a penchant for wild game, but after the government imposed restrictions, he developed a taste for snakes. Just before the apocalypse, he was bitten by a snake, and on the very day the apocalypse began, Liang Yong transformed into a snake man, immediately devouring the police officers who came to arrest him, along with numerous passers-by, including zombies. The common skills after mutation include binding, kill, knockback, and devour, with a derived skill of sonic attack, which can cause dizziness, hallucinations, and vomiting. He levels up through devouring. The headquarters has also updated the level evaluation criteria, categorizing this mutated snake man as a 3-star monster. The highest rating is currently capped at 10 stars. As Baishu just logged onto the forum, the data section updated with information on this wanted mutated snake man. Qin Xiaofei was treating his wounds and couldn't help but complain, "This news is too late. It would have been better if the information had been complete sooner. I'm still feeling dizzy and my ears are ringing, plus this blood bar is so difficult to deal with." Wait a moment, Xiaobai, make sure to include the characteristics of its resistance in the report. I can't help it. It's a physiological reaction. Wang Weihua said this while bandaging his own wounds. The group had stopped on an emergency lane and Wang Weihua poured antiseptic over himself, shivering from the sting. They both had numerous external injuries, but fortunately the physique of ability users is excellent. Their bleeding had already stopped and they just needed to treat the inflammation and bandage up. Lastly, taking some oral medication, they could recover fully within a week. If they were ordinary people, they would at least be bedridden for several months. Baishu nodded after hearing this. His left ear was even bleeding from the sonic attack, but he had no time to care about that. He first uploaded the data on the mutated snake man to prevent other teams from encountering the same kind of monster. Since no one is taking the job, the bounty for this wanted task has been upgraded to 200,000 points. It just arrived and I'll give the squad leader 100,000 points. The remaining 100,000 will be split among the 4 of us. Does anyone have any objections? I'm fine with it, Bai Shu said while pushing up his glasses, but at this moment no one cared about that. Wang Weihua replied, whatever, I don't mind. Sure, we can give a bit more to the squad leader as well. If it weren't for her hidden finishing move, the three of us would have been done. Wang Weihua also agreed wholeheartedly, glancing at his injured fist. He couldn't help but clench it. We're too weak. I mean, we've classified these things by star ratings now. This is only a 3-star monster. A mere 3-star monster almost wiped out our team. Normally when we go on missions our cooperation is seamless, yet today we nearly faced annihilation. Qin Xiaofei remained silent, unusually downcast, and couldn't help but sigh. Bai Shu quickly finished the report, allocated the points, and transferred them to their respective accounts. If you all are feeling disheartened now, I suggest you check the forum. It's still the early days of the apocalypse, and the highest level monsters appearing are only 5 stars. Moreover, because we successfully eliminated this 3-star mutated snake man, the headquarters mentioned there would be additional rewards, so we can look forward to that. You have to understand that the 4 of us plus 1 little zombie just took down a 3-star mutated monster. That's quite impressive. Wang Weihua and Qin Xiaofei paused, both leaning closer to Bai Shu, looking at the trending posts on the tablet where a crowd was praising them. What? Which brave team took on this task that no one else dared to? Oh, it turns out to be the 3A Special Operations Team. Fine, I have no objections. Wow, a 3-star mutated monster. What kind of team is this that is so formidable? What exactly is the 3A Special Operations Team? A pure civilian newbie seeking answers. With the arrival of the apocalypse, many new internet terms have emerged on the forum. For instance, combat teams previously composed of military personnel would refer to themselves as organized units, while ordinary people with abilities gained from the apocalypse refer to themselves as civilian newbies. The discussions were lively. No matter how difficult the world became, gossip was still essential, otherwise one would go mad. People always needed a place to unwind. The Water Forum is a great way to relieve stress. When someone inquired about the 3A Special Operations Team, other enthusiastic comrades from different teams provided explanations. The 3A Special Operations Team is nothing special, it's just a combat team that has been rated A for 3 consecutive years, over 36 months. Bitter sorrowful, I really didn't cry. Civilian newbies, don't listen to the nonsense above. Everyone in this team is quite impressive, otherwise they couldn't be part of the legendary A group. I heard a group has 7 teams and 3A is still quite strong. They are just a group of people at the top of the pyramid. Ordinary people like us shouldn't compare to them, they are like beasts. Fearless, tireless, and can go 10 days without eating. Other comrades echoed one, presumably having been compared to them by their own commanders, each expressing a tone of deep sorrow and pain. As a result, the civilian newbies exclaimed, thinking they were incredibly cool. No wonder they are so powerful, they are impressive. We found a 1-star mutated animal terrifying before nearly facing total destruction, and now it's a 3-star mutated monster. It was once human. And it's not even an animal, the pressure feels immense. Ha ha ha, this is definitely a cute civilian newbie. Have you never killed anyone? For those of us from organized units, we have actually dealt with real people before, so the psychological pressure is not too bad. Mainly the sight of these half-human, half-monster beings is quite disgusting. As for the people in the 3A Special Operations Team, that's not surprising. Didn't you see the pictures and videos from the scene? My god, it's full of chunks of meat. How strong must they be to chop a 3-star mutated monster into pieces? Hiss, don't get me wrong, but those chunks look like snake skin. They clearly are pieces of snake meat. They resemble segments of eel. I'm getting hungry. Don't be too crazy upstairs. Those upstairs a person shouldn't, at least not supposed to. In short, everyone was discussing joyfully, also revering the 3A Special Operations Team as great figures, while only they knew that it was a bit. Qin Xiaofei rubbed his nose and said, I really feel unworthy this time. If it weren't for the squad leader, we might not have been able to defeat that guy. Wang Weihua also felt quite guilty. Bai Shu turned to look back. In the back seat of the vehicle, Qin Luo and Su Duoduo were asleep. As soon as they got in the car, Qin Luo hurriedly wiped the blood off his body, casually applied some medicine, wrapped it with bandages, and then took a small blanket to wipe the little zombie's bloodstains before holding her and falling asleep. The little zombie had closed her eyes and fallen asleep as soon as she got into the car. Qin Xiaofei hesitated. Should we wake them up? At least Qin Ji's wounds need to be properly bandaged again, right? The squad leader hasn't even changed her clothes. Wang Weihua peeked inside and saw the two sleeping soundly next to each other. Recent studies suggest that sleep can help mutants quickly recover their stamina and wounds. If you two can sleep, you might as well take a nap. Brother Bai, how come you always know everything first? Qin Xiaofei expressed his admiration. Wang Weihua, who got into the car, nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, Xiao Bai knows everything. Bai Shu returned to the driver's seat adjusting his glasses as he replied, because I love learning and learning loves me. Someone among us has to keep an eye on the information. The world is ever-changing. If you don't check the forums regularly, it's easy to fall behind the pace. Chen Xiaofei and Wang Weihua exchanged embarrassed chuckles. There was nothing they could do. They were all specialized in their own fields, and they only had interest in things they liked, making studying quite a challenge for them. In this aspect, Bai Shu was indeed more attentive than them. A few hours later, when Duoduo opened her eyes, she saw two figures swaying before her vision veiled as if through red gauze, making the entire world seem hazy. After rubbing her eyes, she finally realized that the people in front of her were Lu Chunwei and her daughter. Little Shusher felt dazed. After a 3 or 4 minute mental freeze, she slowly began to recall something. Was this a dream? Hadn't they already separated from their group? The survivors had left first, and their team was trailing behind, only to engage in a fierce battle where everyone was injured. Little Shusher recalled. She hurriedly tried to find someone, only to discover she was in an old warehouse, which was quite spacious, with many survivors resting around. Her gaze swept around and finally settled on their figures. Qin Luo was already awake, standing upright, flanked by Wang Weihua, Chen Xiaofei, and Bai Shu, who were discussing something. If it weren't for the battle-damaged clothes still on him, stained with blood and dirt, and the sight of his hand, which was wrapped in bandages revealing slender fingers, Little Shusher would have almost believed she was dreaming. After taking some time to sort out the situation, she realized they must have caught up with the survivors, as it had only been less than 2 hours since their last separation. She belatedly noticed a dull pain in her head, feeling a bit stiffer than before. Wooden. She frowned. Lu Chunwei and her daughter were still discussing things with their backs turned to her, murmuring, "Mom, but sister is covered in blood. It's better to clean her up a bit, right?" "Sweetheart, you're right. Captain Qin and the other young men must be too busy to take care of her. How about we cooperate and help sister wash up? But we don't know if she has any wounds." Lu Chunwei hesitated, wanting to help but worried about hurting the little girl. The sight of her covered in dried blood was truly unsettling. Duoduo had just caught on to what they were saying, and she almost jumped up. Although she had turned into a little zombie, she still cared about her dignity. She absolutely did not want to be stripped naked. She immediately jumped up and stumbled over to Qin Luo, hugging his arm tightly and refusing to let go. Seeking a sense of security, the little girl was startled. Just as she turned her head, she saw a figure darting out. She didn't even have time to say hello, sister. Lu Chunwei was also startled. Since the apocalypse began, she had been very vigilant. Without knowing the situation, she instinctively tightened her hold on her little daughter. To her surprise, the little girl had dashed over to Captain Qin, hugging his arm like an ostrich and warily looking at them. The mother and daughter felt a bit awkward for a moment. Guessing she had overheard their conversation, it seemed the southern girl was not accustomed to such candid interactions. Chen Xiaofei exclaimed in delight, "Little monitor, you're awake." Bai Shu noticed that her eyes were stained with a bit of blood, but she seemed oblivious to it. An ordinary person would probably struggle to open their eyes, yet she appeared calm. This made him once again clearly realize that the little monitor was truly not human. Bai Shu observed her dependence on Qin Luo, ignoring them. When he saw Chen Xiaofei and Wang Weihua wanting to say something, he casually guided them away, saying, "It's fine as long as Qin Luo is here, let's go deal with other matters." To avoid being a third wheel. Huh. Why? I haven't had a chat with the little monitor yet. Chen Xiaofei was forcibly taken away by Bai Shu. Wang Weihua opened his mouth, noticing the little monitor's silent, dazed expression and her unusual reliance on Qin Luo, realizing that her condition was not normal. Thus he followed Bai Shu as well. As for Qin Luo, he was still speaking with others, saying, "Yeah, no problem." When he noticed the little zombie approaching, he merely glanced at her. Seeing her little paws tightly gripping his arm, he didn't say a word. "All right, the survivors can follow Team Zhang back. If there are no other issues, we can disperse." Duoduo turned to the person across from her, who turned out to be from another combat team. The opposing team leader nodded in agreement and saluted Qin Luo, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Captain Qin. We'll take it from here." Qin Luo nodded. Duoduo felt as if the other party had glanced at the collar around her neck, making her uncomfortable as she instinctively huddled closer to Qin Luo, almost sticking to him. Qin Luo simply picked her up with one hand, tucking her under his arm and carrying her away in a very straightforward manner. He truly loved treating her like a doll. Duoduo slumped, hanging on his arm, feeling all soft. Qin Luo hadn't washed up yet either. He carried Duoduo to the bathing area, where there was a row of showers in the warehouse meant for living. He tossed Duoduo into one of the showers, saying, "First take a shower and change into clean clothes. I'll be next door. If you need anything, blow the wooden whistle to call me. Can you wash yourself?" Just as Qin Luo was mumbling about whether to let Lu Chunwei assist her with bathing, Duoduo slowly responded, quickly shaking her head. She absolutely did not want that. Hey, no wonder Luchinue and her daughter looked strange earlier. Could it be they wanted to help you? But you scared them away and they were startled. Qin Luo had noticed this when Su Duo had just woken up and had caught a glimpse of the expressions on the mother and daughter. His logic made sense, connecting the dots effortlessly. You a little zombie have quite the thin skin. He leaned down to tease her. The poor little thing looked quite tragic, clad in battle gear with dark hair, a pale face, and covered in dried blood, making her look quite pitiful. He felt quite frustrated for not being able to protect her properly, and now she had even saved him. Qin Luo noticed that the little girl seemed even more dazed, regressing to the state when he first met her, reacting slowly, with a significant delay. He raised his hand to pinch the back of her neck to help her relax, saying, "All right, stop thinking about it. Your brain is going to fry. Just wash up and rest." Qin Luo pulled out a blue water bucket from his storage space, which was just enough for Su Duo. Seeing her small self standing in the blue water bucket, he was quite satisfied with his creation, saying, "I'm a genius. Hurry up and wash." After saying this, he closed the door and entered the adjacent shower room. Soon the sound of running water could be heard. Since there was no electricity here, she could only take a cold shower. When Qin Luo was halfway through his wash, he noticed the little zombie scratching at the door. With his injuries, it was particularly inconvenient for him to wash. How could a little corpse drenched all over come over so quickly? Hey, just a moment, stop scratching, ancestor, the door is about to break. Qin Luo had no idea why Su Duo was so attached to him. Right now her thoughts could not be rationalized by normal people. What reason did a zombie have to discuss? When he opened the door, he saw Su Duo wearing a soft pajama, no longer in her battle gear, resembling the moment they first reunited. Looking again at her almond-shaped eyes blinking away, they appeared so clear and foolish. She used to be sharp and cunning, but now she seemed worse off than when they first met. With one hand propped against the door frame, Qin Luo scrutinized Su Duo in front of him. The little zombie seemed rather shy and reached out to tug at his athletic wear. He was currently not wearing an outer garment, just a dark green athletic outfit that highlighted his physique, and the little zombie was staring at his pectorals and abdominal muscles. Oh no, Su Duo, you seem to have become even more foolish than before. What if someone takes you away one day? Sighing, Qin Luo raised his hand to comb her damp bangs, styling it into a slick back. Fortunately, Su Duo had a small face and delicate features. Exposing her forehead gave a completely different vibe, which intrigued Qin Luo. He kept adjusting her bangs, sometimes letting them fall, sometimes lifting them up again. Hey, it's quite amazing, it feels completely different either way. Just then some young members from another team passed by and caught sight of Captain Qin flirting, instantly turning red and looking at him with a judgmental expression. Qin Luo froze just in time to meet Su Duo's gaze, where her beautiful pupils were stained red with blood. He wiped her eyes with his finger, but couldn't clean them properly. He simply raised his hand and scooped her up under his arm, saying, "Hiss, we need to take care of your eyes, let me ask them how to fix it." 3 minutes later, Su Duo was sitting on the floor covered with bedding, while Qin Luo sat behind her drying her hair. Opposite them were Bai Shu, Qin Xiaofei, and Wang Weihua. The four of them with serious expressions studied her eyes. "Should we take them out?" "Qin Ge, this is on you. You put them in, you take them out. It feels more troublesome to take them out than to put them in." What happened to the little class monitor? Why does she seem so dull? They felt a bit awkward recalling their defeat against the mutated serpent people, but wouldn't any situation eventually pass? Soon they regained their composure and no longer felt awkward. Qin Luo pushed Su Duo's head back, holding her chin to tilt her head up as he leaned down to look into her eyes. "Hiss, isn't this just me being too cautious? Should I find someone skilled to help her?" "I'm afraid of poking her eyes." He noticed that the three in front of him were unresponsive. When he looked up, good heavens. The three had expressions of disbelief, and Wang Weihua rubbed his arms. Qin Xiaofei, sitting cross-legged, exclaimed, "Wow, Qin Ge, are you going to kiss the little class monitor?" Bai Shu immediately covered his mouth, saying, "How rude. My son doesn't know better." Qin Xiaofei exploded, struggling in his grip. "Who are you calling your son? Let's find a girl who knows how to wear colored contacts." The premise is that the little class monitor is willing to let her take them out. Don't you all think the little class monitor seems off? Since she used her ultimate move. He brought it up several times, but no one responded. This was indeed very unusual. Bai Shu, who had been playfully tussling with Qin Xiaofei after discussing the parent-child relationship, adjusted his crooked glasses seriously and said, "It's probably a side effect." Her move felt a bit like compressing space, directly exploding the serpent people. But it was merely a guess. However, the reasoning wasn't wrong. Su Duo hadn't used it in previous encounters. During the mutated monkey incident, Bai Shu and Qin Xiaofei arrived to find limbs scattered everywhere. She was holding a chainsaw, still buzzing, but they hadn't witnessed the scene firsthand. Thus they couldn't deduce whether she had used her powers or the chainsaw last time. She hadn't fainted, but the mutated monkeys were merely annoying. Aside from the Monkey King being a bit stronger, the others didn't even qualify as 1 star. At most they were just crazed animals in the early stages of infection, which weren't that difficult to kill. But this time the serpent people were 3 stars. They had all found it quite challenging, let alone Duoduo, a little zombie. It would be strange if she didn't rebound. Chen Xiaofei also sat up, his short hair tousled, arms crossed, and mused, TSK tisk, speaking of which the little class monitor's ultimate move is quite impressive. But overuse might lead to a backlash that causes regression in intelligence. Wang Weihua also thought this line of reasoning was plausible. But I wonder how long it will take for her to recover. Or whether she can even recover at all. This question was a bit heavy. The 3 of them turned to see Qin Luo's reaction. Although Qin Luo could sometimes be a bit off, he was still the captain and reliable in a crisis, plus this little class monitor was his first love. But when they looked, they were met with a scene of disbelief. Qin Luo was prying open the little zombie's mouth to inspect her teeth, even sticking his fingers into her mouth. Baishu couldn't take it anymore, grabbing a wet tissue and tossing it over. No. Did you wash your hands before sticking your fingers into her mouth? Chen Xiaofei had an OMG expression covering his face, but exposing his eyes, pointing at Qin Luo and saying, Qin Gu, how did I never notice you were this perverted before? Wang Weihua was also dumbfounded. Qin Luo caught the wet tissue Baishu threw and quickly explained, Hey, I just washed my hands. They're not dirty. No, I was checking her teeth. Did you know she has little sharp teeth now? It's amazing. This statement shocked the 3 of them. Was the little class monitor about to fully turn into a zombie? But then Qin Luo continued, it's really amazing, super cute. Baishu and the others' expressions fell. They felt he was unwell, perhaps having suffered from excessive combat earlier. His mind was now affected. However, he caught a glimpse of Duoduo's fair and tender face, her big eyes and her small upturned nose, along with the sight of those little sharp teeth. Well, it seemed rather cute indeed. But that wasn't the point. Wang Weihua looked at the wounds on Qin Luo's face and noticed they had healed a lot, and he was shocked. Qin Gu, how did your facial wounds heal so quickly? Speaking of which, the power of your last move today was also greater than usual, right? Are you okay? His words attracted the attention of the others, and Baishu and Chen Xiaofei looked over. Qin Luo stopped joking and began to think seriously. At first I did feel a sense of exhaustion, like my mind went completely blank. But at that moment all his thoughts were focused on Duoduo. Seeing her sitting in a pool of blood looking pitiful, he still forced himself to look for her. He couldn't care less about anything else. Baishu calmly analyzed, indeed I thought Qin Luo was just being reckless, managing to get back on his feet despite such severe injuries without needing support and still able to carry the little class monitor. Now that I think about it, it's truly incredible. He pointed out Chen Xiaofei and Wang Weihua. Don't you think you two seem to have sustained serious injuries, yet your recovery has been much quicker than before? Baishu pondered for a moment, suddenly pushed up his glasses, and finally concluded, perhaps just maybe this overloaded state allows for self-improvement. That's quite interesting. Qin Luo clenched his fist, feeling the surge of his abilities, and said, we can give it a try next time. Wang Weihua and Chen Xiaofei nodded in agreement while Baishu took out a tablet to start writing a summary. How can a good team not review their performance after a battle? They always do. The little zombie felt unwell, since waking up the discomfort in her body had intensified, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of insecurity, a desire to cling to someone, and an itch in her teeth wanting to bite something. Most importantly, after his shower, Qin Luo smelled wonderful, far more fragrant than anyone else. The little zombie nearly drooled as she felt that her saliva was more excessive today than usual. The 4 of them chattered about their post-battle review, and although her brain was slow to process signals, she was genuinely trying to listen. Yet Qin Luo smelled too good. He kept her in front of him, drying her hair, then asking her to look up at his eyes, and then to open her mouth to check her teeth. The little zombie was dazed by Qin Luo's fragrance, obediently complying with whatever he asked. She felt a bit warm, which was very strange. Since becoming a zombie, she had only felt her body cold, rarely experiencing this warm sensation, and she also felt thirsty. While the 4 of them were talking, Duoduo stealthily snuggled into Qin Luo's arms, secretly watching his moving Adam's apple. She wanted to bite. Gurg, a sound from her stomach interrupted their discussion. The 4 of them looked at Duoduo simultaneously. The little zombie blinked, feeling a bit guilty as she lowered her head. She felt guilty for being tempted by Qin Luo's body. Chen Xiaofei patted his thigh and exclaimed, the little class leader is hungry. The strange core. Is it the shiny thing? In the little class leader's face, can you check? He gestured animatedly. Duoduo stared blankly at him, instead wanting to shrink back into Qin Luo's arms. Chen Xiaofei looked sad and said, it's over, the little class leader doesn't recognize us anymore. Baishu patted his shoulder, feeling complicated as well, knowing that the little class leader had become this way to save them. Wang Weihua also spoke up, she can't take it out herself, can she eat something else? Will she drink the nutrient solution? Qin Luo took out the nutrient solution from his storage card, but Duoduo didn't even glance at it. They were acting so strangely that they had already attracted the attention of others. Suddenly a bizarre post appeared on the forum titled, "Did the 3A Special Operations Team receive a mission to escort a young lady?" The main post attached several candid photos and a shocking statement. During the mission encountering the legendary 3A team, they were indeed all very handsome, but when they saw them they were all injured. Even the 3A team struggled against 3-star monsters. However, to still be standing after the fight is truly impressive. But it's strange that they brought a girl along. Everyone is being so attentive to her, the 3A filter is about to shatter. Picture in addition to the 3 photos from the main post, 2 more candid photos were attached. The first 3 pictures show the backs of Qin Luo and his 3 companions, all tall and handsome, with Wang Weiho looking incredibly strong and another team leader's face in the front. The last 2 pictures were taken sneakily. From this angle one could see Qin Luo holding a girl in his arms, while by Shuchen Xiaofei and Wang Weiho all slightly leaned forward to look at her, creating an atmosphere that was both ambiguous and oddly harmonious. Then this post exploded in the gossip section. The exhausted ability users finishing their battles were in dire need of some mental nourishment, and suddenly seeing such a juicy gossip perked them all up, the heat skyrocketing. Oh my, no one told the civilian newcomers that the 3A Special Operations Team is so good-looking. Help, so handsome. This physique is so solid, and those long legs, who wouldn't envy me sobbing. This battle-damaged outfit is too seductive. Hiss hiss. So angry, does the 3A team need healing ability users? My healing is super strong. I can save 4 with 1 bite. Brothers, please take me into the team, sob. Don't think about it, the 3A team doesn't accept new members. Earlier in the apocalypse, the headquarters suggested we take in newcomers, but only their group refused. However, after seeing the ambiguous photos at the back, everyone's tone became strange. Wait, who is this girl? So beautiful. Can I flirt with her? I envy. I also want a soft girl lying in my arms sobbing. Hiss, why is this relationship so subtle? Hee, those who understand will understand. How many women rely on their beauty to rise to power these days? Nothing strange about that. Reported, don't be too disgusting up there. She might be the sister of the goddess of Luo. What kind of dream are you having? The goddess of Luo has no sister. No way. Such a powerful team, yet they are all simping. This girl must have a very noble identity for them to revolve around her. There were plenty of such remarks. Unfortunately, at this moment, Bai Shu and the others had no time to check the forum. They were busy. Qin Luo found a girl from another combat team to help Duoduo change her contact lenses. There was no helping it. Ordinary people wouldn't recognize an altered being, and seeing her little zombie appearance might scare them, even though she really wasn't frightening. The girl from the neighboring combat team was a support type with a very vibrant personality, yet her movements were gentle. Duoduo was more cooperative than expected. Oh, you're such a good girl, so cute. I feel like amber-colored contact lenses would suit you very well. After Mu Enya finished changing the little zombie's contact lenses, she couldn't help but pinch her tender little face, which was so soft and fluffy. She exclaimed in amazement, wow, it's actually soft. This is amazing. It's my first time seeing a zombie-type altered being. My little darling, you must try to live longer. It's too dangerous to always charge to the front lines with the 3A team. Would you like to join my sister's team? Qin Luo, who was listening nearby, immediately interjected, hey, we're still right here. Are you openly trying to poach? Chen Xiaofei, who was looking for food, chimed in, exactly. No way you'll take our little class leader. Mu Enya clicked her tongue and closed the contact lens case. I was just saying, but if she's willing, I really could take her. But tell me, why do you all call her little class leader? What kind of relationship do you all have? Seeing their reactions, it was clear they were unaware of the gossip on the forum. What a coincidence. When Mu Enya was called over, she happened to be eating dry rations while browsing the forum. So with the mindset of being a spectator on the front lines, she got up and hurried over, and upon arriving, she saw this little zombie cutie. Oh, her heart melted instantly. Chen Xiaofei opened a bottle of nutrient solution and drank from it, saying, the little class leader is just the little class leader. She was our class monitor for 3 years in middle school, and we were all in the same class. Pretty impressive, right? She had excellent grades, always ranking in the top 10 of her grade. She was also a great class monitor, and our whole class respected her. She was truly a wonderful person. Finally, he added, just a little short, as she was only 153 centimeters tall back then, haha. Mu Enya chuckled with a soft laugh, finding their 3A team quite amusing, and finally kindly reminded them about the events happening on the forum. The faces of the 4 darkened immediately, along with one confused little zombie who was bewildered. After reading the forum post, Qin Luo and the others gasped, burying their heads in research on how anyone could think Duoduo was their lover. Are people really this outrageous nowadays? Chen Xiaofei was so startled that he stuttered, 3 have no such feelings for the little class monitor. Never had. In his youth, the pressure from the little class monitor was so great that he held her in deep respect. Wang Weihua further expressed that he also had no ulterior motives. During middle school he hadn't even realized it, and later he was just fervently fighting on the front lines, never thinking about such things. Moreover, he preferred the fiery figures of mature women. Bai Shu could not possibly be interested. He pushed up his glasses and said, "I'm asexual." And every time during gatherings with others when they played truth or dare and someone asked about first loves, Qin Luo blushed the first time he was asked, stammered for a long time, and finally under everyone's gaze admitted that his first love was Su Duoduo, their little class monitor from middle school. The others would respond with various teasing sounds of "oh." After Qin Luo opened his mouth he was able to respond to any inquiry that came his way. When asked what he liked about her he would say she looked good, her serious expression was beautiful, and even her fierce look was quite adorable. For so many years he always murmured about Su Duoduo as the beloved of his buddies, his white moonlight, and the object of his youthful crush who could possibly compete with him. However, Qin Xiaofei and the others truly had not fallen for the little class monitor. The rumors brought about by that photo on the forum were indeed outrageous. Qin Xiaofei exploded in anger. Who is so malicious as to take sneaky photos? He shouted. Everyone was resting in the warehouse, all lying on the ground dispersed in their respective areas, and couldn't help but look up when they heard the noise. Qin Xiaofei was furious. What little person? Playing tricks behind my back. Bai Shu urged him to calm down. The angrier you get, the prouder they become. I'm serious. Wang Weihua also scanned the surroundings of the survivors, dared not look around much, each keeping their heads down, occasionally stealing a glance before hurriedly returning to their own business. Currently, the only ones able to connect to the internet were the combat teams from various major bases. This warehouse wasn't small, it housed 5 teams. Mu Enya's team was unlikely to be involved. They had dealt with her team before, and all 7 members of their team were quite good. The batch of survivors led by Zhao Gang was handed over to Mu Enya's team, and the one who made contact with them earlier was Zheng Qi, the captain of Mu Enya's team. Excluding them, there were 3 other teams with which they were not very familiar. When out in the field, how could they always encounter acquaintances? There would always be survivors from other bases. When Wang Weihua looked over, he couldn't discern anything. Those who could come out on missions had strong psychological qualities, naturally unlike ordinary people who couldn't hide things. Qin Luo was quicker, directly clarifying on the forum and introducing their new member from the 3A team, Mutant Su Duoduo. Everyone exploded immediately. No way. Luoshin actually logged in and personally stepped in to confront someone. Mutant. They actually recruited a mutant. What is the background of this girl? Are mutants no longer under the control of the base? Shouldn't they be working at the base? A teammate accepted by the 3A team must be very powerful, right? Is she a healing type ability user or a spatial type ability user? Currently those 2 abilities are the rare. No, you guessed wrong. I just glanced at the new ID that Luoshin mentioned, and it states in her personal profile that her mutation tendency is zombification with no other abilities, just a speed enhancement of 1.5, which can only be said to be slightly stronger than an ordinary person. It seems that Qin Xiaofei from their team is also of this type. His evaluation is 3.8, not much stronger than this new one. Moreover, this new member is a civilian. Hard to evaluate. Not to mention their behavior seems too... Which newcomer directly lies in someone's arms? Those in the know understand. Upon seeing this vulgar remark, Qin Luo was so angry that he directly circled him and scolded, "Who is this understanding brother? Come, let's talk about it. What do you understand?" The others didn't expect him to step in and confront someone, and immediately a crowd gathered to watch the fun. Oh my, Luoshin really stepped in. Dying of laughter, thanks for the invite. I went to the same high school as this guy. He can be quite serious and can argue with you for a long time. Isn't this indirectly indicating that he's protective? Alright, he loves her. Everyone has no... The understanding brother whom Qin Luo immediately fell silent. He probably didn't expect Qin Luo to catch him off guard, but he didn't dare to truly confront Qin Luo as his task completion number on Qin Luo's profile was terrifying. Luoshin is not called that for nothing. He is a battle maniac. Let's not even mention his achievements before the apocalypse. It hasn't been long since the apocalypse, and he has already completed hundreds of tasks, being a pure output machine in the missions. Who would dare to provoke him? Everyone had a good laugh at the expense of that understanding brother. Tonight's gossip was quite enjoyable. Because Qin Luo stepped in to confront those looking for trouble, also restrained themselves and didn't dare to speak ill, but there were more people loudly cheering, which just barely got through. Since it's just a teammate, does that mean there's no girlfriend? Can I join 3A? Exactly, can I proceed? Can Luoshin relax his gender preferences? Bro, can you take a look at me? Shy Qin Luo was choked up, directly refusing, and turned to contact the headquarters to lock the post. As such rumor posts would soon be locked, and he also had the headquarters check it out. In the apocalypse, checking for information isn't too simple because currently there are only so many people who can go online, and a quick search yields precise results. Soon Qin Luo obtained the information. He then stood up, surveyed the area, locked onto a target, and strode over. Hey buddy, it seems you have some ideas about our 318. Let's chat. Duoduo witnessed Qin Luo dragging that person towards the warehouse exit. She blinked her eyes. Wang Weiwa also stood up and followed. Bai Shu was using a tablet to provide feedback and finally updated Duoduo's personal information. Previously, there was a bug, and Duoduo's profile didn't include their team's emblem and name, but it was finally updated. Her name ID now displayed the name of their 3A Special Operations Team. It showed her participation in 3 tasks. 1 was a canned food factory with mutated monkeys, 1 was a rescue mission at a service area, and 1 was the extermination of mutated snake people. The first 2 didn't earn much credit, and for the latter, Bai Shu didn't report Duoduo's spatial abilities, but simply stated that her help was crucial and briefly mentioned the process. However, her personal profile looked considerably better, as she had participated in 3 legitimate tasks. Chen Xiaofei was still on the side making a fuss. We need to hurry and see why the little class monitor's profile hasn't been updated, causing others to misunderstand us like this. They thought it was because they were chasing the little class monitor as sycophants, but it was really that while out on missions the blame fell on them from the forum. Speechless. The guy who took the sneaky photos was brought back by Qin Luo and Wang Weihua, who had their arms around each other's shoulders. It was unclear what methods they used, but the other party seemed frightened and weak in the knees, probably too scared to take any more bizarre photos. When Qin Luo returned and sat down, the little zombie had just devoured an exotic core, chewing away with puffed cheeks resembling a hamster. He poked at her, saying, "Tisk, is that all it takes for you to say we've gotten too close?" He muttered to himself. The little zombie glanced at him with bright eyes, making him feel a bit embarrassed. Bai Shu looked at Qin Luo in disbelief, saying, "You pick her up every day, either carrying or hugging her. One moment you poke her, the next you're patting her head. What do you have to say about that?" Qin Luo suddenly felt a bit awkward, recalling that it indeed seemed true. He just couldn't help but tease her, as seeing her reminded him of the past. He only wanted to playfully tease her. But wanting to save face, he stubbornly replied, "Isn't that just me being too handy?" Bai Shu casually responded, "Yes, yes, yes." Chen Xiaofei chuckled quietly. Wang Weiwa cleared his throat, pretending he didn't hear anything, and turned over to sleep. Qin Luo. All right. It was hard to explain. After chewing on the exotic core for a long time, Duo finally remembered that she was supposed to get them food, but by the time she thought of it, the 4 of them had already lain down. She felt a bit confused for a second, then wrapped herself in a small blanket and lay down, hoping to recover soon. Otherwise, this brain delay was too annoying. The angry little zombie looked at Qin Luo's neatly trimmed hair and his back. She crawled over like a little caterpillar, snuggling up next to the fragrant emergency rations, hoping for a sweet dream tonight. As dawn broke, everyone in the warehouse gradually got up. The night watchmen directly jumped into their vehicles to catch up on sleep, while the others packed up their things in preparation for departure. Ignoring the sporadic sounds of single zombies being taken down during the night, everyone had a good sleep, which was extremely rare in the apocalypse. Chen Xiaofei stretched with a messy bedhead and sighed comfortably. All last night's sleep was too good. Thanks to Team Zhang for taking over the night watch, allowing us to sleep so soundly. Bai Shu also got up, squinting to find his glasses. As soon as Chen Xiaofei opened his eyes, he saw 4 thermoses neatly placed in front of him in a familiar color. He turned to Duo and exclaimed, "Wow, little class monitor, you did this for us." The little zombie's eyes were already sparkling with vitality, no longer appearing dull like yesterday. She even nodded coolly at him and handed him a can of side dish, which was crunchy, spicy radish cubes meant to be eaten with porridge. Chen Xiaofei was nearly moved to tears, holding the can of spicy radish cubes and sobbing, "Woo-woo, little class monitor, you are my reborn parents. It's so good I can live this delicious life again, woo-woo." Bai Shu simply slapped Chen Xiaofei on the head and scolded, "What are you doing so early in the morning?" This guy had his good points, but he had a bit of a morning grump. Normally it was best not to bother him, but Chen Xiaofei was making such a racket early in the morning that it annoyed him. Chen Xiaofei immediately perked up, holding the can of radish cubes, and said, "If you can, then don't eat it later." Bai Shu finally saw what he was holding, his eyes shining with interest. After calmly getting up, he said, "Oh, if you're not eating, then I won't either." The next moment, he swiftly snatched the can of spicy radish from Chen Xiaofei, exclaiming, "I'll confiscate it." He then hid it in his storage space card. The 4 of them also had their own space, but it wasn't very large, and the headquarters could know what was inside, leaving no personal privacy. Chen Xiaofei was astonished by Bai Shu's shameless tactics and sat frozen on the bed. Bai Shu had already run to the bathroom. Wang Weiwa sighed helplessly, saying, "All right, stop fooling around, eat up, and hit the road." He also got up. As expected of a father figure, while the others rushed out of bed, he first tidied the blankets. He folded them into neat squares and stored them in the storage card. Duo squatted on the side, watching the whole scene with great interest. She found their playful bickering amusing, and seeing how pitiful Chen Xiaofei looked gave him another can of canned fish. Chen Xiaofei was fully revived. I'm good to go now, I'm off to wash up. Wang Weihua, seeing the little zombie squatting there looking particularly small, politely greeted her. Good morning, little class monitor. Are you feeling all right today? She had saved their lives, so now they shared a bond of life and death. Although she seemed a bit dazed last night and had even grown sharp teeth, the electronic screen on the collar around her neck had remained green all along. What kind of person could transform into a zombie without the desire to harm others? Wang Weihua didn't know and had never seen such a zombie, but that didn't prevent him from admiring her. Duoduo didn't like others looking at her collar. As a little zombie who firmly believed she was human, she disliked being treated as an anomaly. So when she heard Wang Weihua greeting her and glanced at her collar, she felt quite uncomfortable and merely nodded awkwardly. Then she turned around and ran off to squat in another direction, guarding the breakfast. She had prepared for them 4 thermoses of hot porridge and a box of tea eggs estimated to have about 8 or 9 eggs inside. Early in the morning, Qin Luo went out to patrol the surroundings. He got up earlier than anyone else, mainly because he couldn't sleep. Last night, a certain little zombie had been grinding her teeth against him. The little creature had snuggled up to him while sleeping, and in the middle of the night, she even changed positions. At some point, she had burrowed into his arms and nipped at his wrist, startling him awake and nearly twisting her neck. After realizing it was her, he was stunned for a while, and once he got his bearings, he found her gnawing on his wrist, probably too timid to bite him for real, so she was just nibbling for fun. She had slobbered all over his hand. Qin Luo was taken aback, calling out to her, but she didn't respond, keeping her eyes closed while gnawing on his wrist, seemingly uncomfortable from her growing teeth, her brows tightly furrowed, and her little face contorted, which made him feel rather uneasy. He felt quite awkward about it, having hardly slept all night. In contrast, the little zombie seemed as if she were sleepwalking. When he woke up in the morning feeling uncomfortable, she also woke up blinking her eyes at him without a hint of embarrassment, making his face flush red. He decided to step outside for some fresh air, but after walking a few laps, he ended up exterminating a dozen stray zombies and mutated dogs, still unable to figure things out. Why was it that among the 4 of them she was particularly attached to him? Could it be? There's only one truth. Duoduo likes him too. It must be like that. It all makes sense now. Last night while taking a shower, she was staring at his chest muscles. Surely his handsome figure had caught the little zombie's eye. Qin Luo stroked his chin, nodding in agreement with his own thoughts. What can he do? He's just too good-looking. After coming to this realization, Qin Luo felt completely refreshed. When he returned, he saw the little zombie squatting there guarding breakfast, and she was simply adorable. Oh, who wouldn't like her? He leaned closer to take a look at her and squatted down beside her. When the little zombie turned to see him back, her eyes lit up and she immediately came closer. She had to be close to him. Qin Luo felt delighted and turned to her saying, "Hey, do you like me?" He asked, feeling a bit shy as Qin Luo had only begun to feel romantic at the age of 22. Duoduo looked at the delicious Qin Luo in front of her, nearly unable to hold back her saliva. She immediately nodded her head, earnestly confirming that she indeed liked him a lot. She wanted to eat. Qin Luo turned completely red, blushing from his ears down to his neck. When Bai Shu, Chen Xiaofei, and Wang Weihua returned, they noticed that Qin Luo's ears were still quite red, and the 3 of them exchanged curious glances. Before they could even ask, Qin Luo warned them not to inquire. If they did, he would have to silence them. Chen Xiaofei immediately nodded obediently, indicating that he wouldn't ask, then turned to Bai Shu and whispered, "What do you think happened to Qin Ge? Is there something wrong with his brain?" Bai Shu adjusted his glasses, assuming the demeanor of a wise man with experience. "Oh, men in love are all fools. They have no rationality whatsoever." Chen Xiaofei was amused to the point of laughter, struggling to suppress his chuckles. Qin Luo felt his face growing warm, yet he maintained a serious expression, asserting his authority as captain, urging them to finish breakfast and set off quickly. It was clear that others had also noticed the situation over there, where items appeared and disappeared out of thin air. Aside from the ordinary survivors' astonished expressions, other abilities users looked on with envy. They understood how valuable storage space cards were, yet the 3A team had one for each member. Goodness. As Mu Enya passed by them, she couldn't help but say, "You guys are too enviable. Is it true that everyone has a storage space card? In our team, only our captain has one, and it's only 50 cubic meters. This item must be approved and granted by the headquarters with resources allocated based on abilities." Mu Enya was merely voicing her thoughts. She had heard that the 3A team was very dedicated, having rescued countless survivors, and the benefits they received were well-deserved. After all, there were dangers that others did not dare to face, yet the 3A team always charged to the front lines. She gulped and added, "And your food is really too good, right? You even have porridge. Did you buy it at the base or cook it yourself?" With this kind of energy, I just want to lie down when I return to the base after a mission. Mu Enya sighed as she spoke. Qin Xiaofei looked up and mumbled, our little squad leader cooked it. Impressive, right? Just as he finished speaking, Bai Shu swiftly snatched the egg from his bowl, infuriating Qin Xiaofei. The four of them were engrossed in their food, devouring it hungrily. Only Wang Weiwa managed to take a moment to respond to her, saying, how about I share half of my porridge with you? Mu Enya actually considered agreeing. She was simply too tempted. How long had it been since she had eaten regular food? Her mouth was filled with the dry taste of rations and the overly sweet flavor of nutrient solutions, igniting a deep craving. The next moment, a bright red thermos appeared in front of her. Mu Enya looked down to see the little zombie expressionlessly handing it to her, but its eyes were bright. She was instantly shocked. Is this for me? She was only unable to resist her cravings, which was why she stopped to say a few more words. She had not truly intended to ask for food. Mu Enya hesitated, saying, isn't the food supply expensive now? I don't even know how many points the rice at the base is selling for. This porridge has meat, mushrooms, and greens. She swallowed as she spoke. Qin Luo said to her, take it, she wants to give it to you. Hearing Mu Enya describe the porridge's ingredients so accurately indicated her genuine craving. Everyone couldn't help but chuckle. Bai Shu also took out some spicy radish from his storage space card, saying, here, take this with you. You can eat it with the rations, it adds a bit of flavor. Thanks for your help last night, because of you watching over us, we all got a good night's sleep. Mu Enya ultimately could not refuse. While quickly thanking the little zombie, she took the items and said, it's fine, we're just returning to the base. You guys are heading to the front lines for rescue, you need to conserve your energy more. Our return trip will be quick. This was indeed true. Many routes had been cleared by combat teams, and there were hardly any zombies on the road. If there were, they were just a few scattered ones. As long as they paid attention to special mutated monsters and mutated animals, the return journey would be much faster. When Duoduo heard Mu Enya say this, she glanced back at her teammates. There were 7 of them. After a moment of thought, she took out a bag of large buns to bring along. Mu Enya was so moved that she nearly cried, help. I've almost forgotten what buns taste like. She also knew how precious these items were, so she quickly expressed her gratitude, holding the items and softly saying, a great favor is not spoken of, but once we reach the base we should gather properly. Because she was holding the items and couldn't salute, and seeing the little zombie squatting cutely beside her, Mu Enya couldn't help but kiss Duoduo on the cheek. Thank you, dear. You truly are the best little zombie in the world. When we return safely, let's make an oath at the base together. The cooking skills were simply outstanding. Having such a friend is simply a blessing. She finally understood why the 3A team treated this little zombie so well. Duoduo is worth it. Mu Enya happily returned while holding the items, leaving Duoduo, who looked dazed, along with the astonished Qin Xiaofei, Bai Shu, and Wang Weiwa. Is this how girls thank each other? Just kiss them on the cheek. Qin Luo was furious, exclaiming, no, why are you kissing her so casually? In contrast, the little zombie was quite pleased after a moment of surprise, squatting on the ground and swaying back and forth. Mu Enya reminded her of a few good friends. Being treated like a person felt so good, the little zombie was very happy. Qin Luo was still grumbling, feeling a sense of loss, as if his pet flower had been plucked. This was too unreserved. How could one kiss someone so casually? Duoduo was still very happy. Happy enough to take out a teething stick and start gnawing on it. The crunching sound was quite unsettling. Bai Shu and the others were rarely entertained by Qin Luo's jealousy, a truly rare spectacle. However, the next moment, hearing the sound of gnawing made them all break out in goosebumps, resembling the feeling of nails scraping against a blackboard. Qin Xiaofei inhaled sharply, saying, ugh, is it okay for the little squad leader to be gnawing like that? Wang Weiwa shook his head. Maybe it feels better this way. This reminds me of my little niece, she also did this when she started teething. Bai Shu had already finished breakfast and was swiping on his tablet. Old Wang, your comment reminds me of a post I saw before which seemed to mention that some people experience degeneration after excessive use of their abilities. He pondered for a moment before proposing a new hypothesis. Do you think for those who are mutated this evolution is a new... If my guess is correct, then our little squad leader has entered a stage of oral fixation. If applied to animals, it would simply be understood as a teething phase. If this is truly not degeneration but evolution, it would be interesting. What will mutated beings evolve into at the end? Will they still be human? Qin Xiaofei suddenly rubbed his arms and said, could you please stop making such terrifying assumptions? Bai Shu calmly adjusted his glasses. Curiosity is the source of human progress. Wang Weiwa also recalled Duoduo's scene of killing the mutated snake man. It took the 4 of them an unknown amount of time to deplete a third of the mutated snake man's health, yet Duoduo defeated it with a single blow. This gap. If Bai Shu's speculation is correct, does that mean that ability users are inferior to mutated beings? Qin Luo, seeing their serious expressions, also spoke up, saying, all right, why think so much? In the end, there will be results. What they needed to do was to hone their strength and gather resources. After everyone took away the items from the warehouse, it was left empty once again. This place is right next to the toll station of City C, and everyone, after a brief encounter, had to go their separate ways. Mu Enya held on to Su Duoduo, reluctant to part, urging her to come find her at the base, saying, "I live in Building B, which is very close to you." Su Duoduo nodded. She was quite happy to have made her first friend in the apocalypse, and even slipped her a piece of chocolate. Mu Enya was pleasantly surprised. Without anything to reciprocate, she gave the protective talisman she wore around her neck to the little zombie. Zhang Qi also urged Mu Enya to hurry up and get in the car, and she rushed over. Su Duoduo didn't have the chance to refuse. She couldn't accept that talisman. Zhao Gang shook hands with Qin Luo and the others, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you so much. If it weren't for your rescue, our family of 3 might still be hiding in the service area." Moreover, that place was even passed by a mutated snake man. If they hesitated and didn't follow through, they would inevitably encounter the mutated snake man. Even without the mutated snake man, they couldn't stay in the service area forever. Now, keeping up with the main group and understanding how the new world worked, Zhao Gang felt a bit more at ease. "Once we settle down at the survivor base in H City, I must treat you all to a meal. Please don't be polite then." Lu Chunwei also brought her little daughter to thank Qin Luo and the others. They responded that it was nothing special, saying, "If it weren't for us, other rescue teams would have come too." The current headquarters principle is to never abandon any human. Hearing this principle deeply moved Zhao Gang, and he finally got into the car with that feeling. Qin Luo watched as vehicles drove onto the highway toll station. They were about to start their mission. Wang Weihua was driving today. Chen Xiaofei was in the passenger seat, and in the middle row were Qin Luo and Bai Shu, while Su Duoduo returned to the spacious last row. The car had been simply wiped down with a blood-cleaning agent provided by the base. The agent was very effective, ensuring that no heavy stench of blood lingered after cleaning. "It's about a 40-minute drive to the shopping district. We can go straight there. I will clear out the zombies. Lao Wang and Bai Shu will rescue the survivors, and Xiaofei will accompany Su Duoduo while you two gather supplies nearby." Qin Luo directly assigned the roles, and the 3 of Wang Weihua nodded in agreement. Su Duoduo blew her wooden whistle to signal that she understood, and everyone laughed. The modified off-road vehicle sped toward its destination, the Bali shopping district in City C. The closer they got to the shopping district, the more zombies there were. Bai Shu and Qin Luo shot from the sunroof, taking down zombies with almost every shot. During the day, zombies were a bit slower, as some even hid in the shade. Their sharp eyes could not miss any hide. Su Duoduo sat in the back row, leaning against the window, watching the street scenery outside. The once bustling city was now eerily quiet, occasionally interrupted by the howls of mutated dogs and the moans of zombies, with not a single person outside. She had sharp enough eyesight to see the curtains on the second floor trembling slightly. There should be survivors inside, but they were too cautious to make any moves, uncertain of who was outside. The sounds of gunfire and the explosions from dropped small bombs filled the air. With this circuitous route, they could eliminate about 90% of the zombies until they reached the entrance of the main shopping mall, the first gate. Wang Weihua parked at the entrance, and they would have to split into 3 groups next. "Go wear your earpieces well and stay in touch. Su Duoduo, don't wander off on your own. Xiaofei, take good care of her." Qin Luo gave his final instructions. After seeing Chen Zaifia's okay sign, he led Wang Weihua and Bai Shu forward. They split into 2 groups ahead, with Qin Luo intending to enter the mall and unleash a massacre. Wang Weihua and Bai Shu would rescue scattered survivors around the mall. Although he had been injured just yesterday, it must be said that ability users recover quickly. Today, he could already move freely, and it was common for them to go on missions while injured. None of the 4 paid any mind to each other, each busy with their own tasks. "Little squad leader, let's go. City C is the granary capital. There must be grain stores nearby. Let's hurry and scavenge." Chen Xiaofei was very excited. He still had a gun in hand, and his baby face was filled with enthusiasm. The little zombie nodded modestly, then turned and darted into the nearest store, which happened to be a shop selling grains. Most of the shops here indeed sold food, but more goods were in the warehouses. They had to patiently search the warehouses. That's where the real treasures were. However, there was also a high-rise residential area nearby, so there were indeed quite a few stores. They could gather a bit of everything. As soon as Su Duoduo entered the grain store, she saw a zombie stuck in front of the cash register. It seemed to be the cashier, still wearing the store's apron, but by now it had decayed beyond recognition. She didn't look much longer. Chen Xiaofei shot it dead with a single bullet, allowing the young girl to rest. The store indeed sold grains, mostly coarse grains. It seemed to be a tourist spot, as they also sold various local specialty pastries. The little zombie even remembered to check the expiration dates. She reached out her little paw to grab a few, finding them all 6 months old, and happily kept them. There were plenty of sweet old-fashioned pastries, as well as jars filled with various grains on the shelves. In the middle of the store there was also a pile of bagged rice and other items. Duoduo quickly gathered everything she could reach, avoiding open bags of food and only taking sealed ones, finishing off the store in no time. Qin Xiaofei watched, feeling inexplicably pleased, and just followed her closely. Duoduo was quite familiar with the place. She was quick at gathering supplies, and the shop next door was a spicy hot pot place. She went straight to the refrigerated cabinet inside. The ingredients displayed on the counters had long rotted, but the contents of the freezers were still good. This place had not lost power, so everything was still fine. She collected 3 large freezers worth of hot pot ingredients, including various meatballs and fatty beef and lamb, along with the seasoning packets from the store. There weren't many zombies inside the store. The doors of nearby shops were open, and the zombies had long fled outside, leaving only a few trapped at the front desk. Next was an outdoor sports specialty store where they collected many tents, fishing gear, camping items, backpacks, and waste bags. Qin Xiaofei was very satisfied with this. There were also many suitable outdoor clothing and shoes. This store was huge and quite comprehensive. Little squad leader, how big is your space? Can you take all these men's clothing? I really love that. Qin Xiaofei preferred to wear sportswear as his regular outfit. It was particularly comfortable, and this brand was one he really liked, but had never dared to buy before. Duoduo nodded coolly and strolled over, taking everything as her little paw touched them. Qin Xiaofei couldn't help but grin widely, following behind her while holding his gun, and exclaimed, "Wow, this is too awesome. Little squad leader, your space is really big." Other than the glutton from the headquarters in City B, he had never heard of anyone else having such a large space. He had previously gathered 3 large warehouses full of canned goods, and there were still many scattered items, and he could keep collecting. It truly felt fantastic. Next to the outdoor sports specialty store was a massive snack shop, which had become the most popular type of store in the past decade, with an incredibly vast variety. This chain snack store had the most comprehensive selection, even having a special childhood snack section featuring everything from spicy strips to dried fruits and meat snacks. Each category had its own section. However, it was a bit dirty inside, bearing the traces of the chaos that ensued on the day the apocalypse began. Ignoring the bloodstains on the floor and the messy areas, 80% of the items were still good, indicating that the store wasn't too contaminated. The combination of Qin Xiaofei and Duoduo was just right. Both loved snacks. As they entered the snack shop, it was like a pair of rats in a grain bin. "Little squad leader, hurry. Come over here. I've picked up all the scattered snacks and put them on the shelves. You can collect them directly from the shelves." Duoduo heard the commotion and came over to collect. The shelves were filled with various soft candies, looking incredibly delicious. She realized her dimensional space was filling up a little more, yet there were still many empty slots remaining. It couldn't possibly fill up completely. It was simply impossible. The beverage section in the snack store was truly dazzling, filled with all sorts of both common and rare drinks. Duo collected everything that appeared clean. If she didn't collect them, others would, or they might be destroyed by mutated monsters. Regardless, collecting gave her peace of mind, knowing the supplies were in her hands. The snack store was quickly looted, and the two of them moved on to the neighboring dessert shop, where the cakes in the display were naturally useless, having all gone bad. However, the baking area still had many leftover ingredients like flour, milk powder, and sugar. There were many such eateries along the way, and all they had to do was take the usable stock. The most exciting was the gold store. The shop was filled with gold glimmering brightly, and both the little zombie and Qin Xiaofei exclaimed, "Wow. My goodness. How much would these things be worth before the apocalypse?" "Little monitor, hurry, let's collect everything. Next door seems to be a liquor store. Old Wang's favorite. After we finish here, we'll go to the next one." Duo nodded, waiting for Qin Xiaofei to eliminate the few zombie ladies at the counter, then shatter the glass and start collecting. The neighboring liquor store was also quite astonishing, making Qin Xiaofei speechless. If Old Wang were here, he'd be overjoyed. Duo remained silent and directly packed up all the liquor and cigarettes on the wall. The duo was happily stockpiling supplies while Wang Weiwa sneezed repeatedly, looking rather disheveled with Baishu. "Everyone follow me this way, don't fall behind and don't shout." Wang Weiwa instructed the survivors behind him, leading them toward a convenience store and arranging them inside. Baishu provided cover for them. Even during the day, the zombies became particularly agitated upon encountering a group of fresh blood and flesh. They lunged at anyone they saw. Baishu kicked away a zombie that lunged at him, quickly resolving it with a shot. Ugh, these things are really annoying, endless, and unrelenting. He looked up and saw many zombies lurking in the shadows, emerging once more. Despite having wiped out about 90% earlier, why were there so many gathering now? It was getting dark. Wang Weiwa tossed a marble bomb at a small group of zombies gathered ahead. This device exploded within a 5-meter diameter, and it was controlled very precisely. With a loud bang, a small pile of zombies was eliminated. Xiaobai guard the survivors. I'll go rescue others and bring them here. The fresh blood and flesh constantly attracted the zombies. Simply leaving the survivors here was impractical. Their fear could easily lead to screams, potentially attracting more dangers. Baishu took a deep breath, nodded, and took a big gulp of the cold tea from the cup provided by the little monitor. Everyone had a big bottle, and he wondered where she had gotten so many thermoses. Wang Weiwa patted Baishu on the shoulder and quickly ran forward, eliminating zombies while turning onto the adjacent street to rescue others. While Baishu was dealing with the zombies, he had to reload his magazine, occasionally glancing at the survivors inside the convenience store, all of whom were covering their mouths in terror. Sigh. He sighed deeply. On the other side, Qin Luo was a zombie-slaying machine. The number of zombies inside the large mall was staggering, and he couldn't use big bombs, only marble bombs. Marble bombs couldn't be used too frequently for fear of igniting electrical devices and causing a series of explosions. Even without explosions, they could cause fires. Therefore, outside the spacious hall of the mall, he had to use guns or knives to deal with zombies. Qin Luo plunged into the horde of zombies, cutting down enemies left and right. At times, he would take down a large group, then another. Most of the time, he was a numb killing machine, but occasionally, he wondered what his teammates were doing. Everyone was acting independently, and when it got dark, Qin Xiaofei became alert. Little monitor, don't stray too far from me, just stay behind me. Even though he knew the little zombie had a trump card, the after effects were still unclear. It was better not to let her use it if possible. Duoduo blew a short note on her wooden whistle, signaling her understanding. She looked up at the sky, which seemed to be clearing, and for the first time in a long while there was a moon tonight, which left her a bit stunned. When Chen Xiaofei called her to catch up, she followed him to collect supplies. The two had already looted all the shops near the mall, and their multidimensional cube was filled to the brim, giving Duoduo a sense of security. After finishing the last pharmacy, Qin Luo's voice came through the earpiece. Hey, are you all done? It's dark, hurry back. Our agreed meeting spot is the mall, and it's clear that Qin Luo has already secured it alone. Chen Xiaofei joyfully replied, got it. The little monitor and I are on our way back. Duoduo blew her wooden whistle as well. They were about to meet up with Baishu, who is currently escorting survivors into the mall. Wang Weiwa waved at Qin Xiaofei. There are about a dozen survivors at the convenience store at the intersection ahead. I'll go get them, you two help escort them inside. Chen Xiaofei agreed readily, and Wang Weiwa hurried back. Duoduo observed Baishu and Wang Weihua, both covered in black blood from the zombies, then looked at herself and Qin Xiaofei, who were only dusted with dirt and a few bloodstains. Compared to them, they were quite clean. Not easy. Baishu laughed when he saw Duoduo. The little monitor is truly remarkable. Everything you have is useful. With your cold tea, my throat feels much better today. Otherwise, every time we call the survivors, my throat gets hoarse, which is really tough. It was the same last time. As a sniper, I won't let anything distract me no matter what. Thus, every time he undertook a mission, he would often get bitten by some insect. Last time, the little monitor sprinkled some insect repellent on him, saving him from suffering. Although it wasn't a big deal for a man to endure some hardship, being able to avoid it was very comforting. Qin Xiaofei also agreed the little monitor is like a little ding-dong. Truly, she has everything, and all of it is very useful. It's very comfortable to go on missions with her. Baishu chuckled upon hearing this. You can't let Qin go hear that. He'd get jealous. Qin Xiaofei realized it later and chuckled. I'm not afraid, I'm open-minded. The combat team and the doctors shared a similar kind of magic. When those protecting you could joke and laugh, it meant the current situation was sufficiently safe. As a result, the survivors relaxed a lot while listening to their banter. Duoduo noticed many people staring at her neck, and she awkwardly used her collar to cover it. She truly disliked others looking at her collar. It made her feel like an outcast, even though she was indeed a little zombie. The people from City C were all quiet. Among the survivors, everyone looked tall and robust. Seeing such a small girl like her going out on a mission raised many eyebrows. It was more of a surprise. This rescue operation was much faster than expected. I thought it would take a long time. Qin Luo also noticed the improvement in his physical abilities, but his powers were still not quite usable. Every time he tried, his body would sting all over, likely due to excessive strain. I need to take good care of myself. There were over 600 survivors gathered, a daunting sight altogether. After counting the numbers, their team needed to notify the nearby logistics team to send a vehicle to pick them up. When these survivors saw someone come to rescue them, they were overwhelmed with joy and tears. Thank you. We thought we were going to die here. We are so grateful to you. The young man leading the group kept repeating this, holding onto Qin Luo's hand and not letting go. He was said to be the manager of a hot pot restaurant on the 4th floor, who, like the Zhao couple, gathered everyone into the restaurant during the emergency. I will never forget that day. It happened just after 6 o'clock, right when the shopping district was bustling with activity. Many people were out shopping when suddenly someone in the mall fell ill, and the news spread among the staff. The manager showed them a video on his phone which indeed depicted the initial zombie attacks, a man suddenly biting his pregnant wife. Initially, there were good-hearted people trying to intervene only to be pounced upon by that man. Fortunately, I received that warning message. I have a bit of a paranoia about being harmed, and after reading that message, I felt uneasy all over. Ever since then, I couldn't stop thinking about it. The manager was lost in his memories, his hands trembling as he recalled. It wasn't until I heard the screams from downstairs that I snapped back to reality. I quickly told my colleagues not to go outside, then called all the customers on the 4th floor into the restaurant. Soon the guests from the 2nd and 3rd floors followed us upstairs. The only ones who survived were us, and we did everything we could to save those we could. Fortunately, the 4th floor was filled with restaurants. They survived by rationing their food and drinks until now. The manager was able to successfully send a distress message to headquarters by referencing the survival manual for the apocalypse. It mentioned that mobile signals might fail, so I kept trying to send messages until I finally got through to the rescue department. Wen Weiwa couldn't help but praise him. "You are truly remarkable and composed. Because you gathered everyone in the restaurant immediately, over 500 people were able to survive. You accomplished something extraordinary." The manager bashfully scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. "Everyone would have done the same. I merely As an ordinary worker with no special qualifications, I never expected to become the pillar for so many during the apocalypse. I helped them save resources and improve their quality of life, trying various self-rescue methods." He even comforted other survivors, which is why they managed to survive. Bai Shu, while writing his report, suddenly realized a problem. If the flow of people was normal, how could there be so many zombies in the mall? When they first arrived, they could see that the mall was crawling with zombies. The manager quickly answered, "Because there are zombies outside as well, and the people outside thought they could find refuge in the mall only to find. People outside thought they could seek shelter in the mall, unaware that it was hell inside. The zombies at the revolving doors wouldn't leave. They were all stuck inside. Everyone sighed. There was nothing to be done. In the apocalypse, survival of the fittest sometimes has a little to do with luck." Qin Luo patted the young man's shoulder. "We will report the situation honestly. For someone with your outstanding performance, headquarters will give recognition." The manager felt very embarrassed. "I really didn't do much. It's people like you who are cool. At first I thought a rescue army would come all grand and mighty. But I never expected just a few people to arrive. However, seeing the ability users in person made me admire them even more. My name is Ding Xingjiat. Brothers, how can I become an ability user?" The survival manual for the apocalypse didn't explain how to become one. He said he wanted to be like them to save more people. Qin Luo smiled and told him to wait. Maybe the base will figure it out in the future. Wen Weiwa also put a hand on Ding Shengji's shoulder, smiling as he said, "All right, young comrade, you should rest now. Thank you for your cooperation. We've gathered all the information and we'll send a bus tomorrow to take you to the base." The nearest base is a survivor base in H city, with another one in A city and a further one in B city. Currently, these 3 major bases are holding up while other cities remain very dangerous. Baishu looked at the crowd. H city is almost at capacity. This batch probably won't all go there. Qin Luo agreed. A city has fewer people, so they might distribute some there. They were discussing matters seriously and hadn't noticed Qin Xiaofei and Su Duoduo, who were over there trying to coax the children with candies. A bunch of children with blank expressions were timidly hiding in their parents' arms. Even worse were the children without parents. Over 20 kids were unattended. They were all quietly Seeing this, Qin Xiaofei couldn't bear it and discussed with Su Duoduo taking out some candies and giving each of the children a handful to put in their pockets. The air indoors was not very good. Some survivors were clean while others were dirty, but everyone except After Qin Luo and Baishu finished discussing serious matters and reported the completion of their tasks, they walked over to see what Qin Xiaofei and Su Duoduo were doing. "Children shouldn't eat so many candies, right? Their teeth will rot." Baishu came over and said, harshly scaring the kids into pouting and afraid to cry, their eyes looking pitiful. Qin Xiaofei immediately said, "Hey, what are you doing? Don't scare the children. Life is so tough. What's wrong with them having a little candy? Also, don't look at us like that. We're not just playing around, but doing serious work." They managed to gather specific information about the location of the grain storage warehouse in City C from the kids. The route was too complicated, even the navigation was useless, and it was indeed hard to find for non-locals. Some of these children who lost their parents were older and understood. When Chen Xiaofei asked, a little girl even drew a map for him. Just after she finished drawing, she pouted and started to cry. "This was the last box my mom bought me, sob, sob, sob." As soon as she finished speaking, the little girl burst into loud sobs, scaring the 3 men like a zombie. Su Duoduo hurriedly pulled out a chocolate bar and shoved it in her mouth, hoping to stop her from crying, as her crying made her head buzz and was truly frightening. Qin Xiaofei simply squatted down to comfort the child. Baishu took the cute map drawn with crayons to study. "Wow, this is impressive. You're very talented, little friend. Have you learned to draw before?" Qin Luo also reached out to cover the little girl's head, gently stroking it. "Don't cry. You did very well, and your mother would be proud of you. The granary lay in a town not far from the commercial district, roughly a 20-minute drive away. That night a rescue message was sent to headquarters of the logistics squad that came to pick them up arrived in buses, but they did not show until the next noon. Sorry, our squad is stationed a bit far from here. We received the message and rushed over as fast as we could. I hope we haven't held you up. The young woman leading the logistics team kept apologizing. Wang Weihu stepped forward to handle the exchange and said it was all right. The survivor list has already been sent to you. Many of them are suffering psychological trauma. The young woman reassured them, don't worry. Our squad includes a treatment-type ability user whose anomalous specialization is dreamweaving. She used to be a psychologist. Wang Weihu exhaled with relief and could not hide his surprise at such an unusual talent. This keeps getting stranger and stranger. While he handled the handover, Qin Luo studied routes with Bai Shu and Qin Xiaofei. Su Duoduo, always eager to join in, followed along of the three of them, and Xiao Sangshur crouched over the map. I told you not to accept a new mission, right? How are we supposed to approach this route now? Fall back and pick another. No. That would be humiliating. Would the 3A team ever have a retreat mission? Xiaofei is right, that would be shameful. Either we take another mission or we take this one and finish it fast. Su Duoduo listened to them debate as casual as if they were deciding where to eat today. No wonder the forum called the 3A team battle maniacs, always charging the front lines. Of course they were formidable. Qin Luo finally decided, let's go. Like this, move and reassess as we go, a stop overthinking. He loathed dithering. Bai Shu pushed up his glasses and stood. Fine. Wang Weihu should have finished the handover, let's go. Qin Xiaofei patted his trousers and rose. They had spread the map on the ground and were squatting around it. What choice did they have? Xiao Sangshur was small when they held the map. While standing she could not see it. She did not realize this and imitated Qin Xiaofei by patting her own trousers as well. Qin Luo grinned and reached up to touzle Su Duoduo's hair. Are your trousers dirty, or do you just like to pat them? Must you learn every little thing? She was truly childlike. Su Duoduo shot him a glance, then produced a teething stick and chewed it with a crisp crunch. Qin Xiaofei rubbed his arms. Ugh, that noise. The sound sent a shiver through him. Bai Shu, ever alert, quietly edged away toward their SUV. Qin Xiaofei immediately followed. Qin Luo saw she was gnawing hard and was about to tell her to stop when Wang Weihu called them to board, so he let it. They scooped up Xiao Sangshur and put her into the back seat. Business came first. As their squad prepared to leave, the logistics team saluted them. The survivors stood with faces that were numb, terrified, relieved all at once. Only the young shopkeeper led a dozen or so orphans and waved vigorously, shouting, stay safe. Wang Weihu answered with a honk of the horn as a salute. With so many survivors here, the logistics squad would be busy for some time arranging everything. Their combat team could not tarry. They had to accept as many missions as possible. Move out, head to the granary. If we clear these out, the rations should last the little squad leader a long time. Qin Xiaofei sat in the passenger seat, cheering, his boyish face alight. In Pingon County of Sea City, the silence was shattered by the roar of engines. Zombies on the road were sent flying as the vehicle plowed through. The modified SUV was comfortable. In earlier days, they would never have dared drive like this. Another wave of zombies was swept aside. These low-level zombies should not have had any anomalous cores. Normally a creature needs to evolve into a one-star monster to carry one. Anomalous cores were scarce in the early days of the apocalypse, yet oddly, they had collected more than a dozen pale yellow translucent cores along the way. A heavy mood settled over the car. Qin Luo examined a core in his hand. Zombie anomalous cores are pale yellow. Qin Xiaofei replied gravely, isn't that ratio a bit off? And these zombies are more nimble than those elsewhere. Bai Shu checked the forum. There was nothing about this area. Sea City was vast and combat squads were still desperately short of personnel. Most combat squads were organized and staffed. Ordinary people, even if they obtained abilities, required time and effort to adapt quickly to the apocalypse. This produced a severe manpower shortage. Many regions had not yet received aid. Where no one had ventured there naturally was no information. Pingon County was such a place. Headquarters knew of the granary, but could not be sure whether grain remained or whether other ability users had already seized it. They feared sending a team on a wasted trip. In truth, headquarters simply could not spare the attention. Priority was given to rescuing survivors. That in turn favored the 3A team. Bai Shu recorded everything. He would write a report for the forum later. This suggests the zombies are beginning to accelerate their upgrades. Qin Xiaofei kept grumbling, we slave away and level up so slowly, and these zombies just wander around and become one star so fast. His complaint lightened the atmosphere and drew quiet chuckles. But the little squad leader's rations are secured. These dozen or so will keep her fed for a long time. Qin Xiaofei added, turning back with a grin. Qin Luo held an anomalous core. Though it had been lodged in a zombie skull and was filthy there once extracted, it was miraculously clean, resistant to water and dust. It gleamed crystalline and pure. He casually offered it to Duoduo. "Want some? I'll give it to you." She refused with a pucker. She would not eat a zombie's anomalous core. She could not shake the feeling of consuming something taken from a person. Xiao Sangshe refused emphatically. Qin Luo laughed toward Qin Xiaofei. "She's disgusted by it. She even rejected the serpentanthrope's core." Qin Xiaofei scratched his head. "Fine, if she won't eat it, we'll find something else later." Bai Shu said no problem, we can trade zombie anomalous cores to the base for points. None of them called her picky, they simply resolved to swap the cores for something else. No one thought her finicky. Xiao Sangshe felt as though the corpses had already begun to cool. As for the serpentanthrope's anomalous core, it was likely the highest grade core they could hope to obtain. Bai Shu said since the little squad leader won't accept them, let's sell them at the base to exchange for points. Before long they came upon a vast cluster of granary structures, white yurt-like buildings standing out on the plain, each filled with stored grain. Everyone stared in astonishment. Duoduo's eyes sparkled. Goodness, Xiao Sangshe's storage slots would soon be filled to the brim again. The vehicle came to a stop by the roadside and the four of them armed to the teeth headed towards the granary. Yet again it was a mission to eliminate zombies and they instinctively kept Duo protected in the center, while Duo holding a chainsaw found no opportunity to use it. At the main gate they were held up for a moment, but fortunately in this apocalyptic age they blasted their way through with small ammunition, successfully opening the gate. To their surprise there were no zombies inside. However, they did not let their guard down. Qin Xiaofei, the most agile among them, was the vanguard checking for safety. After a quick round inside to confirm everything was clear, he signaled for the others to enter, and they successfully stepped into the granary area. As soon as they stepped inside they noticed it was unusually dry, no wonder the grains were well preserved. The granary area was filled with neatly arranged rows of granaries, and Qin Xiaofei quickly surveyed the place, discovering as many as 32. Wow, this place is huge. Do you think the little squad leader can handle it? Qin Luo crossed his arms, tilting his head to signal Qin Xiaofei to take a look. I think she can. Qin Xiaofei turned to see that Duo had already begun collecting like a mouse that entered a rice jar, gathering items through mere contact, and no matter how much there was, as long as she touched it, it would all be taken at once. With 32 granaries, it just meant she had to collect 32 times. It was far more convenient than in supermarkets or snack shops. With a flick of her little claws, all the grains were bagged and taken away. It was simply delightful. This granary was just sitting there doing nothing, and even checking the amount of stored grain surprised them. They hadn't expected such a shocking discovery. A nearly cylindrical granary could actually hold 7,500 tons of grain. And there were a total of 32 of them. Qin Luo couldn't help but exclaim, our food supply for a lifetime is secured, and we might even feed many more people at our base. Bai Shu also nodded in delight. Wang Weiwa was rendered speechless with shock. The little zombie was oblivious, only knowing that hoarding items made her incredibly happy, lost in this joy. Unfortunately, the 32 granaries vanished in the blink of an eye. However, her space, filled with many small compartments, left her feeling a profound sense of satisfaction and overwhelming joy. It was all grain. Various cereals. With rice being the most plentiful, it felt like a very... After Duo finished collecting, she was blissfully dazed, her eyes sparkling. In the end, Qin Luo picked her up saying, why do you look like you've been drinking? Are you drunk on grain? He chuckled softly. Everyone was in a good mood. Including Wang Weihua, Bai Shu, and Qin Xiaofei, they all felt much more at ease after successfully collecting so much grain. Although it was just a drop in the bucket for the base, it was certainly better than letting it rot here. In the days following the apocalypse, nothing felt normal. No one knew what might happen next, so it was better to gather supplies as soon as possible. They also asked Duo for some grain, otherwise they wouldn't be able to explain things back at headquarters, especially since someone had seen them asking the kids for the map. Thus, to avoid trouble, they sold the grain stored in their space storage card to the base in exchange for points, allowing them to earn points for daily use and also alleviating the base's urgent needs. After successfully leaving the granary, they searched for other survivors along the way while also scavenging a wave of various supplies. There were also quite a few shops and malls in the town. However, there were no rescue teams nearby, so they directly took the survivors with them, and the vehicles Duo had gathered at the service area came in handy. A large truck was used to transport the survivors' belongings, while a bus was used to carry the people. The modified off-road vehicle led the convoy, with other vehicles closely following. It had been several days since they set out, but they encountered more incidents than in the previous several months. Each day was far more colorful than before. How could it compare to their previous school and work life? Every day was just a 2-point line back and forth. Duo felt as if she had been out for a long time, but it had only been 3 days. They spent a bit of time on the road, and finally on the fourth day their team returned to the base. Seeing the tall walls from afar brought them inexplicable relief. Next was the routine process. They parked and underwent inspection while the other survivors queued for isolation to enter the base. Many survivors, upon seeing the staff at the city gate in their red coats and familiar badges, burst into tears. Finally escaped death. The days after the apocalypse are truly unimaginable. The staff were very patient, comforting them with a few words and guiding them inside. Qin Luo and the others stood beside the vehicle waiting for the staff to inspect the vehicle. They would take the vehicle for cleaning and maintenance, and it would later be delivered to the parking lot at their residence. When it was time for a mission, they could simply drive it away. Qin Xiaofei stretched and yawned as usual. I'm exhausted. Bai Shu also looked tired, moving his neck and sighing. Let's go back, take a shower, and get some rest. He didn't even feel like eating. Wang Weiwa found a spot to smoke. During missions he was tense and didn't want to smoke, but once back at the base and relaxed, he truly couldn't let go of cigarettes and alcohol. As the team leader Qin Luo approached the staff at the city edge to hand over and register, this time we passed by the granary and brought back quite a bit of grain. We'll keep 200 pounds of rice for ourselves and you can take the rest. Miss Du Changjiang couldn't help but be amazed. Oh my god, really? You guys are amazing. It's one thing to take on several missions, but this time you even fought against the 3-star mutated monsters. Not only did you finish the mission, but you also brought back supplies. Luoshin, your team is truly my idol. By the way, the forums have been buzzing about you guys lately. It's mainly because you are truly incredible. Others struggle through obstacles to complete a mission, even the strong ones are at their limits. You 4 are definitely battle maniacs. Which team has abilities like yours? And now there's even a new little cutie added. Du Changjiang couldn't help but gaze at the little zombie in front of her, whispering, she is so beautiful and well-behaved, just a bit aloof. She doesn't really like to engage when spoken to. Qin Luo stepped back saying, Tisk, is there anything to say? Why are you getting so close? Du Changjiang rolled her eyes. Big brother, if we're talking about relationships, I'd have to call you cousin. Why are you so flustered? I just want to get to know her. Qin Luo chuckled. If you want to meet her, just go ahead. Why whisper about it? And she's not aloof, she just can't talk at the moment. As he spoke, he muttered a few words. How cute is the little zombie? Where's the aloofness? Su Duo had been waiting for Qin Luo for a long time, originally wanting to leave, but tempted by his scent, she decided to stay a little longer to enjoy it, hoping to savor it a bit more and make her sleep that night sweeter. The little zombie, whose mind often got stuck, didn't find her behavior strange in the least. When Qin Luo approached, the little zombie quickly stuck close to him while the more alert corpse followed behind. As they got closer, he could smell a refreshing scent emanating from her, sweet and fragrant, reminiscent of a blend of mint and fruity hard candy. The little zombie, feeling tempted, began to gnaw on a teething stick, which was originally meant for children. It was made from flour, sweet potato starch, and carrot puree, baked to a particularly hard texture. No one knew where it was sourced from, but as long as she had it, that was enough. Having sharp little teeth was quite uncomfortable. The gums itched, and while it was manageable most of the time, when the itchiness became unbearable, she just wanted to bite something. Duoduo was feeling a bit down. A normal person would never chew on such a thing, so she lacked the joy of growth, instead feeling a bit of an unusual melancholy. Qin Luo found it curious, noting that she had been keeping an eye on him. The little one seemed happy when he approached, but as they walked she pulled out the teething stick to chew on. He was worried that her short legs couldn't keep up, so he deliberately slowed his pace, finding it quite nice to stroll slowly with the little zombie. Otherwise, once he returned to the base, he would have rushed back to his room to rest. But then she became upset while gnawing a. Qin Luo was puzzled. Yet when the little zombie looked up at him, a streak of blood suddenly flowed from the corner of her mouth, leaving him dumbfounded. Wait, what happened to your mouth? Injured. Internal injury. Did your space become too full and backfire? Qin Luo hurriedly pried her mouth open, and upon closer inspection, he discovered it was just a bleeding tooth from gnawing. However, Duoduo was still wide-eyed, sniffing the air. My goodness, the stored food smelled even better around her. Although she didn't plan to eat him, the sweet aroma was overwhelming. Seeing her unresponsive, Qin Luo grew anxious and picked her up, rushing towards the subway entrance. In less than 2 minutes, they arrived at the research center. Spotting Xiaoqiao, he called out, quick, her tooth is bleeding. Can you stop it? Xiaoqiao thought something serious had happened, quickly directing them this way to the emergency department. A minute later, Xiaoqiao, hands on her hips, laughed heartily. Qin, are you for real? The little zombie just grew her teeth. You can check the latest research report. The data hasn't been uploaded yet. Studies show that some creatures enter a secondary growth phase after infection. Congratulations, your little zombie has grown a bit. Qin Luo looked speechless as he watched the emergency doctor calmly stop Zujuo's bleeding while the little zombie opened her mouth, her eyes glancing at him. It was truly a worry. He knew she liked him, but there was no need for her to constantly keep an eye on him. It made him feel a bit awkward. Qin Luo, feeling embarrassed, snapped his fingers at her. "Why are you looking at me while seeing the doctor?" The doctor, wearing a mask and with a gentle smile, was about to say something when Qin Luo interrupted. "I know she grew teeth, but how did she end up bleeding?" Xiao Qiao was organizing her things and, without looking up, replied, "What's this about being concerned and being in a muddle? This is what you call being concerned and muddled. A she bit too hard. Newly grown sharp teeth are hard, and the teething stick is also hard. How could there not be blood from such a..." The doctor gently advised, "If possible, give her something softer to chew on. We are not rodents, so it's better not to bite on overly hard things. Babies do have teething toys, but for a little zombie like Duoduo with a mouth full of intact teeth, soft teething toys couldn't withstand her bite and would break immediately." Qin Luo seriously inquired, "Can't she not chew?" The doctor explained that if she didn't chew she would feel uncomfortable. If she could endure it, it wouldn't be a problem. Xiao Qiao chimed in, calling him a devil not chewing. "How difficult would it be to endure something hard? Can you even care for her? I mean, can you even take care of her? If you can't take care of her, just leave her to us. We'll take good care of her. Honestly, do you think everyone can endure like your devil team members?" Xiao Qiao continued her chatter, but it didn't hinder the doctor from examining the patient. The doctor saw everything was fine and began to usher them out, and gently called the next patient. The little zombie had always been a good baby, a good child, naturally feeling a kind of fear and respect for doctors and teachers. At first, she worried she might scare the doctor, but as she followed Qin Luo out, she happened to see the next patient. This child was accompanied by her mother, sporting small leaves on her head, looking quite cute, probably around 7 or 8 years old. However, when the doctor asked her to open her mouth, good heavens, her mouth could split to the root of her ears. Her mouth was filled with countless sharp teeth. Xiao Qiao laughed cheerfully, explaining, "How about that? This child is also very cute, right? Her mutation is a man-eating flower. It's also a devouring type of ability. If properly nurtured, her big move can swallow a whole bunch of mutated monsters in one bite. Though she often runs to the hospital due to her mixed diet." Xiao Qiao was very pleased, and this new little treasure has a very interesting seed. The leaves on her head will bloom and bear fruit. The seeds inside the fruit can grow little man-eating flowers that can be used for guarding the house. The only downside is that sometimes they struggle to recognize their owner and can be a bit silly. Oh my, this world has gone completely insane. Alright, Xiao Qiao's explanation ends here. You two should get back to your business. By the way, the new research report is very important and you two must take a good look at it later. Now go do a power monitoring. Qin Luo and Duoduo were ushered into the elevator by Xiao Qiao, sent directly to the second floor. She smiled and waved goodbye to them before turning to leave. Xiao Qiao in her white coat looked quite happy as she bounced around, clearly enjoying her work. The little zombie felt envious. Qin Luo also forgot about that little friend who had lost some charm, turning his attention back to Duoduo. Seeing her biting her lip, he knew she was still feeling the itch in her gums, so he tentatively offered his wrist to her. Duoduo's eyes brightened and she swallowed hard, feeling tempted. What a delicious treat. Are you seriously going to let me have some? Is it really this good? Does it even exist in reality? But the little zombie didn't bite. She felt. Qin Luo quietly retracted his hand, feeling a bit disappointed for some reason, but the alert little zombie really didn't bite. She was a good child. He couldn't help but sigh. It was just right. As they reached the second floor, they ran into Wang Wei-Hua and the others who had just finished their power monitoring. Their abilities were different from Qin Luo's special type and didn't require frequent checks. The headquarters instructed ordinary power users to do it only when feeling unwell. For someone like Qin Luo, whose ability was storm-related, it was considered special, requiring him to go out and return. This time Bai Shu and the others came for monitoring due to their last battle against the mutated snake people. As expected, Wang Wei-Hua and Qin Xiaofei had become a bit stronger, while Bai Shu was uninjured and showed little difference from before. There were many more people in the monitoring area of the second basement level, or rather there were superhumans, and those who had undergone mutations. For instance, there was a bouncy rabbit person covered in fuzzy fur with long ears, a human-like face, and hands and feet that resembled those of a human. It looked more like someone dressed in a plush costume, but clearly the fur on its body was real and it hopped around as it walked. Upon seeing someone, it opened its mouth and asked, "Hey buddy, what number do I need for fur? I've been feeling itchy lately." The older brother being questioned was a mutated chicken sporting a large red comb on its head and a rugged face, and it replied, "Cluck buddy, you need to see a dermatologist, cluck cluck." This surreal scene made it hard not to imagine it as something from another world. Duoduo and the others withdrew their gazes, and after 3 seconds of silence, they unanimously decided to discuss it later at home. Thus they split into 2 groups. Bai Shu and the other 2 headed back first, while Duoduo and Qin Luo went to conduct monitoring. Qin Luo's abilities had upgraded, however Duoduo, the little zombie, remained unchanged, still moving at a speed of 1.5. There was nothing to be disappointed about. After all, her ability was spatial. On their way back, they encountered a beautiful spider lady with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a spider. Her appearance frightened many who were afraid of spiders, causing her to blush. Duoduo, wearing a lab coat and holding a bullfrog, was urgently helping to clear the area, saying, "Make way, make way. This is a newly mutated spider lady. Everyone please don't scare her and be accommodating." The spider lady was so embarrassed that she covered her face and scurried into the consultation room with her 8 legs. Duoduo sighed in relief and immediately approached Duoduo and Qin Luo to greet them. "Oh, you're back. Here to conduct ability monitoring. Your 3A team did quite well this time, defeating a 3-star mutate." She even noticed at a glance that Qin Luo's abilities had improved, saying, "Keep up the good work. The number of mutated monsters is increasing and their levels are getting higher. If our combat team can't keep up with the speed of the mutated monsters, we are doomed." Mutated individuals and mutated monsters are still different. The former still possess human consciousness, while the latter are filled with bloodlust, consuming anything in sight with emotions that are hard to control. This is the distinction. While mutated individuals can live in the base under collar control, mutated monsters can no longer be considered human. Duoduo was also very busy. She mentioned that she was just conducting an experiment when a call summoned her to assist the spider lady, and now she had to return to the lab to continue her work. "Let's grab a drink when we have time. I'm really going to be swamped lately." Even someone as calm as her had become irritable. After saying this, Duoduo winked at Duoduo. "Little zombie darling, you should come too." Qin Luo was already pulling Duoduo away, saying, "Let's talk later. If you want a drink, go find old Wang. He loves drinking and can drink every day." With that, they slipped away. Duoduo was left laughing in anger. Those 2 sisters aren't good news. If they invite you to eat, they're definitely looking to ask for something for research. If you can avoid it, do so. If you can refuse, refuse. Don't foolishly approach them, or you'll risk being taken for research. Understand? Qin Luo earnestly warned the little zombie, who nodded obediently. It had been less than 4 days since they left, yet the changes in the base were visibly apparent. For instance, now the evolved humans, whether superhumans or mutated individuals, were collectively referred to as new humans. In H City, many high-rises had been constructed. It only took a few days to erect so many buildings, undoubtedly thanks to the efforts of superhumans and mutated individuals. With so many survivors flocking to H City, expansion was the only option. Taking the subway directly to the community entrance, this area was where superhumans and mutated individuals operated. Ordinary people's psychological resilience and physical condition couldn't keep up with the new humans, and combat teams often returned covered in blood from battles. While this blood was nothing to the new humans, it was lethal to ordinary people. Dividing areas and living separately was also a good idea. The base's broadcast was still relaying information about the nearby collapse situation, the number of rescues, and the list of casualties. "This is easy. Good evening, everyone. We have an urgent announcement. According to meteorological monitoring, Typhoon No. 1 Tyrannosaurus and No. 2 Shizi are approaching our coastal waters and are expected to make landfall within 24 hours. The routes have been sent to each team's email. Please check. Those outside in the typhoon's path must take care of their safety and protect the survivors. All personnel in the H City base are prohibited from going out, and the entire base is to stop work production and classes." The broadcast featured a young lattice warning report, her voice trembling slightly under pressure. The other superhumans couldn't help but complain, "Damn, I was planning to take on a few more tasks, but now it's all over. I can barely pay my rent with my points." Others said, "This typhoon seems to be quite fierce." The host's voice is shaking. "Just think about those coastal cities. They almost got flooded last time. Now that we are stopping work and production, won't those cities be completely dammy?" In this crazy world, it's hard not to curse. No one can take it. Duoduo was still listening to the broadcast, her silver metal color glinting slightly. The little zombie appeared quite obedient. Qin Luo reached out to pat her head, saying, "Let's go, don't listen anymore. Let's head back. The forum has it too. This is meant for ordinary people. Ordinary people do not have the special wristbands of the base, so they can't go online at all." It was like returning to an era without the internet, where only combat team members could access it, and living in the community wasn't free. To prevent the combat team from becoming complacent, good housing required rent. Without points, one could only stay in dormitories, sharing rooms with several others. The buildings labeled A, B, C, D, F, G represented the quality from best to worst, with Building F being the worst 8-person dormitory. Qin Luo and the others lived in Building A, the best single apartment, as their team's points were abundant, making rent easy to cover. Chen Xiaofei and the others were cooking hot pot. At this time, each person earned an average of 25,000 points from the team battle against the mutated snake people, enough for a lavish meal. The 3 of them had messaged the 2 in advance, telling them to head directly to Chen Xiaofei's room, which was just a couple of steps away on the same floor. Leading Duoduo, Qin Luo took a right turn and arrived at Chen Xiaofei's door, opening it directly. "A mixed hot pot. Wait, how many points did you spend?" "Not too many. Tonight I'm treating, and I've bought a lot of novel ingredients. Just wait to enjoy the While Chen Xiaofei was busy serving dishes, he greeted them with a smile. Class monitor, make yourself at home. Since we're all friends, I won't make a fuss over it. Duoduo peeked out from behind Qin Luo, looking at the living room where a large mixed hot pot was set up with a white bone broth base and a spicy beef oil base. The table was already set with some prepared ingredients. It was more accurate to say that Wang Weiho was in the kitchen prepping food while wearing an apron, while Chen Xiaofei was busy running around serving the ingredients. Bai Shu was browsing the information in the forum database, occasionally adjusting his glasses. To be honest, if it weren't for his abilities, he would never have been able to achieve his dream of becoming a sniper. Wearing glasses now was purely a habit from childhood that brought him a sense of security. Duo sat down on the carpet beside Qin Luo, silently pulling out several large boxes of food while looking at the table full of items. There were beef rolls, lamb rolls, a box of various meatballs, duck blood-wide noodles, crispy rolls, fried tofu, enoki mushrooms, shrimp paste. Everything was ready. Qin Luo and Bai Shitian stopped talking and turned their attention to her as she took out the food. It was simple. Class monitor, this is truly a treasure chest. You have everything. These items are all in fresh-keeping boxes, and the beef rolls clearly look like they are cut from fresh meat rather than processed meat. Chen Xiaofei brought out a small bowl of vegetables, his face full of surprise. The little zombie finally pulled out a large can of canned peaches, and the three of them exclaimed, "Wow." Bai Shu laughed and said, "Class monitor, can you apply for some alcohol? Old Wang loves white liquor. We can just have a few bottles of beer. We won't drink too much." Duo nodded modestly and directly pulled out a dozen beers, finally revealing some Maodai. Thud thud thud. Wow. The table instantly sparkled with golden light. Bai Shu laughed. "Old Wang, come look. Class monitor brought you Maodai." "What?" Wang Weiwa rushed out of the kitchen, hurrying to the living room, his heart filled with joy. "Class monitor, you are truly a great person." He really loved alcohol. Chen Xiaofei was yelling from the kitchen, "Old Wang, the water is going to overflow." Wang Weiwa hurried back to wash the vegetables, his mood so good that he even hummed a little tune wearing an apron while washing vegetables, looking quite domestic. After a busy time, everyone finally managed to sit down for dinner. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Bai Shu played the latest research report on the tablet. Then they began to eat and drink. "Class monitor, do you have sesame sauce?" "Hot pot without sesame sauce has no soul." "Give me some beef rolls." "Class monitor, I want clear oil dipping sauce." "Wow, this meat smells amazing." "Good beef must be cooked in clear broth to taste good." "I, as a spicy food lover, absolutely disagree." "Xiaofei, what did you buy? Why is there this pink meat?" "I just don't dare to eat it." "Tiska, shrimp. Mutated shrimp." Other teams brought it back. The research center checked it. It's edible and tastes even better. "Oh heavens, I just got a piece of it. Do you know it sells for 300 points a box?" The little zombie stared at this so-called shrimp meat. It was indeed shrimp meat, just magnified countless times with pieces as big as fists. What Chen Xiaofei deemed as good stuff was this. He had fought with a bunch of people in the supermarket for it. Damn, it's really delicious. "Class monitor, do you want to try a bite? Is mutated shrimp edible?" Qin Luo just handed Duo a piece of shrimp meat. "Should we eat it as sashimi?" Duo stared for a while, not wanting to pick up the raw shrimp meat with public chopsticks, instead eyeing the cooked shrimp meat in his bowl, surprisingly a bit tempted. Qin Luo understood instantly, saying as he put the shrimp meat in the spicy pot to cook for a minute, then took it out to cool off, during which the little zombie's claws were resting on his arm, silently swallowing. Chen Xiaofei and the others laughed, so the class monitor can also get tempted. Bai Shu took off his glasses and placed them aside. "How can I not? It's just that I'm not sure if she likes it. The new research says that the mutants prefer to eat mutated animals, right?" Wang Weiwa took a sip of white liquor, feeling completely relaxed watching them eat and drink. This kind of life was simply too beautiful. Qin Luo heard what his friends were saying and saw the little zombie, who was so tempted that her entire body was sticking to him, thinking how could she not be tempted. That night she climbed into his arms and bit his wrist. "All right, it's cooled down, let's eat." Duo saw that shrimp meat was being fed to her mouth. She opened wide and gulped it down. The large shrimp meat was fresh and juicy, and her eyes lit up. She actually tasted the flavor. The taste of shrimp apart from the taste of the crystal core. Her face was filled with surprise. The little zombie was stunned. Chen Xiaofei, biting his chopsticks, was also startled. "Class monitor, what's wrong? Why do you seem frozen, like a bad internet connection?" Bai Shu and Wang Weiwa looked at her nervously. It was the first time the little zombie had eaten something other than the crystal core. Qin Luo remained calm. After watching her for a while, he understood her little thoughts. She's probably so amazed by the taste that she's momentarily stunned. "It's fine, she'll be all right soon." Sure enough, the little zombie started chewing again, her eyes shining brightly, her claws still gripping Qin Luo's forearm. Duo wasn't unwilling to eat on her own. She could grab things, but she couldn't handle using chopsticks and other delicate tasks. Her claws just weren't suited for it. But it was okay. She had an automatic feeder next to her. Xin Luo took a couple of bites himself, not forgetting to cook some mutated shrimp meat for her. Chen Xiaofei and the others breathed a sigh of relief, starting to smile again as they continued to eat and drink. So, what does the latest report mean? I don't quite understand. Me neither. Bai Shu helplessly said, hearing Wang Weihua and Qin Xiaofei. Did you two actually listen seriously? This report had become background music. Wang Weihua and Qin Xiaofei chuckled as they indeed hadn't listened carefully. Bai Shu looked at the two of them, then at the captain next door who was playing the feeding game with the little zombie. None of them were reliable, so he simply cleared his throat, leaned back on the sofa, took another sip of beer, and started explaining to them. What it means is one of the latest discoveries of the research center, the utility of the crystal core. This substance is the key to the evolution of biological and non-biological entities worldwide. The source of infection for the entire Earth has not yet been identified. But the infected biological or non-biological entities rely on devouring to evolve, which is why zombies want to bite people, mutated animals want to eat people, and aberrant monsters are indiscriminate eating anything. The goal is to accumulate enough energy to evolve and grow stronger. The bodies of infected entities contain this energy element. The lower-tier energy elements are scarce, but the higher the level, the more energy elements there are. For example, ordinary zombies and ordinary mutated animals do not have crystal cores, but they continuously rely on devouring, obtaining enhancements through food. Eventually, they will grow crystal cores. Devouring is also one of the primary skills of all aberrants. The second latest study shows that the dilution agent of the crystal core has been approved and is being mass-produced. Abilities users can enhance their abilities by consuming the diluted agents of the crystal core, but whether they can digest and utilize it depends on themselves, and breaking through oneself is also a way to accelerate enhancement. Using the dilution agent of the crystal core is similar to the spirit stones in cultivation novels. Without the agent, one relies on the world's infection source for self-absorption. When abilities are exhausted, one can break through, but with the agent one can upgrade faster, though it's just a hollow shell buildup. Abilities are like weapons, they must be honed through countless trials to become sharp. Levels built by drugs are quite illusory. They were all shocked. Everything in this new world demanded reacquaintance. After a hearty meal, they left behind a chaotic table and together tidied up the mess. By the time they finished, it was already 1030 p.m. Everyone then returned home. Duoduo also retreated to her small apartment, a place she had inhabited for only a single night. Immediately, she bustled about retrieving decorative items from her spatial storage to personalize her new nest. Adorable plush toys and delicate trinkets found their places, warm-toned curtains replaced the old ones, and a soft light green rug settled onto the floor. The bath mat by the bathroom door had to be made of moisture-absorbing diatomaceous earth. The toiletries were neatly arranged inside the cabinet above the sink. Even the refrigerator magnets in the kitchen were swapped for charming designs, and everyday seasonings replenished the shelves. Only then did the little apartment truly begin to feel like home. Duoduo whirled from task to task, shifting the living room cabinet to a new position, swapping out bed linens and sofa covers one after another. Her fingers lacked fine dexterity. Even fitting a duvet cover proved an arduous, time-consuming ordeal. Finally exhausted, she collapsed onto the bay window in the living room, gazing blankly outside. The neighborhood broadcast had long ceased. Only dim ambient lamps cast faint illumination across the quiet compound. No one lingered outdoors. A towering perimeter wall stood prominently ahead, imposing yet strangely reassuring. Xiao Shishir meanwhile cradled her tablet, scrolling through forum posts, some delightfully bizarre, though many had been locked. Still, their content remained fully readable. The latest research report had surged to the top of the forum's trending list, sparking widespread discussion. Rumors have circulated before that ability enhancement hinges on xenonuclei. I hardly dared believe it, yet it turns out to be true. What? Xenonuclei are absurdly difficult to obtain. How are frontline combat squads supposed to cope? Another injectable agent. Are we certain this is safe? Laughable. If you're afraid, simply refuse it. Countless researchers sacrifice sleep and sustenance to perfect it, yet you still hesitate. I'll wait and watch. Who knows what side effects it might trigger? Idle worry. Do you imagine such agents are freely available? I've just learned firsthand the first batch is reserved exclusively for elite squads, not ordinary teams like ours. Oh, you'd rather decline. This substance will soon vanish from the market entirely. Brace yourselves, the chasm between humanity will only widen after the cataclysm. Seeing the heated arguments flood the thread, Duoduo swiftly navigated to another post, this one delivering real-time disaster updates. Disaster had not spared her nation alone. Countries across the globe were enduring unspeakable In a certain nation, a cataclysmic earthquake triggered massive seawater inundation. Survivors were likely few. International rescue efforts proved futile. Every nation was overwhelmed, struggling merely to preserve itself. All were scrambling solely for survival. The world had descended into utter chaos. As Duoduo scrolled through videos, foreign zombies appeared several times more ferocious, true hordes besieging cities, sprinting wildly to seize and devour humans. The footage echoed with screams and the sickening crunch of gnawing flesh. In nation, colossal abominations emerged, mutated grotesque evolutions of standard zombies encased entirely in writhing undead biomass resembling titanic humanoid cauldrons. Those swallowed vanished without so much as a spatter of blood. People shrieked and scattered in blind panic. Most fled alone, utterly devoid of order. Most national satellites had failed. Aircraft refused ignition. Vast stretches of ocean were shrouded in impenetrable fog. Ships could no longer navigate. Interstate communication had nearly collapsed. All nations were left to their own devices. Beyond monstrous threats loomed extreme weather, tornadoes, blizzards, and swarms of rampaging tumbleweeds multiplying so rapidly they threatened to submerge entire countries. Duoduo watched mutated tumbleweeds, spiky spherical horrors, careening wildly down foreign streets, impaling passersby upon their barbed surfaces. A primal chill ran down her spine. Comments beneath these videos were disabled. Viewers could only watch, never respond. Before such devastation, humanity's fragility became devastatingly clear. No levity was permissible. Watching these harrowing clips only deepened her gratitude that her homeland's social order remained intact. 3 supremely fortified megacities had swiftly evolved into the nation's 3 central bastions. From these resilient strongholds, aid flowed outward, to salvage fallen urban zones now over half restored, and to stabilize regions still gripped by turmoil. Efforts continued to transform volatile zones into satellite bases, site selection proving critical locations must withstand natural disasters and lie far from coastlines. Entire coastal populations had migrated inland. Simultaneously, strict oversight of both awakened individuals and aberrant entities was implemented, alongside sweeping revisions to legal frameworks. Duoduo strained to absorb it all. Though the cataclysm had begun only recently, her former life of tranquil normalcy already felt like a distant memory, eons ago. The thought left Xiao dazed. The next morning dawned bright and unnervingly still. The approach of a typhoon hung palpably in the humid air, yet no rain fell. It was the eerie calm before the storm. Awakened by Qin Luo, Duoduo joined the others for assembly at Professor G's laboratory. The xenonucleus dilution serum had just arrived, and the professor wished them to test its efficacy. Upon arriving at the research center, they found Professor G briefing other combat squads on administration protocols. Spotting them, he immediately gestured the 5 forward. "Come here, I'll first brief you on the situation, then you may decide whether to administer the serum." They entered a conference room. Professor G began with a presentation, explaining that the serum remained unavailable for mass distribution, necessitating confidential small group instruction. Each body responds uniquely. Side effects may include dizziness, fever, nausea, even transient yet benefits are profound. Post-administration absorption varies, but proper utilization promises extraordinary physiological breakthroughs. Xenonuclei harvested from diverse organisms confer distinct abilities, briefly granting recipients their unique traits. An illustration appeared, an elephant beside which hovered a tawny xenonucleus. Take this strength-enhancing xenonucleus administered to a 17-year-old Martial Academy student. It granted her momentary superhuman power. Her explosive kick shattered the skull of a 2-star mutated lizard man. Remarkable, isn't it? Such cases abounded, each rigorously validated through relentless round-the-clock experimentation by the Institute. Qin Luo and his team stood speechless in awe. Duoduo stared wide-eyed and stunned. Wait. What's with those people? Are they cosplaying? Elephant tails. Leopard ears. Qin Luo pointed out while Chen Xiaofei and the others vigorously nodded in agreement. Professor G cleared his throat awkwardly. As mentioned, the serum induces temporary somatic mutations, partial bestial mimicry being one documented side effect. Its visibility varies across individuals. These morphological shifts fade entirely as the serum metabolizes. No permanent alteration occurs. A heavy silence fell over Qin Luo's group. An unsettling thought flickered. Was this side effect disturbingly perverse? What if a grown man sprouted cat ears? The mental image was too vivid, too grotesquely comical. Their faces darkened, a despair etched deeply into every line. Xiao Shishi's eyes, however, sparkled with mischievous delight, darting furtively among the 4 men. A quiet, thrilling anticipation stirred within her. Sensing their awkward pride, Professor G offered reassurance. It's all right. If handled properly, beastified parts can actually grant you supplementary abilities. For example, manifesting claws allows one to rake an opponent. With feline paw pads, you could drop from a height and land unscathed like a cat. A mimicked tail helps preserve balance and can even be used offensively, as with a crocodilian tail. Professor G grew serious and warned, "You must choose Iha that conform to your own body. Ordinary Inung cannot endure many kinds of Iha agents. The absolute maximum tolerance is 5. He advised it was best not to exceed 3, select the 3 most compatible and ideally fix upon the one most suited to you thereafter. Otherwise the body could literally explode. You should also have noticed another issue after receiving Iha agents. One acquires mimicry much like Iwa. Thus Iha individuals cannot use this agent, though they can raise their grade by ingesting the same type of Iha dilution solution. At the same time, we have discovered a new problem." Professor G clicked to the next slide with a heavy expression. The clip showed a lizardman screaming in torment, raving and insisting he did not want to lose his mind, utterly deranged. In the end, he lost all reason and was put down. Whether Ining or Ihwa, if the viral load within the body becomes excessive, one will lose reason. Therefore, Ining must never pursue shortcuts. Do not ingest Iha directly or inject an excessive amount of Iha dilution at once. Professor G emphasized the seriousness of the matter and implored them to remember it lest they become terrifying mindless monsters. The atmosphere grew heavy. Qin Luo and the others were not thinking only of themselves. They kept glancing at Su Duoduo. Xiao Sangshur craned her neck to watch the slide, seeing the lizardman scream in agony, crying that he did not want to die and begging not to lose his sanity. It seemed as if one day she too might become like that, and they could not help but feel a pang of sympathetic sorrow. Professor G noticed and smiled. "I didn't expect your squad to be so close. Rest assured, with careful control, Ihwa individuals will not so quickly become monsters. Remember our base creed: we will never bow to the apocalypse, we will never abandon a single human being. No one will abandon you." Those last words were for Xiao Sangshur. Su Duoduo glanced at Professor G. His reassuring smile put her at ease, and she nodded, willing to trust these dedicated researchers. Professor G beamed at the 4 of them. "So how about you 4? Want to try an injection of the Iha dilution agent to get a feel for it? Within normal dosages it won't endanger your life," he added. "The side effects are merely unpleasant. The agents are scarce." The 4 exchanged glances, each looking to the others for cue. At last they resigned themselves and nodded. What choice did they have? They had to keep pace. Without the requisite strength, survival in the apocalypse would be impossible. They watched a 17-year-old girl, once from a martial school, never a soldier yet capable of smashing the skull of a 2-star lizard monster with a single kick. Their own team had trained so hard since the early days of the end times, and still they struggled against 2-star Ihwa monsters. If they did not close that gap, the next wave would sweep them aside. Seeing the 4 nod, Professor G was pleased. He produced several lockboxes. "Come see what I've prepared for you." Having come to know them well, Professor G had already screened and selected Iha dilution agents suited to each of them. He had been teasing them on purpose. He knew they would accept to the 3A team. Fierce and devoted to martial prowess, would never contentedly watch others overtake them. Qin Luo and the others took their assigned vials, and awkward with embarrassment went to get the injections. Qin Xiaofei kept muttering, "I hope I don't grow an eagle's head, that would be hideous. I'd rather grow a pair of eagle talons than have my head turn into an eagle's." Su Duoduo waited in the conference room, swaying with a small eager excitement. Though she could not receive the injections, Professor G had left her a case of 12 pink bottles of Iha dilution solution. "These are strawberry flavored, the little girl should like them. Made from 1-star variant flower cores, you can drink them when you like and they'll boost your strength a bit." Su Duoduo did not dare tell Professor G that she had once chewed a Iha like candy, so she obediently tapped a quick "thank you" on her tablet and put the case away. Professor G smiled and nodded. Another combat squad arrived, and he went to answer their questions. Someone glanced into the room, fixating on Xiao Sangshur and then on the collar at her neck. Su Duoduo awkwardly touched her collar, and a sudden gloom settled over her. She even bared her teeth in irritation. "This is 3A team's new recruit. Pretty face, but otherwise ordinary." Professor G overheard and warned, "Did you feed your manners to a dog?" Only then did the man offer a perfunctory apology. Sorry, I speak bluntly by nature." Xiao Sangshur was about to lose her temper, as she had been ready to storm out and teach that arrogant fellow a lesson, even imagining pulling out a chainsaw. Instead, in the next instant, the big man was hurled out of the room, really flung through the air. A faint current of electricity crackled in the air and a familiar scent wafted by. Su Duoduo widened her eyes. It was the crisp aroma of minty fruit candy. At the same time, Qin Luo's commanding voice rang out, "Who do you think you are, pointing at my team like that?" Professor G sounded delighted. "Kid, impressive. You mimicked that fast. Less than 10 minutes. Others take at least 2 or 3 hours, some up to 10. Well done. Come with me to measure your eating value." Qin Luo told Professor G to go ahead. "You go first, I'll be there soon." Professor G, seeing him glance toward the conference room, patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "All right, I'll wait over there. Hurry, don't waste time." He hurried to the testing room, excitement written across his face. Qin Luo had indeed delivered another astonishing result. The earlier mimicry succeeds, the easier future absorption becomes, the future was limitless. As for the loudmouthed fellow who had been kicked, Professor G paid him no mind. Putting aside his sharp tongue, a thrashing might teach him a lesson. Ening are not that fragile. A kick won't kill them, at worst they'll ache for days. Professor G busied himself preparing the tests. Qin Luo was their most important subject. Look at you, sulking when someone insults you is useless. Go give them a piece of your mind. When you come back, I'll arrange another round for you. You can beat him however you like. Qin Luo had just finished the injection and felt lightheaded and feverish. As soon as he left the clinic, he heard that scoundrel badmouthing Duoduo and stormed over in 3 long strides, furious. Xiao Sangshur felt aggrieved. She had been ready to retaliate, but he arrived first. Yet at the sight of him, all her anger dissolved. Because the day was inexplicably hot, Qin Luo had worn a black vest beneath his jacket. After the injection, he had left the jacket off and held it in his hand, his athletic form fully on display. At 189 centimeters, his presence was undeniable. Tall, a solid chest, well-defined arms, a firm abdomen, camouflage combat pants, and black boots that made his legs appear long and straight. His waist was powerful. A strikingly handsome face, arched brows, keen eyes, a high nose bridge, and red lips. When impatient, he could be arrogantly aloof, but in a languid mood, he was charmingly roguish. The single small fang at one side was distinctive. And now, to her astonishment, 2 gray furry upright ears had sprouted atop his head, dog ears. Xiao Sangshur was frozen in disbelief. He frowned and murmured to her, complaining she was easy prey. You are small to begin with. If people bully you, you'll look pitiful. From now on, stick close to me. Wherever I go, you go. Got it? Qin Luo delivered the line deadpan. If not for his flushed face, he might have seemed earnest. He then noticed Xiao Sangshur go blank once more. Comrade Duoduo, the captain is lecturing you, and you dare to drift off. The next moment, Xiao Sangshur grabbed his vest, forcing Qin Luo to bend over lest his black vest become a plunging V that revealed his chest. In the next instant, she seized the ears on his head. Xiao Sangshur, excited, let out a small, delighted cry. Qin Luo's face went crimson as he snapped upright. The wolf tail behind him swayed uncontrollably. Xiao Sangshur gave a little cry and pounced, hugging his large tail, sending a shiver through him. A numb tingle shot from his tailbone to the crown of his head. Damn, he had completely forgotten he was in a mimetic state. The little zombie no longer ow ow, but instead wong wong. Her tiny paws were sneakily touching his tail. Qin Luo's face flushed crimson as he tried to pull his tail away, feeling a bit weak in the legs. I am a wolf. Wong wong. You are a big dog. Qin Luo looked at the little zombie hugging his fluffy tail, tilting her head and rubbing against it, her face filled with affection, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Finally, with tears in his eyes, he said, Yes, I am not a wolf, I am a wang wang. Even if the sky falls, the sea explodes, and the earth is destroyed, I will still be a dog. No one stop him. Just because she blinked her eyes and tilted her head, looking too cute. Heaven, help. Whose zombie is so adorable? Qin Luo's inner self was pounding his chest in frustration, but he couldn't touch the gray wolf's tail. He felt weak and tingly from being touched, his whole body was hot, and he felt like steam was rising from his head. Fortunately, a good buddy came to the rescue. Qin Xiaofei flapped his wings and rushed out. Ow, 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 Qin, go look at me. Little monitor, look. I can fly. He crashed into them, startling the little zombie so much that she let go of her tiny paws, and Qin Luo hurriedly pulled back his big tail. But he couldn't dodge in time, and the 3 of them tumbled into a heap while Qin Xiaofei was laughing hysterically. Look. I actually have wings. My gosh, a wonder of the world. Qin Xiaofei was flapping his white-gray wings with white spots behind him. Besides the wings, his feet had transformed into eagle claws. Everything else looked normal. He placed his hands on his hips. Haha, soon I will be able to fly in the sky, zooming through the air. Qin Luo picked up the little zombie to stand properly and directly gave Qin Xiaofei a light punch on the head. Stand at attention. Stand properly. Hurry up and apologize for knocking down the girl. Duoduo was still a bit dazed. Clearly the zombie's mind had crashed again. Only then did Qin Xiaofei apologize for being overly excited, quickly bowing at 90 degrees. I'm sorry, little monitor, I was wrong, I didn't mean it. To make up for it, I will buy you an exotic core to eat later. His baby face was filled with sincerity as he blinked at the little zombie. Duoduo heard him say he would buy an exotic core for her, so she nodded and her gaze fell back on Qin Luo's tail. Startled, Qin Luo quickly coughed twice. You can't touch the tail. He couldn't handle it. The little zombie pouted. Qin Luo immediately added, you can touch it when there are no outsiders around. At least he wouldn't lose his captain's dignity due to blushing weak legs or steaming head. The little zombie suddenly understood, nodding primly to show she understood. She couldn't touch it in front of others, but could touch it freely behind closed doors. Her little paws could touch freely. Seeing her little expression, Qin Luo thought she understood and praised her for being clever. Qin Xiaofei, not understanding, scratched his head and looked at his captain, then at the little monitor, finally noticing the big wolf ears atop Qin Luo's head. Wow! Qin Gu, you're so handsome. So cool. What kind of wolf are you? Local Tibetan wolf. Qin Luo said with a grim face. He felt silly with 2 dog ears on his head and this fluffy tail. He didn't realize that his tail was also swishing impatiently along with his mood. Qin Xiaofei was quite fond of his new image, flapping his wings and jumping around the tips of his paws, making a crisp sound as they hit the tiles. Do you think it looks like I'm tap dancing? Thud thud thud. Qin Luo looked at his silly flapping, speechless. Not at all, you look like a flapping wild chicken. Qin Xiaofei retorted, my breed is the king of eagles, hey donking. He flapped his wings, still thinking he looked pretty. When Bai Shu arrived and saw this scene, he really didn't want to admit that Qin Xiaofei, such a silly fool, was his teammate. He couldn't help but push his glasses, walking out helplessly. Can you stop jumping? The noise is giving me a headache. As soon as Qin Xiaofei heard this, he got excited and continued jumping, flapping, until a few girls quickly walked past and giggled while covering their mouths. Only then did his face turn red and he lowered his head, covering his face as he walked into the conference room. So embarrassing. Qin Luo also pulled Su Duoduo inside, with Bai Shu quickly following in. So what species are you? Haven't seen you before. Why are you all furry? That's right. Bai Shu was different from the two of them. He not only had little ears, but also fur all over his body. So he spread his hands helplessly and sighed. Russian flying squirrel. Accurately, it should be called Siberian flying squirrel. It's a type of flying squirrel. Qin Xiaofei burst out laughing, thinking that the serious Bai Shu was actually this cute creature. He couldn't help but tease him. Oh my, the little flying squirrel is coming. Qin Xiaofei, you're done for. Saying this, the two of them almost started fighting while Qin Luo and Su Duoduo watched the show from the side. However, after waiting for a long time without seeing Wang Weihua, the few of them felt something was off. So they could only go look for him. Su Duoduo followed behind them to watch the fun. If she could laugh out loud, she would probably look as silly. Her eyes sparkled. After Qin Xiaofei and Bai Shu opened the partition door, they suddenly burst into thunderous laughter, holding their waists as they laughed. My heavens, ha 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 ha, old Wang. Qin Luo couldn't help but become curious. What does old Wang look like? Let me see. Su Duoduo also leaned in to peek behind him. If Qin Luo hadn't stopped her from touching his tail in front of others, she would really have wanted to hug his fluffy tail. Upon looking, Wang Weihua seemed to be falling apart. He sat in the corner with his back to them, revealing 2 ears and a yellow-black striped tiger tail. He was a big muscular man, over 190 meters tall, and suddenly looking this cute was really laughable. Bai Shu was laughing so hard that tears came out. Qin Xiaofei was directly laughing on the ground, pounding the ground. Ha 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 ha. Qin Luo also burst into laughter. It felt like their laughter could break the ceiling. Wang Weihua turned his head directly, furious. Don't laugh. His transformation was too silly. But when they looked at his face, he had 2 tiger ears on top, and they were the short kind. The 3 friends laughed even harder. Ultimately, Wang Weihua was coaxed out by his teammates. Bai Shu was holding back so much he nearly bit his lower lip, and Qin Zaifia's voice was shaking as he spoke. Humph, cough cough. Actually, this is pretty good. You look sturdy and honest. In the future, negotiating with survivors will definitely go more smoothly. His transformation could be easily guessed. He was a purebred Northeast tiger, and a chubby one at that. So silly. Qin Luo was also trying hard to maintain his composure, but he occasionally shook his shoulders from holding back laughter. Su Duoduo followed behind the 4 of them, watching Wang Weihua's tail swish. The round and fluffy tail was very cute, but he seemed like he was about to fall apart, feeling that the little zombie would cry if she pulled his tail. So the little zombie thoughtfully didn't touch it, but just stared at Qin Luo's big tail, still preferring this tail. It felt good, a big fluffy tail. The gray color was also pleasing to the eye. As Qin Luo walked, he strangely felt a chill on his back. When he turned around, the little zombie was once again blinking her eyes and tilting her head to look at him, causing his ears to feel hot. He awkwardly swallowed and then pretended to be serious as he reprimanded Su Duoduo. Zombies can't always act cute, understand? Little Corpse was unaware, wanting to hug the big tail, but could not at the moment. Many things were tempting. It seemed the other party smelled even better now. Professor G happened to return to find Qin Luo, only to discover that the 4 of them had completed their mimicry. He exclaimed in delight, you all. Quick. Follow me, let's do a psychic ability assessment together. You're not feeling too uncomfortable, are you? The 4 of them obediently shook their heads. They felt a bit unwell and uncomfortable, but it was manageable. Professor G took the 4 of them away and asked Xiao Qiao to play with Many Duo for a while to keep Little Corpse from getting bored. Don't worry, our research center has excellent custody services. Your Little Corpse teammate won't get lost, and no one will bully her. Professor G, worried that they might be uneasy, specifically reassured them before ushering the 4 into the psychic ability assessment room, his expression cheerful. Xiao Qiao indeed bounced over when given the order. Dressed in a white coat, and with her hands behind her back, she saw Little Corpse and smiled, saying, "Little darling, you're here again. Come on, let's play for a while." Little Corpse was not very keen on moving as she sat on the bench in the waiting area swinging her legs. Her expression was a bit conflicted. Seeing her in difficulty, Xiao Qiao simply sat down beside her and said, "It's okay, if you don't like to wander around, we can just wait here for them." She was very considerate. Little Corpse happily swayed her body, and Xiao Qiao felt her heart melting. "So how is it? Is it tough working with Captain Qin on missions?" When Qin Luo and the others came out, they saw Xiao Qiao chatting animatedly with Little Corpse, mostly with Xiao Qiao doing the talking. Right. That old bald donkey got reassigned and Professor G came in. Our Professor G is really super gentle and kind. You haven't been to the city center yet, have you? It's quite lively there. You can go explore when you have time. As long as you follow the base rules, it'll be fine. I heard there will be a reward ceremony for your team, and they plan to have the TV station record it. It'll be played on the big screen in the city center, but it was delayed due to the typhoon. De Qiao lives on the first floor of the community. She planted a batch of little carnivorous flowers, the seeds of that carnivorous flower, darling, and on that day, when she went out, they spat on her, a bunch of little rascals. Qin Luo and the others were stunned. Do girls talk like this? Little Corpse couldn't speak, but used a tablet, tapping away, and then holding it up while Xiao Qiao babbled on non-stop, full of gossip. It was delightful to listen to a who doesn't love gossip. Finally, Qin Luo walked over, cleared his throat twice, and said, "Many Duo, let's go." After saying this, he exchanged a few polite words with Xiao Qiao. "Sorry for the trouble, did I take up too much?" Xiao Qiao watched as Little Corpse jumped off the chair and scurried over to Qin Luo, sighing helplessly. "You really are closer to him." Qin Luo, feeling defensive, instinctively pulled Little Corpse close. "What? Are you saying you want to take her away?" No wonder such a busy researcher still had time to accompany many Duo. His protective demeanor was quite silly. Xiao Qiao, with a look of disdain, replied, "Of course, I want to take her away. Who wouldn't like such a cute little corpse? But I'm really just working. It's almost my break time. What's wrong with spending some time with her before my shift ends?" If she really wanted to take her for research, would she have to deceive Little Corpse like this? Just tie her up and take her away. Her psychic ability is vines. Darling, if one day you don't want to follow Captain Qin, just come find your sister. Love you. Xiao Qiao made a heart gesture towards Little Corpse, then glanced at Qin Luo and clicked her tongue, finding these guys' thought processes quite novel sometimes. After she finished speaking, she walked away. Qin Luo. It felt like he had been played. Chen Xiaofei ran over, saying, "The little squad leader is so popular, everyone wants her." Wang Weiwa asked in confusion, "Baby?" Although the little squad leader looked small, how could she possibly have anything to do with children? Bai Shu understood well and pushed up his glasses. It's a term of endearment among girls, but calling the little squad leader that isn't wrong either. Isn't she supposed to have an indefinite lifespan? If we consider her current lifespan, she indeed is still in the developmental stage of a baby. Wang Weiwa understood. Qin Luo poked Little Corpse's cheek. "Why do you attract so much attention?" Little Corpse didn't understand. Her gaze was fixed on his trembling gray wolf ears atop his head. She wanted to pinch them. Seeing her stare at him, Qin Luo felt a bit shy. "I know you like me the most, so don't look too much. If others see, they'll..." Chen Xiaofei and the others made strange noises, finding it truly embarrassing. After the health check, they prepared to go home. Professor G had already given them the diluted psychic core serum, one small box each containing 6 vials of serum, with the instruction to take 1 vial every 3 days for now. Many Duo had just entered and didn't know. Qin Luo walked while talking to her. The assessment system for psychic abilities has been improved. It now uses levels to represent abilities ranging from 1 to 10. This corresponds to the mutated monsters ranging from 1 star to 10 stars. Bai Shu added, "Currently in our team, Qin Luo's level is mid-level 3. Lao Wang and Xiaofei are latest stage 2, and I just broke through 2. He was a bit slower because he was previously focused on long-range shooting and hadn't been severely injured by the mutated snake man, causing him to lag behind, but after taking the serum today, he broke through. This shows how powerful the mutation serum is. It significantly boosts levels." Wang Weiwa also said, "After taking the serum, I finally understood what Professor G meant by an empty shell being full of energy, but not knowing how to utilize it. And the mimicry hasn't fully adapted yet. Professor G has instructed them to explore the advantages of their mimicry for adjustment training. For example, Qin Luo's lightning system wolf-type core was the most special, and the serum matched perfectly with him with a gene compatibility of 95%. Here the gene refers not to one's own genes, but the compatibility of gene fusion. After taking the serum, it not only enhanced the strength of the lightning storm, but also added a buff to increase speed. Wolf claws can also be a weapon. Professor G said that if one can achieve full mimicry without losing control in the later stages, they would be invincible, but such special psychic cores are quite rare. If Qin Luo needs to take the serum in the later stages, he can only find a way to exchange other psychic cores for the lightning system. Qin Xiaofia's Da Haiqing psychic core is also speed type, but he is quite lucky. It also comes with wind psychic abilities, allowing mutual assistance to achieve faster speeds and also indicating that he can research his own killing move. Professor G said that wind can be gentle or fierce. For instance, a tornado can broadly attack a... He even jokingly said, "Isn't this like the group attack games you young people play? What's it called?" In short, he encouraged them to explore their abilities and develop techniques, saying that this would definitely not be difficult for young people. It might be hard for middle-aged and older individuals to understand, but for young people having played games before the apocalypse, they would surely learn quickly. The little flying squirrel illuminated by Baishu's spirit ability gains a brief moment of flight and enhanced jumping ability, which combined with his previous eye evolution makes him particularly suited for assassinating enemies. He also inherited a frenzy ability that allows him to strengthen his body to a certain extent against enemies, but the duration cannot be too long. This is a technique of the little flying squirrel with an anomalous core. The headquarters spent a lot of time trying to eliminate it. In the end, it unleashed frenzy at the cost of consuming its own energy, becoming extremely powerful in its berserk state. With a single claw swipe, the injury on an ability user's waist was deep enough to see the bone. Ultimately, Professor G gave Baishu the opportunity to try activating this skill point, advising him to seize the moment. As long as he dealt with the enemy within the duration of the frenzy, it would definitely be no problem. Wang Wei activated his Earth-type ability. His anomalous Kora Siberian tiger crushed many people and zombies with compressed earth balls, and took pleasure in chasing people with these earth balls, scaring them half to death before crushing and devouring them. Mutated animals lack rationality, they only have the instinct to devour. Although this technique is quite disgusting. Professor G thought it would be good if Wang Wei could also inherit this ability or modify it to practice earth walls or earth spikes, depending on his own research. In summary, the overall level of their team has improved and the rest depends on their own exploration. If the headquarters has the capability, they will arrange teachers for them. It feels really amazing. But in just over a month, the changes in this world are truly vast, Qin Xiaofei said with a smile. Wang Wei nodded, saying, "It feels like a dream of the Earth is gradually becoming unrecognizable." The Earth is still the same Earth regardless of whether it was in the Cambrian period, the Ice Age, or in modern times now in the apocalypse. What has changed is merely our living environment. Baishu calmly adjusted his glasses. What we need to do is to adapt diligently, and all of humanity is the same. But fortunately, humans are creatures of strong adaptability and creativity. In the apocalypse, we build fortresses. We save our comrades. We strive to let everyone live as normal a life as possible, even if the current humans are not very normal. They couldn't help but laugh. Qin Luo, indifferent, said casually, "As long as we can live another day, it doesn't matter what kind of world it is. A strength is the most important tool for survival." The others all expressed their agreement. "We can all level up. Let's teach the little class monitor later and see if we can help her learn to use her abilities." Teach her ourselves. Can we do that? Otherwise, do you think her abilities are suitable for exposure? If she gets discovered, the headquarters has some pests around. What if she gets captured and monitored? That absolutely cannot happen. Qin Luo decisively stated, "We will teach her ourselves." Who wouldn't be able to apply what they learned? Baishu said he would help gather information to ensure the little class monitor's safety. Qin Xiaofei didn't know where he could be of use, so he said, "Then I'll buy an anomalous core for the little class monitor. Without her there's no good food, and I'm counting on her to bring me delicious things. She needs to live well." Wang Wei scratched his head, his tiger ears twitching. "Then I'm in the same boat as Xiaofei." His favorite cigarettes and alcohol were all in the little class monitor space. If they were in his storage card, they would have probably been confiscated long ago. It's good to have the little class monitor around. They truly trusted her, not worried at all about her running away or dying. If that happened, they would really lose everything. The little zombie watched the four of them whispering quietly, discussing strategies. The corpse felt warm. Su Yudua suddenly remembered something. Ever since her grandparents who adopted her passed away, she had been all alone. In fact, her 3 years in middle school were the most relaxed and happiest times of her life, as well as the most carefree years. All she had to do was focus on her studies. She inexplicably became the class monitor and was well loved by everyone. Everyone treated her very well. After entering high school, her grandfather fell ill, and she was busy with school while also helping her grandmother take care of her grandfather. Initially, her grandmother didn't want her to worry and told her to study well, but later her grandfather passed away, and her grandmother fell ill too. Having depleted their savings, Su Yudua started working part-time while attending university, ultimately leaving her grandmother with nothing. In the end, that area was developed and she was forced to move away from that little home, relocating to a new apartment in K City, only for the apocalypse to arrive shortly after. After losing her grandparents, she had felt very lonely. She had few friends with whom she could share her heart, only occasionally keeping in touch with a few university roommates. Living like this, working on tasks and feeling constantly bound together felt novel. Their team was truly a whole. Duoduo felt very secure being around them. Although things were a bit chaotic at first, everyone was very nice. Indeed, good people remain good even after so many years, and she felt lucky. Little class monitor. Little class monitor. Let's go. The weather isn't great, a typhoon is coming. Duoduo, are you daydreaming? The little zombie's rare moment of clarity was suddenly interrupted, and she exclaimed, huh? What was I just thinking about? I can't remember. What was it? I'm stuck. Seeing her suddenly spaced out, Luo was both amused and helpless. He turned around and picked her up under his arm, saying, why are you suddenly distracted? Qin Xiaofei chuckled. I noticed the little class monitor looks so puffed up. The little zombie indeed was angry. Because she forgot something and it was all their fault. That feeling of knowing something halfway but not being able to remember what it was is terrible. The little zombie can't describe it. She could only pout in frustration, struggling a bit, but was pinned down by Qin Luo. Don't move around. Do you see the plastic bag flying above us? If we delay a bit longer, all 5 of us will meet in the sky. The little zombie froze, not yet answering when Qin Xiaofei foolishly asked, huh? Why? Bai Shu replied helplessly, because the typhoon will blow us into the sky soon. Wang Wei suddenly burst out laughing, not knowing what struck his funny bone. Qin Xiaofei. They all boarded the subway, quickly exiting the subway station. The sky had noticeably darkened, giving a sense that the world was about to collapse. The wind began to howl, and they had to hurry. Fortunately, the subway station was extremely close to the entrance of the community. They successfully entered the building just as the rain started pouring down. Suddenly the lights flickered, the power went out, and the dim emergency lights turned on. The base had started to lose power. The announcement began to sound throughout the base and alarms blared. A super typhoon storm dragon is about to arrive. Please do not stay outside. Please do not stay outside. Due to the super typhoon, the disruptors on the city walls may be affected, increasing uncertain factors. There is a possibility of being attacked by mutated birds or insects at any time. Please ensure all ordinary citizens close their doors and windows and remain quiet. All combat teams should be prepared for immediate rescue. Please check your email notifications for assigned rescue areas. Qin Luo immediately said, oh no, we won't sleep tonight. Everyone be careful. Bai Shu and the others nodded as Duoduo took out a wooden whistle and blew it. This time they were preparing for a defense battle. Protect the home. Although it was noon, the sky was as dark as night, and an unusual sense of unease lingered outside, as humanity naturally harbors a fear of darkness. The wind grew stronger. The tall buildings began to sway, and everyone in the base felt a strange ache. The survivor base in H City is currently one of the largest in the country. Normally, it can withstand most dangers due to its huge walls and monster disruptors, with many checkpoints set up for entering the city. The safety of the citizens living within the city is generally assured. However, in the face of natural disasters, there is little that can be done. Moreover, the malfunction of the disruptors signifies the arrival of mutated monsters. The duty personnel were still preparing for the typhoon. As the number of people outside dwindled, the entire base fell into a profound silence. Only the howling of the wind remained. In the New Humanity District on the 19th floor of building, a warm light shone through the cracks of many doors. She took out a charged lamp, placed it on the coffee table, and then urgently practiced how to use her abilities with her teammates. After upgrading their medicines today, they seemed to have gained insights, as if they had all grasped something. Activating your abilities requires concentration. Team leader, why don't you try to focus and see if you can use any skills? By the way, our skills are all derived from the medicine. Only you, team leader, and Qin have abilities of your own right. Qin Xiaofei, the most talkative one, could chatter away endlessly by himself, holding a can of sweet soy milk while munching on ultra-spicy snacks. He chewed and spoke at the same time, occasionally taking a sip of soy milk. He truly wasted no time at all. The coffee table was cluttered with snacks. Bai Shu was checking information on a tablet. The sensation of using abilities. It's indeed difficult to describe. It feels more like a force of energy that you need to summon yourself. It usually lies dormant within your body, flowing like blood. When needed, you just need to concentrate to summon it. How to use it depends on oneself. Wang Weiwa also agreed. Previously, I only experienced a simple enhancement of strength. When I threw punches, I would summon my abilities and concentrate them in my fists. He demonstrated to the little zombie. Clenching his fist and swinging it through the air, the force of the wind created by his punch was palpable, visible even to the naked eye. See, just like this. After taking the medicine, I can clearly feel that my abilities have become several times more abundant than before. If I could only throw 50 punches before, now I can throw 100 of that same power. The little zombie looked at the 3 of them in astonishment, truly sensing their changes. Qin Luo's wolf ears twitched as it was his turn to share insights. Many duo just rely on your heart and try directly. First concentrate to summon your abilities and see if you can control and lock onto a small space. I don't have much to share as this battle maniac only knows how to charge in. I don't really know how to explain it, I can only let her try like I did. Chen Xiaofei and Wang Weihua immediately exclaimed wow and gave Qin Luo a thumbs up. As expected of the captain. Bai Shu adjusted his glasses and said right, saying too much theory is not as good as trying it out yourself. Just give it a try, who knows, you might get it right. Just take it step by step. The little zombie understood after a long while, finally nodding firmly to show she comprehended. She then closed her eyes attempting to find the sensation they spoke of. Then 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, and 3 minutes passed. The four of them watched intently for any changes in the little zombie, only to become dispirited. Their mimicry had not yet faded. It seemed like it would take at least a day to dissipate. At this moment their emotions reflected in their beastly features. Qin Luo occasionally moved his wolf ears, Wang Weihua swished his tail behind him, Chen Xiaofei kept shaking his wings while Bai Shu kept his gaze fixed on the little zombie. They were anxious for her. After holding it in for a long time, Many Duo finally found a tiny bit of sensation and her multi-faced cube space began to twist again in her mind. This time miraculously the feeling of nausea did not resurface. Watching the multi-faced cube spinning about instead felt quite cool. She tried to control its rotation direction and surprisingly managed to do so for a second or two. At other times it continued to spin wildly. Suddenly Many Duo realized something. She opened her eyes and focused on the water cup in front of her, wanting to retrieve the item into her space from a distance. To her astonishment, it actually worked. Wow, retrieving objects from afar. Amazing team leader. You're incredible. Chen Xiaofei jumped up, overwhelmed with excitement. Wang Weihua's eyes widened. You learned it just like that? That's too strong. Their reactions gave the little zombie a boost of courage. Qin Luo smiled and moved his drink closer. Come on, try again. Retrieving objects from afar is also progress, just like this. Professor Ji said to try more. This time Many Duo used her abilities more flexibly. After focusing her spirit to lock onto a specific item, she could achieve retrieving objects from afar, pulling them into her space. Previously, she could only use her hands to pick things up, needing to touch the items. Now she didn't need to. The little zombie was also astonished. Wouldn't that make retrieving items much faster in the future? However, as she got excited and wanted to grab a small ornament from the TV cabinet, she found she couldn't. No matter how hard she concentrated, it just wouldn't work. It even caused her a headache. Bai Shu, who was recording something, noticed her movements and said there might be a distance limit. Qin Luo quickly stood up to grab the ornament Many Duo wanted. Don't worry, let's try one by one and see how far you can retrieve items from afar. Chen Xiaofei and Wang Weihua cheered her on. Team leader, take your time. Go for it. The little zombie glanced at the four of them and nodded, feeling more confident. She then began to try one by one. Qin Luo moved closer each time. If it didn't work, she would shake her head. He would move forward a little more, ultimately stopping a meter away. Bai Shu immediately recorded, very good, 1 meter is also an improvement. With more practice, you might be able to extend the distance further. The little zombie was encouraged. She nodded vigorously, and after using her abilities, she finally grasped the sensation they had described. It felt as if there was indeed an additional force inside her circulating with her blood. As long as she concentrated, she could summon it. Many Duo was elated and looked at them with gratitude. She knew her mind was prone to getting stuck and slow to process. Without their patient guidance, she couldn't imagine how many years it would take for her, this little muggle zombie, to understand that abilities could be summoned. She joyfully twisted and gave the four of them a pile of treats, including various marinated snacks, fried chicken, and beer, while she nibbled on a dental stick. Happy moments are for munching, and even unhappy ones call for chewing. She really loved to gnaw. It was a stress reliever. Qin Luo and the others laughed, finding her adorably silly. The relaxed atmosphere did not last long. Soon their wristbands signaled an incoming message indicating that the designated location for their team had been confirmed, not far from their current position in the southeast, a residential area with quite a few inhabitants. It stated that mutated bats had been discovered, urging them to pay attention to safety and proceed immediately. The wind outside was still howling and many trees in the community had been blown down, however the rain was light. Since the mission had been dispatched as a combat team, they had to set off, so they clicked confirm. Everyone hurriedly grabbed a couple of bites to eat and then got up and headed out. While waiting for the elevator, they even did some stretches, moving their necks and legs, preparing for battle. All the headsets were on. Qin Luo began to assign personnel. Su Duoduo, come with me. Xiao Bai and Lao Wang will be together, while Xiao Fei will act alone. Bai Shu's physical strength was relatively weak, so it was better to pair him with a damage-resistant partner. Chen Xiaofei was now much faster, and Bai Shu might not keep up with him, nor could Wang Wei, who, therefore acting alone, would allow him to fight more freely. The three of them all expressed no objections. As teammates who had completed countless missions together, they could pair up in any way. Qin Luo no longer left the little zombie to fend for herself. Since he had already witnessed her killing moves, they might as well train together. The apocalypse was full of changes they had witnessed with their own eyes. Without effort, they could easily be eliminated. They had thought her space ability was merely auxiliary, and none of the four expected she could actually kill. It was indeed a valuable asset. Duoduo took out her chainsaw, finding it more comfortable to use. Did she feel scared? Not really. Seeing the four of them gave her a sense of security, a feeling of teamwork. She wasn't alone. The 3A combat team officially entered battle mode. As soon as the elevator doors opened, they charged into the rain. The wind was still strong, but the rain had lessened. Now everyone in the team had improved their skills and moved much faster. They chose to run instead of taking the subway, as this location was only a 10-minute distance. Duoduo's speed was 1.5 times that of an ordinary person, but to Qin Luo and the others it was hardly impressive, so she was being carried by Qin Luo. Tisk, these ears and tail are really annoying. Qin Luo complained, shaking his ears. Although he ran faster, the newly grown beast ears were too sensitive, and the tail was also cumbersome. Having a tail trailing behind him was something he couldn't quite get used to. Duoduo had already gotten used to being carried as she lay on his shoulder and could see his tail, which was throwing off rainwater as he ran. The rain was light and the tail wasn't soaked, still looking fluffy, so she stared at it. She really liked it. She wanted to hug it, wanted to pet it, wanted to rub against it. However, they were on a mission. Over there, Wang Wei, who was also a bit awkward, he almost lost his balance and fell because of his tail, but he quickly adapted again. Chen Xiaofei was the most carefree, directly flapping his wings to fly as he ran. He could even control the wind to blow away the raindrops around his wings, keeping them dry. It was truly wonderful. Later, he even grabbed Bai Shu and took him up high, then tossed him down, allowing Bai Shu to glide down from above, flying a great distance. Although it was kind-hearted. However, the first time being grabbed and tossed from a height, Bai Shu cursed Chen Xiaofei, "I thank your ancestors for 8 generations. Nonetheless, he quickly grasped the essence of it. Bai Shu began to take shortcuts, climbing over houses and finally gliding down to accelerate, saving a lot of energy. Chen Xiaofei laughed heartily, feeling the exhilarating freedom of flying. Until Qin Luo warned him not to overdo it, their powers were limited. Only then did Chen Xiaofei awaken from his excitement and hurriedly acknowledge, "OK, 3A Special Operations Team, Eagle has arrived at the destination." Target group locked a group of large dark, mutated bats circling near the residential buildings. Upon seeing me, they scattered and fled. "I'm going in," he exclaimed as he launched the first attack, directly channeling his powers and charging forward, starting to pursue and attack the mutated bats. Bai Shu was the second to arrive. He reported, "3A Special Operations Team, White Mouse is in position, encirclement begins." The 4 of them tacitly split into 4 corners, locking their positions to start eliminating the targets, eventually gathering at the center point. This was a habit they had always maintained. Wang Wei, who quickly reached a corner of the residential area. 3A Special Operations Team, Wang, who is in position, encirclement begins. Qin Luo replied, directly received. He had also reached the farthest corner. After placing the little zombie down, he said, "I will let a few bats come at you for practice. Explore your combat style, and try to stay close behind me." With his combat output, carrying a novice was an easy task. Duoduo nodded while holding the chainsaw. Soon she saw Qin Luo starting to report the combat engagement. Then he shook his wolf ears and charged forward, wielding his dual blades, initiating a one-sided slaughter. He even infused lightning into his daggers. With one strike, it was truly a spectacle of sparks and lightning. There were countless bats here, densely packed to an absurd degree. As Qin Luo output his attacks in the front, a few large bats would occasionally slip through. These bats were genuinely enormous, the size of basketballs, with sharp beaks and red eyes and dark wings, definitely not cute in appearance. The little zombie felt nervous, but as they lunged toward her, she swung the chainsaw and charged in, immediately showering bat blood everywhere. A few drops splattered onto her snowy white face, and she raised her hand to wipe it. Watching Qin Luo's back, she quickened her pace while holding the chainsaw. Noticing she had taken down the first bat, he gradually widened the gap, releasing more mutated bats for the little zombie to practice. Before the apocalypse, Duoduo was just an ordinary girl. After graduating, she started working, living a monotonous routine, with her only connection to martial arts being the military training during school. She had never encountered such things before, yet she surprisingly had quite a bit of courage. Though it was evident she was somewhat afraid, she adapted incredibly quickly, stumbling to keep up with him, making it hard for Qin Luo not to admire her. Although somewhat clumsy. But the little zombie was very diligent. What could he do? Qin Luo found her even cuter. How could she be so likable? The bats were not particularly high in rank, but the annoying part was their endless numbers as they kept flooding into It was likely due to the abnormal weather causing them to migrate on a large scale. Their route just happened to intersect with the base. Moreover, these bats were very resilient to the wind. They could withstand typhoons better than these ability users. Occasionally, when the wind grew strong, Qin Luo felt a bit unsteady, and Duoduo, the little zombie, had been blown over several times. But the little zombie was tough-skinned and thick-fleshed with a low sense of pain. Every time she was blown over by the typhoon, she would quickly get back up, albeit a bit dirty. How numerous were the bats in the end? The sky was already dark, and when the typhoon arrived, the clouds moved quickly, making the surroundings appear much brighter. Suddenly the darkness returned, but this time it wasn't due to the typhoon. The little zombie raised her head sharply, her pupils trembling in shock, as a vast swarm of mutated bats flew by, circling in the sky. The sense of oppression was utterly terrifying. Voices of shock came through the headset from Chen Xiaofei and the others. Damn, why are there so many of these things? Are they crazy? It just keeps going. This is really unusual. Everyone be careful, it feels ominous. There are too many of them. Qin Luo's face also looked grim. Everyone gather first, don't spread out, it feels like more than half of this batch are one-star mutated bats. His words made Chen Xiaofei and the others gasp, and they quickly acknowledged, all moving towards the center, ignoring the other bats for now. Just as Qin Luo was about to call Duoduo, he noticed she had already charged over with a chainsaw. He thought she's quite clever, and he swiftly scooped her up. Watch your ability consumption, Duoduo, you too, don't overexert yourself and become foolish. Qin Luo had just noticed that she had begun to use her space to lock onto the mutated bats in a small area, then used spatial compression to explode them into a mist of blood. Duoduo nodded, her wooden whistle stained with blood, so she didn't blow it. Soon everyone in their small team gathered together. The residents nearby followed the base's instructions and didn't dare to open their doors, but some kind-hearted people approached the windows to ask if they needed to come in and rest. Without turning back, Qin Luo said, "No need, please keep your doors and windows closed, and do not open them again. For your own safety, please be extra cautious. Thank you for your concern." The kind resident sighed worriedly, "Please be safe, comrades," and obediently closed the window, pulling the curtain. Duoduo was also put down. As Chen Xiaofei and the others ran panting heavily, they finally met up again. But at that moment a sudden change occurred. Duoduo suddenly felt a heightened sense of crisis. She seemed to have a premonition of danger each time, and everything felt like it was slowing down. The mutated bats circling in the sky suddenly concentrated and dove towards them. Their target was the four of them, one corpse. Qin Luo shouted directly, "Be careful." Then he used his skill Call of Thunder, and with a thunderous roar several bolts of lightning struck down from above, coalescing into spherical lightning in midair that exploded towards the swarm of mutated bats. Duoduo stared wide-eyed, feeling as if time had stopped. After a brief pause, the entire world was filled with the descending swarm of mutated bats. First, a large number of mutated bat corpses struck the ground in a cacophony of thunder. Yet the few surviving mutated bats continued their attack, completely enveloping the four of them. To the naked eye, their small team was nowhere to be found. Only a mass of dark flapping winged mutated bats remained. The residents peering from above couldn't help but gasp, their fists clenched in anxiety. It's over. The battle team is dead. What do we do now? Oh my god. With so many bats, they must have gnawed their bones to dust. So terrifying. Woo-woo, I don't want to die, woo-woo. Mom, I want my mom, woo-woo. I'm so scared. They're all so young, it's such a pity. Why did the headquarters only send 5 people? Yes. Headquarters. Quickly call for help. Can someone save them? This is so irresponsible. It's a neglect of our people's safety and also neglecting their battle group. They're so young, and there's even a little girl. Wait, you all look. Something's not right. It's really not right. Even if they were truly surrounded by bats, why wasn't there a single sound of a scream? Suddenly, within the dark swarm of bats, several bright lights flickered along with surges of electricity. In the next second, the dark swarm of bats suddenly emitted piercing screeches. After the electricity coursed through them, they violently exploded with a crackling sound, sending black-red bat corpses flying everywhere. Many shiny mutated cores even burst out, covering the ground. Then spikes of earth shot up to 5 or 6 meters high, piercing through some of the bats, while several small tornadoes appeared out of nowhere, swirling and shredding the mutated bats inside. The remaining bats seemed to fall into confusion, all losing their sense of direction and crashing into each other, even beginning to turn on one another. A silence fell. The ground was littered with mutated bat corpses, while the 4 of them stood unharmed. Remarkably, not a single drop of blood stained their bodies, as if a transparent protective shield had appeared before them, causing the fallen bat corpses to slide down a meter in front of them. Dammy. The little squad leader is so cool this time. This protective shield is downright amazing. Chen Xiaofei couldn't help but laugh joyously. Duoduo was already feeling dizzy in that critical moment. She thought she mustn't let the 4 of them get hurt. Absolutely not. In that moment of crisis, she suddenly had a flash of inspiration and created a new skill space shield which could activate a protective shield for targets. She had just generated 5 shields, exhausting the little bit of power she had stored in her body. Now she felt nauseous and dizzy, her pale face showing signs of distress. It was Qin Luo who noticed something was amiss. After using his abilities to eliminate the remaining mutated bats, he rushed over and picked her up, letting her lay on his shoulder. "Is the little squad leader okay?" My bad, I didn't notice that the little squad leader seemed to be overexerted. I was too busy being happy. Didn't Professor G give the little squad leader a diluted mutated core potion? She should drink it quickly, Bai Shu reminded promptly. Qin Luo held her waist, looking at the soft little zombie resting on his shoulder, who had nearly fallen asleep as soon as her head touched him. "Forget it, let her sleep and regain her strength first. We need to clean up the battlefield." He couldn't even rejoice at the sight of the scattered mutated cores on the ground. Duoduo instantly formed protective shields while Qin Luo unleashed a powerful attack. Wang Weihu and Chen Xiaofei each conjured up spikes of earth and a tornado. Bai Shu then opened a mirage, causing the bats to become disoriented and turn on each other. Otherwise, the scale of this attack was too terrifying, with at least tens of thousands of mutated bats. Wang Weihu and Bai Shu were also feeling exhausted, having drained their abilities, and Qin Luo was nearly at his limit. Chen Xiaofei, who had been quite confident at first, collapsed to the ground as his adrenaline wore off. Bai Shu then adjusted his glasses and chuckled, "Please, who can outdo you?" He had already anticipated this. Everyone was on the same level, even Qin Luo found it strenuous. How could Chen Xiaofei escape? Sure enough, they were all exhausted and couldn't even crawl. The remaining battlefield had to be cleaned up by themselves, quickly collecting the mutated cores. After the typhoon had completely passed, the entire base was in ruins, with the roads covered in filth littered with the severed limbs and blood of mutated animals. Trees uprooted by the wind, branches, grass, and debris scattered everywhere. The logistics team began to clean up with the citizens while the combat team collapsed, each one going home to catch up on sleep. They successfully defended their home. The number of ordinary citizens who died in the base was less than 200, which was considered a small number, and the combat team had 0 casualties with over 1,000 injured, but fortunately none of the injuries were life-threatening. In the apocalypse, as long as a supernatural being still had a breath left, they could be saved. Their vitality was exceedingly resilient. The lifespan of the new humans was also different from that of ordinary people, greatly extended. The stronger the ability, the longer the life. When the little zombie woke up, her eyes opened to the familiar yet strange ceiling. She could hear someone moving and talking in the living room. "Do you think the little squad leader will be overly surprised?" "She'll definitely be scared, huh?" "All right, enough chatter, get to work quickly." The sound of rustling filled the air. But more importantly, she was suddenly attracted by something shiny. Neni Duo turned her head to see, and the little corpse performed a carp leap, flopping up, sitting on the bed in a daze. A mutated core. A sparkling mutated core. There were actually piles of them stacked high like a mountain. Her dulled sense of smell also returned. The light pink mutated cores seemed to exude a fruity aroma. The little zombie stared wide-eyed, feeling as if she were dreaming, wailing inwardly. This pile of mutated cores filled half her room. "How do you feel? Are you okay? Not feeling unwell, are you?" Surprised, Qin Luo's keen dog senses picked up on her waking up, and he came over, pushing open the half-closed door. Leaning against the doorframe with a smile, he said, "These are the mutated cores from last night's mutated bats, a total of 23,000 cores. All of them were 1 star. After the mission, each person was rewarded with 10,000 points plus 10 boxes of marble bombs. And this a mutated core as an apology from Xiao Fei for bumping into you, while Lao Wang and Xiao Bai also bought one just to join in. In total, there are 10 2-star mutated cores. Chen Xiaofei bought 3 for Su Duo, Wang Weihu and Bai Shu each bought 2, and Qin Luo also bought 3 as a reward for her rapid improvement in abilities. Last night, the base faced a rare attack from mutated animals, all flying types, including bats, various birds. However, it could be considered a blessing in disguise, as they obtained a large number of mutated cores through the slaughter. Now the price of mutated cores at the base has skyrocketed, with 1-star cores reaching 5,000 points, and the prices for other levels are even higher. Especially with the emergence of potions, the functions of mutated cores have been greatly explored. They are worth more than gold. Qin Luo told her to collect them all. After we decided to keep them all for you. The little zombie needed nutrition. Su Duo still hadn't realized that they were really giving all of this to her until she stored all the mutated cores in her space. Were these mutated cores really all for her? 23,000 of them. So many delicious mutated cores were given to her. But they also killed many mutated bats last night. The little corpse was stunned. Qin Luo could tell what she was thinking. "What are you thinking about? You can just accept what is given to you. Opportunities like this don't come often. This time we were lucky. Save them for you to consume, while the mutated cores from zombies can be used for spending, since you don't consume zombie cores anyway." It was rare to encounter food that she could eat, and the four of them unanimously decided to leave it all for her. Mainly they all had enough points to spend, and they weren't extravagant with money, so they didn't need to rely on this for points. The points earned from missions alone were sufficient for them, so it was better to leave the mutated cores for her. Qin Luo watched her dazed expression, already used to the aftereffects of her excessive use of powers. Last night, he urgently called Xiao Qiao over to help her change clothes. After all four members of their team were big men. Xiao Qiao was very interested in this and brought over instruments to test, discovering that Duoduo's speed had already increased to 3.0 times. She could become a first-tier speed-type supernatural being just like Qin Xiaofei in the beginning. Qin Luo had a flash of insight to cover Duoduo's space abilities, so he had Xiao Qiao define her as a speed-type supernatural being and directly added it to her personal profile. Thus, Duoduo's current personal profile showed her ability as speed-type first-tier mutant instead of none. Xiao Qiao first praised Duoduo for her rapid growth. Your speed was only 1.5 times before, and now it's 3.0. Captain Qin sure knows how to nurture newcomers. She did not doubt this. After all, Duoduo was currently the only zombie mutant baby in the base. As for zombies, their nature was to pounce, bite, scratch, and suddenly accelerate to chase after people. Thus, Duoduo's speed ability did not raise any suspicions from Xiao Qiao, because it was quite reasonable. As for the aftereffects, after Xiao Qiao checked her body, she found that the drowsiness was just a common aftereffect of excessive use of powers. The temporary regression in intelligence was rare but not unheard of. There have been cases of emotional sensitivity after overexertion. There was even a middle-aged man crying out for his mother. No one can provide a specific explanation now, as the aftereffects are varied and strange. However, the aftereffects of overexertion typically fade on their own, so it's not a big issue. But excess energy is very dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Exploding your body and dying is no joke. You all must remember not to be foolish. After Xiao Qiao finished her last sentence, she pinched the little zombie's cheek and happily left, glad to have provided service to the little zombie. Very well. The memories ended. After Qin Luo learned that Duoduo's aftereffects did not harm her body, he was no longer worried. After all, she just became a bit clingy. It wasn't a big problem. Afterwards, he urged her to wash up, because they were going to receive rewards soon. Last night, their team eliminated a swarm of bats and earned a significant merit because all the firepower was directed at their team, otherwise those bats could have harmed many more people. Additionally, due to the previously mutated Snake Man, the headquarters planned to unify the rewards and have them attend a reward ceremony. Psy officials love to do these formalities, there's no helping it. Well, just go through the motions and come back. Qin Luo saw her in a daze and simply picked her up personally, taking her to the bathroom to speed things up. Qin Xiaofei, Bai Shu, and Wang Wei, who were all writing thank you speeches for when they went on stage to receive their awards. They were pulling their hair in distress. Today their camouflage had all faded away. The little zombie felt a bit regretful upon seeing this. She turned her head to look at the top of Qin Luo's head, which also lacked dog ears. The little corpse was sad. Qin Xiaofei saw her and cheerfully said, "Ya, good morning, little squad leader. Did you wake up? Did you rest well? Were you surprised to see the mutated cores?" Wang Weihu and Bai Shu also had smiles on their faces. Is the little squad leader feeling alright? Her condition after this use of power is much better than last time. This is indeed the case. After her first ability was overdrawn and she woke up, the little zombie's gaze was obviously dazed. But this time she was full of spirit. When has he ever not treated her like a large doll to carry around? Qin Luo lifted the little zombie and stuffed her into the bathroom, squeezing out toothpaste to hand to her. The little zombie instinctively grabbed the toothbrush and tried to start brushing her teeth, but when she saw her reflection in the mirror, she was completely shocked. The toothbrush fell with a thud. Just as Qin Luo was about to ask what was wrong, he suddenly saw her tilt her head back and start crying loudly. The white-haired monster in the mirror also cried out, and the little zombie screamed even louder. Why had she turned into a white-haired monster upon waking up? Her originally black shoulder-length hair had turned into long white hair that reached her waist. Even her eyelashes were white, and without contact lenses her eyes were actually silver, resembling a person with albinism. The little zombie cried out, "Woo-woo, I've turned into a white-haired monster. How sad." She feared most of all becoming unrecognizable. Subconsciously, she always considered herself human. How could she have transformed into a white-haired monster after a single nap? Qin Luo was startled, and in a flurry he exclaimed, "Hey, don't cry. Is something wrong? What happened?" Hearing the commotion, the three people in the living room who were busy writing acceptance speeches suddenly looked up. Why is the little class leader crying? They exchanged glances and then rushed toward the bathroom door, only to bump into Qin Luo carrying her out, the little zombie clinging to his neck and still crying loudly. The four big men were left flustered and bewildered, and in the end Qin Luo took her into the living room. What happened? What's wrong? Why is the little class leader crying? Jean, good, did you bully her? Is she okay? Hey, don't cry, why are you suddenly so wronged? What's going on? Jean Luo was also puzzled. He had no idea why she suddenly started crying. He sat down on the carpet holding her, and as he looked at the little zombie clutching her own white hair, he suddenly realized, damn, we forgot, she must have gotten scared by her own reflection. Duoduo had turned white suddenly after falling asleep last night, and they were also shocked at that time. It was a chance encounter with the powerful Duoduo during a mission. After she took a look and said it was fine, they were reassured, and they also learned that Duoduo's ability was actually healing with diagnosis as her main skill. After using it, she could immediately ascertain the physical condition and ailments of the targeted individual. Indeed, only the elites could enter the research center. The result was that they had already become accustomed to seeing Duoduo with white hair, but they never expected her to scare herself into tears upon waking. It was quite amusing. Chen Xiaofei and the others couldn't help but laugh, thinking they had been worried for nothing. Little class leader, don't cry. It's okay. You look good. Look at how other altered beings appear. Oh, we're so pretty, aren't we? Isn't it beautiful? Exactly. You look like a powerhouse. They even portray this on TV. Those who can transform are all elites. The three of them were racking their brains to comfort her while Jean Luo sat cross-legged with the little zombie on his lap, sobbing and clinging to his neck. Finally, she stopped crying so intensely. Jean Luo also said, exactly. White-haired is cute. Look at little swans, they're also white. You guys really don't know how to comfort a zombie. Why not let the little class leader eat a mutant core or a diluted variant core to see if that helps restore her ability? They suddenly realized. Right. Upon hearing this, the little zombie grabbed a mutant bat core from her space and began chewing on it. She chewed with a pitiful expression. Today her whole body was already snowy white, and after crying, her eye sockets and the area around her eyes turned a light pink, with her nose tip also becoming pink. It felt like her whole being had faded. Even the metal collar around her neck was silver, and her nightgown was a long-sleeved plush white lace dress with not a single dark color on her. She resembled a character from a horror game, particularly a big boss. However, Bai Shu's suggestion was very effective. After consuming the mutant core, Duoduo's hair and eyelashes instantly turned back to black, making her appear much more docile. The few big men felt relieved, finally managing to comfort her. Taking care of a child was truly difficult. Fortunately, the little zombie was very well behaved. She stopped crying when she realized she could return to normal. She returned to her normal state. In fact, because she had cried, she felt a bit embarrassed. Jean Luo also patted her head and couldn't help but smile, saying, look at this pitiful face. Chen Xiaofei and the others couldn't help but laugh. Having a little zombie around made their lives colorful and much more interesting. Life is like this. That's what makes it interesting. The four of them specifically came to wait for the little class leader to wake up so they could go for the award together. By the time they finished writing the acceptance speeches, Duoduo was also ready. They all set off noisily for breakfast. Finally, at 9:30, the four of them, along with one little zombie, headed to the city center to receive their award. Most of the trees in the community had fallen. As they went downstairs, they happened to see a logistics team cleaning up with a brother wearing sunglasses and a turtle shell directing. Hurry up, everyone, let's pick up the pace. Mudala will be going on a mission soon. Award abilities are quite rare, and we need him to use his power to revive these trees. A community without greenery is not a community. Other altered beings were also busy, and even two familiar faces were present. The rabbit altered being who had mentioned feeling itchy last time was there too, but he was secretly munching on tender leaves. He was immediately reported by a small warned brother report. Xiaoqi is slacking off. Not working, but still sneaking food. The turtle shell man immediately shouted, Xiaoqi, do you still want your points? If you can't do your part-time job well, do you want to breathe the northwestern wind? Suddenly a muscular rooster brother walked by with a red comb, shouting, old Wang Ba. Haha, you're so fired up so early in the morning. The other little brothers excitedly greeted him. Good morning, Brother G. It's still Brother G. He's already eating the national grain. Are you reporting today? It's great. The number of altered beings at the base is increasing, and we're almost out of work. So envious. It was quite lively this early in the morning. This building was located at the edge designated for altered beings of smaller stature. Normally, they mostly operated in fixed locations. The nature of small animals is to avoid. This building was located at the edge designated for altered beings of smaller stature. Normally, they mostly operated in fixed locations. The nature of small animals is to avoid risks, and they would be afraid of the killing aura emanating from combat teams. Had it not been for receiving a mission, they rarely came over here. Jean Luo and the others were also seeing this for the first time, unable to help but glance back repeatedly. Duoduo kept staring, feeling as though they had stumbled into some strange theater this early in the morning. Later, the four and the zombie wondered what job Brother G had applied for. Curious. The headquarters took special care for this award ceremony, even inviting a filming team to ensure that it would be broadcasted on the large screens at the base. Currently, there are no televisions at the base, and ordinary people do not have internet access. It's quite bleak. Only a few electronic screens are set up in fixed locations, occasionally displaying important information, while most of the time they show news. When Qin Luo and the others arrived, they discovered that not only was their small team being awarded, but there were also 5 or 6 other combat teams, each consisting of 7 to 12 members, making their team the smallest. What's more important is that the 5 of them casually dressed in regular clothes, only to find that the other teams were dressed extravagantly. Especially extravagant. One team was even wearing suits. Qin Luo was stunned while Chen Xiaofei and Bai Shu almost burst out laughing. Wang Weihua also felt embarrassed for the suit-wearing combat team, truly making his scalp tingle. However, these things were not important. They felt like mere tools rehearsing for better video effects. It was exhausting. The newly appointed officials seemed quite demanding and were somewhat rude toward their combat team. Chen Xiaofei couldn't help but ask Bai Shu what's the background of this new official. Their temper seemed quite formal. Although they trusted the headquarters and believed everyone was striving for humanity's future, there would always be a few bad eggs among them. Bai Shu adjusted his glasses and quietly said those who commit unjust acts will surely bring about their own demise. In this apocalypse, such people will eventually be ousted. The public won't tolerate them. In this era, everyone respects the strong. Combat ability is the true skill. After participating in such a hypocritical award ceremony, what they received was at least tangible. The newly appointed officials wouldn't dare steal the rewards given by the headquarters. Team 3A received a set of the latest electronic wristbands and vouchers for weapon enhancements, with the vouchers being the most valuable reward among the two. The craftsman's department is located near the city center in a newly constructed circular building with 9 floors. Inside it is a realm of wonders, gathering the strongest modification ability users. Many items used at the base, including earphones and wristbands, are made by them. Even the new combat vehicles awarded last time were modified by the craftsman's department. Their design blueprints were incredible. Many features of the new vehicles they had yet to use. Who in real danger, these vehicles were truly resilient. Currently, even on the black market, there are prices without values. One cannot buy them. Only the official rewards are. Qin Luo and the others were quite excited to receive the vouchers, especially Qin Luo, whose double-edged sword was his favorite weapon, while Wang Weihua had long wanted a good pair of boxing gloves, and Bai Shu naturally desired a good gun. Chen Xiaofei had yet to decide, but he had always wanted something akin to hidden weapons like flying daggers. Combined with his wind-based abilities, he would be invincible. On their way to the craftsman's center, the 4 of them continuously discussed weapons. After all, what man doesn't love weapons? They were all quite excited. By the way, what does our team leader want to enhance? Each person gets 1 quota. It would be a pity not to use it. They all turned to look at her in unison. This full voucher is linked to each individual, and everyone only has 1 chance. It is non-transfer. Because weapons can be bound to individuals, there is a mental type ability user over there who can soul bind weapons to you. Duoduo immediately pulled out her beloved chainsaw upon hearing Chen Xiaofei's question. The 4 of them fell silent and couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. As expected of her. They took the bus to the city center, and everyone on the bus was behaving normally. At least no bizarre actions were observed. Even the mutated individuals stayed quietly in the corners, trying not to scare anyone. Most people on the bus were ordinary, but these ordinary individuals were wealthy before the apocalypse, as the truly bottom-tier ordinary people were busy making a living and had no chance to come here to shop. They couldn't afford to spend either. Although the world is undergoing a massive reshuffle, class distinctions are still impossible to eliminate. They still exist. However, having abilities in this day and age is something ordinary people envy immensely. Just the extended lifespan alone is quite appealing. Even the most ordinary ability users can live for 200 years as long as they don't die in battle, let alone higher-level ability users. This is truly the era of the strong. However, there are downsides to being an ability user. They must participate in external missions and various defense battles, which is far more dangerous than being protected like ordinary people. For example, during last night's super typhoon, ordinary people hid in their homes, while ability users had to go out on missions in the strong winds, enduring all sorts of harsh weather. Conversely, ability users earn points more easily than ordinary people, and they are not afraid of infection. The zombie virus can kill ordinary people, but not ability users. In summary, there are pros and cons. Qin Luo and his group still preferred to possess abilities themselves. While ordinary people have protection, if the one protecting them dies, they would be left waiting for death, which is too passive. It's better to strive to improve one's abilities. Ding dong, the stop at Hope Road. Please passengers disembark from the back door. The next stop is Guangming Road. After their team successfully got off the bus, they saw the circular building, which had a top adorned with shapes like hammers and wrenches, truly magical, and there were quite a few people coming in and out. After showing their vouchers at the security desk at the entrance, they were allowed inside. The first floor was all exhibition halls filled with robots and various modified vehicles and weapons. It was simply a paradise for combat enthusiasts. Qin Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was the first time Xiao Zhishir had seen him so thrilled. Wow, this is so cool. Amazing, just incredible. Chen Xiaofei and the others also exclaimed, their hearts beginning to anticipate their exclusive weapons. Just then someone came over to guide them to the second floor where they would discuss weapons. They were given a form to fill out regarding the weapons they wanted to modify or the types of weapons they desired along with any expected functions. Once completed, the craftsman's department will create the best weapons for you. You can rest assured about the quality of the materials. After modification, you can collect them with your vouchers. Qin Luo quickly filled out the information and then said, the products from the craftsman's department are always reliable. We have nothing to worry about. Feel free to be creative. He ultimately decided to enhance his double-edged sword as he was already very adept with it. Just a bit of enhancement would suffice. Wang Weihua wrote that he wanted boxing gloves, Bai Shu wanted a good gun, and Qin Xiaofei wanted hidden weapons. The service desk attendant looked at the only girl in the team. Recently, rumors about Team 3 as special operations had been circulating wildly in forums, especially since their team had made quite a splash last night. That large group of mutated bats. Their team managed to emerge unscathed. Incredible. The forum users were left in shock, experiencing firsthand the combat strength of Team 3A. There was no one who was not impressed. Many with multiple claws can grasp a pen, but not write well. It was Qin Luo who helped her write. The female staff at the service desk couldn't help but gasp when she saw her pull out a chainsaw and place it on the edge of the table. She had thought she was just an adorable young girl, yet it turned out that those who could join the special operations team were anything but ordinary. Alright, I've completed collecting your information. You can pick up your items in 3 days. The female staff put away the materials and allowed them to look around, but advised them not to stay too long. Qin Luo and the others decided to leave directly after getting a glimpse of the items inside, as they couldn't buy anything else anyway. They were content to wait for their weapons. Seeing this, the female staff personally escorted their team out, maintaining a decent attitude, though the rules of the craftsmanship department were quite strict. Once outside, they planned to stroll around. Since they were already there, the 4 of them decided to start exploring nearby, noting that the city center was vastly different from before, with all sorts of bizarre shops. To their surprise, there was still a milk tea shop, but the prices were significantly higher than before. A cup cost 180 points. Considering that one could get the Never Starve meal for just 3 points, it was still a bit exorbitant for ordinary people. Qin Luo stopped at the entrance of the milk tea shop, glancing at the sign, 180 points for a cup. I need to see what this is about. Upon seeing their group, the female staff almost screamed. Their looks were too stunning. The men were all handsome and tall, and the girls were beautiful. Blushing, she said, "Welcome to Buji Buji, may I take your order?" Qin Luo glanced at the menu, which featured classic and innovative series. The classic series included the usual bubble tea and milk green tea, while the innovative series contained some peculiar options like Overlord Flower Bubble Tea, Red Banana Milkshake, Exotic Core Dilution Fruit Tea, and Extra Large Camel Milk. I'll have 10 cups from the classic series and 10 from the innovative series. What is this red banana thing? They could store the extras in their space. This world constantly surprises people. The staff shyly explained, red banana is a newly discovered mutated banana 10 times sweeter than a regular banana with a great texture. You all should give it a try. Now please scan this code. After placing the order, she indicated for them to scan a barcode on the nearby machine. Previously, it was a QR code, now everything was barcodes. Chen Xiaofei and Bai Shi were still pondering this new phenomenon. So now mutated plants are being consumed. They both clearly noticed this. The staff, not being an ability user, but an ordinary person working in the city center, explained, due to the current food shortage, it will eventually run out. The base has started issuing tasks to collect mutated plants, which are examined at the research center. As long as the pollution level is not too high, they can be consumed. Of course, she added, currently ordinary people still cannot consume mutated plants and meat due to pollution. However, both the mutated and transformed individuals can eat them, and it even benefits them. The pollution source is their energy for leveling up, serving as a form of nourishment. Wang Weihua expressed his amazement. If I don't come to the city center for a walk now, I feel like I'm going to fall out of touch with the world. Bai Shu and Qin Xiaofei replied, isn't that right? Changes happen every day, it's no joke. TSK tisk, that's scary. After the staff finished speaking, she smiled and went to prepare the order. They noticed that the 2 series of drinks were made separately. The staff outside was preparing the classic series that ordinary people could drink, while those inside were working on the innovative series. Bai Shu commented, I was wondering how ordinary people could access mutated plants. It turns out they are indeed produced separately. The people inside must be transformed individuals. Compared to ability users, transformed individuals are actually a bit more unstable. Most of them work on other tasks at the base. Transformed individuals like Duoduo, who can go on missions with them, are truly rare. Not all transformed individuals can control their emotions perfectly. They can easily go out of control. Those transformed towards herbivorous animals tend to be overly timid and easily stressed, avoiding combat. Those transformed towards carnivorous animals can become bloodthirsty when they see blood, losing their rationality. They are generally not allowed to go on missions. Transformed individuals like Duoduo, who have such stable emotions, are indeed very few. While waiting for their milk tea, they suddenly spotted a familiar figure with a bright red comb, wearing an apron, and poking her head out to shout, "Cackle, cackle, Xiaozhang. Xiaozhang. We don't have bubble pearls. Where did you store them, Cackle?" The staff taking their order was startled and hurriedly shoved it back into the kitchen. "Big brother chicken, please don't come out. You might scare the customers. The bubble pearls are in the small ingredient box. I just prepared them recently." Qin Luo and the others. Duoduo peeked again, and the puzzle she wanted to solve in the morning was answered at that moment. The feeling was truly subtle. When they finally received their milk tea, Qin Luo couldn't help but ask, "Are all milk tea shops officially operating?" The staff was taken aback, unable to look him in the eye, blushing as she nodded. "Currently, the materials for making milk tea are scarce, and most dining establishments are directly operated by the government, as only they have that many materials. How could ordinary people possibly have the resources to open shops? Unless they are extremely wealthy, but they would also have to buy ingredients from the government. Thus it really is a matter of state grain and an iron rice bowl. Please don't mind everyone, a brother chicken is very nice." Although transformed individuals might seem a bit scary, they are actually similar to ordinary people. He works super hard, often taking on part-time jobs in the civilian area just to make life a bit easier for the elderly, who have lived in the countryside for most of their lives, helping them transition during the adjustment period. The staff was genuinely gentle, fearing that they might be among those who discriminate against transformed individuals. Qin Luo smiled and said, "Not at all, transformed individuals are quite adorable." Bai Shu and the others also chimed in with a sound of agreement. Qin Xiaofei, carrying the remaining 10 cups, joked, "Are all transformed individuals cute, or just our little class leader?" Qin Luo had just pulled out a cup of milk tea to hand to the little zombie, poking a straw into it. "Tisk, don't talk too much. If you don't drink the milk tea, give it back to me." Qin Xiaofei immediately defended, refusing to give it up, wearing a playful grin. Bai Shu and Wang Weihua also laughed. The little zombie held the extra-large cup of milk tea with her claws, tilted her head to glance at them, and finally fixed her gaze on the milk tea. She hadn't had freshly made milk tea in a long time. There were indeed materials for making milk tea in her space, but they were certainly not the same as freshly made ones. The little zombie slurpily took a big sip, and the more she drank, the brighter her eyes became. She could taste the milk tea made from mutated plants. Happy, the little zombie swayed with the milk tea in her arms, feeling utterly blissful at that moment. The staff watched them leave, enviously observing the playful interactions among the group, only to realize that the charming girl hiding behind the very handsome guy was also a transformed individual, because she just noticed the collar around her neck. No wonder they didn't discriminate against transformed individuals. How wonderful. Other shops were mostly ordinary snack stalls, all charging relatively high prices, yet given the current scarcity of supplies, such pricing seemed entirely reasonable. The group indulged freely, eating, browsing, and taking what caught their fancy. Duoduo's account overflowed with unused points, so did those of Qin Luo and his companions. They usually dined on provisions from their spatial storage, purchasing only occasional novelties from the base, leaving few occasions requiring point expenditure. As they wandered, however, they stumbled upon an unusual shop, an unorthodox little establishment titled Alchemist Lin's Treasure Emporium. The quartet and one reanimated companion immediately halted and veered inside. A chime of wind bells greeted them at the threshold, followed by a mechanical parrot perched beside the door. "Welcome. Welcome to Lin's Treasure Emporium." Its voice was unnervingly synthetic, oddly playful, even mischievous. Inside, the dim lighting lent the space an uncanny aura, as if they had inadvertently slipped into a pocket dimension steeped in arcane wonder. Behind the counter stood a puppet resembling a clown, wearing a magician's hat, diligently tallying accounts. Upon spotting them, it spoke in a flat, emotionless monotone, "Browse freely. Self-service payment is required. Consequences for exiting without settling are entirely your own responsibility." At that, the parrot erupted into an eerie cackle. "Gaga. Consequences are your own. Consequences are your own," instantly ratcheting up the tension. Yet Qin Luo's group were no ordinary souls, and certainly not easily intimidated. Qin Xiaofei glanced at the clamorous bird and chuckled. "Feels like a streamer's control booth. Say something once, and it repeats it twice." "The one it mimics isn't human either," Bai Shu quipped dryly, clearly referencing the unseen operator pulling strings behind the puppet clerk. Qin Luo and Wang Weihua had already begun exploring. Judging by the wares, the proprietor clearly favored Western fantasy aesthetics, each item exuding a distinctly magical flair. Strange elixirs line the shelves alongside ones capable of offensive use. But the clothing section proved most intriguing, garments imbued with defensive properties. Does this cloak truly resist fire? Whoa, it even grants invisibility. Why are they all women's cuts? Discriminating against us men, are we? Hey squad leader. Come quick, these little dresses look perfect for you. There are men's versions over here, but they're just too cringingly dramatic. Who could possibly wear that? At the mention of little dresses, the young zombie drifted over instantly. After all, who among girls resists the charm of a delicate frock? Most were Lolita style, lavish, whimsical, and irresistibly sweet, accompanied by matching hair accessories and trinkets. Even Qin Luo couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, this is adorably exquisite." The four men stood transfixed in that section, rifling through hangers as if entranced, captivated by the delicate silhouettes and intricate details. Squad leader, go try one on. Prices are fair, payable in either mutant cores or points. And these aren't mere garments. They carry tangible enhancements, speed boosts, leap amplification. This crimson set looks stunning and adds 10% attack speed plus 5% strength. Absolutely. I'll take this soft green one, the Chameleon series. Grants speed stacking and 10-minute invisibility. Perfect. Grab it, we'll test it right away. Invisibility is sheer dominance. She was after all already a young zombie, and her spatial domain ability allowed for unparalleled unpredictability. Add invisibility to that, and she'd become utterly undetectable, like a whisper slipping between realms. Duoduo gathered several frocks and headed toward the fitting room, whose curtain boldly declared no surveillance zone. She slipped inside to change. Some garments proved tricky to don. She fumbled for quite some time before finally getting everything settled. Meanwhile, the others continued wandering, dazzled by every novelty, each object uniquely crafted, subtly extraordinary. Brother Qin, shall we each grab a fire-resistant cloak? And maybe a wind-resistance ring? It feels like stepping into a game. Can such things really exist in our world? These can't be toys. Wouldn't want to spend big only to fall for a scam. No sooner had Wang Weihu voiced his skepticism than the parrot shrieked, guaranteed authenticity. Tenfold compensation for fakes. Tenfold compensation for fakes. Well then. A shop situated near downtown must possess genuine expertise, no doubt about it. With a soft shush, the fitting room curtain parted. There she stood, wearing the mint-green Lolita ensemble, and all four men froze, utterly spellbound. Whoa. So adorable. Damn, squad leader suits it perfectly. Gorgeous. Buy it now. Absolutely breathtaking. I'm definitely having a daughter someday, just so I can dress her in dozens of such dresses. Even Wang Weihu gasped in awe. She looked like a living porcelain doll. Wait, Brother Qin, why aren't you praising squad leader? Holy, why are you blushing? Qin Luo barked for Qin Xiaofei to scram, then caught the young zombie gazing directly at him. His face burned hotter still. He rubbed his nose awkwardly and murmured, "Yes, truly beautiful. We'll take all of them." Duoduo herself admired her reflection and loved it. Though the dress was emerald, she sensed a subtle resonance with her spatial ability, a faint psychic harmony. With minimal expenditure of her energy, she could activate its camouflage, blending seamlessly into any surroundings. Her form gradually dissolved until she vanished entirely. The four men recoiled in shock. Only when she reappeared did they breathe again, immediately demanding purchase. Then they saw the price tag. A cascade of zeros. 30,000 points per dress. They blinked, then quietly backed away. Duoduo checked her balance, 10,000 points plus 500 from last night and 200 from earlier, still far short. She possessed a mutated backcore. A glowing screen behind the counter displayed today's exchange rate: 1-star mutant core, 5,000 points. But she hesitated, unwilling to part with it. Qin Luo offered to cover the cost. Chen Xiaofei and the others grinned. First love pays, no contest. Initially naming her as his first love during Truth or Dare had been instinctive, perhaps rooted in a hazy adolescent affection. But true realization began at their reunion and deepened rapidly until now it felt inevitable, consuming. She simply grasped Qin Luo's sleeve, not letting go. The young zombie understood he shouldn't bear. Qin Luo's points were legendary. Even before the apocalypse officially erupted, his elite tactical unit had already deployed, undertaking perilous missions across the board, spearheading operations in the earliest days of collapse. 300 plus assignments accumulated, his total points nearing 10 million. What's wrong? You won't let me pay? He asked gently. I have more than enough. Don't feel pressured, squad leader, let him handle it. Qin Xiaofei urged. Yet the young zombie held fast, her fingers still curled around his sleeve. Qin Luo proposed a compromise: cover the shortfall with zombie cores. After all, she never The zombie's core is what they're fighting for. The little zombie is an honest child. She looked at the three of them again. Chen Xiaofei and the others felt there was no problem. Don't be so clear-cut, little monitor. We still eat the food you give us, and we've been polite, haven't we? Bai Shu and Wang Weihua agreed. The core can be used freely. It was originally the team's item. It doesn't matter who uses it. It's all good. In the end, they got 3 sets of skirts, green, red, and blue primarily, with additional attributes of stealth, strength, and attack speed. Qin Luo and the others bought windproof rings and fireproof cloaks without purchasing anything else. There were also a small amount of men's clothing. However, they did not like those feminine Western dresses, especially the overly dramatic ones. Girls can wear anything cute, but they would rather not. After shopping around, they spent nearly 100,000 points, yet they claimed that points were never enough. This is just the beginning of the apocalypse, and these items have just come out. In the future, there will definitely be more good things. The mechanical parrot kept squawking, "Thank you for your patronage, thank you for your patronage." Chen Xiaofei clicked his tongue and said, "Those who pay are indeed the masters of this parrot." Sounds a bit more delicate. Bai Shu and Wang Weihua laughed directly. They continued browsing and saw several newly opened stores selling mutated animal meats. Is anyone really buying this? Surprisingly, there were people in line. It seems they could bring these back in the future, likely to exchange for points. After exploring the city center, they unanimously preferred the equipment shops and the craftsman department. These items are the most valuable in the apocalypse. They could come back here often. By the afternoon, when they returned to the new human area, the ground had already been cleaned up. The only downside was that the subway directly to their community was under renovation, forcing them to take it only one stop. Coincidentally, De Qiao lived nearby. When they returned, they saw her pulling a cart with bags of black and red plastic on it, and they greeted each other. De Qiao was quite surprised to see the little zombie. "Oh, has Duoduo recovered? How long did it take?" She immediately focused on these data as it might be useful for other similar mutated beings. Having more experience brings more peace of mind. Qin Luo smiled as he reached out to pat the little zombie's head, recalling how she cried loudly in the morning, finding it amusing. Without waiting for her to recover, Xiao Bai thought of a way to make her drink a vial of diluent from the core. Many things about directly consuming the core are best kept hidden. Otherwise, she could easily be kept under surveillance. De Qiao laughed and said, "You guys have some tricks up your sleeves, huh? All right then." She noted it down. The diluent from the core is indeed very useful. It can accelerate the recovery speed from overuse of abilities. Chen Xiaofei and the others surrounded De Qiao's little cart. "Isn't this meat from mutated bats? What are you doing?" De Qiao calmly glanced at the large load of meat and said, "Feeding the baby. By the way, you guys are still on vacation, right? Want to come over for a drink?" Qin Luo immediately became wary. Just as he was about to refuse, she cut him off. "It's about a mission. Are you taking on the one in City N? It's a bit of a distance from here, but a good friend of mine is trapped over there. Moreover, she is from the research institute where a group of researchers is located. They are studying the source of pollution. However, they did not expect to be trapped there by a horde of zombies while collecting samples. It is said that there is also a new type of giant zombie there." Qin Luo and the others immediately put away their playful demeanor and said, "Seriously, let's go discuss this with you." De Qiao laughed. She knew that their combat team really loved challenging themselves. They're a team of battle maniacs. Qin Luo meant that strength is paramount. If they just hide in the base all day without taking on missions, they would be waiting for death. Especially when a new type of monster appears, they need to go and sharpen their skills. When the captain speaks, the others naturally have no objections. De Qiao mentioned using these mutated bat meat to feed the baby, which caught people's attention. Chen Xiaofei couldn't help but say to Bai Shu, "When did she have a baby? I've never heard of it. Isn't De Qiao a workaholic too? They practically live at the research center." Bai Shu shrugged, indicating that he didn't know. However, when they arrived at De Qiao's house, they understood what kind of baby she was feeding. Her house is on the first floor of Building A in the West District community, with a small yard. Inside, besides the strange plants, the most eye-catching are the carnivorous plant babies on both sides of the path, each with their mouths wide open, displaying sharp teeth, while making loud cries, creating an unbearable racket. Without even opening the plastic bags, De Qiao threw them directly into their mouths, and they joyfully twisted their bodies, fighting to swallow and chew away. Those who did not get any were still crying loudly, and the scene was quite bizarre. Team 3A. De Qiao's preferences are still so twisted. Qin Luo couldn't help but complain, "Wait. Why are you keeping this bunch of things?" De Qiao still wore that smile. "These are the seeds of the carnivorous plant babies. This is the second batch, and I want to see how they grow and what they look like in maturity." She enthusiastically shared with them that according to research, with each growth stage their intelligence also increases. At least now they can recognize their owner. Qin Luo and the others expressed their lack of interest, especially as they walked inside. The carnivorous plant babies tried to approach them, and Qin Xiaofei was scared and cried out when one bit his clothes. Qin Luo hurriedly picked up the little zombie to protect her. When a carnivorous plant baby tried to get closer, it was scared back by the current in his hand. Duoduo told them to stay calm. I've given them a no-arm command, just don't stare at them. They are just a bunch of troublemakers right now. The more you engage with them, the more excited they become. Indeed. Bai Shu and Wang Weihua remained calm, and those carnivorous plant babies dared not provoke them. After Duoduo finished speaking, she opened her house's front door and smiled at them, saying, "Welcome to visit." It was their first time at her place. Previously, they were only acquaintances who had interacted but were not very. Researchers might really be a little obsessive-compulsive, but Duoduo's house was spotless, with the floor clean enough to see reflections, and there were disposable shoe covers at the entrance. The little zombie happily stepped in and put on 2 shoe covers. Qin Luo kept an eye on her. After a while, he picked her up and took her to sit on the sofa. Duoduo went to brew tea for them. Qin Luo then got straight to the point. "Let's talk about your mission, the specific location, the number of people, and the details of that new type of zombie monster." The tasks for their team are usually decided by Qin Luo, as he is the main output. If he thinks it's fine, they basically won't lose their lives. Unexpected events are another matter, but compared to other teams, their team's probability of encountering trouble is relatively low. Duoduo began to share the specific situation with them. 10 days ago, the survivor base in City B sent out 10 combat teams to gather samples of pollution sources from dangerous areas, and my friend is also in one of those teams. There are 11 ability users and 3 researchers in the team heading to City N, destined for the local research institute, which houses 22 researchers. The original plan was to conduct rescue operations while collecting pollution sources. They never expected to encounter a new type of zombie, one that is enormous in size and can summon other zombies to surround them, even displaying a hint of mockery. As Duoduo spoke about this matter, her brow furrowed tightly, and she handed over her tablet for them to see. This is the zombie in question. The combat team has already lost 3 members, and the remaining personnel are trapped in the research institute. While there is currently no immediate danger to their lives, their food supply will not last much longer, putting them in a dire situation. Qin Luo and the others leaned in for a closer look while the little zombie stared intently as well. This was a video that began with the distant roars of zombies outside, and then the camera panned up to reveal a massive head appearing at the window. It startled everyone. This creature might no longer be classified merely as a zombie, it should be referred to as a zombie monster. With bulging white eyes and skin of a dark green hue, its face was rotting with flesh, even infested with maggots, which was utterly repulsive. It was unclear why it had grown to such a large size. Duoduo then closed the short video and opened the latest data about it. The zombie monster was originally a very tall individual who was diagnosed with gigantism at the age of 10, which led to numerous hospital visits. This is also why it does not dare to enter the research institute. It fears such places. After transforming into a zombie monster, its size continues to increase. Especially since it evolves by consuming its own kind, zombies become its endless source of food, and it can command other lower-level zombies to trap the people in the research institute. Currently, its height is 4 meters 2, with average mobility, capable of maintaining a constant speed while pursuing humans. The headquarters has classified its threat level as 3 stars. It has also activated the common ability of mutated monsters, the sonic attack. Due to its enormous size, it is difficult for it to conceal its movements. The sound of its footsteps is very heavy. The only advantage is that they do not have to fear it appearing silently. Qin Xiaofei immediately complained while rubbing his arms, but it was really scary when it suddenly poked its head out. Where did it make any noise? He was quite frustrated. He was more afraid of enemies that could scare people like ghosts than of difficult foes. Qin Xiaofei was very afraid of ghosts. Duoduo also sighed with regret. This is what I wanted to say. This creature sets traps, and it can be confirmed that it does not possess human consciousness. Its actions are purely instinctual, but it is indeed very cunning. The zombie monster does walk heavily, but if it were to come close and remain still hiding in ambush, it could still surprise them. It likes to catch others off guard, and a scratch from it would mean certain death. Duoduo pointed at the tablet to remind them of the danger. The bacterial concentration on its body is very high. A friend of mine took a sample of its blood for research. Contact with ordinary people would definitely lead to severe consequences, and it is also very dangerous for ability users. So they must not let it break their skin, otherwise even the mutated ones would face life-threatening risks. Wang Weihua couldn't help but exclaim, "This thing is like a moving super bacteria." Bai Shu also frowned. "Then we should avoid close combat as much as possible. Have you tried using hot weapons?" Duoduo expressed her regret. All weapons have been exhausted, and ordinary zombies are countless. This creature dodges hot weapons. It is truly very cunning. The sea of corpses is not a joke. It is densely packed and extremely terrifying. Therefore, this time the headquarters is not just sending a small team, but it is a large operation, planning to gather 5 small teams to go there and simultaneously eliminate zombies. Qin Luo caught on to the main point. "Then why did you specifically choose our team?" Chen Xiaofei and the others suddenly realized a yes. If it is a group mission, why did Xiao insist on sending their Team 3A? Although Team 3A is strong, there are indeed others that are stronger. A-level teams are not few. Xiao's gaze fell on the little zombie. Because my good friend is a mutant and her mutation is that of a butterfly, specifically the dead leaf butterfly. She is a dead leaf butterfly mutant that has no attacking abilities and can only disguise herself to Although the base accepts mutants, there are still some people who strongly oppose them, believing that mutants are not truly human. The one leading this operation is Jin Chuanqiang, the overall commander, and he just happens to be on the side that opposes mutants. She fears that he will not care about her friend's life or death. Xiao spoke gravely about this topic, and reaching out to Qin Luo and the others was both an act of trust in their abilities and a recognition of their character. They also have a sense of tolerance. The little zombie has indeed been well taken care of by them, which is evident. Xiao smiled and said, "This friend of mine is truly very important to me. Therefore, to ensure everything goes smoothly, I sincerely request your help with this task. I will additionally reward you with 5 million points as payment." At the same time, she promised each of them a favor, which they could use to ask for her help in the future. She would assist them unconditionally. Xiao usually appeared as a calm and collected researcher, yet even when her best friend was in danger, she spoke about it with a composed demeanor. However, the little zombie saw the sadness in her eyes, and she reached out to tug at Qin Luo, her silver-gray eyes looking at him, expressing her desire to take on this task. She had encountered 3-star monsters before, if necessary, they could draw it away, and when in a deserted area, she could unleash her ultimate move to eliminate it. As for the bacteria from this zombie, she could use the spatial protection shield to envelop the 4 of them, and by reducing her use of abilities, this shield could last longer, ensuring their protection is not a problem. Qin Luo, feeling her tug, looked down at her and finally rubbed her small head helplessly. "I didn't say I wouldn't take it. It's just perfect for practicing against a 3-star monster. Last time their team faced a 3-star mutated snake person and nearly suffered a complete defeat. It was quite challenging. This time, with everyone's levels having risen, it was time to compare." Xiao was somewhat surprised. In truth, she wasn't entirely confident. She just didn't expect the little zombie to be willing to speak up for her. She smiled at Duoduo. "Thank you, I will remember this favor." The little zombie smiled shyly, hiding behind Qin Luo. Watching the little zombie increasingly resemble a human, Xiao felt a mix of emotions. Once Qin Luo confirmed the task, he said to Xiao, "Remember 5 million points plus 5 favors. Don't forget the agreement later." Xiao assured him that she would never back out. After leaving her home and navigating past the carnivorous flower babies at the entrance, they were finally on their way home, continuing their discussion about the matter. Chen Xiaofei exclaimed, "I didn't expect Xiao to be quite wealthy." Baishu pushed up his glasses. "Do you think she raises those carnivorous plants just for fun? The papers and reports she writes can earn points. However, 5 million is indeed quite a substantial..." Even Wang Wei sighed at her generosity. "Actually, even if she didn't come to us when the base releases the task later, we would definitely take it on." They all understood their captain. A rare encounters with 3-star monsters would never be missed. Qin Luo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at them. "Oh, it seems we have a good understanding of each other." Chen Xiaofei and the others all laughed. Moreover, this Jin Chuanqiang isn't very well regarded and tends to be quite annoying. Class monitor, if you come across this guy, keep your distance as much as possible. Jin Chuanqiang is a hypocrite, a true villain, and has a ruthless heart. Chen Xiaofei was explaining to the little zombie that although this person has completed many tasks, his methods are rather dirty, and often to accomplish his missions he relies on sacrificing his teammates to improve his completion rate. In any case, he is a person with a merciless nature. Baishu mentioned him with a look of disgust, saying, "He aims too high and will eventually fall flat on his face." Wang Wei advised them to keep their voices down, saying, "After all, we are a combat team. It wouldn't be good if others overheard us. They would just act aggrieved and claim that our Team 3A is bullying them and stealing the merits of their Jinping team." As soon as he made this serious yet sarcastic remark, both Chen Xiaofei and Baishu laughed. Duoduo then understood that Jin Chuanqiang was not a good person. Just then Qin Luo glanced at her and said, "Jin Chuanqiang is someone who cares about his reputation, loves to take credit, pretends to be noble and great." Xiao said he doesn't like aberrants. "If he dares to bully you, you should hit him hard. If you can't win, run and tell me, I'll help you settle it." He was just afraid that the little zombie would be bullied, as she sometimes seemed clever and sometimes foolish. Duoduo nodded in agreement. She was truly becoming more and more like a human recently. Qin Luo recalled the way she had just clung to him, her eager gaze fixed on him. It was surprising that a zombie could feel compassion. Duoduo was even touched by Xiao's friendship. How could such a little creature not be considered human? His heart softened. Qin Xiaofei continued to mock Jin Chuangqiang's disgraceful acts, saying, "Damn it, he's just pretending to be cool, thinking himself to be something great." His real name was Jin Dapeng, and he named the Jinping team after himself. Later, after screwing over the Rose team, he was harshly ridiculed by the captain of the Rose team for his ridiculous name, and he stubbornly changed it to Jin Chuangqiang. A small person is still a small person. What difference does a name change make? If you are incompetent in dealing with people, you are still trash. It's only because the headquarters is currently short on people. Otherwise, how many times has Jin Chuangqiang crossed the line? The worst incident resulted in the loss of 2/3 of his team. He simply doesn't care about the lives of his teammates. Yet he is quite skilled at PUA, always managing to brainwash some teammates into serving him. He is truly a talent. They grumbled all the way home. This time they were at Wang Weiwa's place. Don't be fooled by Wang Weiwa being a big tough guy. He is actually a great family man. His home was clean and tidy. As soon as they stepped into his house, the four of them and the little zombie received an email from headquarters inviting them to participate in this rescue mission, with each person earning 500,000 points, and each team would be equipped with the latest firearms and food. Jin Luo checked the departure time 3 days later, just in time for us to finish picking up our custom weapons before we leave. Bai Shu reminded everyone, tomorrow we need to prepare the second batch of aberrant nucleus dilution potion. We can also fight the third batch along the way. This will help enhance our abilities, which is quite good. Once we get there, we'll switch to combat mode. Wang Weiwa went into the kitchen to get them something to drink. Qin Xiaofei took Su Duoduo to the sofa, and the two of them chatted about gossip. Jin Luo turned around and noticed that the little zombie had run off, so he said, starting today we'll arrange special training for Su Duoduo. No one is allowed to slack off in these 3 days. Since the little zombie has regained her agility, she can't be lazy, she needs to train. Qin Xiaofei complained, "Ah, my rare holiday. Who taught your first love?" Bai Shu chuckled and looked at their captain Qin, intrigued. "Are you sure you want us to?" Qin Luo was speechless. He wouldn't get jealous over such trivial matters. "I'll teach her hand-to-hand combat myself. Xiao Baiyu teach her sniper skills. Lao Wang will teach her boxing, and Xiao Fei will show her how to conceal herself." In this apocalyptic era, having one more skill means one more guarantee of safety. They can't always keep an eye on her. The best way is to help her improve. Joking aside, everyone agreed that it was fine. The little zombie tilted her head at them and finally typed out a few words on her tablet, showing it to them. "Teach me, I want to learn." Qin Luo and the others laughed. She truly was remarkable, knowing that she wasn't a weak zombie. As long as she was given the opportunity, she would strive to improve. For dinner they had braised beef, ginger, duck, spicy diced chicken, boiled shrimp, and garlic cabbage with seaweed egg drop soup made fresh by Wang Weiwa. These dishes were all home-cooked meals from before the apocalypse. Su Duoduo had made most of them before the apocalypse, except for the soup, which was freshly made. Everyone enjoyed the meal thoroughly. The braised beef was salty and flavorful, the ginger duck was fragrant and tender, the spicy diced chicken was quite appetizing, the boiled shrimp was sweet, and the garlic cabbage was refreshing. Finally, a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup left everyone feeling satisfied. Su Duoduo couldn't eat too much of these, as she could only taste a bite of each dish. Now she could sense a little bit of flavor, but it was still worlds apart from before. She could only eat mutated plants or mutated animal meat now. For example, the mutated shrimp that Qin Xiaofei bought that evening was very delicious. Unfortunately, such things were in short supply. Currently consuming mutated plants and animals had only just begun, and their numbers should increase in the future. In the end, Su Duoduo chewed on the aberrant bat nucleus, which tasted sweet like raspberry. I'm so full. I feel so happy. Having the class monitor is wonderful. Every time we eat, I have to praise her 100 times. Qin Xiaofei was really good at complimenting. He was the best at providing emotional value in the team. Bai Shu also felt dizzy from overeating, leaning comfortably against the sofa and daydreaming. Wang Weiwa diligently cleaned up the dishes. Qin Luo was arranging a special training plan for the little zombie, filling up the schedule with tasks. The devilish training was about to begin. Su Duoduo thought of something and went into the kitchen with Wang Weiwa. She saw that his kitchen was well equipped and remembered they needed to prepare food. The appetite of ability users is indeed very large. Everyone left the aberrant nuclei for her to eat, but she couldn't let them go hungry, so she needed to stock up on more cooked food. Seeing her wandering in the kitchen, Wang Weiwa said, "Class monitor, you should take a break. I'll handle the dishwashing." He was already used to it. Su Duoduo wanted to speak, but couldn't, so she took out her tablet to type space. Plenty of ingredients, need to prepare cooked food, stock up. She was prone to brain freezes now, so she tried to keep her words brief, as long as she could express herself clearly. Wang Weiwa agreed, saying, "Although my cooking may not be delicious, it's no problem filling our stomachs. Class monitor, just take out the ingredients. I'll stock up on some cooked food whenever I have time. You just focus on studying hard with Qin Luo." The little zombie nodded modestly and took out many quick-cook items from her cube space, which were simple to prepare and just needed to be cooked. She even took out 4 air fryers and 3 pressure cookers, handing them all to Wang Weihua. Wang Weihua's head was spinning. He couldn't imagine how much effort the class monitor had spent preparing so much food before the apocalypse. But he still nodded with difficulty, saying, Okay, I'll do my best to cook them all. The little zombie finally felt reassured. Qin Luo called her, and only then did she wander back. 3 days later. At the craftsman department of the survivor base in H City, they were slightly exhilarated after receiving their new weapons. Qin Luo glanced at his double-edged blade, which had indeed been modified in the way he had anticipated. The overall length of the blade had increased somewhat, and its hardness and density had undergone a qualitative leap. Moreover, it was particularly electrified. Qin Luo could now effortlessly swing it to generate a massive current. It looked incredibly cool. Additionally, it had increased critical hit attributes with a certain chance of delivering 10 times the damage. Bai Shu received a specially made gun which could be used for both long-range and close-range shooting, looking exceptionally stylish. The key feature was that the magazine was embedded with a 10-cubic space, allowing it to store a bunch of bullets, significantly reducing the time needed for ammunition changes. Wang Weihua obtained a pair of gloves which were lighter than he had imagined. However, they greatly enhanced his striking power while also protecting his fists without causing discomfort. It felt fantastic. He clenched his fist to test it and swung again to feel it very satisfied. The gloves were waterproof and fire-resistant, and they wouldn't get torn easily, making them particularly resilient against the claws of ordinary mutated monsters. Chen Xiaofei received a set of hidden weapons which were sleeve arrows with a slightly ancient design, also embedded with a 10-cubic space. They were filled with various small blades that would automatically retract after hitting the target, made from a special material that wouldn't retain blood. Just like their modified off-road vehicle, any blood splatter would slide off the exterior. This small flying knife was the same. Being able to retract made it invincible. Chen Xiaofei was incredibly excited, exclaiming, so awesome. Truly worthy of the big shots. The craftsman department was amazing. Many electric saws were even more splendid, reportedly modified for use by a young girl, painted in pink and powered by the newly discovered Power Stone, which provided self-sustaining electricity. One piece could be used for 100 to 80 years, and they even provided her with 2 spare stones. The gears of the electric saw were terrifying, with dual rotating gears. A one swing could cut through anything, truly embodying the saying like cutting through mud. The little zombie was utterly enamored, holding the electric saw and unable to put it down. The staff member at the service center smiled and asked if they were satisfied. You still have a chance for a minor adjustment. If any of you find something uncomfortable, feel free to mention it. The 4 of them and the little zombie quickly shook their heads. Oh my, with such excellent weapons, how could there be any complaints? They adored it. They dripped a bit of blood on the blood slot to bind their souls with the weapons, creating a subtle sensation that could sense. Is it still pretty good? The staff member at the service desk also pulled out 10 sets of combat uniforms. These are also newly launched by our craftsman department. Compared to ordinary clothing, they have increased protective attributes, allowing them to resist attacks from monsters below 3 stars. They can even withstand 3 strikes from 3-star monsters, but not more than that. Still quite impressive. Qin Luo quickly urged Wang Weihua to take them. Look at this, you guys are too generous. He said polite words, but inside he was overjoyed, and Chen Xiaofei felt the same way. But the service desk staff also gifted them 5 machine guns, which were also new products, saying that they just needed feedback after using them. This is one of the perks of being a combat team, especially one that has gained a bit of notoriety. The latest equipment at the base is always prioritized for their team. Qin Luo accepted everything. Wang Weihua distributed them, and each person placed them in their storage carts. They would change into them later. Many didn't need them. Her 3 skirts were better than these combat uniforms. After bidding farewell to the polite staff, they changed into the new combat uniforms in the craftsman department's changing room, which were black. They fit particularly well, making their figures look impressive. Their long legs were especially eye-catching. When the 4 of them stepped out, even the little zombie was dumbfounded. No need to mention Qin Luo. He had just taken the rare core dilution agent, and his hair had grown a bit, turning into a wolf tail style, both handsome and wild, also a bit rogue. Usually his expression was quite cold. However, when he looked at the little zombie Duoduo, it instantly softened. He still remembered having frightened her before. After that incident, Qin Luo never gave her a cold look again, always smiling at her. Bai Shu wore frameless glasses, had a refreshing short hairstyle, and looked quite elegant. His physique was not particularly muscular. He looked more like the strategist or clerk of the team. But his combat power was not low. One shot could take down a small monster. Chen Xiaofei was the shortest, but still stood at 1.80 m with a good body proportion, sturdy build, and a baby face, always wearing a smile. His hair was a crew cut. Wang Weiwa was very muscular, not fat, but a big muscular man. The term male mommy fits him perfectly. His chest muscles were incredibly large. He was the tallest among them. His features were ruggedly handsome, but when he smiled he appeared quite silly. Duoduo wore a red Lolita-style dress today adorned with a red lace headband, making the little zombie look exquisitely like a doll. Since her last transformation her silver hair had faded, but her grayish eyes now had a layer of light silver not easily noticeable unless looked at closely. Consequently, she hadn't worn colored contact lenses anymore. She looked beautiful like this, waiting cutely for them to change clothes. Qin Luo often stole glances at her, easily following her figure with his gaze. Chen Xiaofei always generously praised her, showering her with compliments like the little class monitor is the cutest little zombie in the world, and phrases like invincible beauty and explosively pretty. Wang Weiwa and Bai Shu could chime in with a few words, but only Qin Luo blushed and felt awkward, as if everyone's thoughts were transparent. The service desk staff happened to pass by again with a colleague and noticed that Team 3A hadn't left yet, marveling at their team. This group was really too good-looking. The colleague couldn't help but exclaim, "My God, who are they? Which team are they from? These few are incredibly handsome, and that dress is so beautiful. So glamorous and exquisite." The service desk staff replied a bit proudly, "They are from Team 3A, and I'm in charge of them." The colleague was enviously speechless. "Oh my, so nice. Have you seen the zombie eternid mutant from their team? What does it look like from the front? From the back it really looks super beautiful." The service desk staff recalled him, very pretty, with really delicate features. Not quite human. More like a beauty sculpted from clay. The two chatted excitedly for quite a while, unable to resist glancing back frequently. Meanwhile, Qin Luo had already signaled for everyone to catch up, directly heading to retrieve the vehicle for their mission. After successfully getting in the car, the vehicle drove out of the base's inspection checkpoint, and the familiar electronic voice sounded again. "Welcome to the first exit inspection of the H-City Survivor Base. Beep, all systems normal. All members of the H-City Survivor Base wish you a safe journey." After passing through multiple inspection checkpoints, they arrived at the manual review area. It was still the same young man who, after taking their cards, greeted them with a familiar smile. "Qin team going out on a mission again. I heard this time there's quite a big operation involving 5 combat teams, all of which are relatively large teams." Qin Luo smiled and replied, "Is there any task that isn't dangerous? It's all the same." The young man couldn't help but chuckle, finally handing back the card and saying, "Thank you for your hard work. On behalf of all the human compatriots of the H-City Survivor Base, I wish you a safe journey and a prompt return home." Hearing this made me feel like my ears were about to get calluses, but Qin Luo still smiled and said thank you. He then stepped on the gas and sped towards their new mission destination. As soon as they left the city gate, they saw vehicles heading forward, all bound for City N. Bai Shu glanced at the task notification. After their team confirmed their acceptance, the headquarters provided a personnel list which included their team A3, as well as the Golden Phoenix team, the Rose team, the Cheetah team, and the Dove team. Apart from their team of only 5 members, the other teams all had around 10 members each. "I didn't expect the Rose team to be here. A Jean Chuanqiang must be furious." Bai Shu had an amused expression as his tablet displayed the personal information of each team member. Chen Xiaofei chuckled, "As long as Sister Mimi is here, someone will definitely keep that person in check, and with Sister Mimi around, this mission is guaranteed to succeed." The Rose team was a special operations team composed of 9 girls, each exceptionally strong. Mumei was their captain with a pleasant personality and a refreshing demeanor. The other 8 teammates also possessed plant-based abilities, all of which were quite powerful. Duoduo was busy refreshing her knowledge on her tablet, trying to memorize the members of the other teams, her little head's CPU nearly overheating. Finally, she leaned back in her seat and looked around at the scenery. After exiting the base, the outside world appeared desolate, with all the trees having withered away, and the road was incredibly dry, kicking up clouds of dust as the vehicle passed. The wind carried dust, demonstrating the severity of the dryness. The external environment was deteriorating. "It's only been a few days since we last went out, but it feels like our area is turning into a desert. Inside the base and outside are like 2 different worlds." Qin Xiaofei sighed in agreement. Everyone else nodded in understanding. Even after experiencing a typhoon, the base quickly returned to life. Various mutants collaborated with the logistics team to organize their home reviving plants that could be revived. Repairing equipment that needed fixing at the base was a paradise. In contrast, the outside world was horrific and terrifying, losing its vitality. Qin Luo was listening to the latest report from the zombie creature and remarked, "That's why we can't stay in the base for too long. It makes us lose our sense of crisis. For ordinary people, as long as they don't leave the base, they can live much like before the apocalypse." The base specifically designated several areas for ordinary humans where no mutants would venture, assigning them jobs and establishing many factories. They gathered various resources from outside to build new factories. Ordinary people continued their work, and schooling aside from the lack of internet, their lives were much safer than outside. However, this situation was extremely unstable. In the face of danger, they were powerless to resist and could easily lose their lives. Qin Luo did not like this. He preferred to have his team members hone their skills, for otherwise they would eventually perish under the wave of evolution. Wang Weihua and the others completely agreed, noting that this trip to City N also provided an opportunity to gather supplies. The journey ahead was quite rushed with hardly any stops. The 5 teams did not greet each other, all focused on their forward march. 3 days ago, they received a distress signal from the City N Research Institute, and organizing personnel, preparing weapons, and discussing rescue routes had taken 3 days. Now they had to accelerate their journey. During this time, Qin Luo switched places with Wang Weihua, returning to the middle row to rest while Wang Weihua drove. Qin Xiaofei also took the passenger seat. The areas surrounding the base have already been scavenged several times, not even leaving the metal roofs intact. Everything has been stripped clean. Look at those factories over there. Everyone glanced over. Duoduo also saw that the original factories had lost their roofs, completely stripped away, including the steel frameworks, all sent back to the base. After taking a sip of water, Qin Luo said, "The process of scavenging outside goes like this: first rescue people, then gather food and medicine, and finally collect anything useful. One by one they take turns. If the base runs low on supplies later, they might even dismantle houses to take the bricks, wasting nothing." This shows that if the outside world continues to develop like this, resources will only become scarcer, and if we want to obtain more resources, we must venture further afield and stockpile while we still have the chance. As soon as Qin Luo finished speaking, Duoduo whistled in agreement and nodded in acknowledgement. She wanted to gather supplies. Even though her space was full of many items, all areas were currently being raided for supplies. Delaying even a moment posed the risk of contamination or destruction by other mutated monsters. It would be more prudent to gather what she has in her space instead. Qin Luo's gaze fell on her. The sight of the little zombie in a skirt made him feel shy for several days, and he didn't dare to look at her. He was starting to get used to it now. "Oh, eating the mutant core has changed you. Look at those bright eyes." Qin Luo teased her habitually. The little zombie glared at him, angrily pouting. That rascal was always joking about her. Qin Luo couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, everyone felt quite heavy-hearted, especially after seeing the outside world. There was a terrifying sense of desolation. Human traces of life were fading, all shrunk behind the massive walls. Qin Xiaofei in the passenger seat exclaimed, "It's terrifying. Doesn't it resemble scenes from movies?" Yet this was reality, and no one knew how many had perished outside. It was no surprise the outside appeared so empty. Bai Shu adjusted his glasses and said, "The satellites that just came back online yesterday. If you look at the current satellite images, you'll see that the world has fallen into darkness. Previously, aerial shots showed bright lights representing countless homes. Now it was just a vast expanse of darkness. Only the base still shone with light, which was truly heartbreaking." Qin Luo took out the remaining milk tea from his storage card and stuffed it into the little zombie's arms, then asked the others, "There are 14 cups left. Who wants some?" The little zombie was delighted to hold the huge cup of milk tea, feeling the pleasant chill. As she marveled, she suddenly noticed there was no straw. In the next moment, Qin Luo pulled out a straw, tore off the paper seal, and inserted it, for her a habitual act of care. The big dog was giving the little zombie milk tea, and even put a straw in it. The big dog was good. He was no longer a rascal. The big dog was a good thing. The little zombie joyfully drank her milk tea, bubbling with happiness in the back seat. Qin Luo distributed the milk tea, and everyone had a cup in hand, feeling their earlier grim mood eased upon witnessing the state of the world. Qin Xiaofei took a big sip of classic pearl milk tea, chewing on the pearls, and exclaimed, "Indeed, sweets are the best cure for the soul." Qin Luo sensed everyone's low spirits and decided to bring out the milk tea to cheer them up. Indeed, everyone looked much livelier. He felt quite satisfied, thinking to himself that he was a very thoughtful leader. Sigh. He must not be too good. The little zombie stared at him intently. Qin Luo coughed twice and said, "Drink your milk tea." Why was she staring at him? It made him feel quite embarrassed. His face grew warm. A day later. Having exited the highway, the 5 combat teams finally gathered in the open space in front of the toll station. The internal situation of City N remained unclear. "We cannot rush in." Everyone decided to rest on the spot for a night, planning to set off at dawn to encircle the zombies while also confirming the rescue route. "I already said to listen to me. I am the overall commander of this mission." A gruff male voice erupted, showing no sign of concession. "Very rude. Who do you think you are? Listen to you. Just bombard with ammunition. What if there are survivors?" Another articulate female voice followed, directly rebutting him. "How long has it been since the apocalypse started? Mume, let me tell you. Our mission is to rescue the researchers. Every day wasted increases the risk. Can you afford to delay? How many survivors could there possibly be in this godforsaken place? The male voice grew more agitated, even cursing, even if there are survivors, which is more valuable, the researchers or the survivors? Aren't there enough sickly, ordinary people? If they die, they die. The leaders of the other two combat teams dared not provoke the two. After all, one was the captain of the Jinping team, and the other was the captain of the Rose team. Both teams were ranked in the top 30. Who would dare offend them? Hearing this, Mu Mei became furious. Isn't the life of an ordinary person still a life? Clearly there is another way. It may be slower, but we could break through from the southeast direction, which wouldn't take much longer. Why must we sacrifice ordinary lives for a mere 30 minutes? Jean Chuanqiang still looked disdainful, adjusting his collar. I said I am the overall commander this time. You all must. Mu Mei spat. What are you? Captain Qin is also here. The headquarters already said that this time the overall commander should be discussed and decided. As soon as these words were spoken, Jean Chuanqiang's face turned ashen. The two were on the verge of clashing with their teammates, itching to move. Hey, what are you doing? The zombies haven't been dealt with and you're already having an internal conflict. A laid-back voice suddenly broke into their attention. Captain Qin. Captain Qin. The greetings came one after another, all from the other two teams. Upon seeing Qin Luo approach, their eyes lit up. The 3A Special Operations Team had recently become popular on forums, having just slain a 3-star mutated serpent and eliminated over 20,000 bats during a typhoon. And they managed to return unscathed. They currently viewed the 3A team as idols, with many newcomers worshipping the veterans. Captain Qin. You're so handsome. Yes, when will you have time to give our team some guidance? Yes, I heard Captain Qin's fighting skills are top-notch. Teach us. Captain Qin, can we be friends? Qin Luo smiled and waved to the newcomers. Let's talk after the mission is over. The other newcomers cheered. As expected of Captain Qin, always putting the mission first. Exactly. Jean Chuanqiang's face turned dark as he saw Qin Luo steal his thunder. Mu Mei crossed her arms and chuckled, her disdain overflowing. A clown is still a clown, just hopping around every day like a fool. Jean Chuanqiang immediately clenched his fists, channeling his metal abilities, a layer of metal enveloping his fists, his gaze burning with hatred towards Mu Mei. Mu Mei also activated her abilities, a 2-meter-high mutated rose stem suddenly bursting forth behind her. A fierce battle was about to erupt. Qin Luo directly interrupted. All right, why not save your strength for fighting the monsters? The other two newbie teams felt awkward and quickly tried to mediate. Yes, Captain Jean, Captain Mu, please stop arguing. The mission is important. Save some abilities. Mu Mei snorted, retracting her powers, turning to look at Qin Luo, an old comrade. Still the same, they nodded as a greeting. Suddenly a small head poked out from behind Qin Luo, looking at them curiously, her eyes spinning, exuding a sense of curiosity. Tisk, why did you come over? Aren't you resting in the vehicle? Go take a nap. Qin Luo's tone changed, sounding casual yet affectionate. The little zombie let out an arc, fearing that the big dog would be bullied. She had to come over to check, otherwise she wouldn't feel secure. But it seemed no one dared to bully her. The people around clearly noticed her and were captivated by her beauty. What an extraordinary little... Qin Luo helplessly said, sorry, my teammate is too clingy, what can I do? I'm just too good at Captain 2. His show-off tone was unmistakably obvious, but everyone was amused. The atmosphere became much warmer. Even Mu Mei was surprised. Is this your new teammate? She really is cute. She had heard from De Qiao and Xiao Qiao before, but seeing her in person was truly different. Qin Luo chuckled. Many Duoduo looked at the beautiful sister with red hair, standing about 1.75 meters tall, her figure superb with a short and stylish haircut. She looked at the others, then lowered her head to look at her own petite frame, her face full of envy. Qin Luo smiled and generously introduced, yes, our new teammate from the 3A Special Operations Team, Su Duoduo, a speed-type mutant. The little zombie, knowing it was her turn to introduce herself, stepped forward modestly, saying, with a cool demeanor resembling Qin Luo. Everyone was almost melted by her cuteness. Oh, hello, Comrade Su. Hello, fellow comrades. Su Duoduo felt a bit shy, sensing everyone was so warm towards her. But no one looked at her with strange eyes, making her unable to suppress her joy. Qin Luo wanted to introduce her grandly, his tone filled with pride, saying that the little zombie had made remarkable progress, having mastered combat techniques in just 3 days of special training, and even her spatial abilities had improved significantly. How could he not be proud? Jean Chuanqiang, seeing Su Duoduo, sarcastically shouted, Captain Qin, you really brought such a mutant out. What does the base think? They actually allowed her to come out. A mere speed-type mutant, what use is she? Just a decoration to look pretty. You 3A team just relies on your impressive results to make unreasonable demands from headquarters. Before Qin Luo could act, the small figure beside him darted out unstoppable, and the next moment she jumped up and kicked Jean Chuanqiang in the chest, knocking him back 2 steps. Realizing what happened, he was filled with rage, shouting, "Damn." The little zombie was furious. How dare he curse at her? Beat him up. Wow. Everyone present was stunned, mainly because they didn't expect this little thing to be so fierce. She truly started a fight without any provocation. Damn, that speed is incredible. The moves are clearly martial arts, but why does she fight so wildly? Because she doesn't follow the routine. Look quickly. Jin Chuanqiang, humiliated and angry, didn't care that he was facing a rookie little zombie. He just felt provoked by the mutant. More terrifying was that he found he couldn't actually beat her. She was a rookie. Qin Luo wore a gratified expression. His 3 days of special training had not been in vain. He was still reviewing with her, checking for any mistakes, ready to help her correct them later. Everyone was left stunned in the end. How terrifying. Hiss, looking at this makes my teeth ache. Captain Jean has really met a tough opponent. Wow, this little girl is really fierce. Fighting in a little dress is too intense, right? Well, who told him to provoke her? Does he think everyone can tolerate him? He's really getting ahead of himself. I heard Captain Jean just broke through to a 3rd-tier ability. That newcomer from Team Jean. Oh my, this is incredible. Able to match a 3rd-tier ability user blow for blow, and even faster, Jin Chuanqiang was becoming increasingly anxious as the fight progressed. Ultimately, in a moment of distraction, she was kicked down by Duoduo. Her kick was indeed powerful. Everyone present was applauding. Chen Xiaofei and the others had arrived at some point, all watching her fight. When they saw her win, they immediately cheered. Class monitor is amazing. Awesome. So cool. Chen Xiaofei, Bai Shu, and Wang Weihua all gave her a thumbs up. Qin Luo smiled, watching her. Come back, stop fighting now. The little zombie also coolly raised her hand and gave them a thumbs up. If she performed well during the 3-day training, everyone would encourage her like this. It was a small tacit understanding among teammates. So happy. Duo, without a single breath of exertion, strolled back, walking straight to Qin Luo's side. Everyone thought she was going to do something, but instead, she stretched out her little paw to show him there was a small bruise on it. Qin Luo's expression changed instantly, instinctively lowering his head to blow on it. Damn, why is he so tough? He hurt our precious girl's hand. The noticeable bruise on her snow-white hand pained him, and he rubbed it gently. Chen Xiaofei and the others were equally pained after witnessing it, turning their heads to shout, "Hey Jin Dapeng, what's wrong with you? It was just a spar. Did you really have to use your ability? Are you not ashamed?" Bai Shu added, truly shameless. Wang Weihua also confronted him. "We are all comrades. Jin Dapeng, are you really a scumbag?" Still sprawled on the ground, Jin Chuanqiang. The shocked crowd. Silence is the bridge tonight. Duo actually didn't feel much pain, but she had been pampered too well. Isn't it normal for other ordinary zombies to bump into things? But since the beginning, she had been carried around by Qin Luo, either in his arms or under his arm. It allowed her to smoothly get through the period of stiffness in her body, and now she could run and jump. At most, she would just exhaust her ability. It's just that she would feel sleepy. Her skin was tough enough that even if she fell several times on a windy day, she wouldn't get hurt. Her whole body was nurtured to be snow white. But today she got a little bruise. Who wouldn't feel heartbroken? Jin Chuanqiang, being a metal-type ability user, had deceitfully added a layer of metal protection to himself. Her punch hurt her hand and her kick hurt her leg. She suspected her calf must be bruised too. The little zombie saying this was about to lift her skirt to show him her leg. Even though she wore white safety shorts up to her knees, it startled Qin Luo, who quickly pressed her skirt down and finally picked her up, saying, "How can a little girl lift her skirt in public? Let's go back and I'll take a look at where you got hurt." Although he intended to train her, ensuring she could survive longer in case something happened, he still felt heartbroken if she really got hurt. He didn't know if zombies could use medicine. Over there, Jin Chuanqiang was still on the ground cursing. Qin Luo suddenly stopped, turned around, and snapped his fingers at him. Jin Chuanqiang was struck by a bolt of lightning, howling in pain and convulsing on the floor. Listen up, Duo is a member of our 3A team, officially approved by headquarters. If you disagree, go to headquarters. If you keep whining about her next time, how about you spar with me? Bullying a little zombie, what kind of man is that? Qin Luo said seriously to Jin Chuanqiang while also establishing Duo's authority. He held her with one arm and raised his other hand to lightly tug at the metal collar around her neck. It was glowing with a faint green light. Just the fact that she can maintain emotional stability while fighting, how many here can do that? After saying this, Qin Luo turned and walked away with the little zombie to check her leg. Everyone had just realized. How could Duo, this little zombie, maintain her clarity during the entire fight? Almost everyone was breaking out in cold sweat. Let alone emotionally unstable aberrants. Even ordinary people experience emotional fluctuations during. The purpose of the emotional monitoring collar provided to aberrants is also this: from green to orange to red. Even if her fluctuation value reaches orange, she wouldn't be detained. At most, she'd just be reminded to pay attention to her emotions. but she managed to stay green the entire time. What kind of terrifying little zombie is this? Moreover, which family's little girl is dressed so beautifully and fights so fiercely? Scary. Chen Xiaofei and the others also huffed a bit, looking at Jin Chuanqiang as if they were looking at a dog. Bai Shu adjusted his glasses, smiling like a spring breeze. Alright, now let's talk about the rescue route. Ordinary people also have human rights. I'm more interested in Captain Mu's route. Let's all discuss it. Not considering the potential existence of survivors and heavily using artillery to reduce the time of encirclement is really inhumane. Wang Weihua and the others wouldn't do such things, only a scumbag like Jin Chuanqiang would dare. If it weren't for the backing of his surname, he wouldn't have completed so many tasks. Headquarters couldn't tolerate his behavior, yet someone always protected him. Mu Mei also breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Team 3A could come. Otherwise, dealing with two strong yet inexperienced rookie teams would be troublesome. At least Team 3A could discuss a strategy. Bai Shu led Chen Xiaofei and Wang Weihua to communicate with everyone. Compared to Jin Chuanqiang's autocracy, Team 3's negotiable style was evidently better. The Cheetah team excels in ambushes, the Dove team specializes in interference, the Rose team is suitable for binding kills, the Golden Eagle team is adept at taking damage, and our Team 3A is suited for output. How about we assign positions now? They were passionately discussing over here while Jin Chuanqiang trembled with anger. His teammates were also indignant, cursing over there. Team 3A is too eager to steal the limelight. They are truly shameless. That aberrant's collar must have a problem. How could there be no emotional fluctuations? Aberrants are disgusting beings. I really don't understand what headquarters is thinking. Jin Chuanqiang also hated it deeply. Team 3A was a thorn in his side, suppressing him every time. He originally thought that after reaching the third tier he could take the spotlight, but after receiving a blow from Qin Luo he was stunned, and it seemed his opponent wielded their abilities with even more ease. It was very likely that their level was above his. This made him feel very anxious. His hatred was so intense that his eyes turned red. His teammates were still indignant, but seeing their captain in such a manic state they were also a bit frightened, feeling that he was even more terrifying than the zombies in their team. However, no one paid them any mind. The majority obeys the minority. Everyone supported Team 3A as the overall commander. After Qin Luo applied medicine to the little zombie's bruised calf, he returned to hold a meeting. Let's take these two routes, well, split up and attack the research institute with full force. The next morning, as dawn broke, a group of people set off in their vehicles, dividing into two small teams. Team 3A, the Cheetah Squad, and the Dove Squad formed one group, while the Golden Eagle Squad and the Rose Squad formed another, closely following two routes. They were there to provide timely rescue in case of any danger. The Rose Squad followed the Golden Eagle Squad mainly to act as a monitoring force. Fearing they might cause some trouble, everyone quickly stored their vehicles in their spatial storage as soon as they arrived at the intersection. Within each combat team, at least the captain had a spatial storage card, while the others depended on their personal abilities. The stronger the ability, the better the benefits. Let's split up here. Everyone take your positions. The encirclement mission officially begins. With Qin Luo's command, everyone responded in unison and swiftly began to take action. Jin Chuanqiang's expression was not good, but since the mission had already begun he had no choice but to execute it, especially with Mu Mei, the captain of the Rose Squad, keeping an eye on him. Let's go, Captain Jin. The one who kills the fewest zombies today is the trash. Mu Mei snickered and quickly led her teammates away. Jin Chuanqiang with a grim face quickly set off. Go. All members of the Golden Eagle Squad assemble. Follow me. Let's show them what strength really is today. His teammates responded yes. While they were busy talking, Qin Luo and his team had already engaged in the daytime. Zombies moved relatively slowly, but the sheer number overwhelmed them. The entire highway was densely packed with zombies, and their level of decay was quite advanced. Everyone looked on in disgust. Damn, this is too unpleasant. The splattered blood is unbearable. Phew, it stinks too much. A third of these zombies are 1-star. Have zombies really evolved that quickly? These 1-star zombies have become sentient. They even used ordinary zombies as shields. The Cheetah Squad and the Dove Squad complained while fighting, feeling a sense of despair looking at the sea of zombies. How long would they have to fight? Initially they used firearms to sweep through the zombies, then intermittently employed their abilities, following the combat plan devised by Qin Luo, which aimed to conserve their powers. Just as the Cheetah Squad and the Dove Squad were struggling to eliminate the zombies, noises continuously came from ahead. Sometimes there were bursts of gunfire, other times the sounds of thunder and storm, with the ground rumbling as a bunch of zombies were blown away and fell to the ground. They were dead beyond recovery. Dammy. Team 3A was truly fierce. The highway was well connected and Qin Luo and his team were wildly slaughtering ahead, while the rookie teams dealt with zombies emerging from side paths. They eliminated zombies at one location before slowly advancing. Although their speed was not fast, their efficiency was high. The Cheetah Squad and the Dove Squad were both rookie teams, and due to their strong awakened abilities, they were assigned to participate in this rescue operation. They were also here to hone their skills. However, they had truly never encountered so many zombies before. They were densely packed. Panic made it easy for them to make mistakes. What do we do if we can't fight back? Chin team, we have zombies coming continuously. Left alley. Left alley. Another wave is coming. Chin team. We have someone injured here. As Chin Luo was using lightning to strike zombies, having just enjoyed a group attack effect with a range of about 8 meters, he was satisfied when he heard the rookies in a panic. What about healing? Healing is to save people. I'll turn back to support you immediately. Don't mess up your formation, got it? He instructed them to hold their ground. Just as he was about to turn back, he heard a little zombie blowing a wooden whistle behind him. Yo, Duoduo has come back to help you. Hold on for a minute. Chin Luo instantly understood what the little zombie meant, sharing an inexplicable tacit understanding. Sure enough, he saw her small figure darting back, her red Lolita dress very eye-catching, especially since she was carrying a pink chainsaw. This little dress could enhance her strength. Last night, the little zombie used her attributes to kick Jin Chuanqiong down, and the effect was truly remarkable. With her high movement speed, assisting the rookie squad was a piece of cake. Chin Luo detonated a few more thunderbolts ahead and said into his earpiece, "If you can't handle it, remember to call me." This was clearly directed at Duoduo. Qin Xiaofei had just used a few small tornadoes combined with flying knives to shred zombies when he heard this and cheekily said, "Hey, if you can't handle it, remember to call me." Bai Shu used his ability illusion to disrupt the zombie crowd, causing them to fight among themselves, then used his new weapon to eliminate the remaining ones. He heard this too and joined in the teasing, "Remember to call me." Chin Luo clicked his tongue and scolded, "Get lost, get lost. Don't you feel uneasy if you don't make fun of me for a day?" Qin Xiaofei and Bai Shu burst into laughter, but it didn't affect their zombie elimination at all. Wang Weihua focused seriously on his work, not paying attention to them, but couldn't help but say, "There are quite a few of these zombie cores. We can still make some profit." This was indeed true. Chin Luo said, "After clearing this side, let's gather the cores together." On the other side, the Cheetah Squad and the Dove Squad were listening in their earpieces, shocked that Team 3A was still joking. They were about to collapse. Until they saw a small figure appear, a little zombie dressed in a beautiful dress, wielding a pink chainsaw, effortlessly eliminating a row of zombies with a single motion. They were almost in tears. "Wow, finally someone has come to save us. Is this real strength? Too powerful. The zombie girl is so fierce." Wow. Duoduo was diligently exterminating zombies. These zombies were both foul-smelling and numerous, with murky eyes and decaying flesh. The apocalypse had already begun for nearly 2 months, so it was no wonder these zombies had become this way. She wielded the chainsaw, weaving through the zombie horde, directly granting them peace. "Oh, whoa. Excuse me, let me through. Do you want to die? Zombies, let me help you." Even in death, they couldn't find peace, still wandering around and biting people and being treated as tools by zombie monsters. How pitiful is that? The little zombie raised her chainsaw and sent them off, causing a large number to fall. The Cheetah Squad and the Dove Squad were greatly encouraged after witnessing this. If they weren't occupied, they really wanted to applaud her. What a fierce little zombie. If only our little squad leader were in our team. Damn, she is really fierce. Why do they call her the little squad leader? I don't know, I saw Chin Team and the others calling her that. But isn't she a zombie? Do these count as her kind? Are you stupid? Mutants have human consciousness. The little squad leader is human. She just mutated into a zombie. But she doesn't look much like a zombie. Everyone agreed with the statement. Duoduo looked entirely Snow White, and although she had a blank expression, her eyes were very lively. She was definitely not a mindless corpse. The new team's abilities are not lacking, they merely lack experience. With the assistance of the little zombies, they gradually steadied themselves, feeling more confident as they exterminated zombies, which was quite exhilarating. They gradually fell into the combat rhythm of Team 3A. By the time they had mostly eradicated the zombies in this area, the ground was littered with mosaics. Various fragmented pieces of flesh piled up like small mountains, leaving the new team utterly exhausted. Chin Luo announced a temporary end to the mission, instructing them to rest for half an hour. Qin Xiaofei was busy collecting the mutant cores. Using his wind-based powers, he efficiently rolled up the zombies and extracted the cores, though the scene resembled a meat grinder rather more than a beautiful sight. Upon hearing the announcement for a break, the members of the Cheetah and Dove teams who had been holding on finally collapsed with fatigue. Nevertheless, they automatically shuffled to a cleaner spot against the wall. They took a breather. Bai Shu was filming the scene for a report later, while Chen Xiaofei continued separating the mutant cores, and Wang Weihua patrolled the area, finishing off any stragglers. Chin Luo went ahead to scout, checking on the situation of the neighboring Rose team. The little zombie, unable to find Chin Luo, ran over to Qin Xiaofei instead, who took the opportunity to hand her a mutant core. Come little squad leader, take this. From now on our team's important items will be kept with you. After filtering out the mutant cores, Qin Xiaofei pulled out a sack from his storage card and filled it up, asking the little zombie to take it. Duoduo stood by happily collecting one bag after another. She simply loved hoarding items. Watching them fill her spatial cube brought her immense joy. Since the extermination of zombies was divided into two parts, the cores in front naturally belonged to Team 3A, who had been slaughtering ahead. Duoduo participated in the rear combat and received a third of the cores from the back. The cheetah and dove teams were utterly exhausted, and they couldn't help but marvel at Team 3A as they continued to wrap up the work. Holy cow, are they even human? No wonder everyone on the forums calls them beasts. In the same battle we feel like we're dying while they move effortlessly. Well, they are Team 3A, one of the top 20 teams in the nation. Currently the official ranking system isn't very formal, but there are wild rankings on the forums. The top 20 teams do not disclose their ranks primarily to prevent reckless use of powers by those who think they can get away with it. However, any team that makes it into the top 20 is undeniably powerful. The ranking from 21 to 30 is another dividing line, followed by 31 to 50. The Rose team and the Golden Eagle team have long contested the 21st position on the ranking board, taking turns in their rivalry. This time the Golden Eagle team led, occupying the 21st position, while the Rose team lagged slightly behind at 22. For the Cheetah and Dove teams, these teams are formidable. Team 3A is the most formidable of all. In the end, Qin Xiaofei divided the remaining mutant cores in front of the two team leaders, clearly stating a total of 12,000 mutant cores, with each team receiving 1/3, which is 4,000 cores. The Cheetah and Dove teams quickly expressed their gratitude, unable to contain their excitement. Despite the dangers of the mission, the rewards were often substantial. Duoduo grabbed her share of the bag and stuffed it into her space. Brother Qin, does your team really have a storage card for everyone? Yes, is that true? Qin Xiaofei laughed heartily at this. Of course it's true. Wang Weiwa had just finished off the remaining zombie. Generous. Thank you, Brother Wang. Thank you, Brother Weiwa. Since the apocalypse. Good work today, everyone. Let's take a break here. This action elicited continuous exclamations. Wow, such good stuff. Brother Wang, you are too generous. Thank you, Brother Wang. Thank you, Brother Weiwa. Since the apocalypse began, cigarettes and alcohol have become rare items. They couldn't even buy them if they wanted to, unless they privately went to the black market to pay a high price or waited for the headquarters to distribute supplies after completing a mission. Or they might find some while scavenging for supplies. However, many areas near the base had already been thoroughly. Unless they ventured to farther and more dangerous places, supplies were increasingly scarce. Many locations were left with only empty shells of buildings. Wang Weiwa suddenly pulled out 2 packs of Huazi cigarettes, thrilling the group, who eagerly began to light up, at least to ease their tense spirits. Qin Xiaofei, indifferent to smoking, quickly urged Duoduo to keep her distance. Little squad leader, let's move away from these stinky guys. If Brother Qin finds out we let you inhale secondhand smoke, he will definitely scold us. He certainly wasn't looking for trouble. Duoduo also disliked the smell of smoke, wrinkling her nose as she followed. The two found a second-floor platform which had likely been a cafe. It had an outdoor area that seemed nice for. Although most zombies had been exterminated, a few still wandered over. To truly rest well, they needed to find a higher place to feel secure. Qin Luo went to the adjacent road to help eliminate a large wave of zombies. After distributing the mutant cores with the Rose team, he returned right away and saw Qin Xiaofei transformed into a birdman, lifting Duoduo by the skirt on her back to carry her upstairs. Playing like this when he's not around. Seeing a few more zombies emerging, Qin Luo quickly shot them down and shouted to Wang Weiwa and the others, "We need to rest upstairs." To prevent teammates from getting scratched later, a newcomer over there got injured. If it weren't for a healing teammate, it would be quite the trouble for him. Wang Weiwa hurriedly instructed the newcomers to head upstairs. After the exchange of those 2 packs of cigarettes, the two teams' newcomers were exceptionally obedient. They did whatever they were told. After Bai Shu finished recording, he easily climbed up to the 2nd floor, watching Wang Weiwa manage them. He had to compliment him. Old Wang is becoming increasingly adept at this, managing the newcomers so well. Qin Xiaofei was waiting for the little squad leader to bring him food. Hearing this, he glanced at the 2nd floor where Wang Weiwa had already taken them to rest. Isn't that so? Old Wang is the best at this. He is excellent at charming people. He is the chief diplomat of Team 3A. The two of them couldn't help but laugh. Duoduo quickly pulled out 4 large bags of northeastern rice and a large box of boneless chicken feet, a large box of fried chicken, and 4 cans of thick soup from her space. The big rice bags contained mashed potatoes, egg sauce, soft eggplant, sausages, and peanuts, all wrapped in lettuce. Bai Shu was silent as he ate, while Qin Xiaofei exclaimed excitedly. At this moment, Qin Luo also jumped up and threw a pack of mutated cores into Duoduo's arms. I just exchanged a few second-star mutated cores from the mutant beasts. You guys have collected all the cores here, right? We've collected them all. They're all with the little class monitor, Qin Xiaofei mumbled with his mouth full, nodding, and the little zombie was overjoyed to see 7 or 8 second-star animal mutated cores in his arms, and his small paws were digging through the bag of cores. The mutated cores were about the size of lychees, 4 green, 2 red, and 1 orange. They had different flavors with hints of grass, apple, and orange. I like them. Qin Luo also sat down, took off his gloves, and started eating. Are we having rice buns for Duoduo had a lot of food in her space, and it was unclear how long she had been hoarding it with a wide variety of dishes and cooking methods. And everything was quite fragrant. Baishu was too full to speak, alternating between the rice buns and lemon-flavored boneless chicken feet, washing them down with rich chicken soup, feeling excessively happy. Eating so much delicious food when utterly exhausted feels great. Little class monitor, how can you be so good? You're really too nice. Qin Xiaofei chattered while eating. I can't even remember what life was like without the little class monitor. Baishu slowed down after eating to about 80% full and remarked, what else could it be? When hungry we gnaw on dry rations, and when thirsty we drink water. The nutrient solution that just came out tastes terrible, and the energy bars are overly sweet and greasy. It's not that we can't eat them. But after eating it always feels like you're not really satisfied. Ultimately, nothing beats plain white rice and vegetables for nourishment. Qin Luo, while enjoying the large rice bun, couldn't help but sigh at how delicious it was. Without Duoduo, would we still be dreaming of having a few dishes and a soup with every meal, along with various herbal teas waiting for us? Dream on. Their little zombie is truly wonderful. The 3 of them grew increasingly appreciative, and their gazes towards Duoduo were filled with affection. The little corpse was unaware, still counting the mutated cores. Just now, because she had to share the mutated cores with the leopard and dove teams, Qin Xiaofei had calculated a bit, but he hadn't counted the cores they obtained from the zombies they fought earlier, so she needed to tally that. It's just that her little brain works slowly. So she diligently counted the cores to herself, using her little paw to tally. She ultimately concluded that there were 12,100 zombie mutated cores, which was quite a lot. The current conversion rate for mutated cores at the base is that 1 5-star mutated core can be exchanged for 5,000 points. Oh my. Unknowingly, their little team was truly wealthy. Duoduo's eyes lit up a bit more, and upon seeing the various supplies piled up in her cube space, it was clear that the 4 of them wouldn't finish the food, and the 5th-star mutated cores from the mutant bats were her rations, enough to last her a long time. Not to mention there were also some 2nd-star cores, and that 3-star mutated snakeman core. The newly received zombie mutated cores could be used for spending, serving as currency instead of points. Truly, one couldn't be too satisfied. There were also plenty of snacks and drinks in the space, making the little corpse even happier. She pulled out some snacks to munch on, finding them quite tasty, much better than before. While Qin Luo was reviewing the situation with Baishu and Qin Xiaofei, he caught sight of her snacking and found it quite curious, casually asking, "Can you taste the flavors now?" As soon as the words left his mouth, his hand instinctively turned the chopsticks around, picking up a chicken foot and stuffing it into her mouth, watching her chew away. This was completely a habit formed over time. Previously, when they were at the base, Duoduo would not eat if she couldn't taste anything, merely watching them eat. Her paws didn't know how to use chopsticks. Qin Luo found it uncomfortable and habitually fed her a few bites, and before he knew it, it became second nature, and now his hands moved without his brain even processing it. Duoduo chewed and chewed, finding the lemon-flavored boneless chicken feet in her mouth tasted like rubber, lacking flavor, so she scrunched her face, indicating that she didn't want it anymore. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from downstairs. What a show of affection, treating your teammates so nicely. Even feeding them. Jin Chuanqiang couldn't help but mock as he saw Qin Luo feeding the zombie. Baishu quickly reminded Qin Luo, "We still need to keep him for missions. We'll deal with him after the task is done." Only then did Qin Luo squint and hold back his urge to split him into ashes. What a disgusting person. Jin Chuanqiang happened to see the Rose team and deliberately said, "Oh, didn't someone say that whoever kills fewer zombies is trash? Aren't you relying on others for help? If you're capable, do it yourself. Why team up with Captain Qin?" Alas, it can't be helped, and not everyone can rely solely on themselves. He confidently asked his teammates, "Hey, how many cores did we collect?" 6,300, right? The star zombies are all flocking to us. This profit isn't trivial, right? The members of the leopard and dove teams, being straightforward, immediately began to discuss the matter. 6,003. No way, that's so little. We in the back row have at least 12,000. If we share with the little class monitor from Captain Qin's team, each team would still get 4,000, and Captain Qin's team has even more up front. Yeah. I think so too. Captain Qin's team must have at least 20,000 mutated cores at the base. The implication was that they definitely had more than 6,003. Just look at the pile of zombie corpses over there. After these straightforward kids spoke, their eyes were filled with a serious expression. Wang Weiwa couldn't help but laugh. Jin Chuanqiang's face turned dark and his teammates felt inexplicably awkward. Jin Go, really, the zombie corpses over there are more than ours. Get lost. Do I need you to remind me? Jin Chuanqiang was directly enraged. The pretty sisters from the Rose team all laughed and Mu Mei felt relieved. Upon hearing everyone calculating, Duoduo realized she could do that too. She pulled out her tablet to show Qin Luo and the others we have a total of 25,200 cores. Qin Luo was almost cutely overwhelmed. Bai Shu and Chen Xiaofei were nearly laughing to the point of tears. Qin Luo got excited, immediately sipping some soup to moisten his throat and in a teasing tone said, "No way, no way. Is there really someone showing off with only 6,003 mutated cores? My little class monitor said that our 3A team has a total of 25,200 cores, you know." Chen Xiaofei immediately caught on and began to tease, oh dear, no way. Captain Qin, do you think there's really someone who loves to show off this much? Jin Chuanqiang gritted his teeth saying, you guys. What? Qin Luo shot him a glance, his gaze chilling. That high and mighty presence made others feel intimidated. Jin Chuanqiang found himself losing face, intending to diminish the other's spirit, but he never expected that their side would have so many fist-star zombies. Thinking of the taste of Qin Luo's lightning, he still left with a sense of grievance. The members of the Leopard and Dove teams, realizing late, stupidly asked, did we seem to offend Captain Jin? Not just seemed. They really offended him. Wang Weihua was truly amused by these newcomers. All right, what are you afraid of? The headquarters doesn't allow superhumans to harm each other. He doesn't dare to touch you. It's just toying with words to annoy people. The little corpse tilted her head to look at everyone, wondering why no one praised her for counting so well. Qin Luo just happened to see it, raised her hand and flicked the little corpse's forehead, smiling as she praised, well done. Her eagerness for compliments was unmistakably evident. Many Duo's eyes suddenly brightened as the big dog praised itself. If only they could pet the tail again. Chen Xiaofei finished laughing before noticing the commotion between the two of them and immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, the little class leader is amazing. Truly impressive. Whose little zombie fights so fiercely? Now their small team has added a fierce output machine. Bai Shu nodded in agreement, saying the little class leader is indeed formidable, exceptionally so. The little corpse was so happy that she was bubbling with joy as everyone praised her. Everyone was doing great. So pleased. The lunch break quickly came to an end as more zombies gathered below. It truly felt endless and everyone could only resign themselves to continue fighting. Fortunately, the drop rate of abnormal cores was quite high. Now in the apocalypse, collecting abnormal cores was akin to collecting gold coins. They could be used as points. Qin Luo reminded everyone to have the fire-type ability users from the Cheetah Squad burn the remaining zombie remains to prevent them from being consumed by the zombie monsters, thus enhancing their strength. Everyone suddenly realized and hurriedly acted according to his instructions, almost forgetting about this matter. Qin's squad is indeed reliable. They continued to sweep through, finally reaching a resting point before dark. This was an unfinished high-rise building. All members quickly ascended to the third floor to stay, as N City would definitely not be peaceful at night. We have reached the activity range of the zombie monsters. Everyone must be cautious. Bai Shu reminded them. The others nervously nodded in agreement. Qin Luo was assigning positions. The members of the Rose squad will split into two groups to take turns covering us. The Jinping squad will guard the first half of the night while we, the 3A squad, will guard the latter half. The Cheetah squad and the Dove squad will rest first, staying on standby at all times. Everyone responded with a yes. Moo Mice Rose squad consisted entirely of girls and all were plant-type abilities users. Some had healing abilities, some had attack abilities, and others could confuse enemies. The Mandala flower ability user began to use the skill Disguise. After activating the skill, it would create a patch of mandala flowers, reducing the human scent of teammates within a 10-meter radius to avoid detection by monsters. The ability user from the Rose family utilized the skill Brutal Growth, sealing all the windows on their third floor, leaving only ventilation holes through which they could also observe the external situation. Any mutated small animals that approached would be blocked and subsequently eliminated by her. The Rose squad temporarily sent out these two teammates to guard, helping everyone secure some rest time, as they had been fighting since dawn until now nearing dusk. If it weren't for the ability users, they would have likely exhausted themselves on the road. Clearly, they were quite tired. The two new teams from the Cheetah squad and the Dove squad had done remarkably well to hold out until now. When told to rest, they simply lay down and fell asleep. They were all young, around 18 or 19 years old. Wang Weihua couldn't bear it and asked Duoduo for some blankets, which she had stockpiled, tossing one to each of the newcomers to cover them. Wrapped in blankets, they slept even more soundly. Jin Chuanqiang saw this and rolled his eyes. Tch, how pretentious. Qin Luo, hearing this, said, what's wrong? Are you lacking love? Never been cared for in this life, feeling jealous. Call me dad and I'll cover you with a blanket. The other party's face instantly darkened. Chen Xiafei and Bai Shu almost couldn't hold back their shoulders, trembling from suppressing laughter. Jin Chuanxiang immediately clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in anger. His teammates quickly pulled him back, saying, "The zombie monsters are right next to us. Captain, don't be impulsive." Yes, do stay calm. We can't fight them." Mume laughed along. "The one who provokes is the despicable one. If they get scolded, it serves them right. She actually felt that working with a 3A squad was quite enjoyable. They were the fiercest in battle, yet the most attentive, and the atmosphere of their squad was also the best. They often engaged in banter. But this also significantly stabilized the emotions of others, preventing everyone from losing their composure. Being with the 3A squad made the task feel less daunting. Did you see how the Cheetah Squad and Dove Squad's two new teams had been with the 3A squad for such a short time? They were already calling each other brother and were extremely obedient. Jin Chuanqiang's character was lacking, and it wasn't surprising that no one was willing to respect them. Duoduo stared at Jin Chuanqiang for several moments, feeling that this guy wasn't anything good. Disdainfully, Qin Luo saw Duoduo staring at Jin Chuanqiang and immediately called her back. "Don't look, your eyes will go blind later." Duoduo swayed back to his side, and only then did Qin Luo feel satisfied. "Do you want to sleep? Get some rest." Qin Luo looked at the little zombie sitting beside him, as she had been busy since morning, killing non-stop, not even taking a breath. However, it seemed that corpses didn't breathe. Just after he said that, Duoduo immediately seemed to shut down, falling against his shoulder. She fell asleep right away. Qin Luo was dumbfounded. "Huh? You really just fall asleep on the spot? You're too fast." Rapidly shutting down. Duoduo only heard him say it was okay to sleep, and since she was next to him with her teammates nearby, she felt safe enough to lie down and fall asleep directly. Qin Luo glanced at her face, still snow white and soft like a snow cake. Her little dress was spotless. After learning space abilities, she used them well, creating a space barrier that prevented any blood stains from touching her. He raised his hand and secretly pinched her cheek, which was cold yet very soft. After retracting his hand, he rubbed his fingers together. Indeed, it was very soft. Finally, he leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and took a short rest to regain his energy for the battle ahead. "Hey, our Chingo, and the little class leader sleeping already." "Chen Xiafei, pay attention to your wording. They are leaning against each other while sleeping." "Does it matter?" Chen Xiafei couldn't help but complain to Bai Shu, feeling that he was nitpicking, while Bai Shu thought Chen Xiafei spoke without thinking and wasn't precise enough. The two of them bickered quietly for a moment while they leaned against the wall and closed their eyes to rest. Wang Weihua in the corner lit a cigarette, unable to suppress a smile at the sight of them. In this apocalyptic era, having teammates in good health was the happiest thing. He soon returned to his own team's area and found a place to sit and rest. The third floor quickly fell silent. The entire End City was pitch black. The power had long been cut off, with no light in sight. After clearing out a large number of zombies, the zombie howls at night had diminished significantly, with only a few scattered sounds coming from afar. The zombie monsters had yet to appear. Until late at night, the ground suddenly trembled and a series of heavy footsteps echoed. Boom, boom, boom. The footsteps were slow and heavy, causing unease in people's hearts. Almost immediately, everyone woke up. The benefit of having ability users was their sharp sensitivity, and everyone immediately went on high alert. Mume glanced outside, her face instantly paling as she was directly facing the head of the zombie monster. That gigantic human head was truly terrifying. Qin Luo hurriedly approached the window to observe. A gigantic head loomed nearby, taller than the information provided by headquarters. They were on the third floor, just slightly above its left side, and this creature had grown to 8 or 9 meters tall. The little zombie had also woken up, peering out curiously. Duoduo couldn't help but feel terrified after seeing this. What an extraordinarily horrifying scene, as if an anime had come to life. The skin of this giant zombie monster was dark greenish-black, and it even lifted its hand to scratch the wall, emitting a piercing creak sound. Those who feared the sound of nails scraping a blackboard were in for trouble. Indeed, the faces of those present changed, their lips turning pale. The giant zombie's nails were incredibly long, dark, and sharp. If her claws were a playful jab at Qin Luo's lack of agility, then the claws of this giant zombie monster were the real deal, capable of slaughtering a crowd with a single swipe. Everyone stood still, quietly waiting for it to move, watching as it headed towards the research institute, the heavy footsteps echoing in their hearts. Not including the little zombie. Duoduo felt fear, but had no heartbeat. She was just clumsily pondering how to fight this. Qin Luo noticed she had woken up and was not frightened. Instead, she said to Mume, "Let's assess the situation first. This thing is growing too quickly. We need to act swiftly. We can't delay any longer." The others also recognized the situation. The reason for the dangerous mission was precisely this. Now that global communications were down, information could not be relayed, promptly leading to time delays that made them unaware of any changes in the target and uncertain if there were other changes nearby, leaving the combat team to adapt on their own. The information provided by headquarters was certainly not this large. Now this giant zombie resembled a small building. It was normal for everyone to feel the pressure. Qin Luo addressed them, saying, "Its size is a disadvantage. It is currently less agile than we are, and we need to take advantage of that." Meanwhile, the giant zombie outside continued to roar, calling for other zombies, but today it would not be able to summon many. Those nearby had already been mostly taken out, and zombies from other areas couldn't arrive in time. The giant zombie, unable to summon any, became enraged, its roars ringing painfully in their ears, and everyone silently adjusted their headsets. The latest headsets could withstand some sonic attacks. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Our 3A team, Rose team, and Golden Eagle team will lead the attack, while the White Dove team will keep watch around, and the Cheetah team will adapt as needed. If there are any other mutated animals, you will handle them. The 3 main attacking teams would go all out against the giant zombie monster, while the 2 rookie teams would provide support. Everyone agreed without hesitation. Jin Chuanqiang could only comply. What a disgrace it would be if the mission failed. They simply couldn't afford to lose. Everyone took their positions, preparing to set out. They had originally planned to wait until daytime to act, but during the day this creature was adept at hiding, making it hard to track its movements. At night its mobility was even stronger. They truly couldn't delay any longer. "Damn, this is the first time I've seen such a large zombie. It gives me goosebumps all over," Chen Xiaofei remarked while preparing and checking his gear. Bai Shu also looked down to check his equipment, wearing his combat suit and carrying new weapons. "This situation is already much better than last time. Last time we were caught off guard by the mutated snake. At that time they had no experience dealing with a 3-star monster and were too weak, unable to integrate their abilities, only using them haphazardly. This time at least they had other teams, so they wouldn't be fighting alone, and everyone's strength had improved significantly." Qin Luo reminded Su Duo, "Don't make your spatial abilities too obvious. Just take care of yourself." The little squad leader was too good to them. Even after turning into a zombie, she still looked out for them. The incident with the mutated bats was a case in point, as she protected them without a scratch while exhausting her own abilities. But in reality, they could handle some injuries. They couldn't let her always be like this, especially outside. If she lost her mobility and he wasn't there in time, it could be dangerous. The issue of revealing her spatial abilities was another matter altogether. Moreover, being overly protected could make them lose their sense of crisis later on. Su Duo nodded, coolly responding with a quiet to indicate her understanding. "Tonight's zombies seemed a bit mature." Jin Xiaofei remarked in surprise. "Feels like the little squad leader could be 18 tonight." Bai Shu told him to be quiet. Wang Weihua had already packed everything and came over to report. "We can set off now." Qin Luo nodded. "Alright then, let's all depart." With a single command, everyone began to move. They needed to quickly approach the giant zombie before it noticed them. White Dove team and Cheetah team, keep an eye on the situation. If you get the chance, enter the research institute to rescue the survivors. Did everyone understand? Understood. Received. In the darkness, over 30 figures leaped down from the 3rd floor, quietly running forward. Using various buildings for cover, everyone utilized their strengths to get closer to the giant zombie. As Chen Xiaofei ran, he pulled out a dose of mimicry serum and injected it into his neck. This was the quickest way to activate the serum, making it easier to deal with mutated monsters. The other teams, while running, noticed that the entire 3A team had changed. They were left speechless. Chen Xiaofei had sprouted wings and claws, while Bai Shu had grown ears and a furry neck. The two complemented each other, greatly increasing their speed. Wang Weihua transformed as he ran, sprouting tiger ears and a tail, moving even faster on all fours. The fluctuations of his abilities created a collective beastly illusion around them. Qin Luo shook his newly sprouted wolf ears in annoyance, clicking his tongue, but his speed had noticeably increased and a wolf tail had appeared behind him. Beside him, Su Duo, the little zombie, surprisingly kept pace, chasing after Qin Luo's tail as she ran. The other teams were left dumbfounded. The 3A team is really crazy. They just used the abnormal core dilution serum without a second thought. Their mimicry speed is astonishingly fast. They really aren't afraid of side effects. I got dizzy for 3 days after a single injection. The other team switched to internal voice chat and began to quietly complain. This was too reckless. Mu Mei also didn't expect them to adapt to the serum so quickly, and she was quite surprised. Jin Chuanqiang's expression was also grim. The degree of adaptation to the serum reflected their compatibility with the abnormal core. The faster they adapted, the stronger their abilities. Though the difference between the top 20 and top 30 was slight, they suddenly felt that the gap was not trivial. Just as they quietly approached the giant zombie monster, Mu Mei and Jin Chuanqiang were considering how to initiate the attack when Qin Xiaofei placed Bai Shu at an optimal sniping location and directly flew over to throw several marble bombs at the giant zombie. Yo! Ugly thing, we're here to take your life. The other teams. Did they really just initiate the attack so simply and crudely? The tactics of Team 3A are truly insane. After Qin Xiaofei quickly attracted the attention of the giant zombie monster, the other teammates immediately followed suit. Bai Shu set up his gun and aimed directly at the giant zombie's brain but missed. His second shot hit its chest, causing a spray of blood. The giant zombie let out a frenzied scream upon being hit, its voice reverberating painfully in their minds. Qin Xiaofei quickly elevated his posture, evading the sound wave attack, thinking, wow, after enhancing my powers, I can actually see the arcs of sound waves now. Bai Shu also noticed that his night vision ability had improved, granting him better visibility. The two of them were responsible for distracting the monster. Wang Weihua charged forward, slashing the giant zombie with a massive claw, then swiftly dodging as its paw came crashing down like a cat teasing a mouse. Yet he managed to inflict significant wounds each time. Suddenly dark clouds gathered above, accompanied by rumbling thunder that struck the giant zombie, electrifying it and provoking its furious wrath. This creature had tough skin and thick flesh. Qin Luo warned Qin Xiaofei and the others, watch out for contaminants. This giant zombie was teeming with bacteria. Qin Xiaofei and the others did not dare to let their guard down as they realized that this zombie was difficult to take down, having to whittle away its health little by little, its tough skin making it a formidable opponent. Moreover, the enraged zombie's counterattack speed increased dramatically, and its paw nearly clawed Qin Xiaofei. The others quickly responded and rushed to support with the Rose team, initiating interference, while the Vine-type abilities bound the giant zombie's movements. Although it broke free each time, they at least bought half a minute. Jin Chuanqiang, seeing that Qin Luo and the others were stealing the spotlight, did not want to fall behind. He covered himself in metal and charged forward with a massive metal blade. However, the giant zombie's tough skin prevented his blade from penetrating, leaving his face twisted in disappointment. When the giant zombie kicked at him, Jin Chuanqiang could only nimbly dodge to the side, his third-tier abilities being somewhat lacking. Mu Mei couldn't help but frown at his inadequacy. Relying too heavily on firearms has its consequences. Jin Chuanqiang always approached tasks this way, letting others pave the way with firearms while he dodged. Only when he couldn't escape would he engage, often overpowering the weak. How could he expect to improve? Team 3A faced the challenge head-on, while the other two teams operated under entirely different philosophies. Qin Luo observed that the giant zombie wasn't as difficult to fight as imagined, it just required time and endurance to outlast it. The Cheetah team and Dove team struggled to keep up, arriving at the destination after the others had already fought for over 10 minutes. Cheetah, Dove, respond, Qin Luo commanded as the overall leader, managing to multitask while still engaging in battle. The Cheetah team and Dove team were out of breath and nervously replied, received. You two teams head to the Research Institute to rescue the survivors. The situation inside is currently unknown, so be careful. After giving his orders, Qin Luo threw a thunderstorm ball at the mutated creature, causing a cloud of blood mist to erupt. Everyone quickly dodged. Understood. The Cheetah team and Dove team took off towards the Research Institute. Jin Chuanqiang started cursing, damn, what a tough creature to fight. Not only does it spew blood, but we also have to dodge these contaminants while fighting. It's exhausting going in and out. Mu Mei and the others clearly found it challenging as their abilities weren't that high. Running out of abilities is dangerous. What is Duoduo doing? She was searching for a suitable point of attack, being the smallest and least noticeable, occasionally delivering a slice to the zombie as her chainsaw buzzed continuously. She focused solely on the giant zombie's legs as her plan was simple: if it couldn't run, it wouldn't escape. Simultaneously, Bai Shu's bullets lodged into the giant zombie's arms, successfully slowing its claw-swinging speed. When he looked back, he saw Duoduo had mutilated its legs. The little squad leader truly fought fiercely. Jin Chuanqiang needed to strike 4 or 5 times to inflict a wound, while Duoduo, smaller in size but possessing incredible jumping ability, would leap up to deliver a blow. Moreover, her abilities were significantly higher than Jin Chuanqiang's, allowing her chainsaw to carve through the monster with every swing. In the end, her spatial abilities helped shield her from contaminants, rendering the zombie a minimal threat. Jin Chuanqiang was already exhausted, while his teammates, who were timid and loved to hide, had long since retreated. Mu Mei's team was running low on stamina and could only say, Captain Qin, we can hold out for at most another 3 minutes. Understood, you all rest for now, Qin Luo replied, having used up 2/3 of his abilities. The sound of Bai Shu's gunfire continued unabated as he began to move toward the giant zombie, seeking to exhaust his ability illusion, which could freeze the giant zombie for a second. He directly took over the Rose team's position. The Rose team eventually retreated, leaving only Team 3A still holding on. This thing is definitely not just a 3-star, damn, it's too tough. I must report this to headquarters. Exactly, it's definitely not Jean Guest's fault. It's the headquarters that didn't coordinate properly. How could we possibly defeat a 4-star monster? Mumei, exhausted from overusing her powers, was too tired to pay attention to the self-deceiving Jinping team. They had retreated to a nearby 4-story building, watching Team 3A continue to fight. The more they watched, the more horrifying it became. Are they even human? They've been battling zombies for a whole day without much sleep, and now they're still going strong until dawn. They dodged so close. Aren't they afraid of dying? Their ability user seems quite impressive. The Jinping team grumbled, but grew increasingly silent as they watched. At least Team 3A's strength was undeniable. They could see the abilities being unleashed. Could they still use their powers? Is it possible that the headquarters gave them better potions? Why are they so strong? The Rose team finally couldn't hold back and directly restrained the Jinping team, giving them a good beating. On their side, Qin Luo and the others were actually holding up well, significantly better than their first encounter with the mutated Snake Man. The giant zombie's ultimate attack came from its own blood's contamination, which was dangerous if it splattered on someone, coupled with its massive claws. Yet its mobility was average, and so many people were whittling away at its health. Fighting it felt a bit easier. Duoduo, wielding her chainsaw, coldly observed the giant monster remarkably calm tonight. As Chen Xiaofei said, tonight she was at least not in the state of a mere child. In the end, the zombie monster attempted to flee, but couldn't escape, crashing down with a thunderous noise. Duoduo jumped in front of it, glanced at it, and delivered a swift end. Finally, she reached in to retrieve its nucleus from inside its brain. Chen Xiaofei and the others also gathered and weakly said, "I'm so tired. I'm exhausted. This thing is really hard to defeat." The anomalous cores of the zombie creatures were red, resembling red crystals, and many were clutched in hand. This particular core had to be submitted to headquarters as per mission requirements. The Cheetah Squad and the Dove Squad successfully rescued the survivors. De Qiao's friend was easy to recognize, as she had antennae on her head, butterfly wings on her back, patterns on her face, and her eyes were completely black. To be honest, she wasn't exactly beautiful. Jean Chuanxiang had already gone to curry favor with other big shots in the research institute, not even sparing a glance for the withered butterfly aberrant while the survivors lamented. "Thank you so much." No one expected the evolution to occur so rapidly. As second-tier aberrants, we couldn't even handle these zombie creatures. It's truly terrifying. Indeed. The number of 1-star zombies in the horde has increased, and we can't kill them all. A single squad can't possibly manage them all. Headquarters truly hasn't abandoned us. I nearly thought we were doomed here. The combat team sent to retrieve the pollution source was the Desert Squad, which had already lost several members. Their expressions were heavy, but they were more relieved than anything. Fortunately, that monster doesn't dare to come in, otherwise we wouldn't have made it this far. Someone summarized. Jean Chuanqing boomed, "It's only natural. I apologize for startling you. Since headquarters sent us to rescue you, even if we encounter more dangerous monsters, our Jinping squad will do our utmost to save you." His eagerness to take credit was quite ugly, and the members of the Rose Squad couldn't stand it any longer. They turned to the survivors and said, "This successful mission is largely thanks to the 3A squad. They worked incredibly hard." Jean Chuanxiang immediately glared at the Rose Squad, but seeing them mobilizing their powers, he backed down. The Jinping squad lacked healers, while the Rose Squad had two, allowing them to recover faster than the others. The research staff also expressed their gratitude, saying, "Everyone has worked hard." Some had already noticed the 3A squad, and upon hearing this exclaimed, "So they are the 3A. So strong. I saw them from the 4th floor of the Research Institute." In the later stages, they were the ones truly battling the monsters. They are formidable indeed, worthy of being 3A. The members of the Cheetah and Dove squads were thrilled to hear this. Aren't they impressive? Captain Qin and his team are truly invincible. Super strong. They can mimic effortlessly and seem tireless like a perpetual motion machine. Even the newcomers are amazing. Chainsaws are such rare weapons, someone remarked. The squad leader is really cool. The squad leader is also very reliable. She looks cute and small, but when it comes to fighting, she's fierce. When she came back to save us earlier, it was so impressive. The Research Institute staff and the Desert Squad were bewildered, not knowing who the squad leader was. Until the members of the Cheetah and Dove squads excitedly explained, "She's the newcomer from Captain Qin's team. A zombie turned aberrant. So awesome." When the word zombie was mentioned, many faces changed. After being surrounded by a horde of zombies recently, they had developed a psychological shadow. Hearing zombie made them think of the giant zombie creatures and a swarm of decaying zombie armies. They thought this little girl would look disgusting, yet when they looked at her, they couldn't see any abnormalities. She looked just like an ordinary little girl. Which one is the zombie turned aberrant? Yeah, all I see is a beautiful young lady. That red dress is truly eye-catching. Oh, it's her. What? Everyone was nearly stunned. How could such a little girl whose skin was merely a bit pale be the little zombie from Base H City? Many were puzzled by what they were shocked about. She was currently looking at this withered butterfly aberrant who said she could be called Joseki. Her personality was quite aloof. In stark contrast to De Qiao and Xiao Qiao's liveliness, how could they possibly be friends with such a huge personality difference? Qin Xiaofei was intrigued. Hey, when you're with De Qiao, does she bully you? She's not bad, she wouldn't bully me. Joseki shook her head. Bai Shu told Qin Xiaofei to close his mouth quickly. Does this zombie creature have anything that your research institute needs? If so, collect it quickly, otherwise we'll have to burn it. To prevent it from turning into some other strange creature, it's best to eliminate it thoroughly. Joseki nodded, then took out bottles and jars from her spatial storage card. Donning gloves, she began to focus on her collection, showing no concern for the peculiar stares from others. Seeing the metal collar around her neck, Duoduo felt a sense of shared plight and proactively approached her, asking for a bottle and gloves to help collect together. Joseki was surprised for a moment, flapped her wings and softly said, "Thank you." The two aberrant little monsters huddled together, exuding a strangely endearing and pitiful vibe. Qin Luo sighed and went over to help as well, primarily unable to bear seeing the little zombie in distress. Her pitiful appearance tugged at his heartstrings. Qin Xiaofei, seeing this, felt embarrassed to stand idly by and also helped collect the pollutants. Bai Shu was taking photos and recording videos to prepare for a report, while Wang Weihua approached the research staff to confirm the mission's completion, stating that they would either need to find the logistics squad to escort them back to base or have them follow the newbie squad. Hearing this, the two newbie squads were surprised and began to chatter with questions. "Brother Wang, we're going back. What will you be doing? Aren't we going back together?" Yes, let's go back together. I want to exchange contact information with you all, so we can team up for the next mission. It's so reassuring to go on missions with you. Brother Wang, where are you headed? Can you take us along? The two newbie squads looked at Wang Weihua as if they were seeing a father clinging to him like little chicks eager for food, insisting on following them. Our squad is used to taking on other tasks as well. Are you sure you can keep up? We might suddenly have to fight a tough battle later. Do you have the stamina for that? Wang Weihua scolded each of them, pointing out their mistakes. If you're inexperienced, practice more. Go back for intensive training on support speed. By the time you catch up, your teammates will all be dead. And the one who got bitten during the zombie purge yesterday, stand up. How long has it been since the apocalypse? Still not adapted to the pace. With so many companions covering you, how did you get hurt? Getting bitten is no big deal, just get treated later. Why are the others making such a fuss? He had held back from scolding them when he heard them wailing in their earphones, afraid that scolding the children would make them shut down before the mission was over. Although he was only a few years older than them, his combat experience was indeed far more abundant. Caring is one thing, a discipline is necessary too, and he directly scolded the kids into a state of dejection, each of them wishing they could bury their heads in the ground. They never expected Wang Weihua to be so fierce after the mission, making them feel like utter failures. Qin Xiaofei finished packing the last bottle of pollutants and turned to see Wang Weihua training the new recruits, his arms crossed while his striped tail swayed behind him. The two new recruit teams looked utterly dejected. It's hilarious, old Wang is scolding the new recruits again. Doesn't he realize that with those tiger ears and tail he looks quite adorable? Ha ha. Qin Luo took the two bottles of pollutants from Duoduo's hands, combining them with his own, and handed them to Joseki, unable to suppress a laugh at the scene. He can sing both the red and white faces by himself. Qin Luo summarized with a smile, and the next second he removed his disposable gloves, intending to help Duoduo take hers off, only to find her staring intently at his tail. He jolted in surprise, glancing at her warily, then darting a look at his own tail, his wolf ears twitching. Duoduo's gaze returned to his head, fixated on it with fervor. Ahem. Qin Luo, blushing, wanted to tell her not to stare so openly in front of so many people. How could he allow her to touch his ears and hug his tail? Did he not care about his dignity? But then the little zombie turned and walked away. She walked away. She actually left. Qin Luo was stunned. No, wait. According to the little zombie's habits, this wasn't right, was it? If she didn't want to be hugged, she would definitely feel wronged. Something was off. Very off. Duoduo had a problem. She could actually resist touching his tail. Qin Luo began to doubt life. Qin Xiaofei noticed the situation and laughed heartily. It's over. The little class leader doesn't care about you anymore. Qin Luo turned his head and bared his teeth at him. Get lost. Bai Shu, who was done recording, chimed in playfully. Oh no, someone's first love doesn't want him anymore. Qin Xiaofei grinned broadly. He's panicking. Qin Luo felt gloomy. He didn't want to engage with these two jokers anymore, and directly strode off to find the little zombie. It seemed like she had matured a bit since last night. When Qin Luo found the little zombie, she was pulling their 3A team's off-road vehicle out of the space, having climbed aboard by herself, something she couldn't do before. Clumsy. Now she was remarkably nimble. He hurriedly climbed into the vehicle, watching her crawl into the back seat. Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Is seeing the withered leaf butterfly making you uneasy? Are you sad? Are you thinking of yourself? You should tell me. As soon as Qin Luo finished speaking, the little zombie turned her head, and he met her burning gaze, momentarily stunned. The little zombie looked outside, nodded approvingly, great, there was no one outside, then glanced inside the vehicle, satisfied to see the big dog was there. She raised her paw and beckoned him to come sit beside her in the back seat. In his anxiety, Qin Luo didn't know what she was up to, but she seemed to be in a better state than before. Although he felt an inexplicable sense of crisis, he hadn't figured it out yet and bent down to go to the back seat. The next second, he was pulled over by her. The distance between them was so close that they could almost see each other's pores. Captain Qin froze. Duoduo eagerly grabbed his wolf ears at the top of his head, feeling the soft, thick fur, and her entire being lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling. Qin Luo's face turned completely red. One hand braced against the seat while the other instinctively covered his face. Damn, are you waiting for me here? Suddenly, he remembered he had previously told her not to touch him when there were people around. She knew that if she ran around, he would follow her, as she had directly lured him into the vehicle. Oh, so you're playing strategies now? Trying to pull this trick on me, huh? If Qin Luo weren't blushing, he might have seemed more intimidating, but with his red face, he had no presence at all. Especially since she was so close, having satisfied herself by touching his ears, she now wanted to pull him closer inside. Qin Luo had no way to deal with her. Hey, fine, you can touch, just don't pull me in. As long as she didn't dislike him, that was good enough. The earlier cold shoulder made his heart feel chilly and flustered. A dog fears nothing more than being abandoned by its owner. As soon as Qin Luo got to the back seat, she climbed on top of him and reached for his fluffy tail, a big gray. The little corpse loved it. Duoduo kept pinching and touching, eventually hugging the tip of his tail. Sigh. Qin Luo simply leaned back against the seat, raising his arm to cover his face. His ears were all red. Help. Not paying him any attention was uncomfortable, but liking him this much was also overwhelming. He felt a tingling sensation all over. From his face to his neck. Qin Luo gritted his teeth and said, I'll let you off this time. Make it quick. Stop touching randomly. His little trembling voice was too melodious. The little corpse blushed. Duoduo was dazed, looking at the fluffy tail in her paws, wondering if she had accidentally hurt him. But today she had had enough fun. Reluctantly, she placed his tail back, unable to resist, reaching out to tug his ear again before finally sitting on him and spacing out for a while. But the big dog still covered his face and wouldn't look at her. She raised her hand to try to pull his arm down, but he wouldn't let her. Duoduo remained on him for a while. Feeling bored, she simply collapsed on his chest, resting her forehead against his solid chest, discovering with curiosity that his heartbeat was strong. Thump, thump, thump. The little zombie, who had no heartbeat, greatly cherished it. She touched her own chest, feeling her heart that had long since stopped pounding, and finally dozed off. After fighting for so long yesterday, she had only slept for less than 2 hours and was utterly exhausted. Duoduo decided to sleep. Qin Luo took a few minutes to lower his arm, looking at her sitting on his lap, with a significant distance between them, her head drooping onto his chest. Only she could sleep in such an uncomfortable position. Qin Luo sighed, picked her up, and placed her aside. He then fetched a blanket from the side to wrap her up like a little corpse worm. She slept without even stirring. A normal person would at least have their eyeballs tremble even while asleep, but she didn't. He knew she desperately wanted to be human. He understood her. This was why he could never stand her pitiful appearance. She always made his heart ache unbearably. Baishu passed by and deliberately knocked on the car door. Hey, do you need help closing the car door? Is it fatal if I don't tease people for a moment? Qin Luo told him to shut up. Have you finished the handover? Once the handover is done, we'll leave right away. He suddenly remembered, by the way, let that withered leaf butterfly mutant follow us. They won't take long. We just need to eliminate some zombies nearby and collect some mutant cores and we're good. There aren't many supplies left here, the pollution level is too high to use anything. Baishu, hearing it was a serious matter, became serious as well. Almost done, just wait for Xiaofei and the others to arrive. That withered leaf butterfly mutant is also more willing to come with us. So without Qin Luo needing to explain, they would ask. After all, they had collected 5 million points from De Qiao, which was enough to buy a lot of gear. The unknown is what is truly frightening. At least the children at the base, though confused, could mostly. Once the transfer of tasks was completed, everyone began to pull out their vehicles. The survivors from the Research Institute instructed each team to split up and follow their respective vehicles. Mumei, the captain of the Rose team, specifically came over to say goodbye to Qin Luo and the others, team leader Qin. She discovered that the driver was Wang Wei, who smiled and pointed to the back. Mumei then looked to the back row where Bai Shu and the mutated Qi Dai were seated and saw Qin Luo in the last row beside whom lay a corpse bug. "What's going on with you guys?" "Cough cough, our little team member is quite special, she tends to whine when I leave." Qin Luo was unable to depart today. Bai Shu nodded while driving the tablet. "Yes, our little squad leader can't manage without him." In the passenger seat, Qin Xiaofei began to chuckle, while Wang Wei who awkwardly rubbed his nose. The mutated Qi Dai Qi glanced back multiple times, finding it very novel. If the situation had allowed, she would have loved to take a picture of the back seat with her tablet. Mumei couldn't help but laugh. "All right, I just came over to bid you farewell. Thank you all. With you on the team, the mission has gone very smoothly." She expressed her intention not to let Jin Chuanqiang take all the credit, as it was clear that Team 3A had contributed the most, otherwise they might not have completed the mission. These zombie monsters have extremely tough skin. Qin Luo waved his hand dismissively. "It's a small matter, this is also our mission, and everyone has worked hard. Except for Jin Chuanqiang, that incompetent fool. When we get back to the base, I will have to settle the score with him. I can't let him off without a beating." Mumei nodded and finally wished their team a smooth journey, also gifting them several bottles of healing potions from their. Bai Shu accepted them gratefully. Mumei then did not linger and prepared to return to the survivor base in City B. Everyone went their separate ways. As the Cheetah team and the Dove team's vehicles passed by Team 3A, a chorus of reluctant wails rang out. Team leader Qin. "We will miss you. Wanga, take care of yourself. Bai Shu, your marksmanship is amazing. Xiaofei, you are the most handsome birdman. Team 3A is simply the best. Little squad leader, you are really adorable. Let's exchange contact information for next time." Hearing this last comment, Qin Luo's face turned dark. Which brat has the audacity to do this? "Are you openly trying to steal my girl?" Qin Xiaofei and the others burst into laughter. Bai Shu was also thoroughly amused. "I think you need to investigate this, Qin Ge. There seems to be an after effect from the potion. Don't you think you resemble a dog guarding its food right now? It is indeed quite strange that you cannot leave little squad leader's side." Qin Luo was shocked. So this is one of the side effects of the potion. No wonder. No wonder he felt anxious when many people ignored him, and no wonder he wanted to stay close to her. Bai Shu calmly adjusted his glasses and smiled. "Oh no, I made that up." Qin Xiaofei laughed uncontrollably. "Ha ha ho 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 ha ha ha." Qin Luo. Zhou Siqi looked around, finding this group of people quite entertaining. She also offered a faint smile. Wang Wei, who drove the car out, being the last vehicle to leave, preparing to. When Su Duo woke up again, she was greeted by the sound of gunfire. Outside there were also sounds of splashing. She then realized that half of the car window was submerged in water as the vehicle was driving through it. Quick, once we finish shooting, close the windows and switch to submarine mode." "Wait, why is there suddenly so much water?" Qin Xiaofei yelled from the passenger seat. Wang Wei, who was too lazy to scold him, "Qin Ge Xiaobai, we have 1 minute left, the water is almost at the top." "Got it, understood." Qin Luo and Bai Shu, both in the middle row, took their guns and began shooting. Su Duo noticed that Zhou Siqi had replaced her by her side, also nervously staring out the window. "Those giant beetles are catching up." 1 minute countdown. Qin Luo and Bai Shu immediately closed the sunroof and the car successfully submerged underwater. The water was filled with mutated fish. Su Duo saw that none of them were edible. They were all different mutated fish, grotesque in appearance, even uglier than the Hong Kong fish, and some were even banging against the glass. If this vehicle hadn't been modified, it might have been smashed by them. What happened to the northern district of City N? Why is it completely flooded here? The depth must be around 7 to 8 meters. Those beetles earlier were terrifying too. Each one has a diameter of half a meter. However, they seem very afraid of water. I've realized that the mutated animals or other monsters here are claiming their territory. We didn't see any mutated insects at the research institute, did we? They were all zombies, but over here it's all insects, no zombies. The group quickly discussed the current situation while Bai Shu was tasked with writing the report. Zhou Siqi quietly stated, "Due to the terrain of City N, if it encounters heavy rain, certain areas, namely the northern district, are extremely prone to flooding. That's why it's all water here. If it weren't for this modified vehicle being able to function as a submarine, it would be quite troublesome." Qin Xiaofei also lamented, "Thank goodness these fish aren't of a higher tier, otherwise in the water, we wouldn't be able to obtain any exotic cores." After putting away his gun, Qin Luo realized that the little zombie had woken up. He awkwardly turned his face away, thought for a moment, and then spoke. "Oh, you're awake." He felt a bit shy. Unfortunately, Qin Xiaofei and the others kept teasing him. Qin Gu was quite thin-skinned. They had been teasing him all the way. Qin Xiaofei also quieted down, turning to Su Duo to ask for food, whining, "Little squad leader, I'm hungry." Su Duo, suddenly enlightened, realized she had been in a daze, still digesting the current situation. Hearing Qin Xiaofei complain about hunger, she pulled out a few rice balls and handed them over. Gratitude soon followed. Thank you, little squad leader. Wow, rice balls. I love rice. Thank you, little squad leader, you're so nice. Having a little squad leader is truly a blessing. Duoduo finally handed several cans of cola to Qin Luo. This could quickly restore stamina and bring joy, and a few fried skewers would be even better. Zhou Siqi looked on in astonishment, almost having her eyes pop out. You guys are so generous. How much credit did you spend for all this food? Do you usually have time to cook at the base? You guys from Team 3A really are something. Bai Shu maintained a straight face as he fabricated an excuse. We're too idle, we just love to eat this, otherwise living would have no meaning. He pretended to put on a deeply aggrieved expression. Qin Xiaofei nodded in agreement. Our little squad leader is a great cook, we often have gatherings to eat delicious food. Referring to hot pot and such. Zhou Siqi looked enviously. Your base in City H doesn't seem so competitive. Our survivor base in City B is truly competitive, with hardly any time at all. She had very little time to contact her good friends. If it weren't for taking on this task, she wouldn't have messaged to Qiao, which inadvertently saved her life. You need reliable friends. The vehicle drove underwater for a while, then ascended to a higher position, successfully emerging from the water with the water level returned below the car windows. If it were an ordinary vehicle, it would have been damaged by now. Wasn't N City the area rescued by your B City survivor base? Qin Xiaofei turned to ask Zhou Siqi, who nodded and softly replied yes, it was managed by RB City, but there are some oversights. There are really too few ability users compared to the number of ordinary people in need of rescue. Should we broadcast a message? I see some signs of life in the buildings outside, but it could also be remnants from before. Qin Xiaofei suggested again. No one objected. He reached out to press the broadcast button. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? The H City survivor base is conducting rescue operations. Please respond if you receive this. This message, recorded by Qin Xiaofei, repeated continuously. However, perhaps due to the sound, several mutated frogs were attracted. They were similar to those seen before, each one enormous, with blood-red eyes and spiny tongues that jabbed at the glass of their vehicle. The scraping made a screeching sound. But it caused no damage, though it looked rather disgusting. Damn me. Why are there so many mutated frogs here? Next time I must suggest to the engineering department to see if they can install a flamethrower around the vehicle to roast these frogs. Zhou Siqi glanced at them and suddenly said, some people in B City eat these frogs. Qin Luo and the others were somewhat speechless. They looked at the ugly frogs and felt a bit overwhelmed. People used to eat bullfrogs, right? Those who enjoy eating frogs are in for a treat. Just look at how big they are, it must be quite satisfying. Zhou Siqi said with a hint of embarrassment. In B City, they indeed collect these, and one can be sold for 60 points. Wang Weihua couldn't help but exclaim, that's not cheap. Bai Shuja checked the data and said, wow, that's actually true. Qin Luo looked at the frogs outside and said, if we can exchange them for money, should we gather some? By the way, what do they eat? They must have eaten humans, right? Zhou Siqi said solemnly, when food is nearly exhausted, anything edible. The survivor base in B City houses even more survivors, and now it is densely populated. Who knows how much food they need to consume in a day? In the later stages, they won't be able to afford to be picky. Moreover, these frogs don't eat zombies, which is good. They don't consume rotten flesh, being mutated animals rather than aberrant monsters, so they can still be prepared for eating. This topic had become somewhat heavy. The 3 major bases have been continuously receiving survivors. Out of so many places nationwide, these 3 major bases are the most complete, while other areas still live in dire straits. Duoduo pulled out a tablet to check the latest situation of the bases. The coastal areas had largely fallen, while the central plains were in better shape. In the plateau regions, many mutated plants and animals had appeared, but there were fewer zombies. Extreme weather is now indiscriminate, occurring everywhere. In contrast to before the apocalypse, it should be winter now, yet they mostly wear autumn clothes. Hearing about the food shortage, they thought they could gather some food later. Qin Luo looked at the latest report on edible mutated plants and animals, noting that such mutated frogs were indeed listed. Everyone take a look at this report. If we can collect some, we can hand them over to the base. They will surely be useful. Previously, they had only collected 1 granary, but C City is quite large with several granaries scattered across different areas. Other cities also have granaries, and the headquarters has reserved some food. However, for the survivors, it is merely a drop in the bucket. Currently, they cannot plant crops on a large scale. Eventually, they will eat through their supplies. They can only begin to dig for some edible mutated plants and animals to fill the food gap. At least the ability users and aberrants can eat. If they look too disgusting, they can be transformed into something else, like nutritional liquid or compressed biscuits. Stirred up and out of sight, out of mind. They were seriously trying to memorize the latest knowledge points and discovered that there were still many edible mutated plants and animals. Duoduo observed that the edibility of mutated plants was higher and more accepted by people. Nowadays there are many more vegetarians. After seeing so many bloody scenes, those with psychological trauma find it hard to eat meat. Qin Luo glanced at the report and remembered most of it, suddenly pointing to the large tree ahead saying, "Isn't that a mutated loquat tree? Old Wang drive over there." Qin Xiaofei compared and found it indeed was. Wow. It really is. Old Wang, stop under the tree and I'll take the little monitor up to pick some. Oh my, how can this loquat tree be so big? Bai Shuja carefully identified it and confirmed, what good luck. This kind of mutated loquat tree has no aggressiveness. Xiaofei can pick as many as he wants. Qin Luo inexplicably recalled how Qin Xiaofei had carried a little zombie upstairs with his claw. He turned to look at Duoduo. He found the little zombie's eyes shining brightly, eager to participate. Too bad. It lacked wing. Qin Luo was displeased. But he said nothing. He merely muttered internally, knowing they couldn't afford to delay on serious matters. "I'll provide cover, you two go ahead." Qin Luo readied himself with his gun. Qin Xiaofei crawled from the passenger seat to the middle row, opened the sunroof, and climbed out, fluttering up into the air, dropping a few black and white feathers. Bai Shuja helplessly collected the feathers, saying, "Can you be a bit more careful? If a person with rhinitis shows up, won't you make them sneeze?" If it weren't for the position, Qin Xiaofei would have liked to flap Bai Shuja's face with his wings. Qin Luo reached out to the little zombie in the back seat, allowing her little paws to rest on his hand, then lifted her up and placed her on the sunroof. Qin Xiaofei, being silly, grabbed the fabric on Su Duo's back and flapped upward. Little monitor, look, we're flying. You're much lighter than Bai Shuja. It's more fun to carry you. Let's go, let's gather more loquats. The mutated loquat tree was immense, but the mutated loquat fruits were quite small, seedless, and incredibly sweet. They were made for humans to eat. Qin Xiaofei picked one and started eating. Wow, this is amazing. Thankfully our mimicry is only partial. I still have hands. If it were complete mimicry, I wouldn't be able to pick anything. Humans are ultimately human. After consuming the aberrant cord diluent, most of their mimicry manifests as animal traits. Just like Qin Luo, Wang Weihua, and Bai Shuja, who sprouted animal ears without affecting their human ears. Otherwise it would look quite strange, right? The little zombie saw the huge loquat tree and her eyes sparkled. The combination of her and Qin Xiaofei was just right. Both were food lovers, their eyes shining at the sight of food. Qin Luo stood in the sunroof, keeping an eye on the surroundings. Upon seeing a mutated frog approach, he shot it down effortlessly. The rescue broadcast had been on for quite a while, yet there was no response from the residential area. Qin Xiaofei was happily picking loquats, throwing them towards Su Duoduo. A person and a zombie were high above, unconcerned about being discovered by Zhou Siki in the car. They only focused on collecting. Qin Luo eliminated the mutated frogs and began using a hook to gather them, planning to deliver them directly to headquarters at the base. After Bai Shu completed the report, he clicked to upload it while Wang Weihua increased the volume of the broadcast. But there was no response, which was quite disheartening. Judging by the scene, it should be a small town surrounding City N, and this street was also a residential area. Apart from the large loquat tree, there were also mutated pear and persimmon trees in the distance. It felt like they could harvest a bounty. Zhou Siki was getting restless. Seeing everyone was busy, she said, "Can I go out and help too?" Bai Shu smiled at her, saying, "No need, just rest well. Without any offensive abilities, it's too dangerous for you." After all, as a withered leaf butterfly mutant, Zhou Siki had no offensive capabilities and could only rely on disguise to evade enemies, making it too risky for her to go out. If something were to happen, it would not be good. Zhou Siki had no choice but to withdraw again. Her personality was not lively at all, being a clear introvert. Unless it was a matter of importance, she could speak clearly, otherwise her voice was soft and gentle. There was a significant gap between her and De Qiao. To ease her discomfort, Wang Weihua smiled and asked, "By the way, what is De Qiao's full name?" "We actually don't know that. We just know her by a nickname." Zhou Siki smiled lightly upon hearing her good friend's name. De Qiao is called Xiao Yajun and Xiao Chao is called Xiao Weima. Their mother is a sister to my mother. They all share their mother's surname. Their abilities are of the plant-type twin lotus flowers, but the skills activated by the two are vastly different. De Qiao has healing abilities while Xiao Chao possesses offensive abilities. Thus their appearances are somewhat different, but sometimes their expressions can be quite similar due to their abilities, and Zhou Siki was close to De Qiao, but not as familiar with Xiao Chao. Wang Weihua and Bai Shu expressed their surprise at discovering the twin lotus flower plant abilities. It's indeed rare. The Rose Squad consists entirely of plant-type abilities. Why didn't Xiao Chao join the combat team? Bai Shu curiously asked. Zhou Siki quietly replied, because she also enjoys medicine. So Xiao Qiao sometimes feels jealous that De Qiao's ability is a healing type, and they often bicker, but they still have a good relationship. After all, they share their lifespan. As they chatted, Zhou Siki noticeably relaxed, no longer feeling so uneasy. Qin Luo noticed something at the curtain at 11 o'clock moved slightly, so he discreetly aimed in that direction while Chen Xiaofei and Su Duoduo were still happily picking fruits. The next moment there was finally movement from inside the window and a half-grown child flushed open the window and yelled at Chen Xiaofei and Su Duoduo, "You've picked everything. What are we going to eat? Still calling you rescuers. You're just monster thieves. This is our family's loquat tree, okay?" Chen Xiaofei was startled by the kid. "Hey kid, can you speak properly? It's terrifying. What if you scare our little captain?" The little zombie being lifted by him still holding a bunch of loquats blinked innocently. The child who opened the window was about 10 years old, scared and nervous with tears in his eyes, raising his arms to wipe his tears. Wah. Chen Xiaofei panicked. Hey little friend, don't cry. We're really not bad people." As he said this, the child cried even louder. Bai Shu was amused by Chen Xiaofei. The more he talks, the more he sounds like a bad guy. Wang Weiwa was genuinely troubled. There weren't many in their team who could communicate well with survivors, and it fell to him. He opened the loudspeaker and shouted, "Little friend, where are your parents? Are there any adults at home? We are indeed survivors from H City and can show you our identification." Qin Luo signaled for Chen Xiaofei to bring Su Duoduo back. First, the two had successfully cleaned out a loquat tree, which was quite impressive, if it weren't for the inappropriate setting. Su Duoduo really wanted to take the loquat tree into space and bring it back to the base to plant. Chen Xiaofei flapped his wings, tossing the little captain into Qin Luo's arms and turned to fly towards the child. "Hey, don't cry. We are indeed good people. If we were really monsters, we would have eaten you long ago. How could you still be here crying?" This statement made a lot of sense. However, the child was probably too scared and was still crying, so Chen Xiaofei continued to comfort him. The little zombie being tossed down from the air didn't even blink. She was finally securely held in someone's arms. She reached out to accurately touch Qin Luo's ears, tugged at them, then sneakily retracted her little paw. The little zombie was quite satisfied. Qin Luo held her, smiling helplessly. "Are you addicted to touching, huh? What could he do?" Chen Xiaofei coaxed them for a while before finally managing to lift each sibling down. Only these parents had the foresight to know they would encounter trouble moving a lot of food for the siblings and then locking them upstairs. The elder brother took care of his 3-year-old sister for nearly 2 months, learning to observe and seizing opportunities to open the window with a drying rack to pick loquats when mutant animals were scarce. They were running out of food, which is why Chen Xiaofei felt anxious when he and Su Duo were picking loquats. Qin Luo stuffed the little zombie into the car and then took the siblings and stuffed them in as well. Zhou Siki hurriedly brought the siblings to the back seat, awkwardly comforting them. "Don't cry, little friend. You've done wonderfully taking care of your sister at such a young age. You're really strong. Don't worry, everything will be fine when we get to the base." This was indeed true. The siblings were fortunate to have made it this far. Once they reached the base, they could settle down as there was a nursery specifically for taking care of children. That's right. In the apocalypse, orphanages are not called orphanages. Children who have lost their parents or relatives are raised collectively by the base. They are called nurseries. Wang Weiwa also chimed in, "Yes, your brother is really doing great, very strong. Look, your sister is well taken care of by you." Although the siblings had no parents to care for them, they were clean and tidy. The younger sister, being slightly smaller, was quiet, nestled in her brother's embrace. Her gaze was quite innocent. Upon hearing Wang Weiwa praise her brother, she also said, "Brother is awesome." Then she turned to her brother, asking for their parents and pointing at their house, implying that their parents had not yet. Chung Chung hugged his sister tightly, saying, "Mom and Dad have gone ahead. We will see them in a few days." After he said this, his sister really believed him and obediently wiped her brother's tears. Zhou Siki felt a lump in her throat and wanted to cry, raising her hand to touch the children's hair. The little zombie watched for a while, then took out a box of milk candies and handed them to the siblings. Chung Chung swallowed hard, accepted it, and said softly, "Thank you, sister." Qin Luo saw the 3-year-olds still looking at their house, so he simply took a photo with his tablet and knocked on it, saying, "Look here, little friend, I've captured your home. When we get to the base, they'll print it out as a keepsake for you, okay? Now it's time to say goodbye to home. Don't think about it once we reach the base. One must look forward." Chung Chung couldn't help but shed tears again. He wiped them away and looked seriously at his house, silently bidding farewell to his parents in his heart. Then he nodded, saying, "Thank you, brother." Only then did Qin Luo nod. Chen Xiaofei also circled back, flapping his wings, saying, "Brother Qin, I took a look around. There are no other people, just zombies inside. They were dealt with directly. Let them rest in peace." Qin Luo signaled for Chen Xiaofei to take a break, saying, "Let's walk a bit further. There are still a few mutated fruit trees over there. You two collect the fruit while we see if there are any other survivors." The teammates all agreed it was fine. Su Duo realized her brother must be hungry too, so she took a rice ball and handed it to him. She also rummaged in the multidimensional space to find the milk powder they had brought from the baby store, preparing a bottle of milk for her sister using hot water and cold-boiled water that were already ready. Chung was astonished to see this beautiful sister transforming, and while he was wolfing down food, he asked, do you both know magic? Moreover, the rice ball was delicious. He nearly cried from the deliciousness. It had been so long since he had eaten such a normal meal. His sister watched with drool as he fed her another bite. They then realized that a 3-year-old could already eat some normal food. They gained new knowledge. Duoduo simply took out a small bottle of porridge and Joseki took it to feed the sister. After a busy flurry of activity, they finally managed to fill the 2 children up. Baishu also found educational videos for children made by the base. Due to the onset of the apocalypse, many young children did not understand what was happening, so the base produced animated videos to help children comprehend the situation. The unknown is what is truly frightening. At least the children at the base, though confused, could mostly grasp what was going on. Chung was already 10 years old, so understanding this was not difficult. If it weren't for being too scared, he wouldn't actually be crying. He was just a cool little kid now. He quickly comprehended this new world, amazed and enchanted, saying, "How magical." It felt like an animated show. However, children and young people could indeed grasp this new world more quickly. Elderly people, on the other hand, also had to learn anew alongside children to understand new knowledge points. The only advantage was that due to infection from pollutants, everyone's genes had somewhat changed, with some elderly even showing signs of rejuvenation. Their bodily functions were recovering, significantly extending their lifespans. The bad news was that the fertility rate of those with abilities was very low, while that of ordinary people remained relatively normal. However, these were matters to consider later. For now, the primary tasks were to execute rescue missions and gather supplies, figuring out how to sustain the many survivors at the base. Only later would they need to consider how humanity would continue and how the base would develop further. When the vehicle reached the mutated pear trees, Chen Xiaofei once again led Duoduo in picking fruit, while Qin Luo remained vigilant dealing with mutated frogs. Baishu set off to search for survivors. After the siblings had eaten their fill, the younger sister fell asleep peacefully, while the elder brother was able to guide Wang Weihua, telling him where the fruit trees were located. There's still a row of loquat trees ahead. Many people here like to plant fruit trees in front of their houses. Therefore, there were indeed quite a few mutated fruit trees around here, and Chen Xiaofei and Duoduo were getting a bit dizzy from picking. They were so happy. Mainly, why were the mutated fruits so delicious? But they couldn't dwell on what their nutrients were. This area was mostly inhabited by mutated small animals with very few zombies. Small animals would also kill each other. For instance, mutated frogs would eat mutated insects, and there were also fights resulting in deaths. The remains left behind would serve as nourishment for the trees. As for the rest, well, they couldn't think too deeply. After picking the fruits in this area, Baishu used the mimicry of the flying squirrel's core to take a round, and still found no new survivors. The siblings were indeed lucky. By the time Chen Xiaofei, Duoduo, and Baishu returned, the siblings were already fast asleep. They got back into the car and closed the sunroof to prepare for a rest. Wang Weihua checked the nearby missions and found that other combat teams had already taken assignments. They had been out for a while and should return to the base. Out here being on high alert, it was impossible to relax and rest. They could only go back. After hearing this, Qin Luo said, "Then let's head back, searching along the way. If there are no survivors, we'll head straight back to the base. Everyone needs to recover first." The others had no objections. Every battle was a high-intensity drain on both spirit and physical strength. If they didn't return to the base for a rest, they wouldn't be able to endure it. Their Team 3A was considered strong, able to smoothly take on several missions each time. Other teams would be exhausted after completing just one task, which was why the Cheetah team and the Dove team were shocked to hear that 3A had not returned to the base. Let's go home." On the way back, they rescued a small group of people, and after contacting the nearby logistics team, they awaited the arrival of the survivors from City B to take them in. In total, there were over 80 of them. Each was emaciated from hunger, and the supplies saved by Team 3A came in handy. The survivors devoured their food ravenously. It was a pitiful sight. Wang Weihua handed out bread and bottled water, saying, "It's fine, take your time to eat." Baishu recorded some details about them. Qin Luo said to the logistics team from City B, "There are quite a few mutated fruit trees in the town a kilometer ahead. Since your team has a space ability user, you should go collect them. Don't let them go to waste. They're all pears and loquats." Good stuff. If those mutated trees weren't so large and absurd, making it impossible for their storage spaces to accommodate them, and if they couldn't expose too much of their space, they would definitely take them with them. The leader of the opposing team looked excited. "Really? You guys from Team 3A are quite lucky. Now, although there are mutated plants, there aren't many edible ones, so encountering these non-aggressive edible fruit trees is indeed fortunate." Qin Luo merely nodded. Go ahead. The little zombie looked regretful. Upon hearing this, Manuo felt satisfied, as the main point was that they couldn't take them, but they also didn't want the food to rot in the fallen area. Seeing her like this, Qin Luo couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to ruffle her hair. What are you daydreaming about? Let's go. The little zombie quickly followed him. With Qin Luo's long legs, he walked quickly. With each of his steps, Manuo had to take 3. Eventually, Qin Luo couldn't help but keep looking back to see if she was keeping up, so he simply turned around, picked up the little zombie, and tucked her under his arm, carrying her away. This feels nice. Manuo. What is this familiar and comfortable feeling? Being carried without having to walk, the little zombie was quite relaxed. Once again, she became a little accessory. After everyone got back in the vehicle, they prepared to set off again, quickly reaching the highway toll station. The road conditions afterward were smooth. Chen Xiaofei chewing on a lollipop in the passenger seat cursed, "Damn it, it's a good thing we came. If Jin Chuanqiang had really blown up, the dozens of people we rescued on the way back would have been doomed." That was close. Just a small action saved these 80 people. Baishu couldn't help but say those types of people will surely die when their backers fall. They always engage in such unscrupulous acts. Qin Luo snorted coldly. Let's go back and see where this guy is hiding. We need to find him and give him a beating. He was annoyingly chattering the whole way. Chen Xiaofei immediately perked up. No problem. In the last row of seats in the off-road vehicle, Zhou Siki glanced at the siblings beside her, relieved that the 2 children were sleeping soundly. Otherwise it would be unbearable for them to hear such violent topics. Since the children were sitting in the back with Zhou Siki, Manuo could only sit next to Qin Luo. She took advantage of Qin Luo talking to Chen Xiaofei to sneakily reach out with her little paw to grab his tail, inching it closer when he didn't notice. In the end, she successfully hugged it in her arms and rubbed her cheek against it, feeling its softness. The little zombie really liked it. Qin Luo's ears inexplicably turned red, yet he still pretended to remain oblivious. Chen Xiaofei turned back and exclaimed, "Qin Ge, why are you blushing all of a sudden?" Qin Luo retorted stubbornly, "It's too cramped to him hot." Baishu silently watched the entire scene and let out a chuckle. When Qin Luo turned to look at him, he calmly adjusted his glasses, appearing engrossed in his tablet. Just as Qin Luo sighed in relief, Baishu suddenly spoke up, "If it's too cramped, little class leader can come over here and sit with me." He hadn't finished his sentence. "No way." Qin Luo immediately reacted with a fierce expression, instinctively rebutting. Chen Xiaofei burst into laughter, and Baishu couldn't help but join in. Captain Qin's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, and he ultimately tilted his head back, covering his face with one hand, too embarrassed to face anyone. Life felt devoid of meaning. The atmosphere was too awkward. The little zombie tilted her head, looking at this, and that, happily pinching her big gray tail before noticing the big dog shiver suddenly. "Ahem, enough of that, no playing. Don't think I don't know you're secretly playing with my tail." Captain Qin was furious. The little zombie didn't understand, but feeling guilty, she obediently nodded and placed her little paw back. She sat quietly in the vehicle, looking straight ahead. Seeing her so obedient, Qin Luo felt uneasy. He twisted his heart into knots, stammering with a sigh, and ultimately, in a heroic manner, offered his tail to her, saying, "Hug it, touch it, just don't look like that." She looked so pitiful. It was hard to resist. Manuo didn't understand why he was willing to let her touch it again, so she honestly hugged it back, remembering that honest children get treats while stubborn ones do not. The little zombie was very honest. That's why she got to hug the big tail. She was happy. Chen Xiaofei and Baishu exclaimed "You," and quickly silenced themselves before their captain truly got angry. Every day was a repeated test on the edge of death. This mischief was a necessity every day. Without it, what joy would life hold? Zhou Siki envied the bond among their teammates. Such close-knit comrades were rare, especially with the apocalypse, where many teammates would fall in battle, leading to random reassignment. How could new teammates compare to old war buddies? Her expression turned a bit forlorn. Zhou Siki did not go with the logistics team from City B, mainly wanting to see De Qiao first. In these times, every meeting was precious. Upon successfully reaching the survivor base in City H, everyone sighed in relief. "Finally, we made it. I'm back." As soon as Chen Xiaofei got out of the vehicle, he had to shout out twice, otherwise, he felt uneasy all over. Baishu also appeared slightly more relaxed, he was always on edge outside. After Wang Weihua exited the vehicle, he handed it over to the staff for inspection, planning to send it for maintenance. Seeing Zhou Siki's uncomfortable demeanor, he proactively asked, "Shall I contact De Qiao to come pick you up?" Zhou Siki glanced at the time and softly replied, "No trouble at all. Just tell me how to get to the research center, and I can find her myself." It wasn't quite time for off work yet. Qin Luo was with the little zombie, dealing with the items in the combat area. "Why are you so disdainful? Didn't the metamorphosed beings from City B say these things are edible? Aren't they the same as bullfrogs? They said that the survivor base in City B sells them for 80 points each, so don't shortchange me." Looking at the screen filled with mutated frog corpses, was with the little zombie, dealing with the items in the combat area. Why are you so disdainful? Didn't the meta— You know the department in charge of the grain storage goes crazy at the sight of food. I really don't want to see this mutated frog meat in the cafeteria. I'm already fed up. I've eaten stir-fried watermelon peel with mutated grasshoppers, and I don't want to eat this stuff sob. Qin Luo watched his distant cousin scream with a malicious sense of humor, even kindly suggesting, you don't have to eat at the cafeteria. And why shouldn't I eat the staff meals at the cafeteria? She was truly heartbroken. The little zombie behind Qin Luo looked at her and thought this staff member was quite unfortunate. Du Chunjiang's eyes lit up upon seeing Su Duoduo. Hello little darling, we meet again. To be honest, you shouldn't hang around someone like Captain Qin. Working at the base is so much better. You get 3 meals a day, a stable monthly salary, and you don't have to go on adventures. Qin Luo raised his hand and tapped the table. Hey, is this straightforward wall climbing? Why is everyone so enamored with the little zombie? He found it quite strange, but the next moment as he looked down to meet Su Duoduo's fair and beautiful face, he thought, alright, whose adorable little zombie is this? Oh, it's from his family. Qin Luo sighed and spread his hands. Alas, there's nothing I can do. As the captain, my looks are too high, leading my teammates to all look exceptionally good, handsome, spirited, cute. Having such charming teammates is also a trouble. Du Chunjiang spat. Ugh, have some self-respect. Little darling, keep your distance from him to avoid catching the idiot virus. After saying that, she threw the supply wristband to Qin Luo while rolling her eyes. It was truly Qin Luo wasn't angry, putting the wristband on his wrist with a graceful motion. TSK tisk, I see you're jealous. Do you have a little zombie at home? No. Is there such an adorable zombie? No. Du Chunjiang laughed in anger. After Qin Luo played a little tease, he happily left with the little zombie. Su Duoduo turned to look at the staff member, feeling a bit sorry for her, so she returned to stuff her with a handful of white rabbit milk candies. Then she ran away. Du Chunjiang was shocked, looking at the dozen white rabbit candies in front of her, and then at the little zombie happily following Qin Luo. She immediately burst into tears, wondering which little zombie could be so sweet. With tears in her eyes, she popped 5 candies into her mouth, hating herself for not being able to take care of a little zombie. Boo-hoo. She wouldn't last a day at this job. After Qin Luo brought Su Duoduo through the base's main gate, he saw the siblings Chung Chung and Chung Ai standing somewhat helplessly by the entrance. What's wrong? Didn't any staff member take you to the nursery? Qin Luo asked. Ching Chung nodded vigorously upon seeing someone familiar. Hello, brother. The lady staff asked us to wait here for a while until others take us over. Before Qin Luo could speak, a staff member hurriedly approached. Sorry, there are currently no people going to the nursery. Could you please take these 2 children over? This was a newly arrived bus of survivors, half of whom were infected, and we truly can't spare anyone here. Working at the city gate was not easy, having to face various emergencies. Seeing the siblings looking somewhat lost, Qin Luo readily agreed. Sure, you keep busy. I'll take these 2 kids over. The staff member sighed in relief and smiled. You've really been a great help. She then turned to the siblings and said, be good and listen to your brother. The aunt can't leave, so let him take you over. Don't be afraid of anything you see on the way. This staff member was a lady in her 40s surnamed Zhang. After speaking, she hurriedly dug into her pocket, pulled out 3 pieces of fruit candy, and gave 1 to each sibling as well as 1 to Su Duoduo. Alright, hurry along now. You're not allowed to linger at the base gate for too long. Aunt Zhang hurried away to the other passage. A bus full of survivors had half of them mutated, and the remaining people needed to be quarantined for a long time, including more than a dozen children. It was quite a headache. Su Duoduo opened her mouth but didn't make a sound. She then looked down at the fruit candy in her hand, thinking to herself that she really didn't need to eat candy. She had plenty in her space. Qin Luo looked at the little zombie in a daze and couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, they think you're a little kid. Su Duoduo wasn't actually too short. At 163 centimeters, she didn't look like a child. However, her fair little face looked dull and her big eyes made her seem pitiful. She was particularly endearing. Qin Luo was teasing her, and no matter how you looked at it, she didn't seem like a child, just a little zombie. Su Duoduo pouted, insisting she wasn't a child. She then turned and handed the candy to Ching Ai, who sweetly said, "Thank you, sister." She nodded coolly, successfully regaining a bit of dignity in front of a 3-year-old. Qin Luo almost laughed to death. Ahem, alright, let's all follow me. I'll take you 2 to the nursery first. With 1 adult and 2 kids plus a little zombie, the 3 of them successfully boarded the bus. After confirming they had no blood stains on them that could scare the other passengers, the bus drove quite fast. The base's transportation options were mostly full aside from the superfast subway. Chung Chang's eyes widened as he looked at the weapons everyone was holding, clutching his sister tightly. Before the apocalypse, he had only seen toy guns, and it was impossible to see so many weapons on a bus, especially such a variety. Qin Luo glanced at them. Cool, right? Everyone in our team can use a gun, and this sister next to you can too. When you grow up a bit, you can learn as well. Chung Chung looked at the various weapons with a longing gaze and shyly replied, "But I don't have any magic and my sister is a girl. Isn't it not good for her to use a gun?" Hearing this, Qin Luo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and immediately began an impromptu lesson. Before the apocalypse came, there were still ordinary people who dealt with weapons daily, protecting their homes and country. It has nothing to do with powers. And who says girls can't wield swords and guns? Everyone should learn to protect themselves. Those who can protect themselves are cool, and those who can protect others are even cooler. Look at your sister Duoduo, as she wields a chainsaw. Do you know what a chainsaw is? When it's turned on, it buzzes and can directly take out a horde of zombies. How cool is that? To be honest, I didn't expect her to have a chainsaw. Qin Luo got more and more excited, tisk tisk tisk, praising her, truly amazed. Who would have thought that the refined Su Duoduo during her school years would have a chainsaw? After the apocalypse, this little class monitor actually prepared a chainsaw. How impressive. He praised her repeatedly. Chung Chung went from surprise to learning, then to admiration, and finally to being numb. He couldn't help but ask, "Brother, do you like Sister Duoduo? Otherwise, why are you praising her so much?" It had been 30 minutes. He couldn't stop. Qin Luo was choked, and the people around suddenly burst into suppressed laughter. His face visibly reddened, almost embarrassing him to smoke from the top of his head. Just sit properly on the bus. Why are these people still so gossipy in the apocalypse? Just then the bus announced, "Arriving at Luban District, passengers, please exit from the rear door. Next stop, Huaming District." Qin Luo directly picked up the still dazed little zombie in one hand and grabbed the siblings with the other, hastily getting off the bus. If he waited any longer, his old face would catch fire. After getting out of the car, Qin Luo scolded Chung Chung all the way. Although children often speak without a filter, such words were still inappropriate. On the surface, Chung Chung nodded earnestly, but in her heart she was convinced that this thin-skinned brother liked that beautiful sister. Adults are always contradictory. The nursery is a gigantic, colorful academy filled with vibrant hues that clearly indicate it is a place for children. It resembles a supersized kindergarten. There are 2 security guards at the entrance, and unlike the older guards of the past, these are genuine ability users, truly safeguarding the future of humanity. Apart from the 2 security personnel at the entrance, ability users can occasionally be seen patrolling inside the nursery. The children's shouts in the playground are quite piercing. Just at the right time for school to end, a group of little ones is playing wildly over there. The children are oblivious to the apocalypse and only vaguely understand that things are a bit different now compared to before. But most of the time things remain the same except for the absence of their parents. However, they have many little friends. Ching Chung, after all, is still a half-grown child, and her eyes lit up at the sight of the various play equipment in the playground. Chung AI also gazed eagerly inside. Qin Luo approached the security and had a word with them, then took Chung Chung and Chung AI to register. Glancing at the little zombie, he casually helped her sign her name. Su Duoduo was also watching the scene inside, where there were adorably dressed teachers engaging the children in play. For the children, this place is undoubtedly a paradise. Let's go. Once Qin Luo finished the registration, he called out to the little zombie, who immediately followed him. However, he didn't expect to run into a familiar face. Lu Chunwei spotted Qin Luo and Su Duoduo at first glance, and she waved her hand excitedly. "Hey, Captain Qin." Qin Luo recognized her and realized that she was Lu Chunwei, Zhao Gang's wife, whom he had saved along with her family at the service area. "I can't believe you're here." Lu Chunwei hurriedly approached, nodding eagerly. "What a coincidence. I never expected to meet Captain Qin again. I really don't know how to thank you. Our family of 3 was assigned to the survivor base in H City." She continued without stopping, explaining that after their separation that day they had been directed to this area. They had originally wanted to find their benefactor, but were taken aback by the size of the base. Once individuals are assigned to a fixed area, ordinary people need to apply to visit friends in other regions. Otherwise, there are concerns that some ability users in the base or sudden emergencies could scare the ordinary people, as ability users returning from missions might carry contaminants. It is very dangerous for ordinary people to encounter such situations. Therefore, the base mandated the delineation of regions, and ordinary people must live in the area they are assigned to. Lu Chunwei's family of 3 was assigned to the Liuan district. Due to their daughter's schooling issues, they happened to get in touch with this nursery school. Coincidentally, the kitchen here was short-staffed, and since both she and her husband were skilled cooks, they stayed on at the nursery to work as chefs, preparing meals for the children. Most of the kitchen staff are parents of the students. We cook together and chat about our children in our spare time. Each day goes by with so much anticipation. Lu Chunwei beamed with joy, saying that in the past she worked herself to the bone trying to buy a house, but now they have free meals and accommodation here, and they were assigned a 2-bedroom apartment. Although their points were a bit low, it didn't matter much since they didn't need many points. There was enough for expenses. Sending children to school doesn't cost much, so the base covers almost everything. They only need to buy some toys and extracurricular books for the children which they have to pay for themselves. Qin Luo felt very pleased upon hearing this. That's great, just keep living well from now on. Both of them were kind-hearted, honest people who could get by anywhere with their feet on the ground. Lu Chunwei was excited. If it weren't for you, Captain Qin, our family might still be stuck in the service area unaware of what the outside world has become. Qin Luo reassured her, you don't have to be so polite, it's our duty. Lu Chunwei expressed how great they were saying, every day I feel sad listening to the broadcasts. It's because of you young people standing in front of us that we can live peacefully. Hearing the names of the fallen makes me tear up every time. Their family only learned about the fame of Qin Luo's squad after arriving at the base, but that didn't stop them from worrying about the safety of Team 3A. They pray every day for their safety. Every time they hear the list of casualties, they listen attentively, fearful of hearing names they know. Lu Chunwei was very warm and after wiping her tears invited Qin Luo and Su Duoduo to stay for a meal. You should also call the other children over. Ordinary people cannot cross regions, but ability users can move freely as long as they are not stained with blood. After all, they must be ready to execute missions at any moment. Qin Luo politely declined, saying, by the way, those two siblings over there have lost their parents too. If you could keep an eye on them, please do so. He mentioned that the children were new and might feel uneasy. Lu Chunwei felt sympathy upon hearing this. Sigh, in this world being alive is already a blessing. Captain Qin, you can rest assured, I will definitely take good care of those two children. She reassured him not to worry too much. Our nursery is really good. The teachers are great, and the children are obedient. There are not only dormitory buildings, but also teaching buildings and activity areas, and there are many children here. After playing together for a couple of days, they will adapt to their new life and will no longer miss home as much. Qin Luo looked at the facilities and thought they were quite good. All right, then please take the two children to register. We'll be on our way now, we need to go back and rest a bit. Lu Chunwei replied, you just returned from a mission. You've worked hard. I won't keep you. But you must come back and have a meal with us someday. Qin Luo smiled and agreed, then called out to the two children playing with the ball, stop playing and come over. Chung Chung, take your sister to register with your aunt. Chung Chung, who was having fun, felt his spirits dampen at these words. Adapting to a new environment would surely be unsettling. While Qin Luo and the others had saved him and his sister, from now on he had to lead his sister in this unfamiliar place. He couldn't help but pout. Qin Luo patted his shoulder, be strong. If you need help, you can find a teacher. The nursery and the base should be the safest, happiest place. Chung Chung nodded, thank you brother and sister for saving me and my sister. I will never forget it. Qin Luo remembered that he hadn't given this child the photo yet, so he looked at the little zombie from the treasure chest. Hey Su Duoduo, do you have a wireless photo printer? Su Duoduo tilted her head in thought, then nodded, saying she did have one, and pulled it out. Qin Luo connected it to the wristband Wi-Fi and printed out two photos of Chung Chang's home, showcasing their 4-story building with branches of loquat trees peeking out. He tossed one to him, one for you and one for your sister. Keep it safe. What do you think? Isn't it worth it to exchange the loquat tree your parents planted for the safety of both of you arriving at the base? He was referring to the incident where Chung Chung scolded Chun Xiaofei and Su Duoduo for picking loquats. Chung Chung immediately burst into laughter, and upon seeing her brother smile, Chung Ai also giggled along. Qin Luo felt reassured and smiled mischievously. All right, as long as you're smiling, that's good. The future is bright. Just settle down here and take good care of your sister, okay? Chung Chung nodded bashfully, feeling much better and no longer so lost. When Su Duoduo looked back at Qin Luo, she felt as if he was shining brightly. The big dog indeed is a good person.